Secession, The Last 4th of July. Book 2 of the Prepper's Son Trilogy. A post-apocalyptic dystopian story. It is recommended that you start this trilogy at Book 1, already uploaded, to stay in the loop of the overall trilogy plot. The title of Book 1 is Earth's Fury, Our Last Thanksgiving. You'll find the link in the description. An original story by the author, Declan Connor. Prologue. Chaos rules. President Latham in the Doomsday Bunker situated at the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado. President Latham entered the Situation Room, sharing the dark cloud that had settled over those of his assembled administration. The lack of communication with the outside world was the hot topic in the bunker, with speculation rife, and rumors doing the rounds. With communications intermittent between Army Command over at the Raven Rock Complex bunker in Pennsylvania, and the government's Doomsday Bunker in the Cheyenne Mountain Complex there in Colorado, it was on everyone's minds. President Latham took his seat, anxious at the imminent arrival of General Roger Hard-Ass Blake, as his troops called him, and his entourage from Signal Battalion. The room was charged with anticipation of what news he would bring from the wider world outside of their cocoon in the bunker. Douglas Johnson, Secretary of Defense, arrived to announce that General Blake would be with them shortly. "About time," said President Latham. "Maybe now we'll find out what the situation is on the outside of our bunker. I know you're all as concerned as I am at running blind here with no communications." General Blake entered, greeted by President Latham with a handshake, and to a shuffling of chairs as everyone took their seats. "Before we start, General, I have something for you." Latham had never seen Blake with other than a deadpan expression when they met, but seeing what he had in his hand, Blake's eyes widened. He presented Blake a 5th star. "Thank you, sir. It's an honor." His chest puffed out with pride. For an African American to be awarded the 5th star, Latham imagined Blake's slave ancestors would be dancing in their graves in celebration at the irony. "I know we only grant this honor in times of war, but the situation is unprecedented, and we need everyone to know on the outside that you're in ultimate charge of the U.S. Armed Forces operations out there. Under my command, of course. Now, if you'll take a seat, it's best you proceed." Blake opened his briefcase and placed a stack of photocopies on the table. "Please pass these around," he said. More than a few "oh my gods" were expelled as each recipient saw the image. "I'm sorry that it isn't the original satellite image. We've had to crayon in estimates for the areas where the sea has encroached on the land as the ash clouds made it not clear on the originals, which you'll find attached. There have been some changes since we sketched in the blue areas where it's flooded. We ran out of color toner, so some will see it as black markings. If you see the narrow gap between Lake Michigan and the body of water at the top of Illinois, there's now a wider stretch of water connecting them. We had to get our engineers to build a Bailey Bridge to get here. In fact, we've had to put 2 bridges across, and we'll need more. We have caravans of African Americans moving east over the bridges to avoid the riots, and Caucasian populations moving west over them for the same reason." "Sorry to interrupt." "Why is that?" asked Latham. "Well, from what I'm told, migration started between Wisconsin and Michigan. With black neighborhood gangs squaring off with white militias once the supermarkets were empty, people turned to home invasions and armed robberies for scarce food supplies. Many African American families moved over the bridges to move east to the heavily populated African American areas of Michigan, mostly on rumors there was plenty of food there. When the migration stepped up a pace, it caused conflict in the northeastern states and whites started moving in the opposite direction. Now the migration has a mind of its own and they have started to spread out through the states on both sides of the bridges, mainly because states couldn't accommodate them all in the northern camps." The president noticed everyone staring at the image, some slumped in the chairs as if their spines had deserted their bodies, others shaking their heads, some with elbows on the table, cradling their heads in their hands. As much as it was enough to make anyone shocked to the core, he could see political advantages in the disaster's outcome, but he wasn't about to share them. He poked his finger on the map of where New York should have been. "Thank goodness we had all the gold shipped out from the Federal Reserve in New York and the rest of the depositories. Have we had word from Governor Williams over in Kentucky?" "Yes," said George Hilton, the Secretary of Homeland Security. "There wasn't time or the logistics to have the gold moved from Fort Knox, but Governor Williams promised to have his National Guard double up on security to guard the perimeter." "Good, good. Sorry for the interruptions, President Latham said. Continue, General. Okay, as you can see, with the extent of the flood, there is only one word to describe the situation outside, considering population displacement, and that is chaos. The worst affected are the states next to where the oceans have flooded the land. In some of those areas, caravans of refugees now overrun FEMA camps and food storage facilities, and they've emptied them of provisions. Supermarket shelves emptied as soon as they announced an emergency. The food distribution chain has largely collapsed in those areas with hijackings. Food packing plants closed and are inoperable. Many in these areas are at the beginning of starvation, with suicides escalating, not to mention murders as people fight for scraps of food. The population is polarizing into racial factions for protection on a bigger scale, but it's down to neighbor versus neighbor for many to survive. Of major concern are the districts of Chicago and Detroit, where the fighting is akin to civil war along a racial divide, but then we have reports of similar situations throughout the states. The president interjected. How long before you can get control of these areas along with the National Guard and law enforcement? Blake sighed, shaking his head. National Guard and law enforcement? What you must remember is that it isn't just those areas we have lost to the flood. Liquefaction caused by the subduction and earthquakes has destroyed many facilities in the interior, with tremors powering inland. Power lines are down. Power station generators dislodged, and of course, the EMP damage. With transformers manufactured abroad and shipping disrupted, we just don't have enough to get the entire grid going for now and for some considerable time. Latham was finding it hard to take in the extent of the devastation as Blake stopped to take a drink of water, then he continued. Those areas inland outside the flood areas, bank servers are not working in most states, so there is no money circulating to pay wages or to keep industry oiled. The stock market is underwater. Many of the major highways and railway routes are impassable with fissures from earthquakes, some so wide, our engineers can't put Bailey bridges across. Many dams have collapsed and destroyed entire communities inland. Some routes have had massive landslips preventing passage or have felled bridges that need rebuilding. The internet is down with no chance of getting it up and running. Latham drummed his fingers on the table, then showed Blake the palm of his hand. Yeah, okay, we get the picture. But what's all this got to do with the National Guard and the Army getting control? Asked Latham. I was getting to that. Many National Guard and law enforcement officers have ditched their uniforms to protect their families. We're only holding our troops together in the northern states because of our strength in guarding our own food supplies. Some states have fortunately fared better and have introduced their own martial law as they still have active National Guard and a police force. We've set soup kitchens up in most states. With Operation Octopus initiated since the disaster, we've had to issue orders for our southern bases to put them in mothballs and deactivate assets, and for the soldiers to split into small groups and disperse to live off the land until called upon. We just couldn't feed them if they returned to the northern and central states. Bob Simmons, Housing and Urban Development, better known as HUD, he raised his hand. General, if you don't mind, what is this Operation Octopus? It must be outside my pay grade to have been informed. Blake addressed him. It has nothing to do with pay grade. More likely, they didn't widely distribute it because they thought we would never need it to be implemented. Anyway, to be brief, it could be described in how the originator decided on the name. The head of the octopus he imagined as the brains here in the bunker. In those days, the Army and the United States government were to be housed together. The tentacles stretched over the states were to facilitate coordination with the governors, but in extreme circumstances, those tentacles would have to be drawn back in order for the brain to survive. That is the situation we're in, unfortunately. The plan called for us to cut loose Army personnel. So, you're saying many has left states at the extremities to their own devices, I take it, said Hilton. Correct. Can we move on? The president's eyes settled on the Treasury Secretary. How is the plan coming along to restart the banking system? We're in discussions with the Federal Reserve and hope to have a manual system of cash distribution to put into action once it's been through the committee stages. Hang on a minute. I've just realized. Are you saying Area 51 is flooded? Said Johnson. I'm afraid so, replied General Blake. Guess we'll never know if they had aliens there now, said Hilton. President Latham glared at Hilton, considering his remark one more nail in his coffin toward him losing his post. Once again, sorry. Continue, General. I have an itemized list being prepared that I'll pass around of the situation in the surviving states, but I wanted to start with you knowing the enormity of black starting society. Black starting? The president asked Blake, not having a clue what he meant. Sorry for using jargon. It's an expression I've used in war zones where infrastructure and governance are obliterated. I used it after I heard of the term in the energy sector for getting the power up and running after a blackout. What's happening with communications? That's the million-dollar question. It's going to get worse over the next 24 hours. The cable to Europe under the Atlantic is severed. You've received a dispatch from our courier about the loss of satellite signals, and we've put it out to the public on the emergency channels, but the signal is intermittent. Our engineers are laying cable underground, digging channels from Pennsylvania to here for a direct landline to avoid EMPs, but it won't happen anytime soon. We're having to build EMP-proof relay stations to boost the signal at regular intervals. In the meantime, we're setting up a series of command posts at 6-mile intervals with sync cars to relay messages to you, which will happen sooner. We can't use skywave to bounce off the ionosphere over greater distances because of the ash clouds. Jesus, it's like going back to the Pony Express days, said President Latham. Never mind communications just now. I get the problem. But how in hell has society broken down so quickly? It's to be expected when half our population has been displaced, sir. Most of those carried scant provisions with them, not expecting the scale of the disaster, hoping to return home shortly after. Admin staff entered with arms full of dossiers and handed them around. I'll give you time to absorb the reports, said Blake. Silence ensued as they studied the content. Whoa there, what the hell is this on page 16, said Johnson. This intelligence can't be true. There was a shuffling of papers as everyone turned their pages to locate page 16. It says here, Utah has forbidden U.S. Armed Forces from entering and declared their own martial law, with their National Guard taking over our Army bases. And get this, they've announced secession. What bullshit is this? President Latham lifted his head, not having turned to page 16. It says what? Secession, damn it. What the hell brought all this on in such a short time after the disaster? Asked Latham. General Blake rotated his neck. Seems they have a prophet in their midst and he's now president. He's saying that they are entering Armageddon. Their followers in Idaho that account for 10% of the population they are under siege for their provisions stash all Mormons are asked to carry. 3 months' supply of food and cash, I'm told. The so-called president of Utah is going to raise his own army to annex the area and to move in there to rescue their faithful in Idaho if we, or the governor, doesn't help. Unfortunately, we are so stretched, we can't help for now, and the governor of Idaho just doesn't have enough law enforcement. There's already a mini-civil war going on in Salt Lake City between believers and the others, with many packing their belongings and exiting the state. Utah is advantaged in that their infrastructure has remained largely intact. Anyway, our intelligence is from a reliable source. Latham rose from his chair and paced around the table. Secession? Prophet, you say? No, that's not happening on my watch. As Commander-in-Chief, I'm ordering you to come up with a plan to restore order in the state with continued allegiance to the Union. General Blake put his hand to his head and rubbed his brow. You mean you want us to use the Insurrection Act? Exactly. As I said, I want a plan on my desk, ASAP. You'll have to see what Congress has to say about that, sir. I know you have the authority under the Insurrection Act, but amendments to the act made under the last government means that not only do you have to give Congress 72 hours notice for them to put it to a vote, but you must also publish a proclamation to the rebels to disperse. Not sure how you do that with no media. I would also need you to consider my men would have to go against their own kin. I could see desertions without total authority of Congress under law, even among the officers. We've had enough desertions as it is. These are exceptional circumstances we find ourselves in, and I wonder if negotiation would be a better option just now? President Latham wondered if he'd made a mistake in handing him his 5th star. He could see this meeting going on for days as the admin staff wheeled in carts carrying intelligence dossiers of current defense capabilities, following the loss of Army, Navy, and Air Force assets and bases, together with the situation around the world. Latham frowned, looking directly at General Blake. "Listen, as your commander-in-chief, I'm ordering you to come up with a plan to take back Utah. Leave the legal side of it to my administration." Chapter 1. Wolfpack. Rob Bell. The bunker at Bell's Farm, Colorado. I breathed heavily, while trekking through the bland ashen landscape. It was as if Mother Nature was in its last death throes. No critters calling. Spiderwebs no longer hidden, betrayed by a covering of gray ash. A fresh fall of snow couldn't have done a better job. Out of the bunker, Dad had asked me to go on a scouting expedition, and I persuaded Rosa to go with me. It had taken us on a journey of 5 miles from the farm to see if any danger from scavengers lay outside the perimeter east of the bunker, but we had encountered no one. There was a strange desolation out there. It was as if us and the survivors at the bunker could be the last ones alive on Earth. We hadn't even come across any game, which I thought was weird, but we had found many dead birds. Thoughts turned to us arriving at the bunker after our 1,000-mile journey as we trudged along. It had been a hollow achievement, for all the danger we had overcome to get there. The disaster had abruptly curtailed all the striving to make my own way in life, ending in utter failure. Even our successful journey had brought me to where I didn't want to be. Too many terrible memories at the farm. The only saving grace, I thought, was that making money was no longer a priority to judge myself by. The more I thought about my life, the more I believed I was the failure Dad always said I would be without him. I'd lost my business, my home, my wife, and my best friend, and once Dad succumbed to his cancer, I would have no one, and his wealth stored in his treasury at the bunker would likely destroy any ambition I once had. It was hard to get my head around what I wanted for myself for the future, when the priority was survival in the here and now. We'd reached the far side of the mountains, where we both labored along a gully through the soft covering of ash. My boots disappeared from sight with every stride, hauling out each step as if something were trying to prevent me from retracting my leg for me to move on. I imagined that if it got any deeper, trekking would be impossible without snowshoes. "Rosa, we have to get out of this gully." Jet, our dog, had more sense. He'd long since worked out it was better to climb the hill to where the blasts of wind had thinned out the ash up top and dumped it in the gully. The climb to the crest was arduous, made more difficult carrying my backpack weighing a good 60 pounds. Once at the top, we took a breather, both removing our masks under cover of the foliage. I pulled off a leaf from a branch. "That rain the other day is taking its toll," I said, and handed the leaf to Rosa. She wiped away the dust residue from the leaf to reveal it was mottled with black spots. "Is this what you said would happen with the acid rain?" "Yeah. Luckily, they're due to shed their leaves soon and go dormant, so there's a chance they'll survive come spring if the dust clouds clear." Taking a seat on a fallen tree trunk, I glanced at Rosa. I'd grown to enjoy Rosa's company. She was turning out to be mature beyond her years. The expedition had been an excuse to drag her away from the library and radio room, where she spent most of her time reading. If it wasn't that, she'd be on the radio gathering intelligence from the wider world through Dad's circle of preppers, by their relaying messages over short distances. Dad's prepper friends were quickly becoming her exclusive circle. They'd taken to recording her lessons on survival techniques she learned from books in the library, and warnings passed on to her of marauding scavengers. Others recorded these messages for relaying and were gaining widespread transmission. Her latest one had been a broadcast on smoking meat and fish or preserving with salt. If she wasn't reading or broadcasting, any spare time available to her she spent in the gymnasium on the treadmill, walking to nowhere, some days practicing with her bow and arrows, all the time wearing an earpiece and listening to audio tapes from the library that Dad had chosen for her. He'd taken a shine to her. There was no question about that. Rosa seemed to have him wrapped around her little finger. At least she found a purpose to crawl out of bed every day, I thought. I was struggling to see a future, never mind fill out my days with activities for motivation. I knew I had to find my purpose in life to survive if I were to come out of this situation at the other end with some degree of achievement and happiness. Not that I didn't have the others to talk to for me to want some time with Rosa, but after my experience with Tom and Donna, I'd avoided getting friendly with the others in our community. Maybe I was still grieving. Who knows? It wasn't like we'd gone through a divorce. Donna's death had brought along a finality, but it couldn't wipe away those 9 years we'd been together, leaving me with alternate mixed feelings. I know I was still hurting and angry at the betrayal. Jet pricked up his ears, stood rigid, then snarled. We both rose from the tree trunk. He seemed to have a fit, as if a fly annoyed him, turning in circles, and then stopping, sniffing the air, then snarling in different directions. "What is it, Jet?" There hadn't been time to remove our rifle straps from our shoulders when a gray wolf appeared from behind some bushes 20 yards away in our path. We froze. It didn't charge. The wolf just took a few slow-motion steps into the open, then stopped, motionless, a front paw held in mid-stride, its body sideways on, and it looked straight at us. It was the animal's eyes staring that froze me to the spot. I'd heard of them in Colorado, but this was the first time I'd ever encountered one. Jet stood equally motionless, glaring back at the wolf, making no move to attack, but growling in a low rumble, leaning forward as if some imaginary force held him back. The hairs on the back of his coat stood on end. Rosa grabbed my coat sleeve, working her way to stand with her back to mine. "There's a pack of them behind you," said Rosa. Slowly, and very deliberately, I removed my AK strap, then engaged auto, relieved at having my finger on the trigger. I took a quick glance behind me, then turned back. In that instant, the wolf had gone. Jet turned, sniffing the air behind me, making no attempt to give chase as the pack peeled away into the undergrowth. "They've gone." "They look terribly thin," said Rosa. "Best we head back to the bunker." Jet must have known the danger, and instead of foraging ahead, he stayed between the two of us as if seeking protection. They were out there, following. Like ghosts, the color of their coats blended into the ashen landscape, but now and then I'd glimpse one darting between tree trunks. "We can't lead them back to the bunker. They'll likely smell our livestock in the barns," I said. "Will they attack us?" "If they're hungry enough, I guess. They'd probably run away if we fired off a round. Listen, there's a stream that leads to the river north of here. We'll head for there and try to shake them off our scent." I'd never given it a thought that by looking out for scavengers, we could be in danger from wolves. Trudging along, we came to an abrupt halt. 2 wolves came close, snarling, but it didn't look as though it was us they were after. Before, they'd looked inquisitive, but now retracting back their lips, they displayed their fearsome fangs, saliva drooling from their mouths. They taunted Jet, making short charges, then backing off. Jet took the bait, breaking away from us, giving chase for maybe 5 yards, when a wolf ambushed him, charging him from the side. Both of us aimed our rifles, but there was a danger of hitting Jet. Smaller in stature, Jet went to ground. Avoiding its bared fangs, Jet leaped upward, grabbing the wolf by the throat. Jet shook the wolf violently from side to side. More of the pack charged out to attack him. One grabbed Jet by the leg. Rosa fired a round in the air and the wolf let go of his leg, scampering away, with the others slowly backing off. Then they ran away, disappearing into the undergrowth as I let go a burst of rounds into the air. The sound of the rounds exploding deafened, echoing around the mountain range. The wolf, left behind at the mercy of Jet's jaws, still firmly clasped around its throat, stopped trying to pull itself from Jet's grip and fell limp. "Jet, let go," I said. He'd stopped shaking the wolf, now snorting air in and out of his nostrils. Neither of us dared try to prise his jaws from the wolf's throat. Every time I put my hand near to him, he snarled in a determined effort not to give up his kill. After 5 minutes, Jet decided on his own it was safe to let go. He limped up to me, tail wagging, blood and saliva drooling from his tongue hanging loose and panting. If I hadn't known better, I would have been sure he was smiling, seeking approval. "Good boy, Jet, now let's go." As soon as we set off, I noticed Jet's leg wound left a trail of blood spots in the ash as he moved ahead of us. I tried to look, but when I caught up with him and reached out, he backed off. Eyes forever looking left and right and constantly looking over my shoulder, we arrived at the stream. That's when we heard them in the distance. The wolf howls sent shivers through me. I doubted they were calling for backup, more likely they were grieving for one of their pack. He'd been bigger than the others. Probably the alpha male. Finally, we arrived back at the farm, totally exhausted. passing a golf cart with a trailer attached. It was loaded up with buckets of eggs and milk churns. Jason, one of our crew, walked toward us. "How did it go out there?" he asked. "There's a pack of wolves skulking around, and they look hungry. You need to make the barns more secure, especially the hen battery." "Sure," said Jason and nodded. "There are plenty of rolls of razor wire in an outbuilding." Jason looked at his watch. "The armed convoy is due here soon to collect our surplus of eggs and milk. I'll have to lower the bridge first when they arrive, then I'll spread the razor wire around the entrances to all the barns once that's done." "You do that," I said. "Incidentally, Joseph is organizing teams for a quiz night for tonight. Will you join us?" he asked me. "No. It's not my thing," I said, and turning abruptly, headed for the bunker entrance. Rosa caught up with me and grabbed my arm. "That was rude. Why don't you join in with the others? You always seem to avoid them." "They're Dad's acquaintances, not mine," I said. "I still think you should make an effort." Glancing at Jet standing at the side of us, I noticed blood dripping from his hind leg onto the ash. "Jet's still bleeding. We'll need to take a look when we get inside," I said. As we passed the spot where Donna had met her end, I shuddered as if her ghost had passed through me. Still angry at the betrayal, I doubted I'd ever trust anyone ever again. I tried to reason that Tom had done the right thing in taking her out with a bullet from his hunting rifle. All dwelling on the subject did was to drive me to despair. If only I could have talked to him to hear his explanation in his own words, then maybe I could have had closure. I recalled the fight I'd had with Brogan. We'd been lucky that when we'd retrieved his rifle and pistol, they'd been out of ammo. The defiance I'd seen in his eyes as I hesitated to crash the 8-ball into his skull, before the decision was taken for me, it kept surfacing from time to time. Brogan's fate had been left to the criminals as his judge and jury. I could only hope he got his just desserts for the amount of people he had massacred. I prayed that the criminals had put an end to his life and that we'd never meet again. Once inside the bunker, showered and changed, Jet didn't look to have a deep wound. After his shower, I bandaged up his leg. As soon as we exited the shower rooms, a golf cart pulled up outside in the tunnel, driven by Dad's nurse. "Thank God you're back. Your dad's in his quarters. He's taken a bad turn and wants to speak to you urgently." Chapter 2. New Recruit. Diego Martinez. At his family ranch house in New Mexico. From behind plastic sheeting surrounding the patio of Martinez's ranch house in New Mexico, a stiff wind blew across the plains, throwing up a fog of ash dust, obscuring the bland landscape that once pleased the eye with the diversity of nature's beauty. He heard vehicles arriving before he saw them and picked up his automatic rifle. "Giant, Gomez, get out here." From out of the sulfur-stinking haze an SUV arrived, followed by a semi-truck hauling an enclosed trailer, then a semi-truck with a container loaded on a flatbed. "Relax, the boys are back," said Martinez, and put down his rifle. 2 more SUVs followed on and they disappeared in the dust storm toward the barns. Roberto's mother stepped out onto the patio with a pot of coffee and placed it on the table next to him. "You not pouring it for me, Mama," said Martinez. "You'll want me to wipe your ass next. Pour your own. I do enough carry and fetching for you all as it is." "I have things cooking on the stove," she said, and taking her hand towel from her arm, she whipped it across his shoulder. Martinez showed her his palms and laughed as she disappeared into the house. He shook his head at thoughts that she was the only one who could get away with badmouthing him as a surrogate for his own mother. One of his men, Garcia, parted the plastic sheeting and stepped onto the patio. "Slim Pickings, boss. It's getting harder to hijack food transport. Most are transported in armed convoys now. Since they stopped paying the National Guard, some of them are acting as private security. It's not like they're amateurs and they're well armed. Anyway, we've stowed the cargo in the barn," said Garcia. "What did you get?" "Dried beans and lentils in one truck, and packages of cereals in the other." "That'll do. They're worth more than coke on the streets just now. Take samples to our distributor contacts in Albuquerque and negotiate a price. Hold back 25% for our own use." "Yes, boss." Martinez beckoned Giant and Gomez to join him and to take their seats at the table. "We need to think bigger. This is all nickel and dime shit. We're not going to hold our people together south of the border, never mind New Mexico and Texas. Without drugs coming over the border to fill their pockets with money for them to put food in their stomachs, we'll lose them. We need to expand our activities away from a reliance on drugs. How many of our cartel can we muster between Texas and New Mexico? Around 7,000 if we include the street dealers, said Giant. Good, but it's not enough, though it's a start for what I have in mind. I need you both to split up and take 5 men each. Giant, I want you to cross into Mexico and travel to our stronghold. This is what I need. Martinez passed him a sheet of paper with an itemized list. Giant studied the list of requirements. Fuck, you don't want much. Martinez raised his eyebrows. Giant flinched to a slap at the back of his head. Don't be so fucking insolent. Sorry, boss, didn't mean nothing. What you had on the list just surprised me, that's all. What about Border Patrol? You're almost talking about an army here, fully equipped. Use our tunnels for the men and light equipment. I want all of them to have tents and at least 3 months of supplies by whatever means. For the heavy assets, scout out an area for them to cross the border and to have them drive over the terrain. You'd be better taking an advance party and take out any motion detectors and cameras. They could use generators to keep them functioning. Blow up a section of the damn wall if you have to. Drive a large contingent of mules across further away as a decoy to keep Border Patrol busy. Border Patrol can't use their choppers while we still have dark skies, so we don't have to worry about eyes in the sky. Giant nodded, running his finger down the list. So, you want me to collect the printing press and plates for counterfeit bills? Yeah, take good care of that equipment, especially the plates. Money doesn't grow on trees, but it'll spew off the printing press. As for any Border Patrol that spots our incursion, overwhelm them if challenged. Take them out. It's the last thing they'll expect. Same with ICE, or any other law enforcement if challenged once over the border. What do you want me to do? Gomez asked. Send out some scouts to Texas. I need to know how the disaster has affected the economy, and what emergency services they have functioning, including law enforcement. See if the banks are open. Check how the flood has affected the coastline, especially Houston and Austin, further inland. Is that it? No, once that's organized, I want you to set up a meeting with Hernandez from Columbus, the one who lost the last election for governor of New Mexico as an independent candidate. Assassinating the governor, his lieutenant, and the attorney general for their campaign and having us put behind bars has had an unexpected outcome. I can't believe they've decided to go ahead with an election in the middle of the upheaval. Still, it can work to our advantage if we take control of the ballot boxes at the soup kitchens, and those in all the towns and villages. They can only use paper ballots, so we can have some printed and fill them in with votes for our man and stuff the boxes with them. He's got his name on the current ticket with no chance of him winning when they can only paste posters all over the place without debates on television. Just tell him a group of rich donors want to question him about his policies, which should motivate him. Before the meeting, find out everything you can about him, relatives, addresses, religion, sexual orientation, everything. Take photos of his family. You know the sort of things we need, understand? Understood. Well, what are you both waiting for? Go now. Martinez poured coffee and took a mouthful, savoring the taste. With both of them gone, he contemplated the past against the future. He wasn't sure he could pull off what he had in mind to control the state by having the police and politicians in his pocket, just as they did in Mexico. He knew that his influence would be lost now over the border with bribe money drying up following the disruption of his drug trafficking. If everyone around him and those in his network knew of his position, he'd be cut adrift and someone else would take over. It annoyed him that his ill-gotten funds were in offshore accounts, with no access since he'd heard radio reports that the islands where his banks were based had been destroyed. To add to the insult, he frowned at the impossibility of retrieving his money buried in some areas of Mexico that were now underwater. He knew all he had was his knowledge of the distribution chain, and the loyalty of his cartel at large that only stretched as far as the next dollar in their hands. Sighing, he was acutely aware that the valuables taken from the summit and the gated community wouldn't last forever. Hardly anyone was buying the last dregs of drug supply. Reports had already reached him that coca leaves of the next crop were blighted with acid rain. Martinez sighed, letting out a growl, and bending forward, held his head in his hands. Stuck on the ranch, even with company, he felt as though he were still in the isolation wing of the penitentiary. No one could get him out of his predicament, only himself, and thinking fast on his feet, together with his own reputation that preceded him, and with the fear of his cartel. He rose to his feet and paced around, then took his seat again. He wondered if there was a different way forward. One where he could hold all the power and wealth in New Mexico without criminal activity, and not having to be always looking over his shoulder with a target on his back by law enforcement. His mind drifted through his life in fragments, like a film in fast motion. "Are you okay?" asked Mama. "You look as though you have the weight of the world on your shoulders." "I'm fine, just tired," he lied. "Well, you know I'm a good listener, if you have something on your mind." He thought he could hardly tell her he'd been thinking about the time he killed Roberto's cat as a child while living under a roof, or about his teenage years as an assassin for the drug lords. Only the army had offered him some kind of redemption to take lives, but he'd messed that up. For all his IQ had earned him a spot in special forces, and he'd built up an international drug smuggling empire, he was now struggling to see a future, grasping at straws with a plan his mind had been fermenting with the new situation. Martinez pushed up from the chair, put his arms around her and gave her a squeeze. "I'll be fine, Mama. It's you I worry about. I was relieved you'd survived when I returned. I'm so pleased I didn't return to Mexico with you here." They broke apart and she smiled at him. "Your mom would be proud of you, and your dad. You've helped so many out of poverty back home." Martinez sighed. "I know," he said, and then kissed her gently on the forehead. He stepped away and took his seat at the table. He'd not thought about his mom and his dad in a long time. They were only a faint memory from his childhood back in Culiacan, Mexico. The only image of them he had was of the assassins from the Sinaloa cartel bursting in through the front door and knifing them to death. It was an image he'd long since blotted out of his memory and was now mixed into faceless obscurity among his own victims, leaving him devoid of an emotional connection. Not that he ever had one, he thought. He was just thankful Roberto's mom had taken him into her home, or he'd have died from starvation after living on the streets, eating scraps from dumpsters. Glancing out through the plastic covering, a figure appeared through the clouds of dust. He shouldered the stock of his rifle, aiming right at them. Through the foggy haze, more appeared, and he dropped his barrel, relaxing his stance. "Mama, Roberto is here." Roberto parted the plastic sheets to the patio with his barrel and stepped inside, covered head to toe in dust, a bandana covering his mouth and nose. His mother hurried through the doorway. "Ah, so you're back," said Mama, then stopped mid-step. "I can't put my arms around you like that with all that dirt. Take a shower and change your clothes. You stink to high hell. When you're done, I'll have some green chili stew for you on the table." "Later, Mama," he said and turned to Martinez. "I have that guest you asked us to find. Brogan? Take him to the stables and I'll be with you in a minute." Chapter 3. Dad's Last Wish. Rob Bell at the Bunker, Colorado. As I drove along the tunnel in the golf cart, my mind was in turmoil at the thought Dad had taken a turn for the worse. The nurse saying it was only a setback and that he wasn't on death's doorstep didn't help how stressed I'd become at the news. She said it was just a question of the cancer's progression. We arrived at his quarters. "I'll wait here," said Rosa. "No, he wants to speak with you both," said Mary, his nurse. "Look, you know the cancer is in his throat. He's at a stage where it's difficult for him to eat and drink, so don't be alarmed with the tubes." It didn't surprise me he wanted Rosa there. They had become close companions. Rosa had an inquisitive mind and had soaked him for information on prepping and survival. It had suited me to have her soak up what would have been directed at me. What I considered as his rants, she considered as if they were from a professor giving a lecture at university. When we entered his quarters, I was taken aback. It was set up like a hospital room. A monitor was bleeping, keeping track of his vital signs. Dad was sitting up on an adjustable hospital bed. A tube was inserted into one of his nostrils and taped behind his ear. He greeted us with a wave of his hand, connected by a needle in his wrist to a tube running to an intravenous drip. He grabbed a tissue and sneezed, then continued with sneezing fits. I took a seat at his side, with Rosa standing at the bottom of the bed. The sneezing is normal, don't worry. I've inserted a feeding tube, and he's having a natural reaction accepting it by sneezing. It'll pass. I'll be outside if you want me. He wants to speak in private, said Mary. Are you sure he'll be able to talk with the tube? As soon as he's stopped sneezing, yes. He'll be up and about once he gets used to the tube. It took 5 minutes for him to stop sneezing and to compose himself. In the time waiting, I had time to reflect. He was now a shadow of the man he once was, strong, independent, and assertive. Now he looked helpless, dependent on others for the first time in his life. His sharp tongue and complete control over me after my brother died had knocked any assertiveness out of me I could have inherited from him. He dominated me from the time I had to get out of bed, to who I could have as friends, what I ate, and the time I had to go to bed. Yet he was my dad, the only one I had, and I still loved him. I just didn't like him. Son, there's something I need you to do. I don't want to meet my maker until I know everything is in order. Staring at him, I couldn't see why I should have to do anything he asked of me. Not now I was an adult. Do I have to? Can't you ask some of your cronies here in the bunker? With his lips tight and the anger in his eyes at me defying him, I hoped he was feeling angst at me going against him. I hoped his resentment felt the same as the trauma I endured as a child, like when he made me eat cabbage, which I hated. He'd stood over me, battering me with his tongue to make me fork every mouthful, until I vomited. I need you to do this as much for yourself as for me. It isn't anything the others could be trusted to do without you there. Look, I'd not expected a disaster on the scale we've just had happen so soon. I made a mistake. I wasn't sure if you'd get here in time before I passed on, so I left everything with my attorney at Baker and Wright. Yeah, you said. You have a copy of the will, so it isn't a problem, and we've spoken about the funeral at the family plot on the farm. No, it is a problem. I didn't expect the disaster being so bad. As I said, I couldn't be sure you'd arrive before I passed on. All the original deeds and leases for my oil wells, together with the farm deeds, I left them at my attorney's office for safekeeping, to make it easier to transfer them into your name. Not only that, but I've also left a sealed letter of instructions for you with a spare key for you know where, our little secret. But your attorney is in Denver. From Prepper reports, Rosa says it's not safe there. They're in a looting frenzy. I can't risk the lives of the others here by taking them for backup when it's for my gain. I couldn't tell if the agitation he displayed was discomfort with his tube, or annoyance at my kickback. If that letter with the key falls into the wrong hands of looters, you can kiss your ass goodbye to all your lives. This is the next place that they'll target. I knew he was right. The treasury where he'd hoarded and hidden gold and silver in a room that he had purpose-built in one of the disused tunnels was proof of that. It would be a prime target for treasure hunters if they found his key and letter. I couldn't risk the lives of others. If I were to go there, I decided that I would have to travel solo. I'll go alone. I'll plan to get there when people are at their deepest sleep. No, you won't. I'll go with you, said Rosa. It's not your problem. Rosa stepped up next to me. You made it my problem bringing me here. Dad held up his palms. Stop it, you two, for fuck's sake. Rosa, can you give me a minute with Rob? Sure, she said, and stepped outside the room. Do you have to cuss in front of Rosa? Dad sneezed, coughed up some phlegm, then reaching out pulled a steel bolt to his chest and spat it out. The blood mixed in his discharge didn't go unnoticed. She'll have heard it all before. Listen, you have to do this. It's my last wish. That's where you're wrong. I don't have to do anything I don't want. I've only decided to do this because I want to do it, not because you're telling me. Dad rolled his eyes, then coughed into his hand before composing himself. Whatever. Ask Rosa to contact the commander of hers to ask him to help. If he needs paying, use some of the gold coins. It'll be too risky for you going in there alone, but if you have to, it has to be done. You mean Captain Jackson? Whatever. Listen. I'll tell you this now. Take care of Rosa. She's special. It's in her blood. Don't let her go with you unless you can get help from Jackson. Sneak out on your own. What do you mean, it's in her blood? Did I say that? Sorry, she'll tell you if ever she has a mind to, but just take care of her, you hear? Exiting my dad's quarters, Rosa was waiting, talking with the nurse. Jet was fast asleep by the door. We've finished, you can go in now, I said, and Mary entered his room. Then I turned to Rosa. Do you think you could get a hold of that commander of yours to help us get to Denver and back safely? I can try, but he's too far away. We'll have to hope there are other units within range out there on the frequency to get a message relayed to him. Can we do it right away? Yeah, I guess. We headed for the radio room. On the desk at the side of the microphone was a book about the life of Bolivar that Rosa had started on the first day we'd arrived, with a bookmark slotted in at the halfway stage. Taking your time with that book, aren't you? Is it hard going? I've seen you read lots more books in the common room since you selected that one. She picked up the book. I'm on the third time through it. I find it fascinating. What's it about? You've heard of Bolivia, the country. Who hasn't? Well, it's the life story of General Bolivar, the Liberator, as he was known. He liberated the territory from the Spaniards, and they named the country after him. Bolivar didn't just liberate Bolivia, he also liberated La Gran Colombia. Sounds like quite the warrior. I perched my backside on the desk at the side of her. He was. They made him president of La Gran Colombia, as it was then, which covered the territory of what is now Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela. Later they made him dictator of Peru. That's quite a chunk of real estate. Didn't think you'd be into that sort of stuff. Like I've said before, there's a lot you don't know about me. Tragic about how his life ended. I could do without the lovey-dovey side of his life, but the politics of it are a lesson in what to avoid. Still, his mistress was someone to aspire to, fighting alongside of him. She even courageously saved him from assassination. He should have stuck to his military campaigns and retired once his job had finished, and then walked away to spend more time with his lover. Why does it end tragically? Because they all turned on him. Betrayal by his best friend General Santander, who attempted to have him assassinated because he wanted democracy, whereas Bolivar believed in powerful government. Money men and politicians did for him in the end when La Gran Colombia failed, and Venezuela, his birthplace, declared independence and made someone else president. He was on his way to Europe alone after Venezuela declared independence, and his other close compatriot, General Sucre, died. On his way, he became seriously ill in Colombia and lived his final years there in exile, without the love of his life by his side. Not that they didn't still love each other. It was circumstances that kept them apart. When you've finished with it, I'll take a read. It sounds interesting, I said, and shuffled my backside off the desk. No problem. I'll try to message Jackson. I'd never seen her eyes sparkle as much as when talking about the book. She was right when she said there was a side to her I knew nothing about. She powered up the radio and connected the antenna, then dialed in the frequency. Adjusting the position of the microphone, she cleared her throat. Alpha 2, this is Queen Rosa. Radio check, over. All I could hear in reply was static. Alpha 2, this is Queen Rosa. Radio check, over. After the 10th radio check, I'd had enough. I'm going to have a lie down in my room. Fine, I'll let you know if I hear anything. Just about to step outside, the radio crackled to life. X-ray 2, I read you 5 by 5. Alpha 2 is out of range. Do you have a message we can relay to him? What's 5 by 5? I asked her. She covered the mic with her hand. It means we have a powerful signal, said Rosa, then removed her hand to speak with him. Queen Rosa to X-ray 2, affirmative. I need to arrange a rendezvous with Alpha 2 ASAP. Over. Roger that. Keep your ears open, out. I see you've mastered the jargon. I guess it's fingers crossed while we wait for a reply. Chapter 4. Refined Conversation. Diego Martinez at the family ranch, New Mexico. Martinez picked up his knife from the desk in the living area at his ranch house, and walked on out to the porch, then over to the barn. While shielding his eyes from the biting dust with his arm, he considered how he would dispatch Brogan, then decided he'd toy with him before doing the deed. Roberto was holding a rope tied to Brogan's wrists, tethered at his front. He hadn't expected Roberto returning with his prisoner. He hoped he'd seen the last of him, having sent him on what he thought was an impossible mission, never to return. Roberto had been getting too sassy, questioning his actions, taking advantage of them growing up together and serving in the same special forces unit. The chance of losing Mama if she ever found out was the only reason that he hadn't put a bullet between his eyes, but it had got difficult to resist giving him the payback he deserved. Mama was the only slender thread he had to keep him grounded in some sense of normality, and the only one he could accept to challenge him. "Are you sure it's him?" Roberto dug into his pocket and handed over Brogan's driver's license. Martinez studied the photo and compared it to the emaciated, pathetic excuse of a man stood before him, no trace of fear in his eyes, just a look of defiance. Martinez thought Brogan's disposition showing his own self-importance was just that, all in his head. He recalled his old sergeant during training saying, "He who thinks of himself as being indispensable should dip his hands in a bucket of water, and on retracting them, stare back at the hole he has left behind." It sounded like something Confucius, the Chinese philosopher, would have coined. Whoever it was, he didn't think his sergeant would have had the intelligence to come up with the saying. Regardless, no one was indispensable as far as Martinez was concerned. Everyone had to die eventually. Some prematurely. "You need a shave," said Martinez, and taking his knife, held Brogan's head at the back by his hair, then scraped at his beard until he revealed the scar a guard back at the community center told him would make him easy to identify. Brogan hadn't even flinched at the touch of the blade, which took Martinez by surprise. He looked up at the beam above Brogan, and with the sway of his head, Roberto understood what he wanted. He threw the rope over the beam, then with Brogan's arms stretched above him, his heels slightly off the ground, Roberto fastened his end of the rope to a peg. "Get showered and changed. I'll deal with him. Mama's waiting for you." "Okay. I'll go take a shower." He waited until Roberto exited and glared at Brogan. "Well, Senor Brogan, what shall we do with you?" Brogan scowled. "You can eat my shit, that's what you can do," he said through gritted teeth, and then hawked phlegm at Martinez. "Just get it over with." He could see this being fun, like breaking the spirit of a wild stallion to have as a daily mount. Martinez sank his fist into Brogan's midriff, taking the breath from his lungs, then grabbed his jaw. "So, you're ready to die?" Quickly, it would seem. "I'm impressed." Letting go of him, he struck a blow to Brogan's jaw, missing as he flinched, bursting his lip, blood pouring from the wound. Martinez paced around him in circles. He had seen something of himself in Brogan after hearing of him having the elderly and children massacred back at the gated community. He wondered if that's why Brogan wasn't already dead. Brogan licked the blood from his lips, then glared at Martinez. "Just do it, or haven't you got the balls?" "Go ahead, kill the mouth that could feed you," said Brogan. Martinez stopped circling, taken aback by his last words. A rage built inside of him. It was all he could do not to plunge his knife into Brogan's kidney. He fought the temptation for the sake of the game he wanted to play. "So, you think I'm looking for recruits?" Brogan fired back right away. "If not, you should be, if those guys are anything to go by that brought me here." They couldn't muster a collective brain between them. Martinez stroked his beard, impressed by his attitude when facing death. "They found you and brought you here." "I'd say that makes them smart." Brogan snickered, then answered him. Brogan swiped his tongue over his split lip. "I'd say that makes them brain-dead soldiers carrying out orders." Martinez stepped up closer to Brogan. "Brain-dead? You didn't exactly have a good outcome over at the gated community using your brain to plan a defense." Brogan scoffed at him saying that. "At least I had a plan. Only yours won the day with superior assets, that's all. The helicopter and the CS gas didn't help. Without them, we have whooped your asses." Martinez nodded. "I'll grant you that. Who made the IEDs? Was it that Special Forces guy, Tom something or other?" "Tom Abram. He was a fraud. Never been in the army. I made them with some of my ex-soldier buddies." "Where did you learn how to make them?" "Iraq. House to house in Fallujah rooting out terrorists." found more than one IED factory with bombs and materials in various stages of production. It's not rocket science. Martinez grew irritated by the back and forth. Stepping to the front of him, he grabbed him by his shirt collar, holding his knife at Brogan's throat. Let's cut to the chase. How do you think you could feed me, as you say? Because I'm not stupid. How's your drug distribution going after the disaster? Not so good, eh? Especially with a third of the population displaced around the coast. Not to mention acid rain probably destroying the coca crop. Brogan had hit a nerve. His question talking about the mouth that could feed him had thrown him, but it intrigued him all the same. Still, he was tiring of the game and let go of his shirt. Martinez stepped behind him, pulling Brogan's head back by his hair, and held the knife to his throat. He felt Brogan swallow hard as his blade lifted over his Adam's apple. Either tell me how you could be of use to me now, or we might as well finish this. Oil. Refining oil. The same way as you produce coke in the forests, said Brogan through gritted teeth, spoken with urgency at the impending outcome of his predicament, despite his earlier bravado. Martinez withdrew his knife, reached up, and sliced the rope holding him to the beam. Brogan fell to the ground in a heap. Martinez lifted Brogan to his feet, partially loosed the rope to his wrists and stood back, withdrawing his pistol from his waistband. Brogan slipped his hands out of the rope tethering his wrists, then gave the rope burns a rub. Forgive me, I'm forgetting my manners. You look like you need to shower and have a change of clothes. While you're freshening up, I'll have Mama put out a plate of food and we can talk in comfort. Following Brogan across to the ranch house, he hoped what he'd said wasn't bull, or he would definitely end their encounter in the manner Brogan had requested. As they pushed through the plastic sheeting, Roberto almost missed his mouth, spooning the last of his green chili stew that his mom had made for him. I thought. Martinez didn't give him a chance to finish what he was about to say. Don't think. It doesn't suit you. Have Brogan here take a shower. Fix him up with some of our clothes that fit and bring him back here. Roberto put down the spoon, picked up his rifle, and guided Brogan into the living area. Martinez picked up the dish and walked on through to the kitchen. Any more stew? Only we have a guest, said Martinez. Yeah, no problem, said Mama, and put the bowl in the sink and continued washing the pots. They never shared confidences as to the business side of his activities, though he knew she must have known. He decided that he'd have to tread lightly with her now that business had arrived at her doorstep. Our guest's just taking a shower. He'll eat out on the porch. Listen, he says he wants to talk in private. Would you mind making yourself scarce? Scarce? In my own home? He's got a nerve. It's business, Mama, he said, and putting his hands on her shoulders from behind, he leaned in and kissed her on her cheek. Oh, very well. If I must. Thanks, Mama. He left the kitchen to hear banging pots. Settled back out on the porch, Roberto arrived with Brogan. Besides a change of clothes, he looked even more emaciated now he'd shaven, his cheeks sunken. His gaunt appearance was accentuated with dark patches under his eyes. Martinez guessed they'd given him starvation rations, just enough to keep him alive for their reward, not expecting him to live once they had him delivered to the ranch. Roberto, we've just had a delivery to the other barn. Do an inventory and check it against their count to make sure we aren't being shortchanged. Why should I be the one to do it? Martinez gritted his teeth, keeping his voice low so Mama wouldn't hear. Just fucking do it, or else. Roberto grinned, probably knowing he was on safe ground in Mama's home. He sauntered outside, leaving Martinez and Brogan alone. Please, take a seat, Senor Brogan. Mama entered and placed his dish of stew on the table a little on the heavy side, pulling a face behind Brogan's back, showing her disdain. Martinez looked on, resting his rifle across his lap as Brogan devoured the stew like a pig at a trough, trying to get the measure of the man from what he'd seen so far. Brogan emptied his dish. Leaning back in his chair, he pushed the empty dish away. Martinez observed Brogan's eyes course around the porch, taking in his surroundings. I should warn you, we hang draw and quarter special guests who attempt to escape our hospitality prematurely. For the first time, he could see the fear dancing in Brogan's eyes. Having put his threat forward, he He thought that would be a good way to end his life in the barn if he didn't come up with the goods. Chapter 5. Mistrust. Arthur Brogan at the Martinez Ranch, New Mexico. Brogan was finding it hard to believe that he was still alive. If the shoe had been on the other foot, he knew he wouldn't have hesitated to take out Martinez, whatever cockamamie story he concocted. He leaned forward, resting his hands palm down on the table. He knew he'd have to be convincing about what he had to say. Martinez broke the pregnant pause in conversation. "Now, what were you saying about the oil?" Brogan took a deep breath. "Well, from what I saw on the way from Colorado to here, we passed 3 refineries south of Albuquerque. None of them were operational. According to the radio, Texas has lost 50 miles of coastline where most of the refineries were based, together with storage. That puts gas in short supply. Any gas stations we passed were closed. I reckon that makes gas and diesel worth more than gold. Especially as there's no energy to charge up electric cars." Martinez looked disinterested. He didn't appear to be buying what he'd had to say so far. "So, what are you saying? I should build a full-scale refinery?" "That's bullshit. No, I'm saying you should set up makeshift refineries like ISIS did in Syria. They tasked us with blowing them up on the ground. There were too many for air support to take out. Over 6,000 individual units. Even we couldn't scratch the surface. During the time ISIS held the territory, they brought in $450 million, supplying the refiners at $35 a barrel at the wellhead. Then they charged them a tax on every gallon refined and rent for the equipment." Martinez shook his head. "But we don't have the crude. It doesn't exactly grow on bushes like coca leaves." Brogan was quick to reply, before Martinez might have lost patience. "Then take it. There are enough pump jacks lying idle from what I've seen on the way here. Steal some heavy-duty generators to get them pumping. And where would I get the people to run these makeshift refineries?" Brogan thought he was right about their soldiers being brain dead, and now it appeared so was their leader. "There are no jobs." "How's that a problem? Drivers with tankers laying idle will pay for the oil and ship it to the individual refiners to make their profit. Lend them the money if they don't have it and charge them interest. And the equipment? Easy. You've had submarines fabricated for trafficking, and it's far less complex. It just needs a tank fabricating out of steel, an inlet to pour in the crude, then a valve to close it, a heat source, using burning logs if needs be, then a pipe out, leading to a water ditch to cool the vapor. Hey presto, gas comes out of the other end. If you've ever distilled water in science at school, it's a similar method." Martinez nodded his head in apparent approval. Brogan hadn't been lying when he said it was like coke production in small-scale units. He'd had a good idea Martinez was all about the dollar, and by likening the refining to coke production, he imagined that would cement the notion in Martinez's mind that it could be an earner. Brogan suddenly sat back in his chair when he thought he had read him wrong. Martinez stood and pointed the barrel of his rifle right at him, then used it to poke him in the chest. Beads of sweat ran down Brogan's forehead, then stung his eyes. "You're right, you've got the brains," he said, and lowered the barrel, letting it hang loose on the strap. He reached over to the cabinet, retrieved a bottle of tequila and 2 glasses. Brogan wiped his shirt sleeve across his eyes. "You start tomorrow. Let's seal it with a toast." He considered that he should have been dead by now. He had a good idea it would be a temporary reprieve from what he'd read from articles about Martinez. All he'd done, he thought, was to buy himself some time to escape. He knew that even that wouldn't end his problem if he were to see out his life as a free man. If ever order was established, there were likely witnesses to him ordering the massacre of those people back at the gated community, not to mention the Mormons. It wouldn't be enough to escape Martinez's clutches. When they dragged him away from the bunker back at Bell's farm, the guards had knocked him unconscious when he tried to escape from them at the Strid. No one had talked about what happened to Rob and Rosa. For all he knew, they could still be alive, and he had to assume they were still breathing. If they were alive, he'd need to dispatch both Rob and Rosa as a priority. If they were around to recount their story, it could end in him getting either multiple life sentences or the lethal injection for sure. Brogan hoped Rob was still alive, so he could kill him with his own hands around his neck, just like in his recurring dreams. He'd always disliked him, but now he hated the son of a bitch. He'd probably been the one that had a sniper positioned to slaughter the love of his life back there at the bunker. The times he'd pictured their last encounter haunted him constantly. Going over and over in his mind was an alternative scenario that, but for him running out of ammo, Rob would be dead, and he'd still be with Donna. Martinez handed him a glass and poured in some tequila. "To the success of our new venture," said Martinez, raising his glass with a supercilious grin on his face. Brogan raised his glass, seeing right through the grin to the vacant soul of the man. Brogan set his own false grin. "To our new venture," he replied, and they chinked glasses, but in his head, he was toasting the hope he could escape and dispatch Rob and Rosa as he downed the shot in one. Chapter 6. Chess Game. President Latham. At the Doomsday Bunker in his private quarters. President Latham, George Hilton, the head of Homeland Security, and Defense Secretary Johnson, retired to the president's private quarters at the Doomsday Bunker. Latham flopped on his chair. After the lengthy debrief at a joint meeting of the Senate and Congressional Select Committees on Intelligence in their chambers at the rear of the bunker complex, exhaustion overcame Latham. "Well, that was a punch in the gut the other day," said Johnson. "I wasn't expecting such devastating news from General Blake on the international situation. I expected losses, but hell, their estimate of losing up to 2/3 of our naval assets is beyond comprehension." It left both committees speechless. "It is what it is," President Latham said. "Like we said in there, the Chinese have lost their capability in the South China Sea with their atolls swamped and their own loss of ships, so that evens things. Besides, they have more mouths to feed than us to hone their collective mind, so I don't see them as an immediate threat." Latham rose from his desk chair and paced around the room, agitated. He took a seat in his armchair and kicked off his shoes and loosened his tie. "Did you see their faces when we told them about the Koreans?" said Hilton. "Koreans? Don't get me started," said Latham. "The damn North Koreans are the ones that piss me off by taking advantage of the disaster and invading the South. There's not a damn thing we can do about it since we lost our fleet in the South China Sea, and they say the disaster destroyed Guam. It didn't help that President Riker had our troops removed from South Korea after he got suckered into that peace treaty. I told him it was a mistake. But then he never listened to me. Remember what he did just before my vacation to Hawaii? I couldn't believe it when he appeared on television to announce he would pull out of NATO completely unless they paid for all of our base and troops. Never even ran it by me. I thought it was a bluff until I called him, and he said he was serious. Can you believe that? Yeah, well, he's dead now, so you don't have to worry about that." "Don't tell me that's still festering," said Johnson. Latham looked up to the ceiling, still agitated, apparently deep in thought, alternately rubbing his hands together one way, then the other, then changed the subject. "Every continent is running blind just now with communications down, so I can't see a threat developing to our shores, though I don't trust the Russians. We can never forget the Russians, but I'm more concerned about the threat at home from the enemy within," said Latham. Hilton thumbed through the president's books on the cabinet shelf. Latham saw him pick up his copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf among the biographies of world leaders. He placed it back, a look of distaste on his face, then turned and took a seat on the sofa. "Yeah, I assume you mean the threat from Congress," said Hilton. "I can't believe they voted down military action under the Insurrection Act to prevent sending troops to quell the rebellion in Utah. To cap it off, that damn new bill to further curb your powers, specifically saying that secession is not insurrection where it is the will of the majority of the individual state, really sucks. Now our 2 senators from Utah have crossed lines and voted for the bill in the Senate. With those other 2 chicken-faced bastard traitors from California, there's nothing we can do." Latham rose from his armchair and took his seat at the desk. He poured a brandy, then swilling the glass, drew it to his nose and savored the aroma. "Yeah, well, it hasn't landed on my desk yet. Perhaps they're forgetting my power of veto. Do either of you play chess?" Hilton shook his head. "Not since high school." "Why?" asked Johnson. "Because they've played into my hands. You see, sometimes you have to sacrifice a few pawns to achieve checkmate." "I'm all ears," said Johnson. "We have 3 Republicans and 1 Democrat from Utah in Congress. All of them voted for this bill, effectively accepting secession. Forgetting the other 2 Republicans in the Senate who voted for the bill, we have 2 of our Republican senators from Utah, as you have said, who voted for the bill. He shuffled in his chair before continuing. In the statements from both the Democratic Speaker of the House and the Democratic leader in the Senate, their argument was that as there is no provision for opting out of the Union in the Constitution, they are effectively free to do so with a simple proclamation if a majority of voters so wish. Why not take it to the Supreme Court? Latham smacked his lips and rolled his eyes. That would be a waste of time seeing as how no-shows have left the liberal judges in the majority and the Democrats are holding up appointments. Besides, it's been to the Supreme Court before under different circumstances. Texas versus White, one of our lawyers mentioned, but he said it left the question of secession unanswered in certain circumstances. So, what then? Bear with me. Here's my train of thought. If we've lost a star, with Utah no longer part of the Union, what right do their representatives of the state have to take their seats? Johnson shuffled his backside on his cushion, then pushed his back into his armchair. What are you suggesting? Asked Johnson. Latham said an aloof grin. I'm suggesting we have security escort them to their new nation without pre-warning anyone. What is Utah called now? Oh yeah, Zion. The Democrats would agree with the action in private, because it will give them a bigger majority in the House, and stalemate in the Senate. He could see the look of bewilderment on Hilton and Johnson's faces. Wait, even if they agreed with that action in private, they would probably go for impeachment if you did that. Besides, it's the clerk to the House who is responsible for setting seats, and then only after the latest census, said Hilton. He was tiring with them that they hadn't grasped what he had worked out. We don't need a census. We have a map. Impeachment is what I would hope they would try. The Democrats would recognize they could pull it off with the numbers, at least in the House. But what about the Senate? Take out the 2 senators from Utah, and that's evens with no vice president to cast a deciding vote for normal bills. Then there are the 2 Republican senators who were closet secessionists from strong Democratic states who voted for the bill to appease their electorate with the next election in mind. Their inferences on the subject when interviewed to get elected was that they were for secession if any state voted for independence in support of it. They were likely considering the groundswell opinion on the subject in their states, with California Democrats calling for independence since we won the presidency and the Senate. Lose them as we often do on votes, and we lose the Senate. Don't forget, they need a 2/3 majority in the Senate to have me removed from office. Secretary of Defense Johnson had a look of astonishment and leaned forward. You're putting your presidency on the line. With respect, you're not making sense, Mr. President. You'd be handing Speaker Shoemaker the presidency if you lose. This so-called Zion hasn't fired a shot against us, so calling them enemies would leave you on dodgy legal ground. You'd need to run it by the Attorney General. Latham gathered his glass from the side table with the stem between his fingers. He took a swig of brandy to calm his frustration at the kickback, and then still not having seen the bigger picture he was weaving. On the contrary, it makes perfect sense. A vote for impeachment from a Republican senator would be a vote for a Democratic president. You're forgetting the game of chess. Consider the strategy of the long game, he said, and opening a drawer on his drinks cabinet he pulled out a copy of the map from General Blake's meeting showing the flood, together with a political map showing all sitting members of the House and the Senate. He passed the maps over to Johnson. Hilton rose from the sofa and looked at the maps over Johnson's shoulder. You're forgetting the map. Take your time. Study the maps. Take out the numbers from the congressional areas that no longer exist, and the complete loss of states for the Senate seats. See what numbers you come up with if those reps and senators if I have them removed. The president took a sip of his brandy, moving it around his palate, then swallowed. Oh, my God, that's genius. That would give you a huge majority in both the House and Senate if you exiled those without an electorate, said Johnson. Exactly, we'd be shut of Speaker Shoemaker because LA is gone, then we can have the new law die on my desk and invoke the Insurrection Act, which they've annulled, and return Utah to the Union. The Democrats that are left can cry foul all they like. They'll know where the door is if they don't like the situation. What redress would they have? The elections are due later in the year. If all goes to plan, we can have a bill passed to extend the date until after the emergency and they've taken a new census. I've already had discussions with General Carter, the head of security here, about appointing him as my running mate during an election. I'm sure we'll have no problem beforehand to remove those without an electorate as soon as the impeachment fails, with General Carter on board." He raised his glass of brandy. Checkmate, as they say. Chapter 7. The Rendezvous. Raw Bell at the Bunker, Colorado. 3 days after contacting Captain Jackson, I awaited his arrival with Rosa at the lake near the bunker. Rosa squatted by a tree, looking out over the intersection. I glanced over at her. It had been bugging me what Dad had said about her blood. I wondered if maybe she had some sort of genetic disorder like leukemia, or possibly early stages of diabetes. Sickle cell anemia also came to mind if she'd inherited it from her mom. I'd kept asking her if she was okay, hoping she might tell me what the problem was that she'd confided with Dad. All I had done was to annoy her. "Do you think they'll make it?" I asked. Rosa turned to me and replied. "He said not to be late because they were always prompt. Something serious could have delayed them." "Yo there, don't be alarmed," a voice called out I recognized. 30 yards away, the covering of ash dust rose behind a small shrub. I near jumped out of my skin as a soldier appeared. "Just making sure it wasn't a trap," he said as he dusted himself off. 2 more soldiers and Jackson appeared. I'd thought the soldier's backpack was a rock behind the low bush before he'd risen. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "We arrived 15 minutes before you," said Jackson, "and we shook hands. Sorry to make you wait, but we don't trust anyone, nothing personal." He took a hold of Rosa by the fingers and kissed her on the back of her hand. "Ma'am." Rosa sent him a smile. "Pleased you're here, Commander," she said. He seemed to be surprised by her addressing him as Commander. He let go of her hand. "Commander? Damn it, if I weren't black, you'd see me blush," he said and laughed. It didn't go unnoticed by me that he was still wearing his purple ribbon that Rosa had presented him with, after his timely rescue of the both of us. Rosa stepped back from Jackson to stand next to me. "It's close to the bunker from here." "Did the farmers mind you taking time out?" Rosa asked him. "Nah, we've trained them, so they'll be okay. Besides, it was getting boring doing the same thing patrolling day in and day out. The distraction of a mission is welcome. Listen, it's nice to talk, but can we get going?" "We can talk as we walk." "Sure," said Rosa. Rosa chatted away as we walked along the road with Jackson, but the other soldiers were nowhere to be seen, though I knew they'd be shadowing us. Rosa told him all we'd encountered on the way to the bunker. "Sounds like you had fun. The National Guard was at the site where your Mormon convoy had been ambushed. They had an excavator there, digging a communal grave. When we passed the gas station at the bottom of the hill, I was surprised to see the RV Brogan had crashed. Parked behind the RV, I noticed 2 SUVs with a camper van the convicts had driven. They were parked up next to a tow truck and the pickup we'd borrowed. The owner must have found gas from somewhere to have them hauled to his workshop. Finders, keepers for the parts, I guess." I heard a whistle. Jackson grabbed my arm. "Over the wall, both of you." He waited for us to climb over, looking out front and training his weapon, then he joined us. "Stay here. We'll deal with this if needs be." This time, I heard 2 whistles. Jackson broke cover and looked over the wall. "What is it?" "It's a family. Looks like they need help." I couldn't help but look over the wall. It was a shock to see the family walk toward us. They were emaciated, stick-thin, with a mixture of the images I'd seen on documentaries about the Holocaust and people fleeing from the Twin Towers, covered in dust. The woman fainted, and the children cried. The husband kneeled beside her. Jackson was on them, taking out his water bottle and cradling the woman's head, then fed the woman some water. She struggled to swallow, most of it spilling out of her mouth. Rosa jumped the wall and joined him, delving in her backpack for her water and handed the bottle to one of the children. They passed it around. Jackson whistled 3 times and the other soldiers joined him. They were vigilant, but dug in their backpacks, handing out rations as I joined them. "She'll be fine." "Dehydration," said Jackson. All of them appeared to have no flesh on them, as though their skeletons were covered with only their layer of skin, leaving their eyes bulging from the sockets. Covered with a layer of ash, they could have been mistaken for zombies. The soldiers wandered off to lay down a perimeter. Settled down on the ground to eat. I expected them to devour the rations, but they took dainty bites. Seeing them made me feel guilty that I'd been complaining to myself about the blandness of having rice or pasta every meal. "Where are you from?" Jackson asked the husband as the woman came around. She sat up, and her husband offered her some rations. "Denver. There's no food there in the city center where we had our apartment. The soup kitchens were forced to close by armed gangs roaming the streets. All the dumpsters are empty of scraps. It's at least a month since we've had a decent meal. The National Guard only has control of the suburbs, where they have food banks. They've given up on downtown Denver. We're trying to get to Durango. My sister has a small holding there on the outskirts. Didn't realize how far it was to walk." I dug into my backpack and emptied it of rations and water. I fought with my conscience. We knew nothing of them to offer sanctuary at the bunker. There again, in their state, I failed to see how they'd make it to Durango. I signaled Jackson to join me to one side. "I'm wondering if I should offer for them to come with us to the bunker until they've recovered some weight?" "Listen, I can understand your concern. I feel bad myself, but we've done what we can. You can't rescue everyone. There are hundreds of thousands more where these came from. Best we go. At least they'll get to where they're going now that they have plenty of food and water if they take the journey in stages. They'll be far better off once they get to their family." Despite what he'd said, I still felt guilty about having to leave them to their own devices. Although thinking that, there would have been no telling if they'd have turned out to be a problem. We said our goodbyes, wishing them luck and headed onward. It made me feel helpless that there could be hundreds of thousands starving out there when we had all the bounty we needed back at our farm. I shuddered, trying to put their image from my mind. We made it over the strid and on down to the farm. When we arrived at the entrance to the bunker, Rosa stopped me from entering the code and turned to Jackson. "Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to remove all your weapons. It's not that we don't trust you, but you could be planning a trap." "Nothing personal, but we don't trust anyone," she said, throwing their words back at them, and set a grin in Jackson's direction. "I'll place your weapons in our armory and you can collect them on the way out." They all exchanged glances. I sensed a tense atmosphere. To my relief, Jackson laughed. "Sure, no problem." They surprised me with the amount of weaponry and ammo they were carrying when they unloaded everything. "You go ahead, I'll stow these," said Rosa. "Be careful not to pull any pins from the grenades," said Jackson, and then he cackled. Inside, I showed them to the shower room. "You can shower and change into clean overalls if you wish. I can have Gloria wash and dry your uniforms. We have a laundry here. I've had clean underwear and socks placed in the lockers. You'll find the towels in there." They all nodded. "Sure, washing them would be good, if you wouldn't mind putting our vests and helmets in the armory," said Jackson. He unpinned his purple ribbon. "Best not wash this," he said, and placed it in a locker. "I'd appreciate it if you could put our radio on charge, seeing as how you have energy. It'll save us having to whistle or to hand crank our radios." "Will do." I wished I hadn't offered. The vests were heavy with the ceramic plates, not to mention the backpacks which must have weighed 90 pounds each. I could see the night visions on their helmets coming in handy if we entered Denver in the early hours. Jet came bounding down the tunnel, almost knocking me over when he jumped up at me, obviously pleased we'd returned. Rosa closed the door with the last of the weapons inside. "Thank goodness your commander Jackson agreed to take up the challenge. I'll feel better having them with us. All the same, after meeting those people from Denver, it could be one escapade too far for us from what they said." "Oh, I don't know. I'm looking forward to the mission," said Rosa. I couldn't understand what there was to look forward to, when the task could put our lives in danger. Still, I didn't have it in me to deny Dad his last wish. I'd have preferred to stay right there at the farm, where we enjoyed a stress-free routine. Glancing at Rosa, she seemed to me to have developed a taste for danger, relishing an excitement rush, rather than her spirit buckling at some nightmares we'd been through. Chapter 8. Campfire Banter. Rob Bell. At the bunker, Colorado. I had to smile when Jackson joined us in the common room for coffee the following day after his arrival, to see he'd pinned his purple ribbon to his overall. Between Rosa and me, we gave him the full backstory of our time at the gated community. This Brogan sounds like he was a complete asshole. Good thing he'll probably get what he deserved from those convict guys, said Jackson. He explained how he'd been shocked by the order to disperse into small units. Many had left their uniforms behind to return to family, even those in higher command. He decided it was better to wait it out and to follow orders along with many others, to be called back to duty when the disaster was over and order restored. Where are you from originally? I asked Jackson. Good old Louisville, Kentucky. Kentucky? Where were you based when the disaster struck? He clicked his tongue. Yuma, Arizona. They'd built a replica of the North and South Korean border. We were training for deployment since the hostilities increased over there, with North Korea having built up an invasion force. The top brass were expecting them to break the peace treaty since we'd pulled out our troops. We were preparing for rapid deployment. Yeah, I'd seen the situation on the news. Jackson shook his head. The Yuma base no longer exists. Whole damn area is under the ocean now with all the other army bases destroyed in Arizona with the flood. We were fortunate to get out when the flood arrived. We were on exercise in the Chinooks, transporting us to the mock border, with Apache choppers escorting us. Man, it was some sight as we watched the tidal wave devour the terrain. All those lives and assets lost. There was enough fuel in the tanks to get all the choppers to the northern tip of Arizona. That's when we were ordered to deactivate the choppers and to disperse into small groups. Some sort of government plan, they said. How many were there of you? At a guess, around 1,000 on our exercise in the choppers. Only mustered just over 200 on a recent mission. What mission was that? I asked him. It was after we first met you there out on the road. We had word a FEMA camp was under threat. Made Rosa famous around the campfires after it was over. I reckon everyone from coast to coast now knows about Queen Rosa. How come? Asked Rosa. Hell, they were all talking, ribbing me about the purple ribbon. You know how these things go. It got passed around the campfires about our encounter. Everyone kept saluting me and calling me Commander Jackson and asking how they could get a purple ribbon. Damn, you'll be even more famous when I recount the stories of what you went through to get here. We were all laughing at the banter when Dad interrupted us. When you've all finished fooling around, you might want to take a serious look at these maps. One shows the route to Denver and one's a street map. I've marked off where Baker and Wright have their offices. I see you've got used to the tube. You feel better? That's not important right now, but yeah, Mary's showing me how to feed using the syringes. While we're at it, does that damn dog have to be on the armchair? His name is Jet, like I've said before, and I've put a cover on the cushion. You're welcome to try to move him. I turned to Jackson. Sorry, Dad forgets his manners at times. Dad, this is Commander Jackson. Commander Jackson, this is Dad, I said, with Rosa covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Yeah, pleased to meet you I'm sure, said Dad and shook hands with Jackson. I'll leave you all with the maps. I'm assuming you will go today? Don't be so impatient, but yeah, we plan to go today. Dad grunted something under his breath and sauntered off. You'll have to excuse him. It's not his cancer that causes him to be abrupt. Dad was made that way from birth. We pored over the maps. How fit are you? Asked Jackson. We're both fit. We use the gym every day and we're hardened to trekking. We? Yeah, Rosa is coming with us. I'd rather she stays here. That's what I said, but she insists. Jackson sucked air through his teeth. Okay. Right then. You sure about that? I'm sure, said Rosa. I could see by the expression on his face that he didn't look to be pleased at having her come along with us. We'll need enough water for 3 days, with food rations for the 6 of us. Pre-cooked so we don't need to light fires, said Jackson. I'll arrange that with the kitchen, said Rosa, and she wandered off. 3 days? Are you all superheroes? That's a round trip of 600 miles. It'll take more than a week walking just to get there, I said. Who said anything about walking? We have our transport hidden near the lake back there at the intersection. It'll only take 6 or 7 hours there. The extra rations are for a contingency. Won't it be dangerous taking the road? Jackson laughed. Not unless the scavengers have set up roadside bombs. It's an armored vehicle. We found it at an abandoned police compound where those guys who ambushed you stole the patrol car and jet. We've mounted a machine gun on the turret. Is it diesel? Yeah. We have plenty of diesel. I could have some of our men drop the bridge and carry some jerry cans over the river for us to pick up. We have enough spare and 3/4 of a tank. We also have a hand pump if need be, and we come across a gas station. When we return, you can replace what we use. I had to admit it was some relief that we had transport, especially an armored vehicle. You realize how dangerous it's going to be in Denver? We're bound to have contact with hostiles, whatever time we go into the city. We should park outside and have Rosa stay in the vehicle, said Jackson. That would be wishful thinking. I'll let you try to convince her. Chapter 9. Exile. President Latham at the Doomsday Bunker. Colorado. As far as Latham was concerned, it was game on. As expected, after he'd exiled the reps and senators from Utah, without him seeking any approval, it was impeachment day. President Latham sat at his desk in his quarters at the Doomsday Bunker. His vision fixed on the live feed on his monitor from the Senate chamber, with the attorneys debating his impeachment. The lead representative of his legal team wrapped up the closing arguments for the senators to vote against his impeachment. It had been a done deal in the House, but then he expected that outcome. George Hilton, the head of Homeland Security, chimed up, interrupting proceedings. What do you think so far, Mr. President? Shush, listen. His legal team's representative started his final summary. To finish, let me remind you of the recordings that came to light from General Carter, the head of security here, and discovered after the House had voted. The recordings played back, with the two senators from Utah having nefarious discussions by radio about the upcoming vote on Utah declaring independence, and their conversation with the governor of Utah before the dark skies prevented communications. Their promise to vote against military action and implicating others was clear enough. You pulled that one out of the bag, said Johnson. It helps when the person in charge of security is motivated to dig for dirt with the promise of being my running mate at the next election. All outside communications were recorded at the time we could use the radio. They should have known that. Latham's representative for his legal team continued. In conclusion, those who President Latham had removed should be considered as aiding or giving comfort to an enemy of the Union, as per the 14th Amendment, under Section 3. Having given an oath to serve the Union, their actions were treasonous. Furthermore, as Utah is no longer part of the Union, and accepted as such by the argument put forward by the Democrats, in relation to our Constitution, later confirmed by the vote in the House to accept secession. I would therefore say the seats for the former state of Utah, in both the House and the Senate, no longer existed at the time they were removed from the bunker. As such, President Latham had every right to exile them as a duty to the Union under the Constitution. I would therefore ask you to vote against the article of impeachment that has accused President Latham of an abuse of power. And with that, I rest our case. Chief Justice Hogarth presiding signaled the end of proceedings and called for the vote to begin. Slam dunk, said Hilton. Not so fast. Don't count our chickens, said Latham, and hoping no one would notice one of his eyes fluttering in a nervous tick. The senators are not idiots. Many will understand the implications of the loss of their electorate to the floods, hence the eventual loss of their seats with the upcoming elections. Some will understand it could lead to them losing their seats prematurely if a vote against impeachment wins the day, especially if the Census Committee votes in our favor. I've done the calculations for those, and it will leave the result too close to call. If we lose, we'll have to await the outcome of a judiciary trial in the Constitutional Court. But if it gets to that stage, I'll start packing a suitcase. Let's hope we get 30 or more votes. It would have been less close if not for the no-shows from our party when we were shuttled here. President Latham picked up a clipboard and pen, then paced up and down as Clerk Amanda Robertson called out each one in turn to state, yeah or nay. The votes came thick and fast. He checked them off against his own predictions for each senator as they were called. At 20 for impeachment, his fingers trembled. Passing his desk, He picked up the decanter and poured a brandy. "Wait, what was that one?" "Did Clark vote yeah or nay?" asked Latham. "Yeah," said Hilton. "I'm sure it was a nay," said Johnson. "Damn it," said Latham, and missing the next vote call as they deliberated. He slammed the clipboard on his desk, then picking up his brandy, he swallowed it down in one, and then poured an extra-large one into his glass. "I don't know why this day and age they can't press a button all at once to vote to get an immediate result, don't you think?" said Johnson. Latham ignored him and took his seat in his armchair. His face reddened as the votes came one after the other. The first nay vote arrived that he'd heard. "At last," he said, and picking up his brandy, he took a long swig. "I can't watch this anymore. I'm going to the restroom." Pushing back in his chair, he stepped out of the room. At the sink, he turned on the faucet, cupped his hands under the water and splashed it over his face. Staring in the mirror, he wondered how he could have got his strategy so wrong. He lowered his vision, staring at the water circling, then escaping down the drain. Right then, his dreams, aspirations, and the meaning of his life, all seemed to him to be disappearing down that plug hole. He raised his vision, rotated his neck, straightened his tie, composed himself, then marched briskly out of the restroom. It wouldn't be the first vote count he'd lost, he reasoned. There was always another day. Another fight. Even if it meant starting over outside the bunker. "How am I doing?" he asked as he joined the others. "Not sure. I have it at 28 voting against impeachment if I got that first one right," said Johnson. The next one was a loud and clear nay vote. "One more to go if I have my count right. They have to be running out of senators to vote." The votes continued, when there was a tap on the door and Secretary Bloomsdale of HUD entered. "Sorry to interrupt, but I've heard a rumor that Shoemaker is preparing to have a bill presented to the floor of the House to have the November elections suspended by his successor if you lose the vote." "The bastard. He's expecting to be sworn in and to take my place as acting president." "I think this is the last vote," said Hilton, "unless I've counted wrong." "Who is it?" Latham asked. "Dugan, the Democratic senator for New York," said Johnson. "Damn it, that's me gone." The president drained the last of his brandy. "He's hesitating," said Hilton. The president looked on as Dugan loosened his tie and unfastened his shirt button at the neck, then ran his fingers under the collar. Johnson turned up the volume. "Nay," said Dugan, croaking out the reply, then picking up his notes, he hurried out of the chamber, head down, to shouts of, "Shame on you." "Did he really say nay? Have I won?" "We have to wait for the clerk to do the tally to be sure." "It's all down to that first one we were not sure about," said Johnson. There was another tap on the door. General Carter entered. "Sorry to interrupt, Mr. President, but have you prepared the executive order?" "I have my men on standby." "Yes, but I've not signed it yet." "We're waiting for them to tally the vote." The clerk headed over to Chief Justice Hogarth presiding and handed him the tally. Hogarth cleared his throat. "In the matter of the article of impeachment against President Latham, regarding a charge of his abuse of power, the senators have voted as follows." All in the president's quarters crossed their fingers. "The votes are 59, and the nay count is 30. He brought down his gavel. "The case is dismissed." President Latham grinned that the votes at 59 fell one short of the two-thirds majority required to carry their impeachment. He glimpsed at the monitor screen, with Speaker Shoemaker sat among the House Democrats' legal team and sporting a look of thunder on his face. All but President Latham whooped with delight. Calmly, he reached into his top drawer and took out his executive order with a list of names for removal from the bunker, for all those who had lost their electorate to the floods. Shoemaker was at the top of the list. He signed with a flourish and handed it to General Carter. "When you remove them with their armed escort to the FEMA camps nearest their old states, ask Dugan why he voted nay." He turned to Johnson. "Can you go to the communications room and see if Signals Battalion has managed to set up their Sinkers communications relay yet? I need to get in touch with military command at their bunker in Pennsylvania. If they have, I want an urgent message to General Blake to come over here with his plan to take back Utah. Failing that, I want you to organize a courier." Chapter 10. Mission is a go. Rob Bell, Denver, Colorado. Arriving on the outskirts of Denver, we pulled over into a secluded wooded area. Rosa had her native bow with her, but she'd exchanged the arrows for some she'd found in the armory. At least we both had armored vests with helmets and night visions. Dad had been thorough in stocking up the armory, which impressed Jackson. We'll leave the vehicle here and go on foot. Let's do a comms check. Only make contact in an emergency. Let us do all the communicating, said Jackson. All our radios were operational, which was a relief for if we were separated. Looking on, Jackson ordered two of his team to cut down branches to camouflage the vehicle, while he sent the other to the top of a hill to scan the radio channels. Jackson hurried over to us and took the time to instruct us on basic hand signals, which weren't difficult to understand. Taking out Dad's street map, he already marked a route to our destination. Rosa, I'd like you to stay here and guard our transport, said Jackson. Not on your life. I'm betting if I weren't here, no one would be assigned to keep guard. Besides, the way I see it, you're my commander and I'm in charge, and I say I go with you. Jackson grinned. Okay, but for goodness sake, stay close to me. I noted the time at 3:30 in the morning. With our transport hidden, the radio operator returned. He pulled Jackson to one side out of hearing and whispered to him. I hoped it was nothing untoward we could expect. Nerves were getting the better of me. Either that, or the temperature plummeting caused the shivers. Change of plan. We're driving in. Clear the branches from our transport, said Jackson. The National Guard has the city center closed off. They're going to let us pass through. How did you manage that? They think we're rescuing family members at our own risk. Fair enough. We all been chatting away on the drive to Denver, but now the atmosphere in the back of the transport changed. No one spoke as we headed to our destination. It had been like that on the way to rescue the guards from our gated community. I guess it was the norm for everyone to consider their own mortality. To think of loved ones. I didn't have anyone to consider, only Dad, and he wasn't due to be long on this earth. It was the thought which seemed to take away any fear I may have had of what could lie ahead. I'd convinced myself it would be straight in and out with the deeds and letter in hand, without being spotted. Mission complete. Over the rumble of the engine, the sudden scraping and squealing of the wipers on the windshield glass made me cringe. It was a good thing we hadn't walked if it had started to rain. It was a blessing that any downpour would likely stop anyone from venturing outside while we carried out our task. The negative side was that it sounded so loud that I convinced myself the wipers would signal our arrival. The transmission whined as we slowed and then stopped. Jackson turned on his helmet flashlight and handed me a camouflage stick. Better use this. You're white as a ghost. I don't need it with my complexion. What am I supposed to do with it? I asked him. Pass it back and I'll do it for you. Then I'll put some on Rosa. The back door opened. A National Guardsman shone his flashlight around inside, then closed the door. A tap on the outside of the steel was a signal from the guard, and we moved on. It wasn't rain I'd seen in the guardsman's flashlight beam, but thick ash, falling like snow. It was looking as though Mother Earth hadn't finished belching yet. The driver turned off the vehicle lights. Jackson studied the street map and leaned over into the cab. The wiper gave a single screech, then stopped. Take a left and pull into the alleyway. We're here. As soon as we are outside, ignore us. Both of you cover our rear. Night visions deployed. Stay close to the wall and keep yourselves crouched in as small a profile as possible. With the engine off, it was deadly quiet as we exited. There were no candles burning in windows. No one on the street. No critters calling out to relay our presence. All I could hear were my own breaths. It was no surprise then that a shiver ran through me at the sound of metal on metal, grinding to the right of me. Losing concentration, I snapped my vision to a metallic screeching sound. Luminous green figures appeared of our team. It was obvious what the grinding noise had been as one figure appeared to be climbing a fire escape. Another had the stance of covering the top of the building, while another was crouched, giving cover down the alley. Rosa tugged at my sleeve, dragging my attention back to the task in hand. Jackson joined us and lifted his night visions. He pointed to his eyes with 2 fingers, then across the road. I lifted my night visions and followed his signal. There it was, 20 yards further along the street. It wasn't an office block as such, more of a storefront with the sign for Baker and right over the facade. My heart sank. The windows were smashed, and the door was open. I counted a dozen bodies scattered around both on the road and on the sidewalk close by. The smell of death oozing from their corpses, bloated and rotting flesh, overpowered the sulphurous atmosphere. Rats scurried around, some feeding on the corpses. I had to fight back from retching. Jackson flicked down my night visions. The ash falling was thicker now. It was like watching a television screen with a green cast and no signal, with specks dancing on the screen. While one of our team covered our backs, the other stalked down the sidewalk. He crept across the road, disappearing inside the attorney's premises. A few minutes later, his silhouette appeared at the door and his arm waved. Jackson stepped up briefly, holding out his arm for us to stay back, then he quickly returned to behind the cover of the building. I knew immediately he'd seen someone as their voices carried into the alley. Jackson showed us 2 fingers, then placed them on the ground in a walking motion. I guessed he was signaling there were 2 of them. My heart rate escalated. I breathed through my nose only to draw in some ash, pinching my nostril to stop a sneeze. It went quiet as the voices stopped. We waited for Jackson to give a signal, but he still had his arm out, when a crashing sound ripped through the air, followed by a woman's screams. The screams grew louder and soon it was obvious they were in the open. Rosa broke protocol and whispered to Jackson, "We have to do something. If we give away our position and shots get fired, it'll bring others down on us," he whispered back. Rosa retrieved her bell, flicked up her night visions and took out 2 arrows from the quiver, completely ignoring Jackson, and stepped past him. "Cover me." "Damn it to hell," Jackson mumbled. He followed her, stepping out from the corner, and then crouched, his rifle shouldered and giving her cover. I followed suit just as she reached a dumpster in the road. 2 figures were kneeling on the road, whimpering and pleading with their captors. One figure stood to one side of them, while another, who stood over them, raised his arm as if to execute them with a bullet to the head. It was a surreal vision looking on through my night visions as the arm of the attacker raised, firing off a round, with a green plume rising into the air, then he crumbled to the ground. In quick succession, the second one keeled over. Jackson rushed ahead, and from the movement of his silhouette, his knife made sure they were dispatched. He ushered the victims over the road and in through the door of Baker and Wright's office. Rosa joined them as the last member of our team joined me. "Go, go," he said, and I ran over to join the rest of them. Rosa was comforting the woman as I arrived, when I heard the radio crackle in my earpiece. "Alpha 4 to Alpha 2, we have 20 hostiles arrived in vehicles. Position possibly compromised. Your tracks are visible, over." "Roger that, out," said Jackson. "Damn it, things will probably go hot. Hurry and find what it is you're looking for." Chapter 11. Hostile Intent. Rob Bell at Baker and Wright, Denver, Colorado. We were on the ground floor in what would have been the reception. A desk was on its side and the counter smashed. Strewn around were letters and files from the lawn filing cabinet. Wires where a computer would have been at one time trailed on the floor, with broken glass everywhere. However lightly we stepped, boots crunched on the glass, having me cringe that we'd be heard. Dad had said his attorney had his office upstairs, where he kept his deeds and private papers. Gliding up the stairway 3 steps at a time, I bounded to the hallway. For all it was freezing, sweat dripped from my forehead, then my nose. Jason Baker, attorney at law, the nameplate said on the open door, which narrowed my search. For filing cabinets were tipped over, with the drawers still closed. I tried to open them, but they were locked. Grasping the first one, I hauled it upright. I glanced around. The desk was tipped over with the drawers open and their contents scattered around. Scratching around at what would have been in the drawers for a set of keys seemed a hopeless task in the dark, but I daren't use my flashlight. Someone must have been looking over me, as I felt a bunch of keys. I sighed at having found them, not relishing trying to open the cabinet drawers with the crowbar I'd brought with me. The noise would have been a dead giveaway to whoever was outside. Hands shaking, fingers trembling, it was all I could do to locate the keys in the locks. Finally, I found a key to open the first cabinet and opened the bottom drawer. Flicking through the files, they were all marked from F to J. That narrowed down the search, and opening the top drawer, I arrived at the letter B. There it was, looming large, Jordan Bell. It wasn't just one file, but a whole armful. Checking through the individual files, I found the bulky sealed letter addressed to me, and feeling the outline of the key, I stuffed the envelope into my pocket. Searching around for something to store the files in, I found a cardboard box of old fax rolls, and, emptying it out, I stuffed in the files. I'd been completely unaware of anything going on around me when my earpiece crackled. Alpha 2, they'll have eyes on you in less than a minute. Stood back, but glancing out of the window, the scavengers were trooping in and out of the apartment block where they'd attacked the couple. Whatever they were retrieving, they were loading box after box in the trunks of their vehicles. 2 of them stood over the bodies of the victims and their assailants, the arrows in their corpses clearly visible without my night visions in place. 3 more were stalking along the tracks from the corpses toward our location, rifles at the ready, creeping ever closer. Rosa startled me when she entered. "You're to come down, now," she said, to a sudden explosion of gunfire. Glancing outside, the 3 who had stalked toward us were laying on the ground, one of them crawling in a death throe, then with a single shot ripping his clothing, he was still. With the box of files in my arms, I scurried after Rosa down the stairway. Alpha 2 to Alpha 4, hold fire. Cover only if needed from up there on the roof. Back door exit, over. Roger that. They're hiding behind their vehicles. I need 2 minutes. Advise if compromised. Roger that, out. Jackson ushered us into a back hallway. With his buddy assisting, they dragged the desk to the adjoining door leading from reception to the hallway, which would slow down our assailants. The hallway led to the rear door. Jackson took out his knife and cut a length of computer cable hanging loose. We were in the hallway when automatic rounds hit the office out front. Jackson ushered us from the hallway into the canteen area. He stripped the cable and took a hold of a grenade. I looked on as he wrapped the wire around the grenade, leaving a trailing length. "I'm going to hang this on the handle of the back door and pull the pin. Tip that table over and get behind it now." He exited out into the hallway, then shortly after, darted back and joined us behind the table. A sudden flash lit up the room with a deafening explosion. Shrapnel must have ripped through the drywall as fragments stuck in the wall above and behind us. "Go, go, go." Jackson stood at the doorframe, tapping each one as we passed him, as if counting us out. Then he joined us in the alley around back. He took hold of another grenade. "As soon as I toss this, make it to the corner of the alley, but don't cross the road." He pulled the pin, and we were away. Glancing over my shoulder as I hit the corner, a loud explosion ripped through the air. Dust and debris shot out from the door at the back we had exited. Alpha 4 to Alpha 2. They're diverging. A group is going to your flank, over. Roger that, out. Looking across at the alley opposite, I could see our transport vehicle. I might as well have been a mile away, considering the predicament that we were in. They were still firing rounds at the entrance to Baker and Wright. I pulled down my night visions, worried there could be other directions they could attack from. X-ray 2 to Alpha Team, the cavalry are here. Prepare yourself. I exchanged glances with Rosa at hearing the message. She lifted, then dropped her shoulders. Jackson joined us. "The shit's gonna hit the fan. Get ready to run across and get into our transport." We edged to the corner at the road, when a bright green plume shot across my vision, quickly followed by another. 2 thunderous explosions, one after the other in quick succession, cut through the air. Startled at a green wipeout in my vision, I flicked up the night visions to see yellow and orange flames leap into the sky to our left. Our attackers' vehicles were on fire. The others of our team were already scampering across the road, firing off rounds toward the vehicles. Jackson gave me a shove to get going. Waiting in line as the others scrambled into the back of the transport, I passed the box of files to Rosa. I turned to give cover, when in my periphery I had the strangest sight. It was as if someone was floating down from the roof of the building to our left. I flicked up my night visions, thinking it was an illusion, then put them back in place. It was only our spotter abseiling down to get to us quicker. The doors to our transport closed, when volleys of rounds ripped toward us from barrels spitting flames from the alley opposite. The three of us left outside returned fire, sending our attackers for cover. Our vehicle turned and entered the alley, out of sight, and the back door swung open. "Get in," Rosa called out. Still laying down cover until we were out of sight, finally we were all in the safety of our transport. Jackson was the first one to cut through the silence with a laugh as we reversed out of the alley, to shots pinging off our vehicle's armor, then we drove back the way we came. His laugh was infectious, and we all ended up laughing and sharing high fives. It soon went quiet. If the rest were the same as me, I was debriefing myself with the experience, going through every nerve-wracking moment that we cheated death. And for what? A key and a bunch of papers to satisfy Dad's last wish and paranoia. Our armored vehicle pulled over and stopped. "You can stretch your legs here." "We're safe," said Jackson. Climbing outside, it surprised me to see another armored vehicle behind us. A soldier climbed out of the passenger seat. He was African American, his helmet tilted back, and he chewed gum as he strutted toward us. Most noticeable were his white teeth from a huge grin and the whites of his eyes sparkling. "Here, let me introduce you," said Jackson. "This is Sergeant Richardson, aka X-Ray 2. "Ah, so you're X-Ray 2. "We've exchanged messages," said Rosa. "You must be Queen Rosa," he said and, taking a hold of her fingers, kissed the back of her hand. It was getting to be a habit with these army types. "Pleased to meet you, ma'am. That was some work with the bow and arrows back there. Do I get a promotion for saving your asses with the rocket grenades?" "No, sorry, I can only have one commander, but I think it deserves a purple ribbon," she said, and unpinning one from her jacket, she pinned it to his uniform. "I'll treasure this." "Thank you, ma'am." "This is Rob Bell," said Jackson. We shook hands. "You're welcome to call to our bunker, Sergeant, especially if you're low on rations." "I'll remember that." "Thank you, sir." We left them talking. I wondered if I'd been too quick to offer for the sergeant to call at our bunker. He might have rescued us, but all the same, he was a stranger to me, if not to Jackson. No one had said anything, but now I worried about the couple we'd rescued. What will we do with the couple we rescued? We're heading back to the bunker. Do we just drop them off on the road? The only alternative I can see is that they come back to the bunker with us, but it could only be temporary. Maybe have them stay in the barn? Rosa shook her head, then sighed. You can't offer for them to come back to the farm, that's for sure, never mind the bunker. You know nothing about them. Inviting troops for our safety if ever needed is one thing, but complete strangers is another. They could have been rival scavengers to those who attacked them. They don't exactly look to be starving, especially the woman. Don't you think it's strange that she's obese? Look at the boxes they were taking away. Those could have been provisions they'd taken by force from others. I overheard that, said Jackson. Rosa is right. We can hand them over to the National Guard at the roadblock and they'll see to them either getting to a FEMA camp, or maybe rehousing them. I thanked God for Jackson resolving my dilemma. While I knew they were both right, and on this occasion her judgment was based on sound reasoning, Rosa had taken matters into her own hands back there in the city. She put her life on the line to rescue the very people she was now saying could be a danger to us. Although her action earned my respect. I shook my head, thinking that on more than one occasion, her actions were such a contradiction to her words. As much as we got along, I couldn't see how I could trust anyone who talked one way and acted differently to what they said. I could see that impetuous streak of hers getting her into some serious trouble. It worried me. I would have hated to see her get physically hurt. Chapter 12. Fool's Gold. Diego Martinez, New Mexico. Martinez pulled over in his SUV, close to the border of the Navajo Nation. It ticked him off at having had to travel so far. Brogan had said the makeshift refineries needed siting away from population areas and near to a water source. It wasn't just so it would be difficult for them to be closed down by any agency, but like coke production, the byproduct and spillages would saturate the earth and toxins would leach into the water table. Not that it worried him, all he was concerned about was the income. Thankfully, the wind had dropped, giving better visibility, but the landscape still looked desolate, a monotonous ashen gray. Brogan and Roberto were standing at the side of the refining equipment, supervising workmen pouring crude into the boiler tank from a barrel. "Is that it? One barrel?" said Martinez as he approached them on foot. "One fucking barrel isn't going to make us rich." "This is just a test," said Brogan. "If we get the temperature right, we'll know how much fuel one barrel of oil will produce. Then you can work out the market prices. Out of a 42-gallon barrel, we should get anywhere from 15 to 20 gallons of fuel and 10 gallons of diesel. We won't have the sophistication to produce other products, so we'll have to dump the waste we don't use as a heat source for the tanks. The diesel won't be the same as you could get from a gas station. It'll have a high sulfur content. No one will notice though, because the air is already thick with the damn stuff. Cut the crap. I don't need a scientific lecture. Just get on with it." Roberto walked with him back to his SUV and sat in the passenger seat. "We don't need him if it works." "He's not one of us," said Martinez. "Do you want me to terminate him after the test?" "Not sure. He could teach the guys how to make bombs first, maybe then we could finish him." "How are we doing getting ready for the election?" "All our men are in place in the cities, towns, and the villages. We've sent out messages we're in control of the polling stations. Our people have carried out some beheadings where we've had pushback from local mayors and sheriffs. It's not like New Mexico has a massive population to get control of people to see things our way. The outcome of the election is a cert. We'll fill in the ballots ourselves that aren't used and toss out a stack that goes against us if need be." "Good, I have a meeting in Columbus with our future Governor Hernandez. Then we can really get things going." "Any other news while I've been on my travels?" said Martinez. "It's all been happening while you were away having meetings with those bankrupt industrialists you mentioned. Our cut from people smuggling will start rolling in soon. The socialists and secessionists have joined forces in California. They're creating havoc, and the ones with money are leading in droves. Our scouts say they're abandoning their boats at the shoreline." "Good. If we can get this refining going, we'll have fuel for the outboards. We need to recruit more men from the locals to send out there to take charge of the abandoned boats. $10,000 per refugee sounds about right in cash or valuables. I want you to organize that ASAP. I want you to take some of our men to California to set up a network to collect the cash or valuables from would-be refugees. We'll take the same cut as we did in Mexico." Roberto turned in his seat. "We can do the same in Texas, but we don't have the same control there. The scouts arrived back while you were in Albuquerque. With Florida gone, many of the Latinos have ended up in battles between the whites and the blacks who don't want them there. The whites are heading northwest in convoys to the central states, with the blacks taking over the states down there, and the Latinos have been driven west to get to Texas, but they're piling up at the new expanse of water trying to get there. Damn it, we need more men. Get Gomez to go to Texas and to get control of the situation. He'll know what's needed." "Any news from Giant?" "Nothing. He'll be back, eventually. I've had enough of this waiting. I have other things to do. Have Brogan to meet us back at the ranch when he's done. He can bring what he's produced to the ranch, then we can assess if it's worth the effort. Monitor him." Roberto climbed out of his seat. Martinez stepped on the gas pedal and headed in the direction to cross the border into the Navajo Nation's territory. He imagined he had a knack for assessing people's intentions, but Roberto infuriated him. In his mind, Roberto acted so damn loyal at times, like the encounter he'd just had, and yet at other times he acted as if he were trying to put him down in front of others. He sighed. Looking ahead in the distance, he could see the Navajo border roadblock. As he neared, they waved him down. "What's your business here?" "I want to make contact and to speak with whoever runs your tribal chapter around here." "What makes you think they'll want to speak to you?" "None of your fucking business. I have a business proposition that'll put money in all your pockets. Now let me through." The guards huddled together, then returned. "One of us will escort you." It was a long, boring drive. He didn't have a clue what to expect, or how the Navajo were governed locally. Apart from the Navajo Nation was split into chapters. What he knew was that they were largely free of federal government control, which must have been a godsend to them. The other godsend was that 75% of housing didn't have electricity, so not having power following the disaster would be no great hardship. Prompted to travel there after he'd made inquiries, he knew that some of their oil pumps were privately owned, together with news their refinery was out of operation. They'd also lost most of their territory in Arizona to the flood. They now had ocean shoreline on their territory, which would be useful for smuggling those who wanted to travel to the northern states from California. He wasn't sure there would be an opportunity for business, but in his mind, he thought it was worth a shot. When they finally arrived, they escorted him into a building and told to wait in reception. Whoever he was to meet might not be the one he'd need to speak with, but he knew he had to start somewhere. "You can go in now," said the border guard, and pointed to an office door. Taking a seat, he stroked his beard. He'd not shaven ever since he'd left the mansion in California. He doubted they would recognize him. Word would hardly have arrived that he'd escaped with the media out of action. "Hey Aonanina?" asked Martinez, in the only Navajo phrase he knew. The guy behind the desk laughed. "Good effort." "I'm fine, you can speak English." "I'm James Begay, and you are?" "Ricardo Dominguez," he lied, then reached over to shake his hand. "How can I help you?" "I'm not sure you can. I should say that I'm here on behalf of Senor Hernandez, who it looks as though he will soon be governor of New Mexico. He's asked to look for opportunities to provide humanitarian aid to your Navajo nation during the catastrophe that we are all facing." The guy smiled. "Do you not think you have enough problems of your own just now?" Martinez fired back. "Of course, but there could also be areas we could explore for our mutual benefit." The guy pushed his back into his chair. Martinez was enjoying thinking fast on his feet, when the guy replied. "Yes, of course, but I think we are better placed for our people to survive this disaster, considering our history. Maybe it is we who could help you." Martinez saw what he'd said as his opportunity. "Perhaps we could explore that. You have coal, yet all your mines have been closed down for years. Our climate has changed, and people need heat. None of us have the federal government on our back just now, your territory even less so. The federal government has left us all to our own devices since the disaster. There's no economy as such, but I'm sure we could work something out with cash to get some of your people in employment at the mines. Of course, our people have little money to buy coal just now, but maybe some sort of barter could be worked out. I'm sure that the cost could be kept low if the coal was hewn by hand with picks. Maybe we could refine your oil in exchange?" "Anything is possible," the guy replied. Martinez thought it was time to push his luck. If he had him judged right, he thought he'd soon be in his pocket. If not, all he'd wasted was a few hours of his time. "We have an earlier proposition that could start now before our election. There's a need for people to sail power boats to California and back. We will provide the boats. If you could set up a docking area at your shoreline, you could funnel the refugees to their destination from your territory without prying eyes of the federal government, not to mention that your government campus at Window Rock is now underwater, which must have thrown a wrench into the works for your agencies. How many is it you have in law enforcement?" "Someone told me it's only 300 for the entire territory." Begay pushed back in his chair and clasped his fingers together, with his two index fingers forming a steeple, and tapped them on his nose. Then he hadn't shown him the door yet, told him he was giving it some thought. "And just where would I fit into all this?" asked Begay. "I would need payment for my time in recruiting and looking into the coal situation." "So, I take it you could help? Maybe a down payment?" Martinez slipped his hand into his inner jacket pocket and, pulling out an envelope, he tossed it on the desk. Begay opened the envelope and flicked through the $100 bills, nodding his head. Martinez detected a faint smile on his face. "Yes, I'm sure I can help." Negotiations concluded, Martinez told him he would be in touch, and they said their goodbyes. Driving back to the roadblock, he saw lines of natives working in unison to sweep the ash dust from the terrain, leaving a carpet of distressed yellow grass, with herded sheep and goats penned in and waiting to be let loose. Martinez smiled. Coal could be the answer to heat the makeshift refinery tanks if needed, and he could get it cheap enough, with the surplus earning money selling it to households. He just hoped Brogan would be waiting back home to prove his attempt at refining had worked. Chapter 13. The Treasury. Rob Bell at the Bunker, Colorado. When we arrived back at the bunker from our escapade in Denver, it seemed like a hollow celebration, considering it had been to retrieve a bunch of papers and a key. The only consolation I took from it was that I could eventually go to my grave knowing I had carried out Dad's last wishes. Having money or wealth and assets didn't seem to me to have any meaning right there and then. It was a strange notion, considering it was all I had strived for since leaving college with an economics degree, and after getting married. Wealth had seemed to me to have been the be-all and end-all in life before the disaster. As for Dad's gold and oil, I reasoned that at that moment it was worthless, as you couldn't eat the damn stuff. I would have gladly given it all up just to have my dad enjoy more time on Earth. I stepped in front of Dad's door at his quarters, and juggling with the cardboard box, rapped on his door. "Dad, we're back. Come on in." He was resting in bed when I entered. "How are you today?" "Tired." "Is that what I think it is?" "Yeah, it's all your deeds and licenses and the key. Told you it'd be easy." I didn't have the heart to tell him how close we had all come to death. "Yeah, you said. What do you want me to do with them?" "Put them in our treasury. Keep the key with you at all times. I have some gold chains in the treasury. You could use one of them to keep it on a neck chain, same as me," he said, and pulled out his key from his shirt to show me. "They're in a purple box." "Okay. Listen, I just want to say this before I'll not be able to talk anymore. Look, I know I was hard on you growing up. I wasn't always like that. I've had an anger burning inside of me ever since God took away your mom and your brother. You don't have to worry about me. I'll soon be joining them, and will be watching over you." "Don't talk like that, Dad. You'll be with me for a long time yet." "I won't be with you much longer, son, and that's the truth. Don't think I created all this for me. I created it for you. All I ever wanted was to make sure that you could enjoy a long life that was taken away from your mother and your brother. That's where my obsession came from with prepping. I just needed you to know that. Listen, I also need to say that I'm sorry for your loss with Donna. I know you didn't end up on the best of terms with her, but I also know you loved her, and I'm sorry for bad-mouthing her to you over the years, which must have hurt. Come here, son." He held out his arms, and we embraced. It was the first time I could ever remember that happening and felt tears welling. Not wanting him to see my emotion, as we broke away, I turned and picked up the box. "I'll stow these right away." "Love you, Dad," I said as I opened the door. "Don't be so damn soft, but yeah, I love you too, son," he said as I closed the door. I walked across to my room, fighting my emotions to keep composed, and entered. Ignoring Jet's greeting, I dropped the box on the desk, threw myself on the bed, and burying my head in the pillow had not been able to fight it any longer. I sobbed until I was all cried out. That was the first time not only that he'd embraced me, but also the first time he'd said he loved me. Wiping my eyes on the bedsheet, I sank into the depths. At that moment, I had a wish that I could go with Dad and join Mom and my bro, to start over from where we'd left off. Bless Jet, he jumped onto the bed and licked my face, distracting my thoughts, and we had a play fight. "That's enough," I said, and throwing my legs over the side of the bed, went to the sink to wash my face. Jet sat there at the entrance to the restroom, panting and wagging his tail. He brought a smile to my face. I had Jet to think about and Rosa. I had a promise to keep to my dad to look after her. Dark thoughts pushed to the back of my mind, I collected the box. Exiting, I left Jet in the room, and set off down the tunnel, while most of our people were out on the farm doing chores. In the common room, Rosa was there with Jackson and his team, together with Sergeant Richardson and his men, who had decided to join us. "I'll be with you all soon," I said, and headed on through the hallway to the kitchen area and gym. At the end of the hallway there was a steel door with a sign saying, "Danger, no entry, authorized personnel only," then a symbol for falling rock. I entered a code on the keypad and walked on through, closing the door with my boot. Juggling the box under my arm, I fished out my flashlight and followed the ducting. With my arm just about dropping off, I finally reached my destination. It was sweltering in the tunnel. Foul air from all our breathing worked its way to the outside of the mountain, pushed on its way with fans and the ducting. It was the one flaw in Dad's planning. Anyone with night visions would see the warm air discharging from the mountainside through a grill where the ducting ended. Holding the flashlight in my teeth, I fished out the key and unlocked the door, then pressing in a code on a keypad, the steel 4-inch thick door opened on its own. Passing a sensor, the room lights came on. The door was marked Danger, Methane Gas, with a skull and crossbones symbol. It was such a relief to drop the box on the top of shrink-wrapped currency, loaded onto a pallet. I took the envelope that had held the key from my pocket and removed the letter with Dad's instructions. It seemed for the second time that day that Dad wasn't as hard as his exterior displayed through the words from his mouth. My instructions were to give each resident of the bunker enough gold or currency to start their lives over once any disaster was over, but not to tell them while the disaster was done with. He said that to only give them food and shelter for their toil was akin to slavery, and he wanted no part of that legacy. That made me feel better about our mission to retrieve the key. It meant we'd put our lives on the line for the benefit of all. On a shelf behind a pallet of small quarter-ounce gold ingots, next to a battery-driven forklift, I found the chains, chose one, then quickly exited, locking the door behind me. Arriving back in the common room, Rosa and Jackson were not there. "Where are they?" I asked. "Back's in. Rosa is showing him the radio room." I glanced at my watch. It was around the time Rosa set aside to gather information relayed from the prepper circle. "I'll join them. Be back with you all shortly." On the way through to the radio room, I collected Jet from my quarters, and placed the key on the chain around my neck. "Come on, boy, let's go see Rosa." When we arrived, Rosa didn't notice us enter. She was sitting at the desk with her headphones on and scribbling notes. Jackson was taking an interest in the other radio equipment. Pity we can't bounce messages off the ionosphere, and the dishes don't have eyes on the satellites. "This is some setup your dad has here," said Jackson. "Yeah, short of nothing. The ash does make things difficult having to have stuff relayed. How long do you think you'll stick around?" "You can all stay as long as you like," I said. He turned to me and nodded. "Not sure how long we'll stay. I was talking with Richardson. It would make a good command post here. Problem is, while I can understand you have to look after the livestock out there on the farm, we don't see any defenses, despite having an armory. Yes, we can see once you're inside the bunker, you'll be impregnable from attack. I can also see that you could sit it out for years, without the livestock, but you've been lucky so far. We were going to talk to you about setting up a defensive perimeter and withdrawal strategy, so you can carry on with your chores on the outside in relative safety. Raising that bridge doesn't do it because the river can be crossed. A few days showing you all what's needed, then we'll probably move on. As comfortable as it is here, it's not our thing. We can always come back if ever we're needed." "Well, you're welcome here, anytime." "Thanks." Rosa snatched off her headphones. "That's interesting. There's a meeting of governors happening in a week's time over in Nebraska with General Blake. And guess what? My uncle will be there." "Your uncle? You've never mentioned him," I said. "I saw a lot of him as a child, but he's so busy now. Not heard from him for years apart from he always liked my posts on social media. He talked to Mom and Dad a lot though." "What's he going to be doing at the meeting?" I asked. "He's Denzel Williams, the governor of Kentucky." "Is that on your mom or your dad's side?" "He's African American, so you guess," she said. "So that'll make him your mom's brother?" "See, that wasn't rocket science to work out." Rosa pouted her bottom lip. "Oh, I wish I could see Uncle. I could tell him Mom and Dad survived over in Nepal. He was very close to Mom." Richardson stepped over. "General Blake, did you say?" "Yes, why?" "Because I'd like to meet the son of a bitch and to ask him when we're going to be recalled. None of us knows what the hell is happening. Besides, we're owed a chunk of back pay. We could escort you there if you like, but we'd need you to supply us with diesel and rations." Rosa looked at me, her eyes pleading. "What?" I said, reminded of what happened with the journey to Denver, yet finding it hard to resist her the way her eyes were locked on mine. I guess she'd be going anyway with having Jackson to give her an escort. It flattered me she was sort of asking my permission, and by her expression, that she wanted me to come along with her. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck with the rest of them in the bunker. "Okay, we'll go." Chapter 14. Ambush. Speaker Shoemaker, Portland, Oregon. The convoy of armored transport heading west from the Doomsday Bunker hit the outskirts of Portland. It had been a lengthy journey, after having had to take a detour north to avoid the enormous 200-mile fissure that had torn through the terrain in the few days after the initial disaster. Speaker Shoemaker sat there in the back of the troop transporter, head in hands. He wondered how in hell's name he hadn't foreseen that President Latham could have acted to remove everyone who had lost their electorate to the floods. That's what he'd heard Dugan had worked out, and he'd just wanted out of there to search for his family when he'd voted against impeachment, considering that he'd made a mistake in going to the bunker in the first place. Just as infuriating was the fact that General Carter, in charge of bunker security, had acted on the executive order, without first seeking legal counsel's advice. Latham had driven more than a coach and horses through the Constitution. In his opinion, he had hit the red button and nuked it, blasting it to smithereens. General Carter had proved himself to be a devious rat. But for him telling all of those exiled they were being transported to a meeting with military command until they were outside and were told the truth, he thought they could have resisted. He had no sympathy for Dugan and wished him dead by 1,000 curses for voting against Latham's impeachment. But for him, he could have been waving goodbye to Latham and would have now been acting President Shoemaker. Dugan would be heading east, or he could have given him a piece of his tongue. All he could hope for was that when he arrived in California, he could have his party find a seat for him to contest as soon as elections were possible. Then he prayed there would be a day of reckoning for President Latham. The transport came to a sudden halt, throwing him sideways. The rear door opened, with Captain Riggers standing outside. "You can stretch your legs, sir," said Captain Riggers. "We're having to reassess our route. We've backed ourselves into a corner with the diversion, I'm afraid. There's a FEMA camp southwest of Portland where we could stay overnight, then journey on to California in the morning." Shoemaker was pleased at the interruption, with his backside sore from the uncomfortable seating. Climbing out of the back and hitting the ground, he stumbled, one of his legs numb from the journey. The rest of the senators and reps from his party followed him. In the second transport, a smaller group of senators and reps from the Republican Party clambered outside. There was no camaraderie at their joint plight, and they huddled into their separate groups, each taking furtive glances at the other group. Shoemaker broke away and stepped over to Captain Riggers and his sergeant. The sickly smell of the sulphurous atmosphere was more pungent on the outside of the transport. They were pondering over a map and constantly looking over the horizon. He followed Captain Riggers' eyeline. Over in the distance, he could see fires burning, flames leaping skyward, and heard the faint sound of cracking, like that of 4th of July fireworks. "How far to the camp?" asked Shoemaker. "Not far. We're looking for a way to avoid Portland over there," he said, and pointed toward the fires. The sergeant folded his map. "Sorry, sir, but there's no alternative," said the sergeant. "We'll have to charge through the city to get to the camp." "Have the men mount the turrets, front and rear?" "Yes, Sarge." They were all ushered back into their transport vehicles and the convoy continued on toward the city. Shoemaker turned on his seat and looked out through the thick glass of the observation port to a yellow glow from outside. Numerous buildings were on fire as they zipped down what looked like a city center road. He flinched and ducked as the port glass suddenly frosted at the sound of rounds pinging on the steel bodywork. The transport picked up speed, bouncing all seated around. To the explosive sound of the pumping and thudding of their escort's .50 calibers unloading rounds, he covered his ears. The transport suddenly lurched with a thud as it must have hit something, throwing all from their seats as their vehicle careened. With a sudden jolt, they came to a halt. The inside lit up, with flames visible through the observation portholes, licking the bodywork. Everyone shared looks of horror, but no one spoke, not knowing just what was happening. The staccato of .50 caliber rounds reduced in intensity, then stopped, leaving only the pinging sounds continuing with bullets bouncing off the armor. Everything went quiet. Confused, Shoemaker saw the rear door open, the light from a powerful beam blinding him. "Everyone out. Hands on heads." Stepping outside, they were surrounded by a group of men and women, dressed head to toe in black. All wore motorcycle helmets, their visors down, and pointing their rifles directly at them. Glancing around, Shoemaker saw semi-trucks and trailers carrying containers blocking the road front and rear. Atop the containers were men with rifles covering them. As he coursed his vision around the scene, the soldiers providing their security were motionless, sprawled around in various distressed positions on the road, clearly dead. Their attackers clambered over the armored vehicles front and rear, unloading the corpses of the soldiers manning the 50 calibers over the side. Left and right, they were covered by the attackers from office windows. One transport was missing that carried troops and had been following on at the rear. Shoemaker was the last one to be searched. One of them took out his ID and shone a flashlight on his face. "Speaker Shoemaker? I thought you looked familiar." Glancing over at the Republicans, they were ushered back into the transport. The semi-truck and trailer blocking the road behind them pulled away. Someone reached in through the driver's door of the troop transport, hauling out the dead driver, then climbed onto the seat. He did a U-turn and drove onward. "Where are you taking them?" asked Shoemaker. "They're not welcome here. We're taking them back to the state border. You can all come with us to headquarters." "Relax, put your hands down." No more was said as all were escorted across the road and into the foyer of a luxury hotel. They were left guarded in reception as the young man, who had seemed to be in charge, he disappeared through a door to the restaurant area. 5 minutes and he returned. "We're having your suitcases brought to you and you'll be settled separately in a hotel room. There's only one candle each, so use them sparingly. We should have the generator working tomorrow when the fuel arrives. You'll all be called to a meeting later. You're all safe here, so don't worry. Mr. Speaker, you're to come with me." For a terrorist, Shoemaker thought his reverence strange as he followed him through to the restaurant area. They walked past the rows of dining tables to a door marked restaurant manager and he knocked. "Enter," a woman's voice called out. As they entered, the person behind the desk flicked down the tinted visor of her helmet, obscuring her face. The room was dingy, lit by an oil lamp that gave off a worse odor than the sulfur. "Please take a seat." His escort left the room and closed the door. "Well, Mr. Speaker, what brought you here? I'm assuming you were on some sort of congressional fact-finding mission to have left the bunker. Sorry about the ambush. If I'd have known you were among them, we'd have let you pass, but we thought it was an attack on our headquarters." "Who are you?" "I'm the leader of the Cascadia secessionist movement." "Tell me about your mission." "You've got it wrong. We've all been exiled from the government bunker. President Latham has basically carried out a coup. He now has numerical control of the House and the Senate." "How did this happen?" He'd been dying to get it off his chest and explained in full. "So, you have no political influence right now." "Correct." "Why the burning buildings? Isn't there enough damage with the disaster?" "Preparing for our future, Mr. Shoemaker. Now Zion has declared independence, we need to seize the moment. The disaster has brought forward our plans." "And what would those be?" "Knowing your policies and political affiliations, I don't mind telling you. We're destroying all federal government and law enforcement buildings, but more importantly, we're destroying bank and finance company computers and records, then burning down all national bank branches. Right now, we're doing the same in California and some other states. But primarily, our strength is in California and Oregon. None of the right-wing television or radio broadcasters will have the facilities to operate once we've finished." She took a pause, then continued. "When the energy is restored, people will be free of debt, no mortgages to pay. No rent to pay. Records of home ownership destroyed. The police and the National Guard haven't been paid. They only have a small contingent of volunteers, many of whom are our own infiltrated activists, so we'll have control of the streets. We already have the leaders of the National Guard in our pockets. We're to give them vacated mansions and we'll make sure they have a comfortable lifestyle. We'll do the same when we re-establish the police. We already have referendum voting papers in place, and our organization will ensure the outcome. You do realize, President Latham can undo our legislation we had passed with a path to secession? Then he can have the army put down what he considers to be insurrection. You'd be surprised at the intelligence we've gathered. The army would have a shock if they tried. We know their numbers and assets, and trust me, our numbers of militia and the assets we've seized and plan to seize will be far superior. But you can't run a state, never mind this Cascadia, without a government and the security of law and order. Judging by the look of you all, I'd say you're mostly young adults. You'll hardly have the experience to run a country, never mind establish a new one. She picked up a pen and tapped it on the desk, then put it down again. Maybe that's where you could step in, considering your current predicament. We've been talking about a president for Cascadia along socialist governance lines. I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to accept me in that role. Maybe you could be the one. You also have Edwards with you who has worked at the Federal Reserve who could advise us on introducing our own currency. What do you think? She removed her helmet, the young woman's long black hair cascading to her shoulders. He knew who the 32-year-old actress was right away, and he grinned. He'd never have guessed in a million years from her public persona that she could be a terrorist. He wished he could be the one to tell Latham of her identity and then to see the thunder on his face when he found out who she was and that she was in charge of the terrorists. Chapter 15. The Trinket. Diego Martinez at his family ranch, New Mexico. Martinez returned to his ranch from his meeting with the new Governor Hernandez after his successful election, surprised to see Gomez sitting at the table on the porch. He set down his briefcase on the table and joined him, noticing 2 large suitcases at the side of Gomez. I wasn't expecting you back. What's in the cases? One of the cases he lifted on the table, flicked the catches, and opened the lid. $235,000. Can't lift the other case onto the table. It took 4 of us to carry it inside. Gomez reached down and opened the case. It was full of gold rings, some with precious jewels, Rolexes, bracelets, and assorted chains. Looks like you've collected more gold than money in value. Yeah, it's difficult getting paid cash to smuggle people. Cash is in short supply. I thought it better to report back than to stay there, but I need to get right back. We're also making money renting out fishing boats we've hijacked from up north. I reckon we can make at least a net $5 million a month from people smuggling. I know we could make more money if we had the boats. I've had to keep some money back to buy boats and outboards, and to have some built. We can't steal them all. Martinez nodded, conceding his point. There's a note inside the side pocket with the money to account for expenses. There's also a dossier from all our scouts on the situation in Texas. Houston is underwater and there's an oil slick along the full length of the coast. They've put a boom across the new body of water and it's holding it back from spreading north. Austin was abandoned after a huge quake there, same with Dallas and some other cities, when old fault lines became active. They're busy trying to repair power stations, but with the total loss of solar power and 75% of wind farms destroyed, even if they get the power stations operational, they'll be short of capacity to start the grid to all areas. Besides, EMPs have taken up most of the transformers in the grid. So, none of the bank's computers will work? Correct. They're all closed. There's a massive FEMA camp set up inland, just west of Austin. Many people have moved to the central and northern states in convoys. Most of the surviving areas of cities are no-go areas, seeing as how every man and his dog seems to have weapons in Texas. It's all there in more detail. You did good. When you go back? Tomorrow. Just watch out for skimming. Don't worry, we've already had to leave some messages for others to see. They won't be around to skim again. Martinez opened his briefcase. He took out a bunch of papers and flicked through them. Here, this is yours, and the others are for your team. It's your pardons from Governor Hernandez. Thanks. I'll go get a shower and have a sleep. Yeah, no problem. Let's just hope Roberto can make the same money in California. It'll be interesting to compare takes. Maybe I'll give a bonus for the winner every month. Gomez trudged out of the room to shower, then to rest. Left alone to the hum of the generator, Martinez took out his own pardon and grinned. But it was the next paper that made him smile. It was the governor's executive order appointing him in charge of the National Guard, with General Cummings reporting directly to him in the absence of communication with Northern U.S. Army Command, and for him to coordinate the police force and border patrol under his new documented identity as Ricardo Dominguez. He reached down and picked up a thin chain with a cross from the suitcase, then closed the lid. "Mama," he called out. "I have a present for you." "Oh, you're so sweet," she said, as she swept through the doorway and onto the porch. He placed the flimsy chain around her neck, and she kissed him on the cheek, then hurried back to the kitchen. A vehicle pulled up outside. Brogan had arrived with some of his men. "How's it going out there?" asked Martinez. "We have 78 refiners up and running," said Brogan. "We need to ramp it up, but manufacture of the tanks is slow. They're getting impatient to get paid for making the tanks. We don't have money coming in just yet. All the fuel we're refining is getting exchanged with the Navajo for coal," said Brogan. "I have the money situation solved. Let me know how much we need to get to the first 1,000. Have this suitcase loaded up in the trunk. But first I'll have my men there pry out the jewels, then take the gold to the smelters. I want a note with the weight and the purity. If there's as much as a gram short, you'll know what awaits." He changed his mind about Brogan's fate. He was proving himself to be useful. An excellent organizer. None of the traps he'd set for him to escape, with some of his men lying in wait, or for attempts to have his people to bribe him into selling fuel on the side, had worked. He wasn't ready to trust him yet with a weapon, but it headed that way. With Roberto and Gomez out of the picture, he was finding him useful to have around. "What shall I do while I'm waiting for them to strip out the gems?" asked Brogan. Martinez opened the suitcase loaded with bills counted into stacks of 1,000 and piled some on the table. "Get 2 of my men from the barn with the box van. You can use this money to pay for the refinery tanks and order some more. Then go to the National Guard store. I have a requisition here from Governor Hernandez for an initial 1,000 uniforms and equipment. By the time you're back, the trinkets should be ready to take for smelting. First thing tomorrow, I'll have the requisition for the police uniforms. Once you've done that, you can get back to the fuel operation." "Yes, sir," said Brogan and saluted. Martinez smiled and puffed out his chest, saluting back. It made a change from his men referring to him as boss. Over in the distance, a wall of dust headed in the ranch's direction. The air was still, so he doubted the wind was whipping up the ash. Over at the drink cabinet, he opened the drawer and took out his binoculars. Pushing the plastic sheet to one side covering the porch, he stepped outside and put them to his eyes. He could make out a convoy of vehicles. They came to a halt around a mile out, disappearing as the dust cloud they had thrown up overtook them. One vehicle continued heading right for him. As it grew nearer, he didn't recognize the vehicle as one of his. Brogan was still hanging around at his vehicle. "Go to the barn and alert our men. We have incoming." Brogan scurried away. Martinez stepped back onto the porch and retrieved his rifle. As the vehicle drew near, he relaxed and shouted for his men to stand down. There was no mistaking the huge frame of Giant crouching over the steering wheel. He pulled up at the porch and climbed out of his vehicle. "You took your time." "Yeah, but we're here now." "How many men did you muster?" "Around 3,000 still marching, with an additional 300 men give or take with the vehicles. The 3,000 are on this side of the border. We'll have more recruited later and they'll follow on. I've left all the heavy transport over there," he said and pointed. "Come on in, I'll have Mama get you some refreshment." Settled down at the table, Martinez unfolded a map. "I need you to go back to your convoy after you've had refreshment." He pointed to an area on the map. "I want you to set up a camp for them here. We've set up an oil refinery system there, and it'll serve to guard our operation. Same while our foot soldiers arrive. I want you to have the printing press and equipment sent here to install in one of the barns." Giant pulled out a brown paper envelope from his pocket. "This is an inventory of assets and ammo we've brought with us. There's more on the way." Martinez studied the list. "That's good, but as it happens, we have access to the National Guard's armories now. Still, you can't have enough. I'll explain later. A lot has happened." He dug into his briefcase and took out the pardons for Giant and the crew that he'd taken with him. "Here, this should put a smile on your face. Hand them out when you get back to the convoy." Mama brought out some lemon juice and placed it on the table. Martinez pushed back in his chair, clasping his hands together on the top of his head, and closed his eyes. For all the foul odor in the air followed them everywhere, he could taste the sweet smell of success. In his mind, he now owned New Mexico, what was left of Arizona, and Texas was now in his sights. The Navajo didn't know what was in his mind yet, but he had plans to run their territory, or at least to take control of their refinery once he had the right generators in place. Chapter 16. Family Treachery. President Latham at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. President Latham swiveled on his chair at his desk, feeling good with himself. With control of Congress, the upcoming elections later in the year had been postponed as a contingency until law and order could be established, leaving his presidency open-ended. Even more cheering to him was that Congress had now backed him to have a military campaign against Zion to restore them to the Union. His secretary entered his office and handed him a sealed envelope with the mark of General Blake, emblazoned with top secret on the front and rear of the envelope. "We've had this delivered by Army courier. I have General Carter outside wanting to speak with you. Ask him to wait." President Latham hoped this would be Blake's plan for military action to commence, but it didn't seem thick enough to contain a plan. He opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The heat rose in his cheeks, increasing in intensity as each paragraph unfolded with the words of General Blake. He pressed the intercom buzzer. "Have General Carter enter. Contact Hilton and Johnson. I want them here like yesterday." Carter entered, not giving the president chance to greet him. "We've had some alarming news regarding California and Oregon." "Who gives a crap? You're a military man. Read this and give me your opinion." "But sir, you really need to know this. California and Oregon have issued a declaration to form a new alliance to be named Cascadia." "What do you mean, alliance?" "I mean, they've declared independence from the Union, sir. They've announced their new president and committee." "President? Committee? What the hell are you babbling on about?" "We've had one of the troop transport return that escorted the senators and reps that we exiled. They were lagging behind the convoy when it was blocked off and attacked in Oregon by secession terrorists. They made it out, but their engine was damaged. Unfortunately, they had to wait a week for it to be repaired when word reached them. Anyway, they picked up the information from refugees at the border." "So, who is this new so-called president?" "President Shoemaker, sir. The former Speaker of the House." "What?" He reached for his decanter and poured a brandy, eagerly taking a drink. "Yes, I'm afraid so. Their National Guard are on board. Some of the evacuees told our surviving security guards that they'd been turfed out of their mansion and top brass from the National Guard have been given their property. The committee leaders are the Democrats that you exiled, together with Governor James of Oregon as his vice president. The committee includes the mayors of all the towns and cities from both states, except for those who were Republicans who have been removed from office. There's a mass exodus happening just now of everyone loyal to the Union. There are also caravans heading in the opposite direction with socialist activists. Apparently, the new name is the Socialist Republic of Cascadia. How in hell's name have they come up with that so quickly? The intel from the FBI was that the secessionists were not organized, just a ragbag of independent agitators." "Apparently not, sir. FBI got that wrong, just as they did with Antifa. Apparently, the secessionist movement was born out of the remnants of Antifa after they were designated terrorists. They've shown themselves to be a well-organized machine. I don't like to tell you this, but your daughter is the one who clandestinely runs the rebels." For a moment, his mouth gaped open, stuck for words. "Who, Jocelyn?" He snatched at his glass, downing the rest of his brandy, and then poured more into the glass. "Yes, sir. Sorry to be the one to break the news, but the intel is sound. It's definitely your daughter." Latham slumped down in his chair. "But that's ridiculous. She visited me regularly at the White House. Hell, she even sat in on meetings with the president to discuss advancing women. She's joined us on fundraising evenings. Jocelyn's never shown socialist tendencies ever since she left home to become an actress. On her mother's grave, best we keep that between ourselves until it's verified for certain, or I'll be a laughingstock." Hilton and Johnson swept into the room. "What's so urgent?" asked Johnson. "Tell them, while I try to calm down," said Latham, and draining his glass, he poured another large brandy. General Carter relayed the news, keeping the president's confidence in regards his daughter. Hilton and Johnson took their seats, sinking into them as if their spines had collapsed as the news unfolded. When he'd finished, there was an uncomfortable silence that seemed to go on forever, until the president cut through the atmosphere in the room when he pressed the buzzer on the intercom. "Janine, come in here right away." "Yes, sir." He handed her the letter from General Blake. "Have 3 copies made and bring them back right away." Latham drummed his fingers on the table. Johnson made to speak. "I think." Latham held up his hand. "Don't say a word." "I'm thinking." His secretary returned with the copies. "Hand them around." Latham continued to drum his fingers on the desktop, then slapped his palms on the desk. "Well, have you finished?" "Nearly," said Hilton. Latham rose from his chair and paced around until he had their attention once more. "I'll start with you, General. What are your thoughts on the content of the letter?" Reading between the lines, he's refusing orders. In fact, the entire Army command seems to have agreed with him if what he's saying is true and the signatures are real. He's basically saying that government has lost reality of the situation on the outside of the bunker. He's saying they don't have the manpower, logistics, and assets, or the will of the soldiers to mount a campaign, and that restoring the infrastructure and assisting law and order has to be the U.S. Armed Forces' priority. We have a saying in the Army, don't ask others to carry out what you're not prepared to do yourself. I think that says it all. He's throwing it back at you to provide the government's plan right away to restart order and governance. Why the hell did I give the traitor a 5th star? Hilton, what do you think? He's going against your orders to come up with a plan to take back Utah, that's for sure. Hell, he doesn't even know about this Cascadia debacle yet, so I'm guessing his answer would be the same. Latham scowled over at Hilton. While I agree with your sentiments, it seems you've been asleep over in Homeland Security regards the Cascadia situation. I'm less than happy with you, I can tell you that much. Hilton's cheeks reddened. Johnson, what do you have to say on the subject of the letter from Blake? Said Latham. I don't know what to say. I'm still trying to compute all the information to think straight. It defies belief and I can't get my head around the paragraph when he talks about people spit roasting their pets and having to bury people in mass graves. Then there's the cholera outbreaks with water filtration systems out of operation and pumping stations not having energy. They're estimating upwards of 100 million dead. President Latham rolled his eyes. Losing lives is no excuse. Carter, you're the military man. If I ordered you to come up with the plan I asked for, what would you have done? Carried out your order, sir. We all swear an oath to protect the Union. Right now, I'd be pulling all my men together to help keep the peace and carrying out repairs to restore infrastructure. That would have to be secondary to restoring the Union to adhere to our oath to protect the Constitution. Congress didn't mention Utah in the bill they approved for military action. It was a blanket law for any states that declared unilateral independence, regardless of any referendum, so I'd be looking to take them both back into the fold. Johnson finally spoke up and turned to Carter. So, let's say you were appointed to take General Blake's place. Are you saying you would carry out the President's orders to the letter? Yes, sir. Well, as you know, with elections postponed this year, it would be some time for you to be put forward on the ticket as Vice President. How about we ask General Blake and those who have signed the letter here to a meeting? You have them arrested for treason, and maybe the President could have you promoted? President Latham took a sip of his brandy. Those were my thoughts. What do you think, General? You're the Commander-in-Chief, sir. The decision is yours alone to order. I'm merely here to serve to your command. I knew I'd chosen well when I asked you to be my running mate. That's it then, it is so ordered. Once they're in custody, you'll have the 5th star and take back our territories. If you two could leave us now, I want a private word with the General. As soon as they'd gone, he took hold of a blank letterhead, then with his fountain pen, scrawled a brief message, then signed the note and handed it to Carter. Here, this letter is informing Hilton he's fired. Hand it to him when you have him escorted from the bunker. I'll need to appoint a new secretary of HS. Now arrange for all those who signed the letter to come here for a meeting. Send a courier if communications are still down. As soon as his door closed, he stepped over to his desk, picked up the framed photo of his daughter, smashing it down on his desk, breaking the glass, then tossed it into the wastebasket. Chapter 17. Unexpected Convoy. Rob Bell on the journey to Nebraska. Commander Jackson, Sergeant Richardson, and their men wasted no time in organizing our defenses. With our electrical and mechanical engineers, they made good use of the electronic fencing equipment we had in the barn, ramping up the power to fry whoever, or whatever touched it to send them to hell. There was that, together with making IEDs with fertilizer. They had the bombs wired back to triggers at points in a network of trenches they had Rosa and me take turns to dig out with our excavator, and leading back to the bunker, but with traps to close them off to pursuers. No one would be allowed out on shores without a rifle. With wolves at large, and no doubt elusive mountain lions, together with inquisitive bears, I felt better having the electronic fencing. If nothing else, the fencing, together with the razor wire, would protect the livestock while we slept. As a last resort, Jackson had us lay an irrigation sprinkler system, connected back to a fuel tank with a pump and mobile generator. Even Dad was impressed. The day was ending, and we'd be driving overnight on our journey to head for Nebraska. I drove up to the river next to the bridge in the excavator with a bucket of stone. "Where do you want these?" Jackson pointed at the spot next to the bridge, and I unloaded them in a pile. 7 more buckets should do it, then we can have an armed guard behind them on either side when they lower the bridge to deliver the eggs and milk to the convoy, said Jackson. I thought that part of the defense was over the top as it was the same guys collecting the produce every day. With the last load dropped, I headed back to put the excavator away in the bunker. "Are we going now?" asked Rosa as I stowed the excavator. She was already fully kitted out as a frontline soldier and ready for the journey. "Give me a chance to close the door. I need to shower and change clothes yet." "Have you got a change of clothes for when you meet your uncle? He won't mind me dressed as I am." "He might not mind, but if you meet with the other governors, you don't want to embarrass him. Have a word with some of the other women. They should have something. Mary, the nurse, is around your size. Maybe she can help." Rosa sulked, then climbed into her golf cart and sped down the tunnel. The large steel door seemed to take forever, grinding on its tracks for it to close. I couldn't help but think that as mature as Rosa seemed at times, way beyond her years, the child in her wasn't far away. Showered and changed, ready for the journey, we gathered in the common room. Laying out a map on the dining table, Sergeant Richardson traced the route from our bunker to Nebraska Military Gearing Armory, the army base where the meeting was to be held. I had to look at the name twice, thinking they had spelled armory wrong, and it should have read army. "If we change drivers halfway, we should get there by tomorrow around midday," said Richardson. "All the supplies are loaded up and waiting at the bridge, and Jackson has taken some of our men to collect the transport. We should go now." Rosa struggled to pick up a suitcase she borrowed. "What have you got in there, the kitchen sink?" I said and laughed. "You said to get a change of clothes." I couldn't make my mind up what to wear. Richardson came to the rescue. "I'll carry it for you." Walking onto the bridge, the money belt I had loaded with currency and 10-ounce gold ingots rubbed at my skin. Dad insisted I wear it just in case we had to buy our way out of trouble. Jackson greeted Rosa and me as we walked over the bridge and climbed into the passenger seats. With Jackson driving, as we pulled out onto the road, I had one of those what the fuck moments. I'd been expecting Richardson's transport to be waiting for us, not an extra line of 6 army vehicles and a pickup truck, converted with a .50 caliber mounted in the rear. "Where did those come from?" I asked Jackson. Didn't want to risk a long journey without additional security. Besides, they're as keen as me to know what we're meant to be doing from General Blake. "Don't get alarmed, we're picking a few more up on the way." The journey was something of a tedious blur. We avoided Denver completely and passed the welcome sign for Nebraska. Rosa had slept all the way to that point when I took over the driving. A few yawns and shuffling in her seat, and she drifted off again. I'd only been driving for a few miles more when Jackson told me to pull over. "Alpha 2, roger that, out." Jackson turned to me. "Wait here. There's a problem ahead." As the door slammed, Rosa awoke. "What's happening?" "Not sure, but there's a problem ahead." "Maybe someone has a flat tire," Jackson said and walked on along the road. It didn't take long for Jackson to return. His scowl told me that the problem was more than a flat tire. "What is it?" I asked. Our scout vehicle returned. There's some sort of skirmish going on in the town ahead. Can we take a detour? No, we've checked the map. Can't we just drive through? Asked Rosa. No, not all of our convoy has bulletproof armor and glass. We might be best waiting it out. But what if innocent people are getting murdered? The women could be at risk of getting raped. We have to do something, said Rosa. Vehicle headlights lit up our cab. The vehicle stopped further ahead. Silhouettes of our soldiers surrounded the vehicle. I'll take a look at what's happening. Stay here, said Jackson. No sooner had he turned his back than Rosa slipped out of the cab and followed on. Sighing, I climbed out of my seat and tagged on behind her. The rear window of the vehicle was shot out, and the bodywork peppered with bullet holes. A young woman was screaming, with Richardson trying to calm her down, while one of his men was leaning into the vehicle through the back door. A young man, clearly distressed, was talking with Jackson. She'll live, but she needs a medic, the soldier who was leaning onto the back seat called out. I've patched her up. It's the couple's grandma, said Rosa. You need to get her to a medic, now, said Jackson. Drive onto the outskirts of Denver. You'll find a National Guard roadblock. They'll get your grandma to a medical treatment facility. As the couple climbed back into their vehicle and sped away, I turned to Jackson. What's happening in the town? The young man said they've been plagued for weeks with a gang stealing provisions and vehicles. It was mainly the houses on the outskirts to start with, but they set up defenses and fought them off in the populated areas. The townsfolk are low on ammo. This time, they came back with more firepower and they're sacking the town. They've killed the sheriff and his deputies. The guy reckons they're around 40 in number. We have to help them, said Rosa. Jackson kneeled down, elbow on knee and his hand supporting his chin, then rubbed his brow. We can't help everyone, said Jackson. At least send someone to see what's happening. Dawn's breaking. I already have sent someone, said Jackson, to the staccato of rounds in the distance. Live radio signals crackled over my comms headphone. Blue team, to Alpha 2. In position. We have eyes. Hostiles working their way to a church on the high street. Natives fighting a rear guard. Women and children ushered inside the church. Advise rules of engagement, over. There was a sudden realization that we were likely going into action. Chapter 18. Sanctuary. Raw bell at a small town on the Nebraska border. The situation in the small town ahead was clearly critical. Blue team, use your initiative to save townsfolk's lives, out. Jackson leaped to his feet. Mount up. Comms hot. Everyone scrambled back to their transport. Jackson pulled ahead of the convoy. Alpha 2 to Blue team. Cavalry hot. Incoming. How are the natives holding up, over? They've formed a perimeter behind vehicles at the church. We have the high ground west of the church, over. If the hostiles break the perimeter, sniper fire at will. ETA to the outskirts, 5 minutes. We'll split into 4. Can you guide in our teams? Affirmative, roger that, out. I exchanged glances with Rosa. She disengaged her magazine, then reset it and nodded in my direction. Even though I knew I had a full mag, I followed suit to make sure I had a full mag. Jackson told the drivers to stop at the outskirts where we'd split into 4 groups, then to follow directions. Those 5 minutes to the outskirts seemed like an age, despite Jackson having the pedal to the metal. The town appeared. Several buildings were in flames. The sound of rounds firing grew louder. The church was easy to spot, its spire with a clock lording it over the town. A throwback to colonial days, constructed of wooden planks, it was painted white in contrast to the rest of the ash-laden buildings. It looked as though they had hosed it down. Jackson spoke over the comms. Alpha 2 to Blue team. What's the current situation? Casualties on both sides. The hostiles have the firepower, mainly to the front of the church to the west of the road. You can't miss seeing the clock tower and steeple, over. We're splitting into 4 teams. A, B, C, and D. Our team will take the western flank and the rest will follow the compass in order. Roger that, out. Our vehicle stopped. Jackson pushed open the door and climbed out of the cab. Watching him in the side mirror, he worked his way down the convoy. Each section peeled away and drove on. I assumed they were to take their compass positions. Jackson returned, and we sped towards the town. "Listen, there's a problem with the situation," he said. "The hostiles have the townsfolk surrounded. We'll be surrounding the hostiles. That situation lends itself to stray bullets killing blue on blue, hitting the townsfolk, or worse, stray rounds entering the church where the women and children are hiding. What we're going to do is to try and draw them away from the front of the church. We can't just let loose with the heavy assets. Each shot has to be precise." The steeple came ever closer, and we pulled over. "We all go on foot from here. You'd be better staying in the vehicle's cover." Rosa was already outside. "You'd better tell Action Woman." He laughed. "Just have her watch our backs. Blue team to Alpha 2, natives are retreating inside the church." "Roger that, Blue team. Cover their retreat with sniper fire, out." A-team lay down cover fire short of the hostiles to distract them. We stalked toward the church, exchanging cover from vehicle to vehicle. The front entrance of the church lit up in an explosion of flames. Then the roof exploded in an orange glow, with flames licking the shingles. One hostile was about to throw another Molotov when a projectile ripped right through his body. A sniper had done his work. The bottle smashed on the ground, enveloping the corpse in flames. The covering fire worked to draw away the hostiles from surrounding the church to the cover of vehicles at the front. Then all hell broke loose with rounds striking them, but none from inside the church windows. It was looking as though the townsfolk were out of ammo. Either that, or the windows were too high. 4 of the hostiles ran toward us. Before I raised my rifle, Jackson kneeled and took out all 4 with single shots in quick succession. Radio chatter came thick and fast. Too fast for me to take it all in, with the rounds flying in all directions. A rocket grenade hit a vehicle in front of the church. 3 hostiles rose into the air with the explosion. Not all of them were in one piece, with body parts taking flight. Rosa tugged at my sleeve. "We have to get them out. There's a construction site with an excavator over there." There was no discussion. I followed in her wake across to the site. Rosa covered me as I climbed inside the cab. "There's no key." "Hot wire the damn thing." Slipping my knife from its sheath, I cut the wires behind the ignition. Paring back the wires, my fingers trembled. Striking them together produced a spark, and the motor fired up. Glancing outside the cab, they had flanked us. A figure stalked toward us behind Rosa. "Duck," I called out to Rosa, and flinging the cab door open, I riddled his body with bullets. "Jesus. That was close," said Rosa as she scrambled back to her feet. "Thanks. Don't mention it, just be more aware." "What the fuck, you two?" said Jackson as he joined us. He glanced over at the corpse, the clothing still smoldering from where the rounds had ripped into his body. "We have to smash our way through at the back or they'll fry," I said. "The windows are too high for them to get out, and there are still some baddies at the front behind vehicles with the front entrance ablaze. They'll get mowed down if they try leaping through the flames." Jackson gave orders over the radio to his men and to the team at the rear of the church to give us cover. It was all a jumble of radio traffic as I steered across the road toward a side street to get to the rear of the church. Bullets pinged off the bucket, with one ripping through the windshield. All went quiet, yet I could see the flames spitting from barrels. It was a strange sensation, as if my brain had shut down everything except those neurons that controlled the task at hand. Pulling on the levers, the bucket clawed away at the boards, ripping them from the frame. I withdrew on the tracks. People piled out of the church, running on either side of the excavator. One of them carried a large crucifix clutched to his chest, probably from the altar. Others exited, carrying a whole host of religious icons and paintings. As if someone had pulled plugs from my ears, I heard Rosa shouting above the screams. Some townsfolk held their Bibles in the air, looking skyward and praising God. One kneeled, then kissed the ground. Family groups herded together, arms around their children to give comfort. Jumping from my cab, Jackson had the transport lined up, with Rosa shouting at the townsfolk to get them inside a vehicle, loading them up, then each one driving off. With the last ones out, the roof of the church fell on itself, sparks and flames billowing into the sky. Rosa jumped into the passenger side of the last vehicle and it drove away. With the vehicles out of sight, all I could hear was sporadic gunfire from out front, then all went quiet apart from over the radio. X-ray 2 to Alpha 2. All hostiles terminated. As we worked our way to the front of the church in the searing heat of the flames, townsfolk appeared from some of the buildings. Mainly old folk. None of them with weapons. Bodies were strewn around. It was obvious which ones were the hostiles. Their clothing was covered in ash, their faces and hands caked in the stuff. None of our men were celebrating. The men were collecting the hostiles' weapons and ammo. Jackson turned one of them over with his boot. "Jesus," I said. "This one can't be more than 14 or 15. He's just a kid." Jackson threw me a glance. "Put a rifle in their hand, evil intent in their eyes, and an empty stomach, and they have no age," said Jackson. The next body was that of a girl, probably in her mid-teens. One thing all the hostiles had in common besides their ages was they were emaciated, stick-thin, their ashen faces having the appearance of zombies, the same as the family we'd met escaping Denver to get to Durango. An old guy wearing a shirt and tie walked over, waving a white handkerchief. "Relax, we're the good guys," Jackson said, and turned away. "Alpha 2 to all transport. You can return. The town is clear of hostiles. I'm Jim Smith, the town mayor. I can't thank you all enough." Jackson turned back to face him. "I need you to organize your people," said Jackson. "We're going to have to be moving on. We'll have to leave you to clear the bodies, I'm afraid. The weapons and ammo we've retrieved you can use to replenish your stock." In my periphery, I sensed movement. A hostile's corpse moved, thrown to one side. A hostile who had hidden beneath the body raised his rifle in our direction. Snatching my rifle to aim at him, my round smacked a hole dead center of his temple. I walked over to him. This one didn't look to be over 13. While shocked at his age, I felt no remorse considering the carnage they had handed out. The vehicles returned. Men, women, and children climbed out, still clearly timid at the situation. There was no celebration. Townsfolk had died. Everyone was in shock at the carnage. People wailed as they discovered the bodies of their loved ones. Rosa ambled over. "We should go, Rosa," said Jackson. "Good initiative back there to get the people out." "Rosa," said the mayor. "We don't get any women around here called Rosa. You don't happen to be that Queen Rosa we listened to on the radio?" "That's me. Hope the information I broadcast is of use." He stepped over and gave her a hug, then stepped back. "It sure is of use. God bless you. You won't be forgotten anytime soon here, that's for sure. You'll be part of the town's folklore now." It was at that point that I realized just how far her celebrity was spreading. All the same, my thought turned to the journey ahead, wondering what else could await us. Chapter 19. Peace Accord. General Hart asked Blake at his Mobile Forward Command Base, Chicago. Driving toward his Mobile Command's temporary compound, with two vehicles giving escort on the outskirts of Chicago. General Blake shook his head as he gazed on out of the windshield. 200 yards along the road, a gang of youths had someone surrounded, beating them after shooting them. They ran down an alley, leaving their victim for dead. People were staggering on the sidewalk as if they had the last dregs of life in them. They would be heading for the soup kitchen a good 30 miles nearer the city center. The end of the line came into view. As they sped past, he felt helpless. An argument spilled out into the road. Shots were fired, leaving two corpses, probably dispatched, ending whatever disagreement they'd had. There wasn't anything he could do, and his vehicle veered around a corpse. He shook his head. This was the life for many now in the cities, he reflected. Many were left dying of starvation, fearful to leave their homes. More than he could count had chosen to end their misery by their own hand. No one could have foreseen that the police in Chicago would be effectively disbanded, with most of them melting into the population when the paychecks stopped. All those who had kept their uniforms had done was to invite people to shoot them. The citizens initially had to join the rest in 30-mile lines of vehicles to collect what were starvation rations, just to make sure everyone had at least something. Those same vehicles were now abandoned, with the gas stations closed, and no energy to top up electric cars. Everyone was having to stand in line. He'd witnessed it all. There were many not making it to the end of the line, dispatched by the gun, as he'd just witnessed. Others simply keeled over, the life drained from them. He let out a long soulful sigh as they turned left toward his compound. Arriving, they pulled through the security barrier and parked. Climbing out of the passenger seat, he worked his way through to his office area to await his visitors. General Blake found himself hypnotized at the wisps of smoke from the joss sticks smoldering in a glass jar on his desk, spreading the fragrance of incense around his office space. The scent failed to dispel the bad taste events had left hanging over him. All the incense was doing was to mask the unpleasant smell of peeled boiled eggs that permeated everywhere from the stench of sulfur in the atmosphere. Snapping out of his thoughts, he returned to poring over the blueprints laid out on his desk. He was hoping his engineers would soon complete the task for the construction of the new command headquarters at the Army Reserve and Ammo Center in South Dakota. It had made sense to him to have his headquarters more central from a logistics and command point of view. Moving from Army Command's bunker over in Pennsylvania at the mountain range that had prevented the Atlantic from encroaching any further made strategic sense in his mind. Communication difficulties with the government's bunker had made it even more of a priority. He was just pleased that all the services had come to a consensus that it was highly doubtful that they needed to keep sheltering below ground to avoid a nuclear blast. Folding the blueprints, he placed them in his drawer. His secretary entered. "I have a dispatch here from the governor of Washington," she said, then left the office. He opened the dispatch and sighed at the content. Blake was tired through a lack of sleep. Tired of the responsibility. Tired of the death and destruction caused by something he hadn't signed up for. Nonetheless, he took his task seriously. It was an uphill task. One that didn't seem to have an end in sight. It was a battle for survival, and most were losing. He feared this was one battle he couldn't win. He stared at the wall, not seeing anything, only reflecting on the situation. If the country had been at a precipice before the disaster, with a divided country leading to disorder and riots, then he thought the country was now falling over the cliff and into the abyss. There was a multifaceted civil war going on in Chicago and the wider area, a war between the races. A war between the gangs and agitators for territory and daily rations. It wasn't just being played out there, it was being played out in most states with neighbor fighting neighbor for rations to survive. Now, after reading the letter from the governor of Washington advising of the formation of Cascadia, the country was being torn apart. Unchecked, political ideologies were taking over the masses. He let out another long soulful sigh. Rising from his chair, he walked through to his secretary's office. California and Oregon have declared independence under socialist governance. Washington needs our assistance. I want a regiment sent to Seattle ASAP to shore up our bases and to assist the governor's National Guard to repel local secessionist agitators. They're causing havoc after he refused to join them. We need to be sure that we maintain a corridor to the Pacific on our northwestern flank. Check through current deployments for the nearest to Washington state and give me a list." "Yes, sir. We've just had another courier arrive with a letter from the president, and one addressed to a Mary Blake, care of General Blake, from the same courier. Just before that, there was a different delivery with a letter from a Senator Dugan." Blake took the letters from her. He had to think for a moment. There was no one in his family called Mary. He had more pressing matters to attend to as he entered his office and glanced at his wall clock. The large hand was struggling to get past the 25 to the hour mark. "The clock needs a new battery. See to it, will you?" he called out. His secretary popped her head around the door. "Sorry, sir. We don't have any." It wasn't like he could ask her to go to the local store or a supermarket for a battery. "Never mind," he said and looked at his wristwatch. There was a knock on his door. "Come on in." An MP entered. "Our visitors arrived 5 minutes ago, sir. They're arguing about having us remove their weapons before they enter our compound." "Damn it." Rising from his desk, he walked out of his office and opening the exit door, stepped down the steps, then headed for security. It was looking as though his new initiative had hit a buffer. If it worked, it could provide a blueprint to restore order. All he would be doing would be to give a nudge to what was happening naturally through rumor and fear. If it succeeded, he could have his subordinates extend the plan. He could only hope he wouldn't be judged in history as carrying out ethnic and political cleansing, but as a savior for the lives of innocents. His MPs were in a standoff with the Black Disciple gang soldiers at the gate. "Stand down." He turned his attention to the soldiers of the Black Disciples, armed to the teeth, and standing on either side of their semi-truck and trailer. "Look, we've negotiated this with your minister Craig. He'll not be pleased if you return empty-handed. You know the script, take 1 load of rations now, and when you allowed us to escort families from your area to the FEMA camp in Michigan, you get the 2nd load. Now which part of the agreement don't you understand, or do I have to tell your minister Craig the deal is off? You'll get your weapons back when you leave. Failing that, we'll send in a tank deployment and blast you all to pulp," he said, bluffing. One of the gang members rolled his eyes in surrender, then stepped forward, unstrapped his rifle, and offered it to one of the MPs. The others soon followed him, handing over their weapons. General Blake marched back to his mobile command transport, satisfied the first part of the bargain was underway. He didn't care if they had their weapons returned. If his plan worked in only 50% of areas, all that would be left would be the gangs and those who support them so they could fight each other to the death. Settled back in his office, he took hold of the letter from the president and tore through the seal. He shook his head as he read the contents. How the president had found out about Cascadia was beyond him. As far as he was concerned, this new Cascadia was one less area to worry about once he'd secured Washington from the local agitators and its border with Oregon. It wasn't as though Cascadia were trying to invade Washington. He tossed the president's letter into his out tray. Picking up the second envelope, he tried to recall if he knew a Mary Blake in his family, but none came to mind. He placed it back in his in tray. Rising from his desk, he picked up the president's letter and walked through to his assistant. "Contact our driver and escort. We need to get back to Army Command Headquarters right away." He looked over the names the president was asking to come to his meeting at the Doomsday Bunker. "Looks like we'll be on the road for a while. Once we collect some people from headquarters, we have the meeting of governors in Nebraska, then once that's over, we have to get to the Doomsday Bunker." All the names that they wanted at the meeting were the ones who had signed his letter to the president. The letter informed him that the president understood the predicament, and instead of a military action against Utah and the newly independent Cascadia, he decided to set up a recovery plan as requested, which was still stuck in committee, with all the services involved to put all resources to restore infrastructure and to deal with the errant states at a later date. Hence his request for a meeting. He'd not expected capitulation to Army Command's take on the situation on the outside. He'd at least expected some blowback at not providing a plan. Blake was just thankful his command team had produced their own plan as a contingency. He stepped back into his office and took a seat at his desk, then picked up the envelope from his in tray to Mary Blake and placed it on the desk in front of him. Then it struck him. "Mary Blake to Uncle Roberts, radio check, over," he mumbled to himself, a recollection from 30 years ago as a recruit when they were all fooling around after being instructed on using call signs. Snatching at the envelope, he ripped it open. All that was in there was a blank folded sheet of paper. He held it up to the light to look for indents, thinking it had been placed in the envelope by mistake and the top copy could have been handwritten, but he found none. Blake was sure that he could detect some discoloration and the partial shape of a letter D unless it was a trick of the light. He knew right away what to do. They all used the method as recruits to get messages to their girlfriends and admin to arrange dates. If the sergeant found out, they'd have been in serious trouble, as the girls were supposed to be out of bounds. He recalled the old lemon juice trick to send invisible messages. Reaching into his pocket, he fished out his lighter, and then took a candle from his drawer. With the candle lit, he hovered the paper over the flame. The message gradually appeared until he could read it in full. "Do not come to the bunker. Arrest. Treason." He placed his head in his palms and closed his eyes. Army Command's attempt at reasoning must have been taken as disobeying orders. The president's letter was looking like a ruse. He quickly folded the letter and placed it in his pocket. His assistant knocked and entered. "The driver is here, sir." 10 minutes and you'll need to strap up. What? Yeah, okay. I'm coming. Incidentally, how is the St. relay progressing to the Doomsday Bunker? Signal should have the relay completed this week. They're waiting for more supplies of radios to cover the last 50 miles. Get a message to them and tell them to hold fire until I speak to them. Yes, sir. He took the senator's letter from the entree. Slicing open the envelope, he read the 4 pages. Once finished, he settled back in his chair. In shock at the president's political maneuvers over at the bunker, he now knew exactly the cards the president was dealing from the bottom of the pack. He made his way to the front of the vehicle, and taking his seat, he fastened the seat belt. As his mobile command transport set off in convoy to Army Command, he tried to imagine how the others would take the contents of the warning letter and the inferences they could draw from the letter from Senator Dugan. He wondered if maybe they should send a new message by courier saying they were gathering together a regiment to help restore order in Washington, to appease the president. President Riker would have given his letter more reasoned consideration. He should have known President Latham was a whole different ballgame. Some big decisions were going to have to be made, he thought, one of which could be a bullet to the head to save disgrace to his family, and the long line of those who served in the military that preceded him. Chapter 20. Journey's End. Raw Bell, Nebraska. 5 miles further on from the town our journey and we made camp, where our radio operator informed Jackson that we had our destination wrong. Everyone was still in a somber mood as we looked over the map with Jackson. Our breath was visible in the crispness of the cold air. Only the roaring campfire gave us warmth. No one spoke of our encounter back there at the town. Soldiers were cleaning weapons, replenishing mags with ammo, preparing secondary campfires. Anything to keep busy. Others, I imagined, had blotted out the skirmish against mainly young teen hostiles they'd terminated, by them taking a nap. We've contacted a National Guard unit, Jackson said. The meeting was planned for the military base at Offutt, not Gering, but the river has flooded and left it under water. They won't give the new destination of the meeting over the radio. They'll meet up with us and we can follow them once they've seen IDs. It's a security thing. We've told them we're escorting the governor of Kentucky's niece. I nodded. Good. How long before we go? Another hour. I turned to Rosa. She'd been unusually quiet. You okay? I asked her. Not really. Me neither. I didn't expect them to be so young, she said, not looking me in the eye and stirring at the dust with a twig. I moved over closer to her. Maybe they'd been on a camping trip over the Thanksgiving holiday when the disaster struck. It's bugging me where they got all those weapons and ammo from, said Rosa. I had a good idea and responded. It was like that couple told us. They started by robbing houses on the outskirts. They're the ones who likely had weapons for security, I said. Maybe. Do you think anyone will be left after this is all over? She was saying what I'd been thinking. I don't know what to say, except we've been lucky to have survived so far. After everyone had eaten breakfast, Jackson ordered us all to the vehicles, and we set off in convoy. From what I'd seen of the map, we were headed along Highway 80 toward Lincoln. As we approached Sutherland, I spotted a tented camp and a partially built perimeter using a structure of Hesco sandbags. We're here, said Jackson, and turned down a rutted track to our left, then stopped at a bank of sandbags. It was a relief to have arrived. My backside was numb at the journey. Stay here, said Jackson. He climbed out of the cab and stepped over to approaching guards. He was too far away to hear what they were saying, but I saw him dip into his pocket and hand over something which they studied, then they handed it back to him. My headphones crackled. Alpha 2 to all teams. Have your Army ID ready. Step out of your vehicles without weapons for inspection. I dug into my pocket for my driver license, showed it to Rosa and she retrieved hers, then we stepped out of the cab. Another soldier joined the guards and walked in our direction with Jackson. This is Captain Burke, said Jackson. This is Rosa, the governor of Kentucky's niece. Pleased to meet you. She offered him her driver's license. Just hold it under your chin, he said, and taking his cell phone from his pocket, he took a photo. Do you have an internet signal here? I asked, as I copied what he'd asked Rosa. No, sorry, I can only take photos, he said, and took my photo. Right, let's do the rest. He took no more photos, simply checking our soldiers' official army IDs. Jackson left him to it and stepped over to us. We're to leave our vehicles and weapons outside the camp under their guard. We're not allowed weapons in the camp. He wants our men to help fill the Hesco cages with sandbags, and he'll resupply us with provisions in return. Our men are to set up their tents outside the camp away from the vehicles and hand over the ignition keys. I shrugged my shoulders at what it was everyone had to do to comply with security. Nothing like a lack of trust. How far to get to the meeting? I asked. The meeting is taking place here. He says it's too risky to hold it in the cities. They're putting up a marquee. Everyone arrives tomorrow. They have accommodation inside the camp for us. Better get my suitcase, said Rosa. I'll get it and carry it for you, said Jackson. We both handed our pistols and knives to Jackson. He stepped over to our vehicle and returned with Rosa's suitcase. One guard collected our keys to the vehicle. You're to come with me and I'll show you to your quarters. As much as we had the security of the National Guard camp, there was also that nagging doubt that without access to our weapons, we were vulnerable. I could only hope we were not walking into something that we couldn't get out of if something were to happen that would put us in danger. Chapter 21. Under Threat. Arthur Brogan at the Martinez Ranch, New Mexico. Sitting on the porch at Martinez's ranch, Brogan sensed he was being cold-shouldered. With the clandestine oil refining picking up speed, Martinez had his own men running the operation, and he'd finished instructing some of his men how to prepare IEDs. He didn't like the way Martinez kept looking in his direction. Brogan wondered if Martinez saw him as just one extra mouth to feed by his so-called mama that he could do without. Roberto he'd got used to, and he thought that he could have taken him down, but with him in California, Giant now shadowed his every move. He was too big a hulk to make a move on if he were to escape. The obvious traps that Martinez set for him hadn't fooled Brogan. He was hoping to get their trust and then to wait for an opportunity once their guard was down. While pretending to read a book, he overheard Giant and Martinez making plans at the table. We need gold. Lots of the stuff. If we're to break away like Zion and Cascadia, we'll need a treasury to back up a currency. Let's be honest, we control 20% of the Mexican territory in the shadows, but if my plan works, we'll be front and center as far as governance is concerned, said Martinez. Brogan thought they were full of crap talking about New Mexico going for independence. Especially with not much in the way of a population. Get that governor of ours to ban private ownership of gold, Giant said. We could go house to house removing everyone's rings and chains. Chopping a few hands off the ones that object will soon have everyone comply. Especially if we string up a line of hands on the power lines in the towns and villages. Brogan sighed. Both turned in his direction. You got something to say? Asked Giant. Brogan directed his reply to Martinez. Remember what I said about brains? Go ahead with Giant's idea and turn all the population against you if it's independence you're after. Fucking stupid idea. Giant rose from his chair. You got a better idea, gringo, or do you want me to fuck you up? Said Giant, and withdrew his knife from his belt. Martinez gripped Giant by the arm. Brogan turned sideways to face them, aware of the tequila bottle on the side table. He'd worked out his move if it got nasty. Rather, he took one of them with him by smashing the bottle and using the jagged end if he were to meet his maker. He'd already guessed he was living on borrowed time. Brogan put down his book. Yeah, I've got a better idea. But, hey, you go ahead. Sit down. Let's hear what he has to say, said Martinez. Giant grunted as he took his seat. I know where there are tons of the stuff. More than 100 pallets. Giant laughed. And you call my idea stupid? You're the idiot. What you gonna do, walk right in there and fill your pockets? He waved his knife at Brogan. Let me cut his fucking disrespectful tongue out. Put that knife away. 100 pallets, you say? Yeah, the building is secure, but it's not guarded. They don't think anyone would have an idea it held gold. What would it take? I'd need men, some transport, and some forklifts. And where would I get these men from? You have troops over at the camp sat on their asses doing nothing. They're just picking their noses. Use them. No, I need most of them. I have a use for them for something I have planned in Texas as soon as the second wave arrives. I guess I could spare 200 of them. I'd prefer more, but that should suffice. You're suggesting you could pull it off? Brogan didn't think he could pull it off, but if he could talk them into him running the mission, it would give him 1,000 chances to escape on the way. Yeah, I could pull it off if you gave me command. It was Giant's turn to sigh. Brogan was trying to think fast, needing time to work out a plan. He thought back to Martinez's attempt to bluff their way into the gated community. I could use the Trojan horse trick you used. It nearly worked back there at the gated community if someone hadn't recognized you. He's talking horse shit, boss. What's a horse got to do with it? No, hear him out. Look, I need time to work out the plan, but I just need that governor of yours to give me a letter with his official seal. How would you expect to supply 200 men with provisions for the journey? Same as we're doing here. Take it. Our men will be armed to the teeth. Why should I put you in charge? Because I'm not Hispanic, that's why. It'll be more plausible if I do all the talking to bluff our way to get near the building. I have the brains, remember? Martinez looked to be pondering again. Okay, go ahead. Giant here will handpick 200 men. I'll go with him to keep an eye on him, boss. No need. I'll have 200 eyes on him. I'll need you here to organize our plan for Texas that we discussed earlier. Those odds suited Brogan better for his survival than the odds before the conversation started. If he could sneak away to escape on the journey, it would be his opportunity to find out if Rosa and Belle were still alive. Chapter 22. Camp Celebrity. Raw Belle at the Northern and Central States Meeting, Nebraska. Washed in a bath tin tub, and with a change of clothes, I knocked on Rosa's cabin door at 10 in the morning. The smell of perfume overpowered me as the door opened. There stood before me was a vision of beauty in a tight-fitting red jacket and skirt suit, with a white blouse and high heels. How do I look? I daren't answer with the truth, thinking she'd imagine I was hitting on her and return to verbally abusing me. You'll do. Apart from the safety pin and purple ribbon. Rosa pouted her lip, unpinned the ribbon, then fastened it onto her blouse pocket and fastened her jacket. How's that? Presentable. Just expect some wolf whistles. I've not seen any other women here as yet, I said, lying. The ones I'd seen were nothing near as attractive. First one who dares will get a fistful. That's what I'm afraid of. Most of the governors have arrived, together with General Blake under escort, but no sign of your uncle yet. Rosa looked at her wristwatch. Maybe the camp radio operator will have news. I also need to find out if Jason has transmitted my tape for today so it can be recorded and relayed. It's due to go out at 11 in this area. Come on then, let's go. I'd change those shoes if I were you for flats first. The ground's not exactly even. Rosa dipped into her suitcase, kicked off her shoes and changed them for some with smaller heels. Following on toward the radio room, there was no doubt she had transformed herself from a tomboyish look to a catwalk queen the way her butt wiggled in her skirt. It was like I was following a completely new woman. She sure turned some heads, but fortunately, none of the soldiers whistled, or I guess she'd have reverted to type with her tongue. Rosa knocked and then entered the radio room. The young man turned his head, then made a fool of himself, attempting to rise from his seat, the cord of his headphones tightening, and they collapsed to the floor. He bent down to pick them up, juggling to retrieve them, then sat again. His face reddened, and he turned back to his radio. Rosa stifled a giggle. At a guess, the fresh-faced young soldier was somewhere between 18 and 20. Any news when we're expecting my uncle the governor of Kentucky to arrive? Asked Rosa. He looked at his watch. He'll be here in 10 minutes. Rosa reached over him a little too close for my liking, picked up his pen and scrawled something on his notepad. Be a darling and check that frequency. I just need to know if my taped broadcast is going out. He looked at the note. This is your frequency? Yes. I only want to know if it's broadcasting, she said, and set a little girl-lost look on her face. You're Queen Rosa? His eyes looked as though they'd popped out of their sockets. That's me. Hell, I know that frequency off by heart. We all do. We all listen into you whenever we can. I'll be damned. Wait until I see the guys in the mess. It's another 2 minutes to 11 for your broadcast to start. He put on his headphones and dialed in the frequency. He removed his headphones and pulled out the plug. Rosa's voice crackled over the speaker. Rosa leaned over him. "Thanks, you're an angel," she said, and then kissed his cheek, leaving a pink lipstick mark. I shook my head as she turned and headed for the exit, leaving the young guy holding his palm on his cheek. It was a side of her I'd not seen to get things done. I reckon he'd have walked on hot coals for her. "What was that Greta Garbo stuff all about?" I said, as I joined her outside. I was thinking it would be against the rules. He might not have checked the broadcast if I'd not charmed him. "Oh, you charmed him all right," I said, and we both laughed. The captain who had greeted us walked along with the general. I counted 5 stars on his uniform. It had to be General Blake. I'd not expected him to be African American. He towered over the captain at around 6'4", giving him a commanding figure of a man. The general glanced our way, then veered over in our direction. "You must be Governor Williams' niece," said General Blake. "We're just going to greet him, then we'll join you." He looked directly at me. "And you are?" "Rob Bell, sir. I'm his niece's guardian." "Good, good," he said, then marched onto the exit barrier. "Guardian? What else could I say?" "Jesus. It's more like I'm your guardian." "Guardian?" Rosa repeated, and then shook her head. Jackson joined us. "The governor arrives in 5 minutes," I said. "Yeah, I know. I've just had a meeting with General Blake." "Has he enlightened you?" "Yeah, I have new orders." "So, are you staying here?" "Hell no. Nothing has changed. We're still not on the payroll and have to await recall. He's letting us replenish our ammo, besides the rations the captain promised. We're to escort you back and look after Rosa if ever she needs help for protection, or should I say, the governor's niece, as he referred to you. Of course, he had to ask about the purple ribbon. I forgot to remove it before I saw him." "And you told him?" said Rosa. "Yeah, he just nodded in approval and grinned, especially when I told him you promoted me to your commander. Anyway, those are my orders." Rosa's face beamed with a smile. "The governor is here," I said. Rosa smoothed down her skirt, then alternately stomped on the ball of her heels on the spot. The captain, General Blake, and I assumed the governor, they stepped toward us. The governor picked up his pace, then trotted toward Rosa. I saw a tear run down her cheek, and not able to hold her excitement any longer, she ran to him. He picked her up, swung her around, then set her down. "Look at you. How you've grown." She took his hand and led him over to us, making introductions. "I'm going to my quarters. I hope you don't mind me stealing her. We've a lot to catch up on." "No, you go ahead," I said. I watched as she walked away with him, holding his hand and skipping like a young schoolgirl. For all our journey had hardened me, I was touched by their reunion. Back in my quarters, I lay on my bed and drifted off to sleep. It was late in the evening when I woke to a knock on the door of my mobile quarters. Bleary-eyed after catching up on my sleep, it surprised me to see the governor when I opened the door. "Come on in." "Where's Rosa?" "She's gone to her quarters. I think she's tired herself out, telling me all you've both been through with the disaster. I just want to thank you for looking after her." "Don't mention it, the pleasure's been mine. In fact, she's saved my ass a few times, so it's not been one-sided." "That's quite a girl you have there." "Yeah, her mom and her dad will be proud of her when this is all over, and they return." "Please take a seat." "I don't have long. I have a meeting with General Blake in 15 minutes to go through what we're doing over in the eastern states. Listen, I need your help. I need you to get her into the radio room so I can have some photos taken of her sitting at the radio with the headphones on." I thought it was a strange request. "Do you mind me asking why?" "Only if you keep it a secret." I'd been wondering what to do until she told me about her radio broadcasts. "Yeah, I can keep a secret," I said, still not having a clue what he was talking about. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small clear plastic holder, protecting what looked like foreign currency. "Look at this banknote." He passed me the holder. On one side of the note was a map of the eastern states, with a denomination of $20. On the reverse side was an image of the governor to the left, and under that, it had the words, Denzel Williams, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Eastern States Treasury. In the center was a dove, holding a stalk of corn in its beak, perched on the handle of a basket holding fruit. To the right was a blank space. I'd been wondering what to put there. After hearing her story, that's where I want her image sitting on the radio, and under that I wanted to read, Queen Rosa, and with her radio frequency. It knocked me out that it was her I'd listened to. Her broadcasted messages are legend in Kentucky and no doubt in the other eastern states. The broadcasts have saved many lives. He wasn't the only one who was knocked out. Right there and then you could have knocked me over with a feather. What's the currency for? Is it for a family souvenir? No, it's for a new currency. We opened an eastern states treasury to issue bonds to give the states access to funds, but we don't have dollars, so we're printing these. Then they can pay salaries. The government's treasury can take over the bonds when things recover and replace the bills. Nice move, I said. He took the note from me and rose from the chair, then handed me his cell phone. It's fully charged, so you'll have no trouble taking photos. Take as many as you can from different angles. Ask her not to smile. At the meeting tomorrow, I've arranged for you and Rosa to sit with me, seeing as how the rest have secretaries with them. I'll see you at 10 sharp in the marquee. Best you take the photos before the meeting because it will last all day. I saw him out and closed the door, wondering if I had just dreamed about our meeting. Never in a million years had I imagined that I'd be acquainted with someone with their image in currency. I was kind of proud of the celebrity she was gaining. I just hoped it wouldn't go to her head and she'd remain grounded. Chapter 23. Military Coup. Rob Bell at the Northern and Central States meeting in Nebraska. Rosa was up and dressed at 9 o'clock when I called at her quarters. This time she was wearing a dark blue suit, with a pale blue blouse and with a large lady's necktie. I'd already primed the radio operator we'd be calling into the radio room, and he was on board. "You ready for breakfast in the mess?" I asked her. "Yeah. Uncle said it's going to be a long day, so we'll need a full stomach." She stepped outside, and we headed for the mess. As we neared the radio room, I took hold of her arm. "Let's call in the radio room first. I saw the young man this morning, and he was asking if he could have a selfie with you." "Sure. Why not?" I breathed a sigh of relief that she accepted. Inside, the young man couldn't stop blushing as I took a photo of them using his phone. "Let me take one with you sitting at the radio with the headphones on and Dawn pointing to the dials as if showing you how it works. No smiling though. Look studious. Don't move until I tell you." Like a lamb to the slaughter, she took a seat and with the headphones set on, she struck a pose. I waved my arm as a signal for him to move out of shot and changed cell phones with him, then clicked away from different angles. "Okay, that's enough," she said and removed the headphones. "I'm starving. Is that okay, Dawn?" "What?" "Oh, yeah, thanks." The young man had been too busy drooling over the photo of them together to notice us exit. I stepped outside, following Rosa, and closed the door, slipping the governor's cell phone into my pocket. Eating scrambled egg for breakfast, I was pleased to see other women there to take the attention away from Rosa. Once finished, it was only a short walk to the marquee. We were met in reception at a table and given name tags. Multiple tables were joined to form one massive table. At one end of the marquee, all the governors and their secretaries were standing in groups gossiping at a coffee area. At the far end, I'd never seen so many top brass from all the armed services, all of them with some serious campaign ribbons. General Blake was talking with Rosa's uncle. She caught his eye, and he beckoned her over. I followed on as her shadow. "You've met my niece, I take it?" he asked General Blake. "Yes, I had that pleasure just before you arrived." Blake turned to Rosa. "I didn't know who you were at the time, apart from you were the governor's niece. I only found out you're the famous Queen Rosa of the airwaves when I shared drinks in the mess with the men last night." Then it resonated. I recalled seeing intel from Signal Battalion about your broadcasts, but never gave it a thought. Maybe after the meeting you can tell me how you achieved national coverage. Perhaps you can help us get out some emergency messages while we set up our own network. Sure, no problem. As long as it's nothing political. Right then, let's all take our seats. Let's get this started. Taking our seats at the table, only the governors and the military had name tags on the table. Each one had 4 thick bound dossiers in front of them, with no title on the cover pages, only different colored sheets of paper for each, initialed in pencil with abbreviations of the state. The governor turned to me, leaning close to whisper. The general has taken on board some of the eastern states' restoration plan, so this should be interesting. There was a hum around the room, then the general spoke. Gentlemen, ladies, if I could ask you all for order, we'll begin. He waited for quiet. I'll start by saying we face the most challenging times in the history of our nation. We can only estimate, but we have lost in the region of 120 million poor souls. Unfortunately, the initial number we anticipated has far exceeded expectations. Many didn't heed the warnings and stayed in the path of the tsunami, with many caught up by the extent of the flood and earthquake tremors and extensive fissures tearing through the terrain, together with Yellowstone erupting that we had not foreseen. Then we had the Hoover Dam failing and many other dams that had needed upgrading. The resulting chaos made up the rest of the numbers. That is 1/3 of our population. The dire situation we are in is that we are estimating that unless we can stabilize the situation, in the next 3 to 6 months, we could lose a further 1/3 of our people. After 6 months, there won't be enough people around to make an estimate. I just want you to take that in for a moment. Living in our bubble since the disaster struck, I was numb with shock at the extent of the loss of life. Judging by the expression on everyone's faces, I was guessing they were equally shocked. The general coursed his vision around the room, then continued. With those figures in mind, I hope you've all left your political heads at the door, because there is no room for ideologies in the offensive that we are about to launch in the fight back, and the war we are about to unleash against the disaster that has befallen us. As I looked around the room, I couldn't see how he could get them to put a lifetime of political persuasions to one side. He shuffled his notes on the table in front of him. To start with, we'll get the command structure out of the way. As you know, our nation is under mostly state martial law, but there is no cohesive structure to restore our infrastructure and food supply. That starts today. Elections have been put on hold. All elected state bodies and administrative staff, state legislature, and the judiciary on up to the Supreme Courts are hereby suspended, together with all local laws. All national military command laws and sentencing will be enforced equally in all states. Furthermore, from today, your positions as governors no longer exist. That statement hit me between the eyes. I could see from expressions on the governors' faces, it had hit them like walking into a brick wall. There were mumbles around the room, growing in intensity, with glances exchanged. Order, order. Hear me out, his voice boomed in a commanding tone. The room quietened. By decree of the military command, all governors of the central and northern states are henceforth seconded into the army with the title of Governor-General until new elections can be accommodated. We will operate under national martial law rather than individual state martial law. In effect, you will carry out our orders and the plan we are to put before you. To assist military command, some of those serving the public prior to suspension will be seconded into the army. This will still leave you in command of the National Guard, but ultimately you will comply with military rules and military command's orders, and you will be subject to court-martial for infringements. He placed his hands palms down on the table and leaned forward. Let me make this clear, any insubordination or corruption will result in you being removed from office and we will appoint someone in your place. This will apply to all mayors, who will now hold the title of town captain under the command of the Governor-General regards the policing of the streets. Whoa there, hold on a damned minute, said Governor Brown of Idaho, rising from his chair. We have a constitution. General Blake sighed. His impatience was written all over his face, as was his tone of voice as he continued. Order. Sit down. Let me make this clear, so there is no misunderstanding. Under martial law, the Constitution is suspended, and that means not just habeas corpus, it's suspended in its entirety. The Constitution will be restored when the emergency is over and new elections can be held. Until then, we will operate as a well-oiled unified machine under orders from military command. The governor of Minnesota raised his hand. Yes, go ahead. How long will this go on? As long as it takes to stabilize the situation. Military command will review the situation in 6 months. Assuming we can survive until then, with the current state of play, we estimate 5 years to restore the status quo. But it's just that, an estimate. And what does President Latham say about this? Has this come about as an executive order, or by a vote in Congress? This will come as a surprise to some of you, but maybe not to others who know him for his hawkish views. The President had his chance to run the country under the Constitution and the emergency powers it gave him, together with the laws passed by Congress. However, his actions in removing both House representatives and senators of both political persuasions from the bunker, in order to give him a majority for nefarious political gain, has caused military command to have the entire government machine placed under house arrest at the bunker. Does that answer your question? What? Well, yes, but... Rumbling of apparent shock and discontent drifted around the room. I will have order. Be quiet. There are no ifs or buts, it's the way it is for now. President Latham's maneuverings were to enable him to vote for the suspension of elections and to effectively give him unelected dictatorial powers. His motives were for him to wage war against Utah, Oregon, and California. Yet this is at a time when citizens are starving to death and the country is on its knees. In addition to that, despite asking for a plan as a way forward, the last communication advised us their planning was still at the committee stages, so we have had to step in with our own plan. All of you will either accept the new circumstances in order to attempt to save the rest of our population. Or, as I say, you will be stripped of command and we will appoint someone to replace you. Do I make myself clear? All went quiet in the room. I couldn't believe I was a witness to the events of history being made. Another hand went up, this time from the governor of Washington. Yes, make it quick. We need to move on to the plan. We border Oregon. What will happen to those states that have declared independence? You also mentioned the northern and central states. We have Governor Williams here for the eastern states. What of them? Also, what about the southern states? Blake responded. GHT away. It's a question of priorities, manpower, and assets. We have communication difficulties, as you know, besides logistics, in view of the way the flood has encroached on our territory, not to mention disruption to the road and railway networks. The eastern states have a plan in place which follows pretty much our plan, and we are to let them run with that, with additions from our plan which will take priority. For now, we are to concentrate on your state's recovery. We don't have the resources to deal with the South, but we will be liaising with them. We will deal with Zion and Cascadia when the time is right. The governor of Idaho interjected. But what of Zion annexing some of our state next to our border with them? Yes, that was unfortunate, and we'll have to negotiate their withdrawal. However, for now at least it's fewer mouths for you to feed, and with that area's population 100% Mormon, the security situation has stabilized from what was happening there with a loss of life to factions on both sides. We will deal with it in good time. He looked at his watch. Listen, I know that what I have outlined will have come as something of a shock, but we really must get onto the subject of the plan, some of which will give you powers similar to that of the power given to the President under the War Powers Act, so we have a lot to discuss. I think now is the time to have a coffee break for you to consider the gravity of the situation and the changes we have made. Then we'll reconvene. I was lost for words. I'd never in my lifetime have thought I would have witnessed part of the USA being placed under direct military rule. Hearing him take control with the way he commanded the room, I could understand why the ranks gave him the nickname of General Hard-Ass Blake. Rosa's uncle had a huge grin on his face. Wait until you hear the bones of the plan. It's not just bold, it's genius. If the plan doesn't give you hope for the future, nothing will. Chapter 24. Recovery Plan. Rob Bell at the governor's meeting, Nebraska. Waiting in line for coffee, I palmed Rosa's uncle his cell phone. Rosa had headed over to General Blake as soon as he announced the break. I'd watched him introduce her around to the others from military command, and she was now sitting at the table in deep discussion with the general. Above the buzz of conversations in the room, I heard a raised voice. When I turned around, Governor Kane of Idaho was red-faced, wagging his finger, and arguing with General Blake. I say arguing, it was one-sided. General Blake turned to two soldiers, still seated, and spoke calmly to them. They stepped forward, each taking an arm of the governor. Blake said something to him. Then the soldiers forced Kane toward the marquee exit at a march. If you accept this nonsense, you're all traitors. There'll be no more 4th of July celebrations with these tin-pot dictators, he said as they led him through the exit. It went quiet for a moment, then everyone continued with their conversations as if nothing had happened. I listened in on some of the discussions. The consensus seemed to be that the governor was an idiot after they had offered him up to 5 more years in control of his state, without having to go through the stress of an election. A few had their doubts, without knowing what the plan entailed. Some seemed to be more concerned about how they would be paid and at what rate for the new position. Rosa joined us in the line. "Oh my, that was a commotion," she said. "What happened?" I asked her. "Well, you could see what happened. Effectively, Kane told him where he could stick his military coup, but I don't want to repeat his cussing." "What will happen to him?" "General Blake simply said he was under house arrest, and would remain so, unless he wanted to be escorted to Oregon, where it seemed his political affiliations lay. At least that's what I gathered from what the governor said." "Well, that's one down. Let's see what happens when the meeting starts again." Rosa's uncle had sidled away and was mingling with the other governors. "What were you talking about before you were rudely interrupted?" I asked her. "He offered me a position." "What?" Rosa snickered. "He was joshing." I explained how our group of preppers passed on messages of warning to me so I could record my broadcasts for them to relay. He said I should join the army and run their intelligence service. He's really nice on a personal level, but I wouldn't want to cross him. I didn't realize he was from Kentucky and went to school with my uncle. I'm wondering if that's why he was asked to represent the eastern states. "You could be right." "What did you say to the offer?" "I told him thanks, but no thanks. I was happy with my queendom at the bunker," and he laughed. "Queendom?" Not surprised that he laughed. We collected our coffee and returned to our seats at the table. With everyone seated, Blake brought the meeting to order. "Well, sorry for that interruption. Before we go on, we'll be replacing the governor with someone from our ranks. Is there anyone else wishes to resign their position?" Heads turned around the room, but no one spoke. "Good, then we'll begin. I'll first summarize what is expected, and following that we will have questions and answers, then discuss each subject in fine detail." Everyone reached out, pulling their binders toward them. You have 4 binders, each with a different colored cover. All these plans are to be implemented immediately and simultaneously when you return to your states. We want no quandos or committees in their implementation, we want immediate action. Everyone's survival is at stake. He tapped a binder. The red one follows along the lines of what they have already implemented in the eastern states regards starting a treasury and a manual banking system. We have chosen Idaho to site the new treasury and printing facilities for the various dollar bills, but largely we are to encourage everyone to use a check system as currency paper is limited. Once that is set up, your states can issue bonds to Army Command which will be notional as we don't have actual currency. Then you can start paying police, the National Guard, and for infrastructure projects. You will then take over suitable premises in every populated area and designate them as bank branches and food supply stores. We're having passbooks printed, and citizens will be allocated $600 per month once that's up and running. He picked up the next binder, then placed it back on the desk. The blue cover outlines projects approved by military command. No other pet projects will be allowed. We have several power stations in your states now operating, but no grid. For now, building a grid is not a priority, and we don't have the transformers to build one just yet. Besides, until the disaster, transformers were sourced from China. All approved industries and agricultural facilities named in the binder will be built next to the power stations. You will have seizure powers to dismantle fabricated buildings for materials and equipment and move them to the industrial zones, together with seizures of all generators needed for use inside and outside the zones. There will be no limits to the powers of seizure for the purposes of projects named, and no planning or environmental regulation requirements, and no compensation. I could see a number of governors nodding at each other. The rest seemed to have a look of acceptance of what had been said so far. The green binder outlines in small detail how we will develop a new agricultural industrial scale system to run alongside what is possible to produce in the current agricultural system facilities, such as for battery hens and livestock. It revolves around growing crops of vegetable, salad, wheat, and corn indoors under LED lighting. It has blueprints and full operating instructions based around what they're already doing in Chicago, so it's been proven to work. This system produces more per acre in a stacked system, with little fertilizer use, no need for pesticides, and thankfully it'll use 98% less water. Which reminds me, getting energy to water filtration and mobile generators to pumping stations will be another priority in view of the cholera outbreaks you're all seeing. Sequester water bottling plants and get some serious generators to them. Several governors made a note. Getting back to agriculture, if you have to, install the equipment and side marquees and the like until you can build around them. For bakeries, only one type of sliced loaf will be produced on an assembly line basis to meet demand. Brilliant, said the governor of Nebraska, and wringing his hands as Blake took a sip of his coffee, then he continued. Blake turned and looked either side of him at the members of military command. Admiral Cooper shook a clenched fist in apparent encouragement. He cleared his throat and continued. The fourth binder outlines the security and command structures you were to put in place both to keep order on the streets and to protect the industrial and the food supply chain. Let me make this clear. In order to protect the weak and innocents, you are to instruct all services of strict curfews, with shoot-to-kill orders, or firing squads for all arrested looters, rioters, and for the piracy on the new bodies of waters we have experienced against fishing boats. This applies to all caught in the act. For organized black marketeers and price gouging after warnings, death by firing squad. Peaceful demonstration will be allowed, with a limit of 5 persons and only after asking for permission in advance. Those instructions to execute looters and the like seemed to be extremely severe and drew a few gasps, but Blake ignored them and powered on. Furthermore, anyone in the command chain that gives favor to friends and family to line both your pockets with awarding contracts will be punishable by firing squad. Now I'll take questions. There were a few hard swallows around the room at his last statement. Hands raised thick and fast. What about due process? Asked the governor of Colorado. Blake responded right away. With the Constitution suspended, the due process will be exactly as I said for those specified offenses, and the punishment outlined will apply to those caught in the act. The military tribunal will try those arrested. What you have to understand is that those offenses have contributed substantially to the deaths of our citizens. We have to restore order. I could see with the looks on the faces of the governors that they were still uncomfortable at shooting on side orders. Are these facilities we are to kick-start to be under private ownership? The governor of Washington asked. It's outlined in the plan. Some will be private if they have the resources, but mostly they'll be state-owned with the intention of going private at a later date. This is not the precursor to socialism. Anyone who wants that sort of governance is free to live in Cascadia. What about patents, say, if we're to manufacture transformers, said the governor of South Dakota. Under your emergency powers, there will be no civil litigation or compensation for patent owners. While I remember, National Guard will man gas stations for services and plan use only. They will have hand pumps to retrieve the fuel currently stored in the underground tanks. What about money we and others have in the banks already, said the governor of Kansas. Look, this is ground zero. All current banks are not operating and it's likely they never will again. All the banks are in effect bankrupt. Everyone will start again on a level playing field. With that in mind, I should also point out there is provision for you to take over all empty properties and allocate them to refugees. You are all experiencing a shift in populations along political and racial lines, so that provision is required. I don't want any of you to interfere with the movement of refugees. All rental properties, mortgages, and loans that can be proven are suspended. It's all explained in the binders. What about starting up newspapers and other media? Asked the governor of Minnesota. Out of the question. All media licenses are revoked. You can't eat newspapers, and the last thing we need is the media to be continuing to sow the seeds of division as they have done for years to divide the nation. If it were not for the media, we wouldn't now have Cascadia. Like I said, the Constitution is suspended and all priorities for kickstarting the food supply chain are listed in the plan. What you can do, without any political posturing, is to put out fly posters with notices of warnings to the looters and the like, outlining the consequences, together with rules of assembly, and say notices of curfews. It was clear that all military command must be on board with this and the obliteration of the freedom of press allowed by the Constitution. I was waiting for sensible questions regarding how they were going to feed everyone while they were constructing these new agricultural facilities. I couldn't resist and put up my hand. "Yes, you're next," said General Blake. "First question, is there anything in the binders that says how everyone is going to be fed in the meantime? Second, how long do you expect the current inventory of food supplies to last?" Good question, and one I can't answer without everyone here carries out a survey of what the farms have in their silos, other food stores, and what can be salvaged from the fields. And also, what percentage they have to put on one side to feed livestock. "Anything else before I take more questions?" he asked me. Yes, the reason I asked is I have experience of small-scale LED agriculture at my dad's farm, and basically, from the day these facilities are up and running, it takes 42 days to say grow a full head of lettuce or a cabbage. I just wondered if there are enough supplies to last until food comes off these production lines. Blake rubbed at his chin. "I'm glad you pointed that out. I think we should add to our list for everyone to carry out an inventory in each state of existing supplies. I also think what you have said strengthens the timescale and utmost urgency to get this up and running before we're too late and we lose another 100 million. Rosa put up her hand and rose from her chair. "Yes, young lady," the general said, and not giving her chance to answer, he spoke to all assembled. "To make introductions, this young lady is perhaps known to some of you as Queen Rosa. Some will know her radio broadcasts, of which I approve, with advice on survival techniques and warnings of armed scavengers on the loose. Carry on, young lady. Wouldn't it be sensible to provide basic non-perishable food packs with a week's supply per individual, and with enough calories to prevent starvation, instead of relying on black marketeers? You could have all farms supply a central store and distribution facility, like we do locally from our farm. Families and neighborhoods could get together to provide communal cooking. As it is now, only those who have the foresight to stash paper money have access to buy food, or they have to line up for the soup kitchens, which don't really have an adequate supply of calories. People also waste energy as they can take all day in a line to get fed. It would maybe cut down on the numbers you would probably have to shoot on sight for stealing food, never mind the suicides. On a holiday to Brazil, I saw that's what they supply to the unemployed and the impoverished rather than monetary benefits." "Hear, hear, good idea," resonated around the room. General Blake nodded his head and smiled. "I don't think we even need to vote on that. By all your reactions, I think we have complete agreement. We'll add that to our list for implementation until the bank branches and food stores are opened." As much as our interventions had made progress, it didn't answer how many more would die before they could put the plans into operation. Chapter 25. Contemplation. Raw Bell, Nebraska. The question and answer session had lasted into the late evening. General Blake and military command had left the camp in their convoy as soon as the meeting finished. Only the Chief of Space Force Operations remained. I'd found the entire system they had devised for starting the economy from a standing start fascinating, and not something they had ever taught us in depth to study in my economic studies at college. I hoped for all our sakes it would work. The way it was looking was that city dwelling would be a thing of the past for a good number of years to come, and with the economy centered on the new agricultural system. At least there would be room for my trade to flourish, eventually. I was just thankful that I wasn't an attorney or practicing some other similar profession. I could only hope that printing money wouldn't lead to mega-inflation, but they seemed to answer that in the short term with fixed pricing. After all the ideologies relating to healthcare over the years, there had been no option but to have social healthcare for all, even if rudimentary with the lack of medications. I wasn't sure how the population at large would take to the Second Amendment being circumvented, when the general ordered that manufacturers of ammunition could only supply military and law enforcement agencies, and gun shops would not be allowed to open. At least they weren't taking weapons away. Maybe people would think twice about murdering people to save their ammo for self-defense. It wouldn't really have affected us at the bunker. We had enough weaponry and ammo to wage a war. At the end of the meeting, it appeared military rule would be a hard pill to swallow. Mixing with the governors after for coffee, however, there seemed to be an excited buzz, with all on board. Rosa's uncle pulled us to one side. "I have to tell someone this," he said. "They have promoted me. My new title is Governor-Commander of the Eastern States, reporting directly to General Blake. I'm to hold another meeting of governors of the Eastern States with the General to outline his plan with the additions to our plan." "That's fantastic," said Rosa. "Well, yes, it is, as long as they all go along with military rule as they have here. Why don't you both come along with us and live with me in Kentucky? Rosa was telling me you have a degree in economics. We'll be needing someone to run our Eastern State Treasury, and I'm sure I can fix up a radio for Rosa to continue her broadcasts." Rosa took a hold of his hand and kissed him on the cheek. "That's so sweet, Uncle." "Maybe later, but I can't answer for Rob. At least we can relay messages to each other now." "Yeah, maybe later. Thanks for the offer, but a suit and tie job isn't my style. When this is over, I want to get back to construction. It's not just that. My dad has cancer and he'll need me at the bunker." He turned to me and we shook hands. "Well, if ever either of you change your mind, you're welcome in Kentucky. Just make sure you look after my niece. She's special." "I will," I said. That was the second person to tell me to look after her, as she was special. I was thinking there was something they weren't telling me. Rosa tapped me on my arm with her fist. "Look after me?" "I think it's me who looks after you," she said, and we all laughed. A soldier walked over to us. "Sorry to interrupt, but you're wanted urgently in the comms cabin. There's a radio message for you." We exchanged glances. The message was for Rosa. I hoped it wasn't something bad that had happened at our bunker. "Sorry, Uncle, we have to go." "Okay, you go. Keep in touch. I'm setting off back to Kentucky right away to get to the intersection to avoid the Space Force convoy. It's a long convoy. Many of the transports are wide loads that you can't pass." "Space Force?" "Yeah, their convoy has had to take a detour to avoid the floods. It started in Boca Chica in Texas, with some of it from Florida just before the disaster. It had to travel all the way through our eastern states north to take the bridges, then to head south. Half the convoy stopped in Kentucky and they're setting up a new base and launch sites in our state." "Where is it heading?" "Space Force Base in Colorado." "Look, sorry, I have to go." Rosa gave him a big hug, then we dashed to the radio room. When we arrived, Jackson was there waiting for us, but it was a different radio operator. Jackson handed Rosa a note. Our radio operator received a relayed message from Jason at the bunker. It was garbled, so I came in here to take the message on their equipment. I hope we have the name right. I've written it down as Ahiga. Ahiga. That's correct. He's one of our preppers from the Navajo Nation at the border with New Mexico and Arizona. Rosa read the note, then passed it to me. Large convoy. Heavily armed. Pillaging. Heading north. Ahiga. Is that it? I asked. Yeah. That's all it said. We need more detail. Can we relay a message back and ask for more information? Asked Rosa. Sorry, said the radio operator. I could get into trouble as it is. Don't want to end up on a charge. You'll have to use your own radio. I turned to Rosa. Really, it doesn't appear it will affect us, but if we get more detail of their route, we can get the detail out in a message to those in danger. We'll be back at the bunker soon, and we can relay him a message when we get back. I think you're right, she said. By the time we'd changed our clothes for the journey and arrived outside the security barrier, we'd missed the window for our convoy to set off back to our bunker. The chief of the Space Force operations drove past where we were at the intersection and joined his convoy. We looked on in amazement. It had to have been a mile long, maybe more, with the time it took to pass at a crawl. There would be no way past it with the wide loads. It looked as though they had dismantled the entire launch sites, together with fuel tankers, and some of the biggest sections of rockets under cover I had ever seen close up. Rosa was sitting at the campfire, doing her usual scratching at the ash dust with a stick, when I joined her. Something was bugging her. "Come on, out with it. What's troubling you?" "I'm concerned about General Blake." "That doesn't tell me anything." "Explain?" "It's a political thing and I know you're not political." "Try me." "It was something he said last night. Why tell the governors not to impede the caravans moving into and out of their states? He explained that. If you remember, he said it's better for everyone to have a goal in mind. Many are moving on rumors that grass is greener elsewhere. A little like us moving to the bunker." "Yeah, I get that, but from the radio reports that's been coming in, it's like the army is encouraging the movement by providing security for some of them. What are your thoughts on that?" She was right that I didn't have a political bone in my body. "I think nothing." "I've got a theory if you want to hear me out," she said. "Go on then." "It's just that if you look at history, every time there's a major crisis, people turn against each other of different ethnicities or political persuasions. It's natural for people to seek the safety of their own kind and to banish others, or even to massacre those who are not of their mindset. Would you agree?" "Never thought about it, but you could be right." "I am right. Look at the revolution when the communists took over in Russia. Then there was the French Revolution. Why did the Irish move to America and settle mainly in New York during the potato famine, or why did the Brits send petty thieves to Australia? More recently, look at when the socialist dictatorship took over Venezuela and how many millions left the country. Same with Cuba when refugees headed for Miami. I could go on and on." I guess she could go on and on, but it was a subject that wasn't exactly something that concerned me, other than I'd been sick of the riots and division before the disaster. "You're not interested, are you?" "I can see it in your face." "No, go on." "I'm listening." "I think that General Blake saw the writing on the wall before the disaster. Also, I think he could see that as a nation we had arrived at the tipping point. Something must have pushed him over his own tipping point." "What tipping point?" "That our union was no longer viable with the political impasse and discontent. That he'd seen we'd likely been heading for civil war." "What?" "You're saying he's motivated to take over running the country to encourage the dismemberment of the union." "Exactly. Come the hour, come the man, or woman, good or bad. Why else would he go against the president's orders to restore Cascadia and Zion to the Union? Look at how all the African Americans are heading for the eastern states." "To be honest, I don't care as long as it doesn't affect me," I said, having cut her short. "And that's your view?" "That's pig ignorant and selfish." "No, it isn't. It is selfish. If you sit back and do nothing, that's how these things happen, and people like you end up suffering in the long run." Her words grated on me. "People like me? What the hell can I do?" "I knew you weren't interested," she said, and rising, she stormed off towards Jackson. Truth was, the more I thought about what she had said, the more it seemed that she was right. There was no doubt that if you'd have herded all the different factions together with people of their own mindset, there would have been a lot less upheaval in the towns and cities that we experienced before the disaster. I hated politics, especially as prior to the disaster, nothing was getting done while the economy tanked. Democracy should have been about consensus, but there had been none for decades. It had been more about scoring points for their own persuasion and not for all the people. When the Constitution said, "We the people," politicians had taken it to mean it only related to people of their own parties. I wished I'd have kept my mouth shut. Now I felt pain that we'd had a tiff. Chapter 26. Military Takeover. General Blake on a visit to the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. Military Command's convoy came to a halt in a valley. The mountain range where the Doomsday Bunker was situated loomed large before them, 5 miles up front. General Blake exited his forward command base RV and headed for Signal Battalion's transport. He climbed inside and stepped over to the radio operator. "We should be able to get a signal from here to transmit to the bunker," he said, and handed the radio operator a note. "As soon as you hear your guys are in position on the mountain, send this message for the Commander-in-Chief." "They've already sent a message. They're in position, ready and waiting, sir." "Good, send the message." He glanced out of the window to see the convoy forming a rectangle, with soldiers setting up a large tent in the center. FCB to Mole, radio check, over. Reading you loud and clear, over. Message for the Commander-in-Chief. FCB 5 miles out. Impossible to go further. We'll need to have the meeting here. Roger that, await answer, out. Blake tapped the radio operator on his shoulder. Let me know when they reply. If our spotters contact you before then to report movement outside the bunker, I'll be in the tent. General Blake stepped over to the tent and entered to join the rest of military command. Well, we sent the message. Just a question of waiting. The Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Cooper, joined him. Our subs have found a natural harbor in Washington deep enough for our crippled aircraft carrier and the warships. No point prioritizing our aircraft carrier, seeing as how we can't have birds in the sky. All we can do for now is to construct a dock, and then we can carry out repairs and make changes to our warship's armaments. Especially now we don't have GPS for our missiles. What about inland? It's tricky, but one of our subs has navigated a route through to Idaho, where we can construct a submarine base. It'll take at least a year to have any sort of reasonable marine defenses. Anything on the East Coast? Nothing as yet, but we have a nuclear sub still surveying. Excuse me, sir, said a soldier from Signal Battalion. Yes, what is it? Our spotters have sent a message. A convoy has exited the bunker with 4 troop carriers and an SUV. The SUV is out front and they're not in close order. Any message from the bunker? No, sir. Report back if we get a message. Dismissed. Blake turned to his colleagues. Well, they're sending out a welcoming committee, but no radio communication. Everything is set, so let's see how it plays out. Wait here and I'll greet them. Blake arrived at the perimeter. He climbed inside an armored vehicle and up into the turret with the .50 caliber. Surveying the horizon through his binoculars, he looked on at the cloud of ash thrown up from the convoy as it approached, the front of the SUV poking through the dust cloud. Blake climbed back out of the vehicle. On cue, a vehicle pulled out of the perimeter, leading away inside for the SUV. A soldier waved it on through, then the vehicle reversed back into line to close the perimeter. Soldiers appeared in the turrets of the armored vehicles and manned the .50 calibers, the barrels facing the troop transport that had arrived and stopped. 2 soldiers flanked General Blake at the entrance to the tent, where the SUV pulled over. General Carter. Good of you to come, said Blake as Carter climbed out of the passenger seat. What's the problem? Short on gas, or something else? We're to take you to the bunker to meet with the president. I'll explain inside. We have coffee ready. 2 passengers climbed out of the back seat and joined them. After you gentlemen, Blake said. Blake hung back as General Carter, with his companion, a captain, entered the tent. With Carter out of earshot, he signaled for General Roberts to hang back. An African-American, the same as Blake, but shorter in stature, he looked to have developed a portly frame since he'd last seen him. How's Uncle Roberts? Fine, and Mary? She's good, thanks, said Blake, and then ushered him inside, trying not to grin. With coffee passed around, everyone took their seats at the tables, except for the captain, who turned away and put his radio close to his ear. He turned and walked over to Carter and whispered in his ear. Carter turned to Blake. They blocked our troop carriers outside. We need them to enter so we can transport you to the bunker, said Carter. That will not happen, said Blake. What? What's going on? We've taken control of the country under military rule by military command. Everyone who remains in the bunker is now under house arrest. No, you can't do that. It's not constitutional. But we have, and the Constitution is suspended in its entirety. Carter rose from his seat. The soldier behind him removed Carter's sidearm, and then, taking a hold of his shoulder, forced him to sit. Your sidearms, gentlemen, said Blake. They removed their sidearms and placed them on the table. The soldier gathered them, then walked away. Carter's cheeks turned bright red. Here's what's going to happen. Radio and other communications will not be restored, except for courier dispatches, but they'll be intercepted immediately outside the bunker and go through censorship at Army Command. Any socialist Democrats that want to leave to be resident in Cascadia, or Mormons who want to go home to Zion are welcome to leave and we'll escort them to their destination. But why do this? That's above your pay grade. We have a sealed document here from Army Command for President Latham. What I can tell you is that we will review the situation every 6 months. So that's it. You can all go now. The party rose from their seats, with General Blake and an armed escort following. Carter grabbed the radio from the captain's belt. Blake took a hold of his hand, forcibly removing the radio. "You don't want to do that," said Blake, and pointed to the ridge of the valley. "Have your men stand down," he said, and handed him the radio. Carter scanned the ridge. Hundreds of soldiers were visible. He pulled the radio to his lips. "Stand down, everyone. Return to your transport." They climbed into the SUV. A vehicle pulled out of the perimeter to allow it to pass through, then the perimeter closed. Blake looked on as the troop transports turned and drove away. He stepped over to the radio room. "Send a message to our scouts over at the bunker. Tell them to report back once the convoy has returned, and it's secure inside. Then have them contact signals to disconnect all discs and antennas." "Yes, sir." "We've had a message from Chicago relayed. Operation Extraction is complete. They've now nullified the gangs in the city and suburbs." "Good. As soon as you've messaged our scouts, have a message relayed to Chicago for them to move their operation to Milwaukee County in Wisconsin." Chapter 27. Clear as mud. Rob Bell on the journey from Nebraska to the bunker, Colorado. We'd stopped off our journey from Nebraska to make camp. Rosa appeared distanced and didn't help to gather kindling for the fire as usual. She did that thing again, sat on a rock 10 yards away and scratching a twig in the ash, making patterns, a sullen expression etched on her face. With the pot of water boiling, I poured out 2 mugs of coffee. "Coffee is ready," I called out to her. "I don't want any," she said curtly, then rose and walked over to Jackson. Her mood changed as I watched them wander off, chatting away and smiling. I shook my head and clicked my tongue. Her attitude had been off toward me all the way to the camp. It was nothing she had said, because she hadn't talked to me or made eye contact when I tried to make conversation. She'd answered with either a nod or the shake of her head, or answered me in as fewer syllables as possible. Breaking up camp, we headed on the last stretch of our journey. At least this time she exchanged pleasantries, but something was missing, with the conversation strained. Arrived back at the bunker and settled in my room, and with Jackson and his men gone, I had plenty to think about while I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling. When I thought about the few stops we'd made, Rosa had wandered off with Jackson. It wasn't as though we were an item, but something had been eating away at my insides when she'd avoided me and walked off with him, leaving an empty feeling in my gut. I wondered if I'd been right not to get too close to her with trust issues ever present. Laying there, I was finding it hard to work out if I'd developed feelings for her, or if it disappointed me that our friendship had likely run its course. Jet's welcome seemed more genuine. As I lay with my head on the pillow, he dove on the bed and snuggled up beside me. Almost at the point of drifting off to sleep while gently stroking his head, there was a knock on the door. "Rob, it's Dad, you in there?" "Yeah, come on in." We'd only been away a few days, but I could see a change in Dad's stature. Because I'd been around him all the time, I guess I'd not noticed his weight loss, but now I could see he was looking gaunt. "How was your journey?" "Eventful." He took a seat at the dresser. "How eventful?" I told him about the skirmish we'd had in the town with the young scavengers, then moved on to reveal we were now under military rule and the plan they had to kickstart the food supply, and everything else that had happened. No surprise there. Military rule was to be expected. This new way of farming should work. "You look pained." "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Don't give me that." "There's no such thing as nothing." "What's troubling you?" If it were Tom asking me back in California, I wouldn't have hesitated to spill out everything that troubled me. It seemed strange he was asking about why I was troubled. He'd never shared his feelings with me, let alone ask how I'd been feeling that I could recall. My head was so battered, I felt I had to confide in someone to make sense of everything. It wasn't like I could confide in any of the others in the community. I took a deep breath. I don't know what to do with myself, that's all. It's like I can't see which direction my life is going. I don't want to make friends with anyone, and now I'm even strained with Rosa after all we've been through. Dad shook his head. How did that come about? I spilled it all out, explaining about how Rosa was with me before the disaster, then how her attitude had changed for the better. Then I told him what we had talked about before she'd stormed off. Dad looked deep in thought before speaking. It's partly my fault. I had you living here in a bubble after your mom and Ted died. I should have taught you more about the world outside, especially politics. But equally, it's your own naivety. How do you work that out? You've used Rosa as a crutch after you fell out with Tom and split with Donna. And that came about 'cause you couldn't see what was in front of your nose. That's harsh. It's the truth. The truth can hurt until you see it for yourself. See, at my age, I've been there and done that. I can see things now that I was blind to when I was your age. You need to think about all the events with Rosa that you've told me about and try to analyze them. Most people don't walk in a straight line, son. You need to look at motive, cause and effect. Jesus, you sound like a psychiatrist. I just take people as I find them. And how did you find her? When did she warm to you? It was after she talked with Tom, didn't you say? Well, yeah. So what? Hear me out. When you inspected her house and left her with Tom, that was when he spoke to her for the first time, if I remember correctly what you said. The following day, you said she was all sweetness and light, and you told her you'd not spoken to me. That's when she let you use her satellite phone and offered use of her stove. So, Tom must have let on about the bunker. He'd have been after getting her on side to get you to leave. That was his motive, and it would have been her motive from that time on. It's possible. Do you think people are that shallow? If the circumstances are right, yes. It wouldn't take an idiot to work out that staying in the community wasn't viable. She'd have seen you were her ticket out of there. What he said wasn't helping. If he was right, how could I know she cared for me as much as I'd cared for her? So, let's get this right. You're saying she's used me, and I've used her? But why fall out with me if she now has the security she needed? Not only that, why say she's special? Dad rolled his head from side to side before answering. Because you can tell she is highly driven. She's intelligent and soaks up information rapidly. It sounds like she was testing you back there in Nebraska to see if she could trust you. She was looking to see if you were on the same team in the ballpark. Think about it the way she said things that she theorized. There's a bigger picture being woven around you, son, and it'll be your choice whether you want to be part of it. Just because I'll be leaving you my treasury doesn't mean you'll not have to find your own way in life the way you want it to be. I clicked my tongue, then sighed, rising from the mattress. For God's sake. Stop talking in riddles and spell it out. No, I've said enough. It's for you to work out. Just remember what I always say about coincidences. There is no such thing. Now think about how this Commander Jackson of hers happened upon you in the nick of time. Take it from there and you might get your answer. He'd spoken true to type. I flopped back to sit on the edge of the bed. All my life he'd spouted conspiracy theories. He was right about the bubble when he controlled my every movement. He also raised more doubts about Rosa's intentions going forward. Dad coughed, then spluttered, holding his hand to his mouth as the occasional cough turned into a coughing fit. He wiped his hand across his mouth, leaving a trail of blood from his lips to his cheek. Dad looked at his hand. Get Mary, now, he said, his complexion paling, with a look of panic in his eyes. I'll be in my room. I was fraught with concern that this could be his end. Especially as I needed to coax more out of him about what his riddle meant. Chapter 28. Hidden Plan. Diego Martinez at the family ranch, New Mexico. Governor Hernandez arrived at the ranch just as Martinez finished reading the last colored binder the governor had sent to him. He grinned and nodded in approval at the contents. He couldn't believe his luck that U.S. Army Command had provided him with a blueprint to legitimize his operation, without having them looking over his shoulder. The path was now clear for him to take complete control of New Mexico. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. He reckoned Brogan and his team would leave for the northern tip of Arizona on his journey further north any time that day. All he needed was for Brogan to succeed in his mission, and his future, and that of New Mexico and hopefully Texas, would be mapped out. Still, it was a long shot. He didn't trust Brogan not to escape before he even arrived at his destination. Gold or no gold, he was determined to carry on with his plan. He stepped outside through the plastic sheeting on the patio. The sound of the generator humming, together with the clanking of the printing press churning out sheets of a run of currency bills in one of his barns, brought a smile to his face. Giant escorted Governor Hernandez toward Martinez. "Señor Hernandez, welcome. Step inside and take a seat," he said, and parted the plastic sheeting. Martinez noticed Hernandez looked troubled. "You have problems?" "I'm getting harassed by the opposition for granting your pardons. The only thing they don't know about yet is your change of name." Martinez slapped his hand on the security folder. "Then write out a list of names. According to the contents of the security binder, we now have the authority to execute those found guilty of corruption. I'm sure we can come up with trumped-up scenarios to charge them. As the commander of the National Guard, I will be the jury," he said, and then laughed. "It won't take many firing squads for the dissent to quieten down. Stop worrying, leave that side of it to me." Hernandez said, a half-smile, his eyes giving away that he was still troubled. "Forget it. We have more pressing matters to deal with. People are starving to death, and soon there will be no people to govern. Through this indoor agricultural plan the Army has been good enough to provide us with, we will make you the savior of the people, then no one will worry about pardons. You will be the hero of New Mexico. But we don't have the expertise or the equipment." Martinez studied him. He didn't think he deserved to be a governor, and neither would the legitimate electorate. Without his help, he knew he would never have won the election. "You have read the contents of all the binders, I take it?" "Not all of them. I've just skimmed through them." Martinez pushed back in his chair and rolled his eyes, thinking he was going to be the one who would have to do all the work. "If we follow the plans in the binders on the table, we will all be wealthy beyond our wildest dreams. Leave all the organizing to me. I couldn't have devised a better plan. We can commandeer anything we want and own all the major business activities in New Mexico. Our power will be immense and all of it legal, to a point," he said, and laughed long and loud. Martinez spent the next hour detailing his instructions to Hernandez and had him make a list of the opposition's troublemakers. Then, handing him a bag of cocaine, he bid him goodbye. "Do you think he's up to the task?" asked Giant. "Those photographs and the video we have of him in bed and snorting cocaine with those whores at the brothel, they make him the perfect figurehead to do everything we tell him. Failing that, we'll kidnap some of his family. Besides, that secretary we provided him with will report back if he steps out of line, as well as keeping him happy in the sack." Martinez looked at his watch. In 10 minutes, the convoy would arrive with the industrialists who had lost all their wealth with the disaster. His mind worked overtime as he waited. He had history to thank for his train of thought. The Russian president had had his oligarchs, all paying him a percentage of their wealth in secrecy. The ones who had risen above their station to challenge him, he terminated, or they'd escaped into exile. Even then, they hadn't been out of his reach. He reasoned that all he would have to do would be to nationalize industry via the governor under the new powers, together with the new bioagricultural industry, then through his own treasury and banking system, provide those industrialists with the funds to buy them out for a pittance as if they were being privatized. To complete his intentions, he knew that he would have to ensure control of the security services, and he already had that in place. He turned to Giant. "I have some tasks for you. Contact our people at Ciudad Juarez. There's an LED manufacturer there which will probably have been closed since the disaster struck. If it is, I want all the equipment stripped down and brought to Columbus. I'll arrange for forged paperwork to show them at the border for import. If it isn't closed, tell them to negotiate a price to buy it out. Have them find the people who work there and get them across the border. Use the forged bills and have them buy up as much LED lighting to the specs in this binder as they can get their hands on. Is that it? No, once you've done that, step up our infiltration into Texas now the rest of our troops have arrived. I want the same number working on the governor of Texas that we did with Hernandez. If there's nothing there in his background to get him to play ball, have him abducted, and we'll find a new governor to take his place. Will do, said Giant. Martinez pushed the binders to one side, then unfolded and spread out the map of the USA on the table. He already marked out roughly where the new body of water had encroached on the territories. Taking a hold of a red marker, he scored a line from the tip of northern Arizona, following the border all the way through to Texas, then did the same across the border with Mexico. He crossed out the name of Texas, then across all the territories he wrote, the Republic of New Mexico. Hovering the marker over the map, he estimated the position of Fort Hood, then marked it with a circle. It was the one serious obstacle he would have to overcome for his long-term plan to come to fruition. Chapter 29. Death's Door. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. Pacing up and down the tunnel outside Dad's quarters, his door opened. Mary, Dad's nurse, exited, closing the door behind her. How is Dad doing? Resting. Can I see him? Not just now if you don't mind. I've made him more comfortable by removing his tube and given him a sedative and some morphine, so he's resting. I'll call you when he's coherent. He's rambling just now with the effects of the morphine. Is the bleeding normal? I'm not a cancer specialist, but I've worked in palliative care with cancer patients, so yes, I've seen this before when they've had throat cancer. It's a question of keeping him as comfortable as possible. Does this mean he'll be going soon? She hesitated, not looking me in the eye. From experience, I'd say you need to prepare for him to deteriorate rapidly. He's taken to sleeping irregularly, and he's reduced his nourishment intake. It's all down to when he decides it's his time to let go. Sorry. Rosa arrived from the direction of the radio room. Is everything okay? She asked. Dad's taken a turn for the worse, but he's resting just now, though it's not looking good. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. You look pale. Are you okay? Not really. I'm going to my room to lie down. Rosa took a hold of my fingers. I was just about to go to my room when I saw you here. If you need to talk, give my door a knock, she said, and her fingers slipped from mine. Thanks. Do you mind having Jet so I can try to get some sleep? He insists my bed is his and keeps pushing me off the side. Yeah, no problem. Settled in my room, I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I was washed out emotionally. Maybe I'd gotten past the point of tears, having accepted the inevitability of Dad eventually passing. My thoughts turned to Rosa. I wondered if it was all in my head that our friendship was strained. She was genuinely supportive back there outside Dad's quarters. As much as I thought Dad's lecture was bull, that I was somehow in the center of a conspiracy, going over what he'd said was a useful distraction. I couldn't see how Jackson could have been Rosa's guardian angel on our way from the gated community. That made little sense. We must have been 700 or 800 miles into our journey before we encountered him, and then he'd not been around during the rest of our encounters that could have ended in our demise. There was a tap on my door. Who is it? The door opened ajar. Rob, it's Rosa. Jet settled. I'm just going to the radio room. I'll be back in 30 minutes. I've not locked my door for if you hear him scratching at the door. No problem. I've not taken him out today. If I'm not here when you're back, I might have taken him outside for a walk. Okay. The door closed, leaving me deep in thought. Thinking about Dad's take on coincidences, there was one that stuck in my mind. General Blake and Rosa's uncle had gone to school together. That explained why they could have spent so much time in private together back in Nebraska. Jackson had said he was originally from Louisville in Kentucky, the same as General Blake and the governor. Blake's childhood friendship with her uncle explained why he could have asked Jackson to take care of Rosa's security if needed. It also explained how Blake had given her the time of day to talk with her during the meeting breaks. But try as I may, I couldn't work out where I fit into the web being woven around me that Dad talked of. The fact that everyone seemed to tell me she was special and to look after her kept circling when I heard Jet whining and scratching at Rosa's door. Throwing my legs over the side of the bed, I headed to her room. Stepping inside, Jet jumped up at me, knocking over a bowl of water she'd put down for him. Looking around for something to mop up the water, I noticed the book with the brown paper cover on her nightstand. It was as if déjà vu washed over me when I had a flashback to taking the in-laws' insurance letter out of the drawer in their bedroom back at the community. On that occasion, my curiosity led me to find something I didn't want to have found. All the same, it showed them for what they were and what I'd always suspected. The urge was too powerful. I flicked open the cover to reveal the title and a yellow post-it note. Nzinga of Angola, Africa's Warrior Queen was the title. The note had the name of Captain Jackson with his frequency and call sign. The book didn't seem to be anything of interest that she would need to tease me with its contents. I imagined it was like the Bolivar book she had taken an interest in. After reading the lengthy introduction, I closed the book. That was when I noticed the brown paper had a bulge. Running my fingers over it, it was obvious there was something concealed behind the brown paper. I heard footsteps out in the tunnel and stepped into the restroom when the door to her quarters opened and in walked Rosa. Careful, Jet kicked over his bowl in excitement when I came to take him for a walk. I'm just looking for something to soak it up. There's a dirty hand towel in the wash basket. Use that. It didn't take you long in the radio room, I said as I mopped up the puddle. Yeah, I've finally had a reply relayed from Arizona. All he can tell me is that they've overheard them saying their destination is Zion. I've sent a warning out. It's likely they'll pass close by here to get there. Forewarned is forearmed. We'll have to be vigilant. I turned to her. We should warn any contacts you have in Zion. No one ever replies to me from Zion for some reason. Still, I might have the answer to that. General Blake said they were going to start negotiations between what is now Zion and Idaho for them to withdraw their National Guard and the Mormon population from the disputed territory. Maybe I could relay a message for General Blake so his negotiators could warn them of the large group of armed scavengers. I could understand her wanting to send the warning, but I was more concerned for our own safety. All the same, I think we need to contact Jackson. If you follow the convoy's progress through our prepper circle, maybe we'll get an idea of when they are likely to be near our area. I'll get on it right away, she said. Okay, I'll take Jet outside, then join you in the radio room. Exiting her quarters, I glanced back at the book on the nightstand and wondered what could be so important to have something hidden behind the brown paper cover. Chapter 30. The Inevitable. Raw bell at the bunker, Colorado. 3 days had passed, and there had been no word from General Blake. The only news we'd had was that the scavengers were making slow progress and were reported to be raping and pillaging on their way to the north. I'd spent the morning in Dad's quarters. His mind had been sound early on, but he kept grimacing with pain and needed relief. His nurse had a connecting door from her quarters, and now and then I had to call her into the room to give him more morphine. Most of the time we'd spent talking about when Mom and my brother Ted were alive, which seemed to lift his spirits. It was getting to me doing all the talking, reminiscing about my childhood memories. His lips were parched. I dipped a tissue into a glass of water, then dabbed his lips. He cried out with pain, which startled me by its intensity, and I called for Mary. After she gave him that last dose of morphine, there was a change and he hallucinated, talking nonsense. Mary beckoned me to join her in her quarters. Listen, I hope you understand this. It's a delicate balance between keeping him alive and comforting him. The morphine is for his comfort, but it will hasten his death as it builds up in his system. Is that legal? It's sort of an unwritten way of providing end-of-life care that's not really talked about, and legislators don't want to go there. He's refused his nourishment tube. Your dad's not drunk or eaten anything for 4 days. It's too painful for him to eat and to digest anything. As a result, his organs are shutting down. I tried attaching an intravenous drip, but he kept pulling it out. To force feed would be cruel. I give him the maximum dose of morphine allowed by law for his comfort, but in our profession, we know it hastens things the more we have to give to ease the pain. Truth is, he's no longer aware of his surroundings, so you can wait in your room if you like. No, I want to be there with him at the end. I don't want him to die alone. I heard him call out and rushed back to his room. He sat bolt upright, called out Mom's name, then collapsed back with his head on the pillow. I took a hold of his hand and he gripped mine tight. I'm here, Dad. I was sure I detected a smile on his lips, then without warning, his chest heaved as he took a deep intake of air. His breath expelled in a long drawn-out sigh, and his grip of my hand loosened. His vital signs on the monitor flatlined. Mary turned off the volume to the continuous tone of the machine. She opened the drawer to his nightstand and handed me an envelope with a letter Dad had left for me. "This is for you. I'll see to him now he's at rest." I couldn't reply and simply nodded. My eyes moistened, but there were no tears. Despite having known the outcome was inevitable, I'd not been prepared to witness his last dying breath. In shock, I exited his room. Outside in the tunnel, I squatted and held my head in my hands. The tears just wouldn't come. All I experienced was a feeling of emptiness. He was gone, and now I had no one to call family. Rising to my feet, I climbed onto a golf cart and drove to the exit of the bunker. Outside the bunker, the bitter cold stung my cheeks. Looking out toward the farmhouse, I had a flashback to the laughter of my brother and me, both of us running around the apple blossom tree playing tag. Dad was delving under the hood of Old Girl when Mom called us all in for dinner. I reached into my jacket pocket and took out the 8-ball ornament and held it to my chest. Taking a deep breath, I called out, "No," long and loud, just as the wolves had done at the loss of one of their own. Jason rushed over to me. "What's wrong?" He's passed. Dad's gone." He put his arm around my shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Rob. Leave it all to us and we'll see to preparing him for the burial." He called over some of the others, and we all entered the bunker. They went off to shower and change. All I could think of was that I wanted to join Dad, Mom, and Ted, and to leave my failures behind. Alone in the tunnel, I entered the armory and selected a Glock pistol, then tucking it into my belt, I headed back to my quarters in the golf cart. Once inside my quarters, I took a seat at the dresser, removed the Glock, and placed it on the surface. Taking Dad's letter from my jacket pocket, I opened the envelope to find his treasury key on a chain and a letter. Reluctant to read the letter, I left it folded next to the Glock. There weren't any feelings of emotion. It was as if I was an empty shell. Opening the dresser drawer, I took out my notepad and a pen and began writing. "Dear Rosa." I couldn't think of what to write. Unfastening the chain around my neck with the key, I placed it at the side of the notepad with Dad's key, then picked up the pen. The code for the door at the end of the corridor to the kitchen is 31421#1. The keys open the door to the treasury, and this is the code for the same door, 518#220. All that is in there is yours after allocating funds to all the others of $500,000 each, as per my dad's wishes. Take care of Jet. Placing the pen at the side of the notebook, I picked up the Glock, dropped the magazine to make sure it was loaded, then reset the mag and placed it back on the surface. All that remained was to read the letter. Picking it up, I unfolded it and read on. "Dear Rob, if you are reading this, I will have passed on. I have no words of advice, as you are now your own man. I need you to know that I have nothing but admiration for you, wanting to make it out there in the world on your own, just as I had done at your age. I know, as your father's son, you would have succeeded if not for the disaster. You might think of me as successful in business if wealth is something to judge me by, but trust me, to get there, I've had many failures in my younger years, which I've kept to myself. The slate is wiped clean between us now that I'm at rest. Whatever the future holds for you, I know you will make Mom, your brother Ted, and me proud, and will be watching over you. One day, I pray you will find love again and have a family of your own and know a father's love and affection. Just don't keep it to yourself like I did. I know you will make a better dad than I ever was to you, but be assured, everything I did was for your future." He'd signed it off, "With deepest eternal love, Dad." His words snapped me out of my trance. Until that point, all I thought about was a desire to be with my family again, to have the life that was cruelly taken from me. There in front of me, he was telling me I could have that through my own family, eventually. It was time for me to look forward and not backward. The door opened. Jet bounded in, and turning sideways on my chair, he leaped onto my lap, licking my face, his wagging tail knocking the notebook and pen to the floor. "Rob, I've just been given some messages from Jason and he told me about your dad. I'm so sorry." Her eyes widened. "You?" "What the?" she said and snatched the gun from the dresser, then picked up the notebook and pen from the floor. "What the hell are you doing with a weapon?" she said, and tucked the gun into her waistband. "Get down, Jet," I said, and attempted to take the notebook from her. She snatched it behind her back, then turned and read my note, and then launched the pad at me. The notebook landed on my chest and I grabbed a hold of it, and tearing off the page, I set about tearing the note into tiny pieces. "For God's sake, I don't want your dad's money, and I'm sorry for your loss. After all we've been through, you're worth more to me than any gold and silver. The last thing I need is for you to do something stupid." "I wasn't." "Yes, you were. You selfish idiot." I passed her dad's letter. "Okay, I was, but after reading Dad's letter, it snapped me out of it." "Good thing you did," she said, passing back the letter, then rolled her eyes. "What the hell were you thinking? If this convoy of scavengers arrives here on their travels, they could destroy everything your dad had built for you to survive. Is that what you would want?" "I know, sorry. I'm okay now, like I said after reading his letter. The bad thoughts have passed. But for Dad's letter and Rosa's intervention, I was sure I'd have gone through with it and pulled the trigger with the barrel to my temple. If nothing else, I now knew Rosa did care for me, which was a blessing. Besides looking out for Rosa, now I also had the purpose of making my family proud of me. It was just as Dad had said. I couldn't see what was under my nose. All those years of disliking Dad, and all that time I couldn't see that he had nothing but love for me. I wouldn't make that mistake if I were fortunate to have children at some time in the future. The bad thoughts had better have passed. Were those messages only about the scavengers? I asked. One of them. I've had a message relayed from General Blake. We need to travel to Salt Lake City after we've put your dad to rest. Salt Lake City? Why? That's not so important this minute, but this message from Mahika is. Let me see, I said. It had gone over my head when she'd mentioned the scavengers. Now reading the message, I understood. He says most of them are Hispanic. Could these be part of Martinez's criminal enterprise? Rosa shook her head. I don't know, but he says they've been overheard saying they're going to Zion next. They've mainly sacked farms on their journey. That could be what they're after, supplies of food. Zion hasn't exactly experienced the same destruction since the disaster, so they'll likely have well-stocked grain silos. It says here they have considerable transport. There isn't time to ask what he means by considerable transport. At least we know they're not heading here. We have to warn Zion, but no one there replies to my radio messages like I said before. If it is the convicts, then we need them to be stopped in Zion, or they might just call here on their way back. If it is the convicts, that guy who let us live knows where we are, and he'll likely know we have stockpiles of food. What a nightmare. We have to go to Zion. Blake wants us to go there for a mission he has in mind. Chapter 31. Downward Spiral. President Latham at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. For all the money they had spent in the bunker to make the decor of his offices and quarters reasonably palatable, Latham thought it was like being stuck in a windowless industrial complex as he jogged down the tunnel. Endless lines of pipes and tanks gave it the appearance of a chemical plant, with a smell to match. The thought of spending the next 5 years there under house arrest was enough to make him rich. The foul odor of the air now burning deep within his lungs brought him to a halt. He bent over, holding his knees, desperate to catch his breath at the entrance to his office and quarters. Approaching some semblance of normal breathing, he entered the reception area to his offices, then carried on through to his quarters. Taking a shower, he knew he was spiraling into depression. He deliberated on how the unthinkable had happened as the water cascaded over him. He had a week to think about events. General Blake and the rest of military command had put into practice the age-old strategy of cutting off the chicken's head. In this case, it was his head, together with that of his administration. He could flap his wings all he liked, but he knew he was now blind. Cut off from the outside world. He was acutely aware that he had all the status of a title within his bubble in the bunker, and yet he was powerless in regards governance of what was left of the United States. As he towel-dried and then dressed, for the first time in his life, he was devoid of a plan that would bring immediate results. Even the majority of his own party had turned against him. The only gain he thought he could take from events was that the so-called deep state had shown their hand, with a substantial list of the administrative government staff electing to be escorted from the bunker to Cascadia. Add the radical left Democrats to that number that had deserted the bunker to join them, and at least what was left were moderate and staunch constitutionalists. He was thankful that those who remained were at least prepared to sit it out, hoping they would restore the Constitution soon. He stepped into his office when the intercom buzzed. "General Carter and Defense Secretary Johnson are here to see you." "Send them in." He poured brandy and took a swig. They both entered, and he beckoned them to take a seat on the sofa. "Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? If you're here twisting the knife, forget it, because I'm past caring," he said, and, lifting his glass to his lips, he took another swig of his brandy. "We're not here for anything other than to offer our support," said Johnson. "We've been working hard lobbying for you. We seem to be making inroads now the initial shock is over. You can't hide away in your quarters forever licking your wounds. You need to address everyone." Johnson stepped over to the desk, and picking up the glass and decanter, he stepped away. "And while we're at it, you need to cut up the drink. Look at your nose in the mirror. It's turning purple. Get a grip. You can't address everyone with your breath stinking of brandy." His forthrightness struck Latham numb, but he knew he was right. "And say what? That it's all my fault for misreading the situation, that they're all stuck in here under house arrest? No, not that. You need to stand up and defend your position. From what we're hearing, all the talk is about the political malaise before the disaster. Many are saying if it wasn't for the disaster, they had the feeling we were on the edge of civil war with the ever-increasing divide and the anarchy that had spilled from the cities and into the suburbs. There seems to be a consensus building that secession is perhaps a blessing in disguise, especially now with the current changing political demographics of the states. If you can somehow tap into that, you can get everyone in the party on side. At least say something to make it more acceptable while we're stuck in here. Give them a sense of purpose." Latham had his head bowed as he listened. He raised his vision. "What, for 5 years?" "That's what the letter said from military command." "Yes, but they also said they would review it every 6 months, intending to restore the Constitution and holding new elections." Latham held his head in his hands and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, then raised his head and opened his eyes. "The only thing running through my head I may want to say just now might not go down too well, and that is to re-examine the Constitution. As much as I've always considered it with the same reverence I have for the Bible, I'm thinking it's failed to serve its purpose for the good of all. The freedom of the press and the polarized media was as much a catalyst for the discord as anything before the disaster. Let's be honest, they've been the bane in our Republican Party's progress for decades, holding us back with the majorities we deserved. Truth be known, they've interfered in more elections than anything the Russian, Chinese, or the damned Iranians have thrown at election campaigns." "You have a point there. I'm just stating the obvious. Talking about unrest and riots in the cities. If some of the governors had allowed us to send in federal troops, we could have resolved the riots. That's one other thing I'd love to have changed." "There you are then. That's a start. Put it to them to set up a cross-party committee to examine possible changes to the Constitution," said Johnson. "A plan formulated in the president's mind. That's all well and good, but if we're to achieve anything, we need to start the ball rolling, whether the elections are to be within 6 months or 5 years. It's not like there's a functioning RNC out there. One thing is for sure, I want my name on there for president-elect." "I've had an idea." "I'm listening," said Johnson. "Forgetting re-examining the Constitution for a moment, how about we request military command allow more people to leave the bunker?" "Why? Who do you have in mind?" "So far, only those who wanted to go and join the regimes in Zion and Cascadia have been allowed to leave. We could say that many want to leave to return to family and no longer have faith in the administration or politics." "Well, yeah, there are plenty of those, I would imagine. But to what end? Let's say we ended up with 1,000 names, and in and among those we had our own fanatical loyalists, both to the Republican Party, but especially loyal to me, and who we could trust implicitly. I doubt Blake would agree if it included senior members of the administration, so they'd have to be low-level. Then these people could form the basis of our fight back when elections come around." General Carter had said nothing so far, and Latham noticed he looked troubled when he finally interjected. Whatever you come up with, there's just one thing you need to consider. While we may believe we have rid ourselves of the deep state, we could have an informer in our midst, so be careful what you say and to whom. I don't buy that military command came up with the idea of a coup without being forewarned somehow of their arrest for treason. Just saying. Whoever it was could be still here. Latham could see the sense in what Carter was saying. Johnson leaned in to speak. Then we should keep the number of loyalists we choose for the mission to a small number of the total. Say 1 or 2 per state and they could recruit like-minded Republicans on the outside, said Johnson. If you draft a letter, I'll make arrangements for it to get to military command. I'm thinking you should inform them in the letter that we've had 37 suicides, such is the despondency since the coup, said Carter. Good idea laying the guilt at their coup, even though many occurred before that happened. Still, they won't know that. Anyway, I think you'll find it's 38 suicides. I had notification that Jim Claiborne, one of our staffers, he hanged himself just before you arrived. Meanwhile, I want you to think of a way to set a trap for this informer, said Latham. Don't worry, I'm already investigating. Chapter 32. The Mission. Rob Bell at the bunker ready for the journey to Salt Lake City. We were to go to Salt Lake City for a dual purpose. Not only were we to warn them of the approaching scavengers, but General Blake had relayed a message asking Rosa to pass on to President Abram that he wanted them to withdraw their people from Idaho, or at least to agree to start negotiations with a place, time, and a date. All his attempts to have a military delegation negotiate with them had hit a buffer at the border, with President Abram refusing to allow them to enter. Apparently, he wanted no enemy of his nation on their soil. I guess Blake saw Rosa and me as neutral civilians. It was worth a shot. Looking at the map, we decided not to involve our Commander Jackson, considering we could take a quicker direct route across country on horseback to avoid all towns and villages. Besides, we'd considered the possibility of border guards not allowing armed soldiers in United States uniforms as our escort to pass through with us, especially in view of the military delegation having failed. As I checked, the saddle strap was tight. I was relieved to be leaving the bunker after Dad's burial in the family plot. I'd not dwelled on with the distraction of his death while preparing for our journey. Besides our mounts, we had 2 more horses carrying provisions and a radio, together with hay and feed for them on the journey. Rosa arrived in the paddock. Taking a Bible from her jacket pocket, she slipped it into the saddlebag. Didn't know you were religious? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not these days, but trust me, it could come in useful. Seen she'd picked up Dad's habit of talking in riddles. Rosa placed her boot in the stirrup and mounted. I followed on and we headed for the bridge at a walking pace. Jason was waiting for us when we arrived. Safe journey. I'll see to the broadcasts and look after Jet, he said. I nodded to him. We crossed over the bridge and headed on down the road, then cut across a field. Rosa looked intimidating, dressed more or less the same as me. We had double layers of clothing to ward off the freezing temperatures, with ski masks, wearing our helmets with the night visions, goggles, and heavy jackets, topped off with our AKs strapped over our shoulders, together with hunting rifles and sheaths fastened to the saddles. Trotting along, I recalled telling Tom that scientists didn't always get it right. Maybe it was the freezing temperatures that brought it to mind. All the talk of climate change had been about rising temperatures before the disaster. A whole movement had developed around that notion, with countries trying to reduce greenhouse gases. Mother Earth must have been unsatisfied with their efforts and intervened to cool things down with the disaster, I thought. From radio reports, it was looking as though nowhere had escaped reduced temperatures without the sun's rays able to penetrate the ash clouds. We now had the opposite problem, that temperatures were gradually reducing. We'd been following the narrow road system at a short distance to get to Zion. The trees intermittently blocked our view of the road. We heard nothing in the way of traffic when we approached a clearing. Glancing over to the road, I pulled up on the reins. Whoa there. Why have you stopped? Not sure, I said, and removing my glove, I retrieved binoculars from my jacket pocket. Scanning the road, I went numb. There on the telegraph poles were corpses hanging from ropes attached to the cable carriers. What is it you've seen? Asked Rosa as she drew up alongside of me. There's a string of corpses hanging from poles on either side of an intersection with a signpost to a town. Whoever did it has fastened signs to the bodies, but I can't make out what they say even when I use the zoom. Someone's sending out a message, she said and dismounted, fastening the reins to a tree trunk. I'll take a closer look. Don't. It was too late to stop her, and not worth finishing what I wanted to say. She'd removed the strap from her rifle from her shoulder and stalked toward the intersection. It was that impetuous streak in hers, surfacing again. Damn it, I said as I dismounted, securing the rein, then followed on. Catching up with her at the tree line, I stopped her in her tracks, grabbing her shoulder. That's far enough. I'll be able to see what the signs say from here. Drawing my binoculars from my pocket, I scanned the corpses. Murderer, rapist, looter, the signs read, with one saying, drive on. A road sign at the intersection pointed to a town 2 miles down the road. They obviously were sending out a warning to keep away. Hanging up corpses seemed to me to be barbaric. I changed direction, looking down the road at the sound of a low rumble in the near distance growing louder. There must have been 20 or so motorbikes driving in our direction taking up the road. Didn't you mention someone had warned you of a gang of bikers scavenging the area? I said and put the binoculars back in my pocket. Yeah, around a week ago. This could be them, I said as the sound of the rumble of throaty exhausts increased in intensity and they came into close view. Looking on, they pulled up alongside the corpses. The biker at the front swung his rifle from his shoulder on its strap and sprayed a corpse. I turned away as the head of one corpse disintegrated. When I glanced back, more of them were spraying the corpses with rounds in a senseless display of thuggery. They moved on, turning at the intersection toward the town. I hope the townsfolk are prepared, said Rosa. There's nothing we can do. We have to move on. As we turned to head back to the horses, we both went to ground at the sound of an intense volley of rounds. Looking over my shoulder, someone had ambushed the bikers from the hedgerow at the side of the road. It was a bloodbath. 2 of the bikers turned around and sped away, leaving bikes and bodies strewn around the road. The front chopper of the escaping biker wobbled, the tire shredding, fragments hitting the biker behind. The front bike keeled over, separating the driver from the bike, both skidding along the asphalt. He leaped to his feet as the following bike drew up alongside of him, then climbed onto the seat behind him. At the sound of a crack of a single round, his jacket ripped at the arm and he grasped at it as they sped away to the sound of more rounds fired. I guess that answers your question. I'd say they were prepared, I said, and retrieving my binoculars, I scanned the scene of the attack. Men and women appeared carrying rifles, several of them wearing deputy sheriff's uniforms. They finished off the wounded with shots to the head, with no regard for taking the injured as prisoners. One man dragged a corpse to the intersection, setting it down, leaning it against a telegraph post. Scanning the corpse hanging from the same telegraph post, that's when I realized the hanging corpse was a mannequin. Coursing my vision over the other hanging figures, they were all mannequins. Another biker corpse leaned against the next telegraph post while I scanned back. It was looking as though they had found real substitutes to hang from the posts. Let's go, said Rosa. Trekking back to the horses and thinking about the ferocity of the ambush, the disregard for the bikers' lives hadn't been surprising. The scene reminded me it was the world in which we now lived in. Rosa stopped out front and crouched. There's another horse tethered next to ours, she whispered. I was busy looking out front at the gray horse when a twig snapped behind me. A wave of shivers ran through me. When I turned, I was facing the barrel of a hunting rifle and a disheveled-looking woodsman with a long gray beard. Don't do nothing stupid, I don't wish you no harm, he said, then spat whatever he was chewing on the ash. You shouldn't be leaving no horses unprotected like that. There are quite a few meals in them there horses. There wasn't anything stupid we could have done. Maybe it was our horses he wanted. If it were the horses he was going to take, we'd be witnesses to their theft. It wouldn't be difficult to hide our bodies in the forest. Then why leave yours tethered over there? I asked, trying to buy time to consider how to defend ourselves. The old guy snickered. Come on out, Maisie. An equally disheveled old woman stepped up from a bush just beyond our horses, with a pump-action shotgun. I exchanged worried glances with Rosa. Hi there, said Rosa. Do you live near here? Rosa had picked up the baton to engage them. The woman didn't reply immediately. She seemed to weigh us up. They had us cold. If they wanted to kill us, there wasn't any move we could have made to escape. That'd be telling, said the woman, and she cackled, revealing missing front teeth. Where are you headed? Utah. Utah? Hell! Don't says that when you gets there. Them Zionists now, honey. You Mormons? No. Only you got the King James Bible in your saddlebag. I guess you're Christian then, so that makes us kinfolks. She'd obviously been rummaging around in our saddlebags. Guess so. That was when I noticed the horse had traps hanging from the saddle. So, are you hunters? I asked. Born and bred, the old woman replied. Ain't no difference to us since the disaster struck. Lived off the game in these here woods for the best part of our lives. It's getting harder though. What's your business in Utah? We need to warn them of an attack by criminals. You sound like good people. You hungry? She asked and pointed her shotgun down, but not too low that she couldn't raise it quickly to get a shot off. Sort of. What do you think, old man? She said. Your call, he said, still pointing the barrel at us. Our camp is nearby where we live. You can join us if you likes. We can point you in the right direction for your journey cause there's a lot of danger ahead. Exchanging glances with Rosa, she shrugged her shoulders, leaving the decision to me. I was torn between finding out what dangers they were talking about and our experience with the last old couple we'd encountered. That was fighting with the notion that if I said no, we could have been standing at the end of our journey. Sure, that would be good, but not for long. Just so you can point out what to avoid on our journey ahead. We have our own food. Shucks, don't worry none. We can spare some of ours. Reminded once more of our encounter with the old couple before we arrived at the bunker, I hoped this time it was game we'd be eating, and they'd remain passive. Untethering the horses, we set off walking. Glancing over my shoulder, the old man followed on, holding his rifle in a way that said he could quickly draw it into action. With our rifles strapped to our shoulders, there wasn't any way we could have reacted in time to defend ourselves. 10 minutes with the hairs on my neck bristling and we arrived at a clearing. We're here, said the old man. A bemused expression must have landed on my face. There wasn't any sign of a camp that included somewhere to live, apart from what looked like a stockade behind bushes, and some rocks marking out where there'd been a fire. The woman chuckled. This is where we live, honey, she said and pointed upward. Chapter 33. Strange Encampment. Rob Bell on the journey to Salt Lake City. Looking up in the canopy of the trees, I saw not one, but 3 tree houses connected by walkways. When I looked over at the old guy, he had his arm around his wife, with a clear sense of pride etched on both their faces at their handiwork. As a builder, I could appreciate the work involved in defying gravity, but it wouldn't have been my choice of lifestyle. Incredible, I said, then turned and nodded approval in their direction. Jack will put your horses in the stockade. It'll be safer for them. The bears are late hibernating. Not enough fat on their bones just now. The stockade was over to our right, surrounded by razor wire with cowbells attached. How do you get up into your tree houses? The one over there is our living quarters. It has a pulley and weight system to work as an elevator. Then there's the walkway to our sleeping quarters, and over there is our food store and where we keep our hens. Tried a food store down here, but the damn bears kept breaking into it, so we put it up there. Wrapped razor wire around the trunk in case they tried climbing, the old man said. Genius, said Rosa. I left Rosa and the old woman to start a fire, while I removed the horses of their burden and helped the old man put the horses in the stockade, then gave them some feed. All the while, I made sure I didn't have my back to the old man. Even removing the traps from his saddle, he managed it with one hand, his other keeping a firm hold of his rifle. At least the stockade had an area with covering fashioned from intertwined branches that kept the ash out of the water trough and gave the horses shelter. It was a relief not to be asked to stow my rifle, or worse, ordered to put it to one side. Taking Rosa to one side, I told her to sit opposite so we could see over our shoulders to watch each other's backs, and to see if they reacted when removing our rifles from our shoulders to lean them at the side of us. How do you manage with the cold? I asked as we all settled around the campfire. We have stoves in the sleeping quarters and living area. We used to sleep down here now and then in spring and summer before the disaster, but it became too dangerous," said Maisie. Rosa unstrapped her rifle from her shoulder first with no reaction from the couple, so I followed suit. "What's the danger?" "Is it from the bears?" I asked. "Nah, the fire kept them away. It started getting dangerous when they started throwing people out of Utah. Crazy gangs marauding through the forest. Can't visit the town no more. People have gone loco over there like you saw back there on the road." "Is that what you said about the dangers of traveling to Utah?" I asked. The old man turned to me. "No, it's quieting down now. Not had anyone pass through for over a month. The road's still dangerous 'cause it's in the open, or it'd be easier to travel that way. Traveling through the forest, you'll likely arrive at where the grounds open up a gorge, making it impossible to pass without a day's travel, and there's only one shallow crossing over the river for miles. We'll give you directions with landmarks, or the obstacles will probably add days to your journey. We're only around 10 miles from the border, so you could make it there tomorrow," said the old man. I hadn't bargained on staying overnight and hoped for an opportunity to cut our stay with them short to move on. Still, we spent a pleasant evening, jawing with the old couple around the campfire until the dead of night. All the same, my rifle never left my side, and I kept the strap securing my pistol unfastened. Any stiffness that we had between Rosa and I had well and truly settled in the past as we all shared childhood stories, laughing out loud at some of our antics. "I have to tell you this story," I said. "My brother and me were only 7 and 8 at the time. We were in the barn and found some short planks. He had the idea of nailing them together to make airplanes. Then we decided they needed painting, and we found an old tin of green gloss paint. Kids being kids, I splashed some paint on him. That was it. From then on it was a paint splash fight. Dad went berserk when he found us. It was in our hair, on our faces and arms, and all over our clothes. Can you imagine? He stood us naked in a tin tub outside in the freezing cold, and it took like what seemed forever using paint thinner to get it off our skin. Then he had Mom shave our heads." "Bet you learned a lesson," said Rosa, as we all laughed. "I sure did," I said. Then, thinking about it, lesser man would have given us a belting. I had to hand it to Dad that he never raised his hand to us, only his tongue. I glanced furtively at the old guy. He still had the same idea for his personal security, with his hunting rifle on his lap at all times, his fingers on the trigger guard. As he told one of his own stories, I took a hold of my rifle and placed it on my lap. Jack turned his head as if listening for something beyond the crackling of the logs burning on the fire. "Did you hear that?" he said, and rose from the log where he was sitting. He glanced over to our left, holding his rifle at the ready with both hands. "No," I said, with the others shaking their heads. "I'll go look." "Probably critters," said Jack. "Do you want me to come with you?" "No, I'll be fine. Less noise on my own." He quickly disappeared beyond the glow of the fire into the darkness that shrouded the camp. It was a strange darkness. Without the moon and the stars, it was as if he'd walked into another dimension beyond a pitch-black shroud. "You look tired, honey," said Maisie. "Yeah, it's been a long day," said Rosa. "Grab your sleeping bag and backpack and I'll see to you getting up to the living quarters. I'll wait here for Jack." I held Rosa back as Maisie walked over to the tree. "Take care, be vigilant," I whispered. "I'll be watching with my rifle ready." I watched over them as they both used the pulley system to get to the living quarters. Maisie leaned her shotgun at the side of the door as she entered with Rosa, which took away some of my angst. The fire was now down to embers. Nervousness crept over me as I waited for around 10 minutes. I had a bad feeling they'd split us up on purpose. With the fire no longer cracking, every rubbing together of tree branches in the slight breeze had me looking in all directions. I moved my finger from the trigger guard to the trigger. Straining to see anything out there, I fumbled for the flashlight in my pocket. For all I knew, Jack could have worked his way around my flank to ambush me. I rose from the log and stepped slowly backwards until my back brushed a tree trunk. The surroundings suddenly lit up, my innards leaping. Snatching a glance upward at the living quarters, Rosa was holding an oil lamp out on the porch, with Maisie working her way to their sleeping quarters. "You okay?" I called out, relief washing through me. Yeah. Just holding the lamp out here while she gets to her sleeping quarters. It was a relief when Jack arrived back from in front of me. He took a seat on the log and I joined him. See anything? Nah, nothing. Best we wait until Maisie and Rosa settle, he said, then we can go on up there and turn in for the night. She's a fine girl you have there. You're lucky. There are few women like her and my Maisie. I hope you have as many years together as we've had. Oh, no, it's not like that. She's just a friend. The old guy chuckled. Friend, you say? Yeah, right. No such thing as a woman friend. They's someone you haven't bedded down with yet but wants to. He roared with laughter. Letting his words hang there, I dug at the embers with a twig, watching the sparks rise into the air. I think they should have settled now. I'll get my sleeping bag. The old man doused the fire. By flashlight, he showed me how to use the pulley system to get to the treehouse. He hadn't seemed to mind me walking slightly behind him, though I didn't like the way he still kept looking over his shoulder into the darkness as I rose on the pulley system. Put the bar across the door. Close the window shutters and douse the oil lamp when you're in there. Don't want you to go sleepwalking and knock it over, he said, and then bid me a good night's sleep. When I entered, I noticed Rosa sparked out. Securing the door and windows, I took off my jacket and dumped my backpack next to my sleeping bag. I drew my eyes to a framed photo on the wall, placed between the head of a bear and a stag with enormous antlers. I could see the likeness of the young couple in the photo. It was Jack and Maisie, dressed in military uniforms. Dousing the oil lamp, I slipped into my sleeping bag. I must have disturbed Rosa when she called out. Is it past midnight? She asked. Yeah. It's my birthday. Hell, why didn't you say? Same reason as we didn't celebrate Christmas this year. No point, is there? It's not like you could have baked a cake and put candles on it for me. All the same, happy birthday. How old does that make you? 23. That surprised me. I'd worked out she'd be a year younger. What about you? How old are you? 29. I hit the big 30 in August. 30? I thought you were older. Gee, thanks. Get some sleep. We have a long journey tomorrow. In the pitch-black security of the treehouse, it didn't take long to drift off into a deep sleep. Strange things are dreams. It was more of a nightmare than I had. No one was chasing me, but I was running around the downward slope of a lake. As I ran, I came ever closer to the lake, my body at an impossible angle. No matter how I increased speed to sprinting, I came closer to the lake. Then my surrounding turned into the Wheel of Death, the type they have at a funfair with motorbikes charging around, defying gravity. Only I was still running. Out of breath, I knew if I stopped, I'd be in big trouble. With my lungs bursting, I stopped and was about to fall into the abyss. Rosa appeared with an outstretched hand. I sat upright, awoke by the sound of clanking tin cans, sweat pouring from my brow. Rosa, did you hear that? She didn't respond. I fumbled around, reaching for my jacket and grabbed my flashlight from the pocket. Something had spooked the horses. I could hear one of them snorting and hooves clomping. Then a shotgun blast. That woke Rosa immediately. What's happening? I don't know, but something disturbed the horses before I heard a shotgun discharge, I said, and scrambling to stand, I grabbed my rifle to the sound of another shotgun blast and rifle rounds. Do you think it's Maisie and Jack seeing off some bears? Probably, I said, and unfastening my helmet tied to my backpack, I removed the bar from the door. Stay here, I said as she was struggling to get out of her sleeping bag with the zipper stuck. I slipped outside, put on my helmet, and dropped the night visions. It was no bear. There were two figures inside the stockade with the horses. One of them fired off a round toward Jack and Maisie's quarters. When I looked over at their sleeping quarters, one figure was helping the other over the walkway toward me. I laid down some covering fire, but all it did was to draw rounds in my direction, and I went to ground on the patio area. When they arrived, I lifted my night visions. Jack's hit, said Maisie, clearly distressed. Get him inside. Rosa has a medic kit in her backpack. Dropping my night visions, I could see the figures in the stockade were setting the saddles on 2 of the horses. Maisie brushed past me. The next thing I knew, she was on the ground and running to the stockade. The horse thieves in the stockade had mounted and drove the other horses before them, knocking over the old lady. I took aim, squeezing the trigger, taking out the thief at the front. His horse reared as he fell, the second thief's horse crashing into it, and he crashed from the saddle to the ground, then scampered to his feet. A large green plume from Maisie's shotgun exploded, sending him backward into the stockade, where he fell, then stayed still. Maisie was now lying on the ground, not moving. "What's happened?" "Where's Maisie?" said Jack, his upper arm bandaged. "Stay here. I'm going down to her." The horses knocked her over. No sooner was I down than kneeling at her side, than Jack arrived carrying an oil lamp, and shortly after Rosa appeared. I obviously didn't use a commanding enough tone for them to take any notice. "I'm fine, honey," said Maisie. "Just took a knock to the head. Got the bastard, though." "You okay, Jack?" "Yeah, just a flesh wound." Jack peeled away, withdrew his pistol, then put a bullet in each of the dead thieves' heads, just to make sure they were dead. For the second time, I guess this was now the new norm. Kill or be killed. No prisoners. The same with the townsfolk at the intersection when they'd finished off the bikers. Rosa started a fire while I helped Maisie to her feet. Jack had been right when he'd said there's not many like Rosa and Maisie. They appeared cut from the same cloth the way Maisie had charged into danger. "What will we do without horses now they've bolted?" said Rosa. "I have a flashlight. Best we follow the tracks now and find them. Will you two be okay?" "I'll be fine. No way I'll sleep now." "We'll wait here by the fire," said Maisie. I walked over to the corpses with my flashlight. One of them was face down, the biker's insignia clearly visible I'd seen earlier. The other corpse had his jacket ripped at the sleeve, with dried blood on his hand. Both of them wore motorcycle helmets. It must have been the 2 who escaped the massacre over on the road. I wondered if the bike I'd seen take a round belonged to them and it had broken down. Jack's gray horse startled me as it appeared and trotted back to the camp and into the stockade, but no sign of our horses. Jack walked over to the stockade and returned with his horse bridled and saddled. He set about tying the legs of the corpses to ropes, then secured the ropes to the saddle. "Can you wait here a short while and look after Maisie? I'll just drag these 2 over to a gully nearby and dump them." It was like he was talking about taking the trash out, not corpses. "Yeah, sure. When I'm back, take 2 bridles with you when you go looking for the horses." "The other horses that stampeded, they'd saddled," said Jack. "All we had to worry about now was to hope we would find our horses as soon as he returned. It was either that or we'd be walking back to our bunker." That notion sent a chill through me at thoughts of the distance we'd have to cover on foot. Chapter 34. Unbridled Action. Rob Bell on the journey to Salt Lake City. With a blanket of ash, it wasn't hard to follow the tracks of the horses using a flashlight. The hard part was scanning the undergrowth to sounds that caused alarm. Every bush presented itself as a hiding place for assailants. Every now and then, I dropped the night vision to seek a heat source, only to see the occasional small critters scurrying around. At least the horses had stayed together. They had followed the same path that the thieves had used to get to the camp, judging by their tracks in the opposite direction. We followed the hoof tracks to the edge of the forest, taking us in the road's direction. The pitch black turned to a hazy gray as daytime approached and I switched off my flashlight. As soon as we got to the tree line, there they were in the open, only 50 yards along the road from the intersection and the site of the massacre. If we were to be spotted, a decent rifle with a scope in the right hands could easily have taken us down. Taking cover behind shrubbery, I'd seen a continuous single track from the road to around 5 yards to our left. We worked our way to where the single track entered the forest and came across a motorbike laying down on the ground. Oil surrounded the area where the engine had taken a round. We waited for 15 minutes to make sure our flashlight hadn't alerted the townsfolk over at the intersection. That wasn't saying they hadn't spotted us and were training their weapons in our direction. I wish we'd have asked your Commander Jackson to at least have escorted us to the border. Yeah, well, we didn't, and we need those horses. We'd done right to wait. From a gap in the hedgerow opposite the road, two figures appeared, then stalked across the road toward the horses. "Shit, if they take the horses, that's us screwed," said Rosa, then raised her voice. "Stop right there. We have you scoped. Drop your weapons. Those are our horses." There had been no discussion. Rosa had done it again with her gung-ho attitude. The two of them froze initially, but didn't drop their rifles. They dropped to a crouch. "Maybe we can do a deal," came back the reply. "What sort of deal?" I called back. "Two of them are saddled. Take those and leave the other two with us. We need the meat. We have people starving." I called out back to them. "Can't do. Just back off to where you came from." "They're buying time," said Rosa. "Maybe they're waiting for backup. Let's take them out and get the horses before more arrive." I didn't think that was the right thing to do. "We can't do that. Get ready to move. We need the horses to bolt so we can get a better shot. I'll fire off some rounds in the air on auto." Rosa nodded her agreement. "Yeah, well, while you do that, I'll keep them scoped, and if they don't run, I'll take them out. Let's hope the horses don't run to the intersection. They beat us to it. Rounds spray trees around us. Bullets whiz by within inches. They charged in our direction. Both of us exchanged fire in an explosion of gunfire. Both of our assailants dropped to ground while our bullets struck them. The horses bolted, fortunately, away from the intersection. "Let's go," I said. Scrambling to our feet, we ran for all we were worth, branches and brambles snagging us. 200 yards, I was blowing hard. "Rosa, stop." We both fell to our knees. Sucking in a lungful of air, my fingers trembled. "The horses are 20 yards further along," said Rosa. "Suck it up and let's get them before anyone catches up with us." I stumbled along until we reached the horses. I tossed Rosa one of the spare bridles. With both unsaddled horses bridled and keeping hold of their reins, we mounted and headed back into the forest to the sound of distant gunfire. I assumed it was the townsfolk's vigilantes firing at our last known position as we put some distance between us and the intersection. Thankfully, we picked up the tracks back to the camp. There was a misty haze as we approached. It was strangely quiet. I expected Jack and Maisie to be waiting to greet us. "Jack and Maisie must be sleeping," I said. We headed straight into the stockade to load up the pack horses. "His horse is not here," said Rosa. "Maybe he's gone to set his traps. I'll get our backpacks. Then we should head for Utah." Over at the treehouse, I rose on the pulley system to land on the patio. The door was open. I thought nothing about it, as we had left in a hurry during the attack. All the same, I stood to one side of the door. "Maisie, are you in there?" There was no response from inside. Holding my barrel out front, finger on the trigger, I stepped inside. Relief washed over me. It was empty. I rolled up our sleeping bags, stowed them, then carried them outside. "Something's wrong," Rosa called out from below. She had her rifle trained on the food store. "His saddle is still in the stockade." When I glanced over, the door to the food store was open, and I heard a groan. "Help me," I heard Maisie cry out as if in distress. "Cover me," I called out to Rosa, then scrambled along the walkways. Lying next to the empty chicken coop on the veranda, I stopped at the sight of a body lying face down, his shirt covered in blood on his back. Maisie was underneath him, crying. "Jack is in the food store. Is he okay?" "He's not answering," she said in a faltering voice, no concern for her own plight. I dragged the corpse off her to find a deputy badge pinned to his shirt, with a gaping bloodied hole in his chest. Maisie still had her shotgun grasped to her chest, with her upper torso covered in blood. "Are you hit?" "My chest, it's on fire." She breathed rapidly, then stopped breathing, her chest still. Her eyes were wide open, staring at me as if still pleading. There wasn't anything I could do for her. Running my fingers gently over her eyelids, I closed her eyes. Turning my attention to the food store. I stood with my back at the side of the open door, closed my eyes and craned my neck, listening for movement, breathing, anything. All I heard was my breathing as my heart rate increased. Reaching into my pocket, I retrieved my flashlight, flicked the switch, then tossed it inside. Stepping to face the door, I took a step inside. Frantically, I waved the aim of my barrel around, my eyes taking in the scene. There were 2 bodies. I picked up my flashlight. Leaning against the wall was a woman, maybe in her 30s. Her legs sprawled on the floorboards and her upper body slumped with her back to the wall. A hunting knife had entered her neck to the hilt at one side, the point of the blade protruding through the other side. The blood trail led to a discarded AR-15, then to the body of Jack, his hunting rifle beside him. Numerous bullet holes had sprayed his chest area. "Oh, no," I heard Rosa say. "Rob, are you okay?" "Sort of. Jack is dead." Stepping outside, Rosa had joined me and was looking over the corpse of Maisie. "The food store is empty. They've sacked it and left their dead behind. It looks as though it's the vigilantes from the intersection, judging by the uniform," said Rosa. "Maybe. We need to put some distance between us and the intersection, that's for sure. Give me a hand. We'll put Maisie and Jack in their bed. Can't bury them and have critters dig up the bodies." With Jack and Maisie on their bed, we covered them with the bed covers. Rosa turned back the bed cover and placed their hands together, then put back the cover. She burst into tears. I stepped over and put my arms around her, stroking her hair as she nestled her head on my shoulder. All I could do was to wait for her to cry it out. Rosa stepped back, running her sleeve over her eyes. "I'll be fine," she said. "Let's get the hell out of here." Back at the stockade, we mounted and set off for Utah. We exchanged no words as we trotted on. If Rosa were the same as me, she'd be filled with images of the horror of what we had seen. Visibility was only 20 yards, with a mist surrounding us in a cloak of desolation. The debris on the forest floor had hardened, the horses' hooves crunching on the crisp layer of frost that covered fallen foliage. I could only hope that the mist would cocoon us in safety from the prying eyes of the scavengers. Chapter 35. Dark Waters. Rob Bell on the journey to Salt Lake City. With heavy eyelids brought on by lack of sleep, we navigated the diversion to avoid the gorge that ripped across the terrain in our path thanks to Maisie and Jack. Bless them. The river crossing was a different matter as we headed along the riverbank, unable to spot the landmark that Jack had talked of. We arrived at what we hoped was the river crossing. What I'd like to have done was to dismount and to set up camp to drift off to oblivion in a deep sleep, to the warmth of a roaring fire. Frozen through to the skin, I would have welcomed thawing out. But with the border in sight, it wasn't an option. The horses decided it was time for a break, stopping, then drinking water at the river's edge. It looked shallow enough, with a gravel bed and small pebbles clearly visible. Larger rocks stirred up white water up to 2/3 of the way over. What worried me was that over at the opposite bank, it didn't have the same rocks visible, so it was hard to gauge the depth. There were plenty of animal tracks leading to the water's edge. Taking my binoculars, I scanned over the river. Tracks led to the woods on the opposite side, so I hoped we had it right. "Looks like we can cross here." "How are you holding up?" I asked. "Freezing and flagging, but we need to push on," she said. I knew that I'd feel safer on the opposite side of the river. Best we take out that roll of plastic bags from our backpacks and fill them with anything we don't want to get wet. We dismounted and set about stuffing our backpacks and a layer of our clothes in the bags. With the horses having taken their fill, we mounted and trotted across the shallows of the river. Out front, navigating a path, I drew up my legs from the stirrups as the depth increased and rapidly covered the horses up to their underbellies. Without warning, we hit a deep void. The freezing water bit at my legs, then rose to my chest as I lifted from my saddle. Completely submerged, I thrashed around to get to the surface, taking in a gulp of water. Dragged along by the reins, I swam doggy-style alongside of the horses. I'd not dared to let go of the reins until we reached the bank at the opposite side. Crawling out onto the bank, I collapsed, spitting out water. Shivering, I watched as Rosa bravely followed me without a whimper, then she joined me on the bank, collapsing at the side of me. "We have to light a fire, or we'll die of hypothermia," I said, and rising to my feet, tied the reins of the horses to some bushes. Rosa pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around her legs and shivering. Her teeth chattered, unable to reply, but she managed to nod. It wasn't looking good as I scavenged around for wood for the fire. All the twigs were damp and covered with a frost. Opening a plastic bag with the hay for the horses, I placed a handful down and covered it with the smallest twigs. Fumbling in my pocket, my fingers tremored with a mind of their own, I fished out a lighter. "Damn it," I said, as it wouldn't spark with the damp. I unfastened the plastic bag covering my backpack and pulled out my magnesium flint fire starter, together with a tin holding cotton wool soaked in gasoline. 2 strikes and the ball of cotton wool ignited, and I added it to the hay, then loosened the bunch to allow the air to spread the flames. A mixture of smoke and steam rose from the flames as the twigs dried out and ignited. In no time, we had a roaring fire going with larger logs. The fire on its own wasn't enough with our clothes soaking wet. I set about unloading our tents and setting them upwind close to the fire. Rosa almost had her hands in the flames when I'd done. "Listen, we have to get out of our wet clothes to dry them. Thank God we'd had the sense to put them in plastic bags before we cross. Get in the tent, dry yourself off with the towel, then get into your spare clothes. I'll collect some branches and fashion something to hang our wet clothes to dry." When I returned and exited the tree line with an armful of branches, Rosa stood in the open next to the fire, her back to me, naked. I stood there transfixed, not wanting to alert her to my presence for fear of embarrassment. She quickly dressed, then turned to see me standing there. I felt the heat in my cheeks overcome the biting air, but I said nothing as I hurried over to her and dropped the branches on the ground. I picked up my bag of dry clothing and headed back to the tree line to change clothes. Both settled in our tents, I pulled the sleeping bag up over my head, expelling breath to warm me through. It appeared the shivers running through me would never end until finally they stopped, and I drifted to sleep. When I awoke, I could hear the fire crackling outside. Poking my head out of the tent, Rosa had built up the fire and had readjusted the clothes and our boots hanging on branches to dry. She was sitting on a boulder close to the fire, her sleeping bag wrapped around her. "How are they doing?" "Nearly dry. Sorry, I got it wrong about the crossing. It started out so shallow, I was sure we were at the right place." "Don't worry about it. I'm okay now we're here and with the fire burning." As I joined her at the fire, I couldn't help but think that every time we left decisions to me, I got it wrong. It reminded me of playing roulette in Las Vegas on my honeymoon. I'd read that if you followed where the ball landed by placing your bet on red or black, doubling up every time you lost, eventually there would be a run of reds or blacks. As I recalled, I lost over $1,000 that night. As soon as I stepped back from the table, it was just my bad luck that there was a run of reds. There wasn't any doubt there was a lesson somewhere in there, but on our travels, I couldn't walk away from the table. My luck would have to change eventually with my choices, I hoped. Rosa cracked out laughing. "What?" "Nothing," she said between laughing. "No, come on, what's so funny?" I said, thinking she was going to mention me seeing her naked and saying it proved I was the perv she'd said I was. "Your face. So serious. You look like someone has wiped a rotten fish under your nose. Lighten up, we've survived. No point dwelling." I had to admire her logic and her determination. She was right. All I'd done was to dwell on everything we'd had to face. "Do you know what's hilarious?" I asked. "Go on." "I can't swim," I said, and we both laughed, sharing shoulder nudges. It was good that we got over our spat back in Nebraska. Saying that, Dad's conspiracy theory still circled. It still peeved me she hadn't told me what her book with the brown paper cover was about, even though I knew after taking a sneaky look inside. There was something there that showed that she wasn't prepared to trust me, either that or it was her nature to tease. While she was in a jovial mood, I thought I'd push my luck. "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure." "That book of yours with the brown paper jacket. Why is it such a secret what it's about?" "God, talk about inquisitive." "It's just a book," she said, rolling her eyes. "Have you ever had anyone whose life you've heard of that has inspired you?" "Not really." "What, no one you admired?" "Well, yeah, but no one sticks out. Maybe people with skills I wish I had." "So, is it a biography?" "Good guess." It's the same as the Bolivar book, a biography about a historical figure that made a difference, that's all. It's about an African queen who fought the Portuguese for over 40 years to stop her people being enslaved and shipped to the colonies. She was quite a woman. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Guess so, I said and smiled. I felt stupid. All she had done was to play a game with the book. The brown paper jacket had been nothing more than protection for the cover. All the same, I wish I could have asked what she had hidden between the jacket and the cover, but then she'd have known that I'd been snooping. With the clothes dry, we packed up and continued on our journey. Eventually we came to the top of a hill that ended with a cliff face down to the road where it had cut through the hillside. There was no mistaking the border. As far as the eyes could see, lines of razor wire denoted the border. They had cut a deep trench in the terrain along the border 10 foot deep, maybe more. Soldiers on horseback patrolled the rows of razor wire. I took out my binoculars and scanned the area. Every 500 yards or so, I could see what looked like single shipping containers spread out at intervals along the border. Zooming in on the nearest, I could see slats cut into the steel. They probably doubled up as pill boxes and rest areas for the soldiers. Panning over to the border crossing, they'd stacked steel containers on the road in zigzag fashion to slow down any approaching traffic. Once through the crossing, there were more containers in a semicircle used as pill boxes to defend the crossing. I noticed several armored trucks, with cannons poking through banks of sandbags. At the barrier was a group of soldiers huddled around a campfire. In a field next to the crossing, I spied a sizable camp of tents and sheds with many campfires burning. I passed the binoculars to Rosa. "Well, here we are at the border. Do you think they'll let us pass without incident?" I asked her. "Only one way to find out. We need to get down there." I retrieved my map and opened it, then looked over at where we were. There wasn't any way down there with the cutting. It would need us to backtrack 3 miles just beyond a quarry that was marked with an entrance from the road. "That's where we can get to the road below," I said, turning the map to her and pointing to the location we needed to get to. With 2 clicks of her tongue and closing her lower legs in the stirrups on the horse's flanks, Rosa pulled on the rein to turn her horse, then she set off back along the hillside. Folding the map and putting it back in my jacket pocket, I set off after her with the hope we wouldn't have difficulty entering Zion. The containers I'd seen reminded me of the one Brogan had turned into a makeshift cell back at the gated community. I hoped to goodness that there wasn't one down there waiting for us to be locked up while they decided if they should allow us entry. Chapter 36. Interrogation. Rob Bell. The quarry along the journey to Salt Lake City. We'd not traveled more than 40 yards to find a way down to the road below the cliff when I heard a rumble of vehicles. "Hold on," I called out to Rosa, as I pulled on the reins, coming to a halt. I dismounted. Taking out my binoculars, I was interested to see how their security guards reacted over at the border crossing. Edging close to the cliff and scanning the road, I saw a long convoy of semi-trucks with box trailers approaching. Painted on the white vehicles, I could make out the large letters in blue spelling out humanitarian aid on the side and rear of the boxes. Front and rear of the convoy as it passed by were armored cars with high-caliber guns mounted on the turrets. Following on were 3 troop transports and an SUV. The SUV overtook the convoy, then settled up front. The convoy came to a halt short of the crossing, but the SUV continued on, then halted at the barrier. Border guards challenged the occupants and looked to be in discussion. The driver handed over some documents. There followed plenty of activity, with border guards scurrying around and some manning their armored vehicles and sandbag positions. The barrier lifted to let through the SUV, then it parked to one side and the barrier dropped. Guards walked through to the armored vehicle and talked with the driver. The barrier raised, and he waved on the lead armored vehicle. It drove on through and they escorted it to the camp area. The semi-trucks weaved their way past the staggered containers and through the crossing. They halted after the last one passed through, and the barrier dropped once more. A number of the border guards spread out down the convoy, opening the rear doors of the boxes to inspect the contents, then closed them again and waved the convoy on. The SUV pulled out from where it parked and followed the convoy. The guards waved down the following service vehicles and appeared to be giving directions, then they escorted them to the camp area. At a guess, I imagine the troop escort were National Guard providing security for the convoy as far as the border. What have you seen? Just a convoy passing through. They didn't seem to have a problem crossing. Let's hope it's the same for us, I said as I scrambled back to my horse and mounted. Trotting on for around 3 miles, we eventually came to a sign at the top of the cliff lined with a razor wire fence that had been there some time, judging by the rust. Danger, quarry. Explosives, the sign read. We should be able to get down the hillside to the road once we pass the quarry, I said. We trotted on for a few yards when a sudden explosion had Rosa's horse rear up. She held on for dear life, calming her horse, then dismounted. Surprised the quarry would still be active. I'll take a look, I said, and dismounted, then removed my backpack. We secured the horses, then walked over to the quarry edge. Laying on the ground, the both of us crawled under the fence. What I saw down there shocked me. It resembled an army boot camp and training ground. At a guess, there were around 500 troops down there. Some were working their way through obstacle courses. Others were drilling on parade. Further along, some sort of training exercise was going down. A shipping container across from a deep trench was a mess of twisted metal, with smoke rising from a gaping hole to the front. It was clear what the explosion had been as a soldier reloaded a rocket grenade into a handheld launcher. Kneeling, he took aim at the container, but didn't fire. A semi-truck pulled up across from the trench. A crane on the back lifted a load from its trailer, then swung a bridge across the trench, dropping it into place. Then a swarm of soldiers piled across, using wire cutters to cut through rolls of razor wire in front of the container. Several of them took up defensive positions, quickly setting machine guns on their tripods in a perimeter to defend those following. A whistle blew, bringing the exercise to a halt, with plenty of back-slapping, high-fives, and shoulder nudges. "Could these be the scavengers we're here to warn them about?" said Rosa. "It's possible." "Don't move a muscle, assholes," a voice called out from behind. They dragged both of us out from under the fence and violently turned us over to face automatic rifles pointing right at us. "Take their weapons and cuff them," one soldier said, and threw some plastic restraints at the side of us. "There's no need. We were just—" A severe blow at the side of a rifle stock aimed at my temple and a flash of lights were the last I remembered, until, with a searing headache, I came around in total darkness. They blindfolded me, with my arms secured behind my back, laying on my side, and with my cheek on wooden boards. "Oh, no," I groaned, attempting to sit up and failing. "Thank God you're alive," I heard Rosa say. "Where are we at?" "I don't know where we are. They blindfolded me, but it slipped off. I assume we're in their camp in the quarry." "Have they said anything?" "I heard them say they caught some Mormon spies, and someone told them to take us to the cabin and he'd interrogate us when they'd finished their debrief of the exercise." "Well, if what we saw was the exercise, I'd say they were planning to breach the border with an attack. For goodness sake, whatever they ask, don't tell them what our mission was. Just tell them we're living in the wilds, hunting and fishing to survive." Rosa sighed. "This is hopeless. Something's bothering me." Before they blindfolded me, I noticed they didn't have name tags or any insignias on their uniforms, so I don't know what unit they are from. I hope to goodness this isn't the scavengers that we've been getting reports about them pillaging. "According to reports, they were not due for some time," said Rosa. "I guess we'll find out soon enough." I'd spoken too soon, as I heard a door open. Boots clomped on the boards past my head, then I heard what sounded like chair legs grinding. "Take the woman outside. I'll start with the guy." There was a scuffle. I assumed they dragged Rosa outside, then the door closed. "Lift him onto the chair, then wait outside." With my arms behind my back, and still groggy from the blow to my head, I ended up sitting on the edge of a chair. A soldier removed my blindfold, then exited, closing the door behind him. From the glow of a candle burning inside a glass on the desk, I looked over at my interrogator sat opposite. He chewed on a pen. He had a notebook open on the desk with a blank page. The glow from the candle cast shadows, accentuating his features and giving him a hostile demonic appearance. Rosa was correct. There wasn't any name tag or insignia on his battle dress uniform. However, on the wall behind him hung a large print of the stars and stripes, and printed over it a slogan which read, "The Unifiers." They were obviously some sort of militia with allegiance to the Union. He hovered his pen over the notebook. "Name?" "Robert Bell." "Where are you from?" "Colorado, but I was living in Santa Monica before the flood." "Who sent you here?" "No one, we were just passing through. We're living in the wilds, hunting and fishing to survive." He pushed back in his chair and chewed on the pen cap, then removing it from his mouth, he shook his head. "Are you going to tell the truth, or do I have to beat the shit out of you? I know you're Mormon spies. You really expect me to believe that you've traveled over 1,000 miles to here? Look, I don't know where you got the spy idea, but I'm telling the truth." He reached down to one side and hauled up what I realized was our radio and dumped it on the desk. Then, delving into his pants side pocket, he pulled out a Bible and dropped it at the side of the radio. "We found these." The Bible was in a side saddle and the radio was on one of your pack horses. Now forgive me if I'm wrong, which I know I'm not, but this here Bible is a King James version the Mormons use. As for the radio, civilians don't have access to them, it's military grade. So cut the crap and let's start again, shall we? Who sent you, and how did you find out we were here? I hoped he was an expert judge of character and could recognize the truth when he heard it. I'm not exactly religious, so I wouldn't know what Bible to use. As for the radio, my dad was a prepper before we buried him. The radio was his. He probably got it from a surplus store. The reason we traveled the distance was because he was dying of cancer. He rubbed at his chin, then leaned forward. "So, I take it the Bible belonged to that young lady of yours. Maybe I'd get better answers from her?" He rose from his chair. Reaching into his pocket, he removed some booklets and threw them at me. "I found these in one of your backpacks. No more lies." Glancing down at my lap where one of them landed, it was one of the Mormon booklets Peterson had given us back at the deserted town. He circled the desk, stepping behind me. The blow from his fist to the side of my jaw landed with such force it knocked me to the floor. Then a boot landed in my midriff, taking the breath from my lungs. "The games are over. Now tell the truth. Did you get a message back to Utah that we're here?" I couldn't have answered if it were possible as I struggled to breathe. An explosion and the deafening sound of rapid gunfire caught my interrogator's attention, and he stepped over to the door. More explosions ripped through the air, one of them too close for comfort, shaking my surroundings. The door burst open. "Sir, we're under attack." "Damn it, follow me," he said, and my interrogator charged out of the cabin, leaving the door open. "Rosa, you there?" I called out. "What the hell is happening?" I rolled over to the door, then with my back to the wall, I rose to my feet. It was like a war zone out there, such was the ferocity of the attack. The odds of us getting out of there alive didn't look good at all. Chapter 37. Outside Forces. General Blake, Military Command New Headquarters, South Dakota. Blake stared out of the window of his office in the new headquarters compound. Construction cranes were swinging their arms in endless arcs. Engineers and construction workers scurried around on the site. With the progress they were making, Blake could only hope that there was an equal urgency of construction going on in the states to build the indoor agricultural infrastructure. Reports coming in were promising, but he knew it would be a race against time, as the mortality rate had increased rapidly from the reports he'd received. He looked at his watch, then took a seat at his desk. On time, his intercom buzzed. "The head of HHR is here to see you, and I have a message that Admiral Cooper is on his way." "Okay. Send her in." He acknowledged her as she entered and saluted. "At ease. Take a seat." With his elbows on the desk, he entwined the fingers of both hands, taking the weight of his chin on them. He avoided eye contact, looking at a report on his desk. "Have the computers arrived from Pennsylvania with the personnel records and deployments?" "Yes, sir. They're all wired up and working." "Good. I have a task for you. We have a problem mainly in the eastern states and with the deployment of soldiers providing security for the caravans heading east, and the ones heading in the opposite direction. There's also a problem with those deployed within the states. Here's what I want you to do. I need you to shuffle around individual deployments within the regiments along racial lines. We need to gain the trust of the people and to give them a greater sense of security. There are too many reports hitting my desk like this one of heavy-handedness. Sometimes there are reports of them standing aside during ambushes when the convoys drive through neighborhoods of different ethnicity. Without moving, he raised his eyes to judge her reaction. She was scribbling notes in her notebook with no apparent dissent. He rose from his chair and walked over to the window with his back to her. Send couriers to all the governors with orders to carry out the same exercise with their National Guard and the police. I want black police and National Guards in black neighborhoods, and white police and guards in white neighborhoods. He turned to face her. Is that clear? Yes, sir, apart from what about other races? Leave the others as they are for now. We can make changes later if needed. Will that be all, sir? He hesitated. No, on second thoughts, do the same for Hispanic areas. I'll want you to report progress every day. If you need more people, recruit civilians to assist. Dismissed. She rose from her chair, saluted, then did an about-face and exited. No sooner had the door closed than his intercom buzzed. Admiral Cooper has arrived. Send him in. As he swept into the room, it was evident by the look on his face, there was a problem. He didn't have to ask him to take a seat. Admiral Cooper dragged out the chair and dropped his backside on the cushion, and then took off his heavy gold-braided cap and dropped it on the desk. I don't know where to start. We have a big problem. The beginning would be a good idea. 2 of our nuclear subs have returned to Washington from deployment in the South China Sea with devastating news. China has invaded Taiwan after the disaster as soon as we lost eyes in the sky. They've also invaded some of the Philippine Islands. Holy Moses! 2 of our carriers and their escort were lucky to have survived the tsunamis together with some warships and subs. They're anchored in Australia in the southeast, but we've lost 2 of our other carriers and their escort. We don't know whether the tsunamis destroyed them, or if they were taken out by the Chinese fleet, which is largely intact. How come? Earlier reports said they'd lost the same as us. They got it wrong. They had the foresight to have their entire fleet sheltered off their east coast to avoid the tsunami in the south when it arrived. The returning subs were shadowing a Chinese sub heading our direction, but they lost it off our coast in international waters. It was following 4 cargo ships which have anchored off the coast of Cascadia. They could have simply been providing an escort. Let's hope so. Jesus, they've chosen their expansion timing right, seeing as how our nuclear missiles are inoperable. How is the salvage operation going on to retrieve the nuclear bombs from Nevada? It's a nightmare. They're safe enough sealed underground since the area flooded, and we have people working on how to recover them, but it could take many months. Even then, our Air Force bombers can't fly until the ash clouds clear. I really should say what's left of them, seeing as how most aircraft were based in Nevada when it flooded. Let's not also forget that Guam is out of action. Blake pushed back in his chair. Those cargo ships must be important to have one of their subs escort them. We need to contact Shoemaker. We'll have to send a delegation to find out what those cargo ships are carrying. Can we resupply a sub and have it sail to Australia with orders for the fleet to return? I've already done that. Besides sending a delegation to Cascadia, I could have one of our Navy SEAL teams look at those ships close up. What we need to do is to call a meeting with all of military command. Blake brought his clenched fist down on the surface of his desk, his pen taking flight. Damn it, as if we haven't enough to contend with. Let's hope they keep their expansion to the South China Sea territories. It's a good idea sending a team to sniff around the ships. That's not the only problem we have. Cooper tossed a buff file onto the desk. Blake studied the contents. It was the investigation into Marine One's crash. The conclusion blindsided him. Are they sure about this? It says military-grade incendiary device. I thought it was an ash cloud that choked up the engine when President Reichert died in the crash. So did everyone else. Best we keep this classified. Nothing much we can do about it just now. Keep any investigations thorough, but low-key. One other thing we need to discuss at a full meeting with all of military command is a communique I've had from General Carter. He's requesting the release of 829 individuals from the Doomsday Bunker. It could benefit us, as some named are involved in intelligence committees and we could do with their expertise in view of the Chinese situation. I agree. Have your secretary organize a meeting with everyone ASAP, said Admiral Cooper. Incidentally, our sub surveying the East Coast has found a suitable deep water area for a port in Pennsylvania. Good. Cooper rose from his chair, and picking up his cap, he exited the room. Blake frowned, with a headache developing. He wondered if he'd made a mistake in not providing a plan to hold the Union together as a smokescreen for his own goal, especially now if they were to face an attack on home soil. Blake pressed the intercom buzzer. I need you in here. His secretary entered. Type out an order to our base at Fort Hood in Texas and I'll sign it. I want all their tanks and heavy artillery assets moving to Washington. Tell them to leave a skeleton team to man the facility and to put everything in mothballs. Have our engineers logistics work with FEMA to build a temporary camp to house them and their families. We can't leave their families there unprotected. Right away, sir. He rose from his desk and over to a world map on the wall, and then scoffed. He hoped that nothing would unfold from an international perspective to put a hold on his plans that he was holding close to his chest. Chapter 38. War Zone. Raw Bell at the quarry on the journey to Salt Lake City. With bullets flying around and the sound of explosions at the quarry, I dropped to my knees, then rolled over to the top of Rosa, covering her upper body as she lay face down. A soldier ran toward us. My interrogator grabbed him by the arm, then glanced and pointed in our direction. Shoot the bastard spies, he screamed at the soldier, then hurried away toward an armored car and climbed inside. No sooner inside the vehicle than a rocket grenade entered before he had time to close the rear door. Flames bellowed out of the door, the entire vehicle rising from the ground, then crashing down, ablaze. The soldier was on us. Please, spare the girl, I shouted. Taken by surprise, he let his rifle swing by the strap, drew a knife, then straddled me. I closed my eyes. An expectation of him grabbing me by the hair to slit my throat washed over me. I squeezed my eyes tighter. A tug at my wrists and my arms fell to my side. He rolled me off the top of Rosa and cut through her restraints. Head for the rocky outcrop at the quarry face, he called out, then entered the cabin. We both ran in a crouch, zigzagging to the outcrop. My heart thumped in my ribcage. Glancing to my left and right as we ran, none of the soldiers took any notice of us. Most were kneeling, returning fire at the cliff top. Bodies were strewn around. Some fell, rounds peppering them from above. Grenades exploded among them, limbs torn from some of them in a mixture of explosive flames and mists of blood. We both dug behind the rocks. Peering from behind a boulder, I saw the soldier exit the cabin carrying our radio on his back and lugging our backpacks with our rifles and helmets attached. He'd gained a white armband with a red cross as he sprinted toward us. The cabin exploded in a ball of flame, the blast knocking him to the ground. I don't know who he is, but the cabin exploded. I think the blast got him. My heart almost stopped with the shock, as our savior slid behind the boulder, dragging our backpacks with him. Does your radio work? He asked, and taking the Bible from his pocket, he tossed it to Rosa. Yes, said Rosa. We both removed our helmets fastened to the backpacks and put them on for protection. The rifles were no use, with the magazines removed. His fingers were trembling as he powered up the radio and dialed in a frequency. He was fresh-faced. I wouldn't have put him at over 19 or 20 years of age, if that. I rummaged in my backpack for a spare mag. Forget your weapons. You might be mistaken for the enemy. I'll arrange for cover. I tapped Rosa on her shoulder. Best we curl up to make us a small target. He pulled the mic to his lips. Dark shadow to team leader. Do you read me? Loud and clear. I'm behind an outcrop to the west of the cliff face with 2 of their prisoners. Need cover, over. I see your position. We have your back. He sat with his back to the boulder. That was when I noticed he had a slither of wood spiking his upper arm. Do you have your medic kit with you? You're injured, I said and pointed to the wooden spike. Damn it, I didn't feel it with the adrenaline pumping. No, I don't have a kit, You're the medic. Should we remove the spike for you? I'm not a medic. But the armband? Didn't our team leader send you in here? No. So, are you Mormons or not? No. We were just traveling when they abducted us and brought us here. That explains it then. The armband is to identify us to avoid friendly fire. We're soldiers of God, hence the cross symbol. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bunch of armbands. Here, I always keep spares hidden. Put one of them on. The gunfire and explosions reduced in intensity to the occasional round of rifle fire, with the odd explosion. The radio crackled. Team leader to Dark Shadow. We're just mopping up. Hang tight, we'll be with you soon, over. Roger that. I'll need a medic, over. Copy that, out. Rosa had been unusually quiet. She turned to our rescuer. Who are these people? They call themselves Unifiers. They're from the front line over in Idaho. The Unifiers couldn't penetrate our lines, so they were going to flank us where they thought we were weak. They tasked 2 of us with infiltrating them and the other left to get the message to our people there was to be an attack. I thought they'd sent you to reconnoiter their camp when they captured you. No, like we said, we were passing by, but we were on our way to Salt Lake City. Can you introduce us to your team leader? Sure. Rosa took a handkerchief from her pocket. Stay still, you're bleeding. She removed my helmet, and I winced, then she dabbed the side of my head. It hurt to the touch, but not so much with the gentle way she cleaned away the blood. You were brave back there covering me. Thank you, she said, and kissed me on the top of my temple. It reminded me of when Mom used to do the same, then she'd say, there you are, that'll make it better. It was nothing, you're welcome, so I don't need a purple ribbon, I said and snickered. I'm not that grateful, she said, and joined me snickering, then we exchanged smiles. The gunfire stopped for around 5 minutes when I heard the roar of engines, then boots crunched on the ground. Medics incoming. Hold your fire. These were clearly medics. They had the red crosses on their helmets and wore armbands. The symbol differed from our rescuer's armband on closer inspection. His was more of the proportions of a crucifix. They attended to our rescuer's arm, then led him away. I'll have our team leader talk with you, he said. The medics tended to my head injury and applied some gauze on the cut when someone rounded the corner. I hear you need to get to Salt Lake City. What's your business there? In full battle uniform and with a mask and goggles, I'd never have recognized him, but the voice gave him away. Peterson? Is that you? Yeah, I remember you. What of it? His tone of voice was completely at odds with when we first met him. We're sorry for your loss, said Rosa. We came across your convoy. We've had word the National Guard has buried everyone. Yeah, I was lucky to have escaped. I'll speak to you later. I have things to do. I exchanged glances with Rosa. It looked as bewildered as me as to his hardened attitude. But then, after his witnessing the massacre of his kinfolk, I guess it would harden anyone. Climbing to our feet and stepping around the boulders, I guess there were only around 100 survivors of the Unifiers, maybe more, some gravely wounded. Soldiers were stripping them of their weapons and armor, then roughly handling them into a line with their hands on their heads. It wasn't exactly treatment you would expect of Christian soldiers. That was especially true when I witnessed boots and rifle butts encourage them to set off marching out of the quarry. I saw them toss bodies into the ditch the Unifiers had dug to make a mock-up of the border. They used their enemy's own bulldozer to fill it in. On the far side of the quarry, I could see our pack horses, one of them clearly dead. Peterson returned. What business is it you have in Salt Lake City? Again, his tone was cold, matter-of-fact. We had word of a large group of heavily armed scavengers coming from the south, heading your way. We came to warn you. But it looks as though you've taken care of them, if these are the ones we were told about, I said. But other than that, General Blake has asked us to contact President Abram with a view to opening negotiations regarding the territory you've annexed in Idaho. Well, there were at least 400 soldiers, all hardened ex-military men here, maybe more, and they didn't get far. So, if I'm to believe you, and if the scavengers you talk of are a different group as these were from the north, they won't worry us if that's true. We wouldn't lie. It would serve no purpose, I said. You're saying that, but for all I know, you could be on a spying mission and using that as a lie to get me to take you to President Abram. You might have helped us back in that deserted town, but you're just strangers we met on the road. We know nothing about you. Spying mission? We had all that nonsense from those unifiers when I took a beating, I said, and pointed to my wound. As for General Blake, he only asked us to arrange a negotiation when he heard we were coming anyway to warn you about the scavengers. He looked to be chewing it over. Okay, I'll have you escorted to Salt Lake City, but you'll have to leave your backpacks and weapons with us. I hope you're telling the truth. There are people there who will determine the veracity of what you're saying. What about our horses over there? We'll take them to our camp at the border with your backpacks and you can have them when you leave. We'll need the radio, said Rosa. I'll need to relay messages to General Blake from President Abram. Your escort will look after the radio and it will be up to President Abram's security detail if you're allowed access to it. Peterson signaled over to an SUV to drive on over. It looked as though crossing the border was no longer a problem. What will you do with the prisoners? Asked Rosa. We're taking them to a prison camp near Salt Lake City where the rest of the prisoners who try to invade us are held. Now come on, get moving. We have to get out of here and back over the border just in case there are any National Guard nearby. Mentioning a prison camp and with his untrusting attitude, I was concerned that if they decided we were spies, they'd imprison us with the unifiers. Chapter 39. Border Crossing. Rob Bell on the journey to Salt Lake City. After climbing into the SUV at the quarry, we headed for the exit road. Driving slowly over the rugged ground, the fumes from burning tires and vehicles hit the back of my throat. Black smoke spiraled into the air from the twisted debris of various vehicles, a signal for anyone as to the source of the explosions and gunfire that went before, yet blissfully unaware of the carnage we had witnessed. Blackened corpses still smoldering waited to be bulldozed into the pit. One corpse branded itself in my mind. He was on his back, his arms outstretched, fingers set as if clawing at the air and his face having the demonic features of the Scream painting, as if crying out for his mom. Either that, or he had witnessed hell. Leaving the vision of death and destruction behind us, we hit the exit, then turned onto the road to the border. We hadn't traveled far when the prisoners came into view and the guards ushered them to the side of the road to let us pass. It was as if we were driving in slow motion. Utter dejection was ingrained on the expressions of the prisoners' faces. Some bloodied with their wounds and supported with their arms around their brothers in arms. I thought I had seen it all. If nothing else, with the current situation we found ourselves in. It gave me an indication of the narrow path we had all treaded in an ordered society before the disaster, and the slender twine that held us together as a nation. Now it was state against state. From what we'd heard at the governor's meeting in Nebraska, and from radio reports, races were seeking the comfort of their own kind. Ideologies pitted against ideology, whether religious or political. Towns were fighting towns, down to neighborhoods, then to street level, with neighbors probably pitted against neighbors, simply in order to survive. I wished I had stayed at the bunker. It was the island I wished that I'd lived on before the disaster to be free of the bad news and division propagated by the media. All I could hope for was that one day, order and personal security would be restored for everyone to live a stress-free life. The vehicle's suspension lurched as we hit a series of potholes. Rosa gripped my arm as we passed the last of the prisoners. When I turned to her, tears were streaming down her cheeks, but she made no sound. I reached into my pocket and passed her my handkerchief. That's all that we exchanged. We drove on in silence. There was nothing to say. I simply put my arm around her and pulled her toward me for her to nestle her head on my shoulder to sob until she was done. When we reached the border, our vehicle twisted a path around the containers. The barrier lifted without challenge and we raced on through. We're over the border, I said. Rosa lifted her head from my shoulder and sat straight. Staring out of the windows, we passed fields stacked with endless polytunnels, the glow of internal lights visible. The occasional wind turbines were slowly turning, providing the power. Further along, we came to the site of a wind farm with many of the stacks of the turbines distorted, some fallen with blades twisted. What seemed like an army of workers were on site. Cranes were operating, lifting damaged turbines. "What's going on over there?" I asked the driver. "Salvage. It's taking 4 damaged ones on average to build one good one for power to the polytunnels." "What sort of lighting are they using?" "Fluorescent. It's not ideal and yields are down at least 40%. Luckily, we had 3 months of food supplies stored by individuals and a further 3 months in the food chain. It's a race against time to restore agriculture, but it looks like we'll make it. I just pray to God every day in gratitude that our prophet had the energy grid turned off when the EMPs struck, so it's intact. It's not stopped us having blackouts though at peak usage, since we restarted it." "Prophet? What does that mean?" asked Rosa. "President Abram. He has direct communication with God." Rosa and I shared glances. Our meeting with him just got more interesting. I've not seen any other vehicles on the road. Were many knocked out by the EMPs? Not really. They've prohibited transport, other than for essential deliveries. Gas and diesel are in short supply and reserved for the services. It's against the law to recharge electric vehicles unless they are for approved services. The scientists got that wrong about the EMPs. Apart from a number of vehicles from certain years relying on computers that didn't have masking for EMPs, the rest are fine. Many have salvaged old vehicles from scrapyards and restored them ready for when the gas stations open to the public. I afforded myself a wry smile at his observation that scientists got it wrong. The sign for the city came into view. We hit the suburbs, then closed in on the city. We drove along deserted streets, save for the occasional pedestrians. Saying that, many of the street corners had police on foot, wearing the same armbands as the soldiers back at the quarry. I daren't mention what thoughts their presence with the armbands signaled, but Gestapo came to mind from old documentaries I'd watched, rather than God's police. We passed rows of boarded-up stores and apartment blocks. Bullet and cannon holes were evident on the facades. Workers, both men and women, were scrubbing at graffiti, with others sweeping up debris. "What's happened here?" "Riots. It's taken time to get around to clearing the area. In the early days before the forced exodus to the border, people barricaded themselves in and fought with National Guard. It's safe now. Walking the streets is secure. Crime is virtually non-existent apart from the occasional idiot. I'd expected us to be taken to a mansion befitting a president, especially one proclaiming himself a prophet. Instead, we turned off the road and arrived at a barrier under a sign. National Guard Headquarters, it read. "Are we meeting the president here?" I asked the driver. "No. You're to meet with our head of intelligence first for a security clearance." Once through the barrier, we exited the vehicle. A guard escorted us to a corridor and ordered us to sit and wait. "You can go in now for your interview," said our escort, and pointed to Rosa. "You're to wait here." A half-hour passed while I waited. At least the interrogation seemed to be civil, with no sound of any commotions. Rosa exited and smiled. "Just tell it like it is," said Rosa. When I took a seat opposite the investigator, he didn't ask for the reason we were there. I simply gave him a brief version of our journey to Dad's bunker and meeting Peterson on our travels. Most of his questions centered on Rosa's broadcasts and how we encountered General Blake. He sat back in his chair, appearing relaxed. "Your partner is lucky we haven't blocked our relayed broadcasts, though we monitor them. I'm not sure President Abram will want to speak with Rosa, but I think he would speak with you. It's Rosa or nothing. She's representing General Blake, not me. I wouldn't know what to say to him. What about these scavengers? Have you any idea what they're planning?" "No, sorry. But at least you're forewarned." "Okay, I think it better to talk to our head of the National Guard. As the nephew of the president, he will have the ultimate decision for you to have an audience." With the question-and-answer session over, our escort collected our dossier, then walked us along the corridor to a door marked General Abram. Our escort knocked, then entered. He returned a short while later. "You can go in now for your audience." We entered to face a large oak desk, and with a high-backed leather chair positioned behind it with its back to us. The chair swiveled, its occupant facing us, holding a pistol in his hand on his lap. "Tom, what the hell?" Chapter 40. Chinese checkers. General Blake at Military Command, South Dakota. Blake awaited the commanders of the four armed services in the conference room. He cut a lonely figure sat at the head of an empty table, deep in thought. There was a lot to discuss at the meeting. Organizing security, preparing logistics and planning for a war was one thing, and well within his pay grade and experience. But to bring the USA from the brink of extinction was a whole different ballgame. It was a serious game, of which he was acutely aware that both he and the outcome would become an historical footnote. The government usually had 5,000 immediate elected officials and admin staff to help them arrive at decisions, and tens of thousands more to collate the intel for them to act. His intelligence command comprised a small group and a ragtag of agents providing intel, and not much in the way of advice. All he had to look to, he thought, was the textbooks with what happened in Iraq, when the politicians ordered dismantling of the Iraqi armed forces which led to the creation of the caliphate. If it had been up to the army, the Iraqi armed forces would have remained intact. The death and destruction which followed that decision by the politicians had been a valuable lesson for him to learn from history. In his mind, but for the Kurds assisting the U.S. Army, the caliphate would have still been in power today in Iraq. The Kurds had deserved their independence as a race apart from the whole, but betrayal by those same politicians whose actions had hastened the creation of the caliphate. It was as near a scenario as he'd been able to work out for the circumstances that led to the creation of Zion and especially Cascadia. Politicians had made the same mistake, but this time on home soil, by effectively cutting loose the armed services outside of the northern and central territories. Those factions in the now independent territories had chosen their timing to perfection. A time when the military and law enforcement were powerless to respond. Head buried in his agenda, the room filled with the heads of military command taking their seats. Briefcases emptied, with files laid on the desk. He raised his vision, nodding at each one as their eyes settled on him. "Let's start, shall we, gentlemen? If we could start with Space Force." Roger Cummings, Commander General of Space Force, shuffled his papers. Good news and bad news. The good news first is that launch sites are now operational in both Kentucky and in Colorado, with assets ready to reach both our own space station and the ISS. The bad news of immediate concern is that the ISS needs resupplying within the next 2 weeks, or they'll run out of supplies and starve to death. The major concern is that friction of the ash in the ionosphere will cause a catastrophic failure. That's the last thing we need. What about our own space station? Well, as for our own space station, they still have 6 months' supply of provisions, but what we urgently need to do is to send them equipment for them to control our Predator satellites, rather than with control from our facility at Peterson Air Base, what with the dark skies preventing signals reaching them. We are also preparing GPS satellites for when the skies are open if EMPs have destroyed the ones in orbit, which is likely. Are the skies likely to clear? Early days, I know. But more good news is that the ash in the atmosphere is now fine particles, with the thick ash having settled. That's telling us that volcanic activity has all but finished. EMPs are also pulsing from the sun with less frequency and power, according to our detectors, so we should be out of the solar flare cycle soon. Tremors have now reduced to almost the same as pre-disaster levels. Are you saying that communications will improve? Asked Blake. To some degree, but it won't happen overnight. At the moment, land-based communications are restricted to between 5 and 10 miles, 15 to 20 on a good day, but yes, that should improve to at least double that if current atmospheric conditions keep improving. Given time, we'll eventually get back to normal. So, we won't be able to operate drones for some time, I take it, said Blake. Out of the question, said the Air Force commander. We just can't communicate with drones from any distance, just as he said, or make targets without GPS. Same with our aircraft. The ash, as fine as it is, causes catastrophic failure in the engines. We've already tried it with unmanned flights, and all have crashed. Admiral, have you had any reports on those Chinese cargo ships off the coast of Cascadia? Asked Blake. Admiral Cooper placed the flats of his hands down on the desk and shook his head. Blake could see it would not be good news. We have, unfortunately. Our SEAL teams investigated both at sea and on shore. The ships were there to supply humanitarian aid to us, though they were not aware Cascadia had declared independence, but now they know. I reckon the aid was a ruse to carry out a fact-finding mission. Our SEAL team shadowed one of the cargo ships in a trawler as it departed, but it didn't return. Coast Guard found a body of one SEAL. He was severely burned and had shot wounds. We can't say if it was the Chinese or pirates that are operating to steal fish catches. What we know is that shortly after the Chinese arrived, construction began on building a cargo port. So really, we don't know if the Chinese were involved with the missing trawler and SEALs? No, but our sub is attempting to locate the wreckage, and if we find it, we'll arrange for many subs to investigate the cause of the wreck. I ordered another sub to find the cargo ships and to assess if they're weaponized. Blake shook his head. Okay, here's what I know. There was an emissary of the president of the CCP on board, and he had a meeting with President Shoemaker. I've had a dispatch communication from a courier he sent with questions from the Chinese. One thing they want to know is the welfare of their embassy staff, and secondly if their gold is safe, and what we are to do about repaying bond debts due to them. The first one I can answer is they refused to evacuate the embassy, probably because they had something to hide, so they're all drowned. As for their gold, we have that secure, but making debt repayments is not possible. It's tricky, said Admiral Cooper. It is. I don't like to say this, but I think we need to ask President Latham to have his diplomatic experts recommend how we should reply regarding the gold and debt repayments, if you agree. Failing that, I could just reply that the gold is currently inaccessible because of the disaster, and the banking system closure prevents repayment to stall them. The courier is still here and will take our reply to Shoemaker. That tells me they'll be returning for an answer. Have you sent word to the Doomsday Bunker giving our permission for removal of those numbers of staff they asked for? Said Admiral Cooper. It's with my secretary for drafting. It wouldn't cause any harm to add the question about the gold and bond payments, said Cooper. The others nodded. Okay, but if we don't like what they say, we'll word our own reply to the Chinese to stall them. In the meantime, reports coming in from the governor-generals from the northern and central states are encouraging regards indoor farming, together with the produce stockpiles. However, we've likely lost another 50 million, mainly to starvation and lack of medications for the sick if we include Cascadia. So, at best estimate, our population for the entire territories is down to around 195 million. While that's depressing, it's resulting in a balancing out of food supplies which are available for distribution, so we now have enough to supply everyone for the next 2 weeks when the biofarms add to the food supply, but there could be a gap. Fingers crossed, gentlemen, but we could be on a firm path to the fight back, though the population decline is expected to continue, mainly because of criminality and logistics in getting food supplies to some areas. As for the eastern states, I'm awaiting a report. The door opened to the conference room. Sorry to interrupt, but I have an urgent dispatch for Admiral Cooper. The secretary handed it over, then left the room. Cooper studied the report, then sighed. It looks as though the Chinese could be a bigger problem than we expected. Our sub has returned to Washington. It's located the cargo ship. It changed course to off the coast of Peru near the Galapagos Islands in international waters. The ship joined a sizable Chinese fishing fleet, including a processing ship, and the entire fleet is on heading toward the waters off the coast of Cascadia. At a guess, I'd say it's going to supply its catches to Cascadia rather than the Chinese people. If that's so, then they'll want something from them in return. Damn it, what are they up to? Said General Blake. If only we had a functioning CIA, and full communications, maybe we wouldn't be blind. Chapter 41. Shady Encounter. Rob Bell, National Guard Headquarters, Salt Lake City, Zion. I'd not made the family connection from Tom's surname to the president of Zion. I'd just assumed it was a common surname there. Family was never anything he'd talked about, other than he'd left Utah because he was sick of having had religion forced down his throat. College had been his escape just as it was for me, even though he'd bailed out and not completed the course. As much as he'd shadowed us on our journey to the bunker and protected us by likely taking out one of Brogan's crew when we arrived at the bunker, I couldn't be sure if it had been for his own revenge, or out of loyalty to a friend. There was the question of his motivation for him killing Donna, stabbing at my brain. An uncomfortable silence hung over us as he read through the report from our question and answer session. I'd pursed my lips, in utter shock at seeing him. After arriving at the bunker, I'd had many sleepless nights, wondering what I'd say if we ever met. Now here he was in front of me, the cold-blooded murderer of Donna. It's not as though she'd been armed. All she'd done was to trick her way into the bunker. No judge and jury would have sentenced her to death for that. Finally, he broke the silence and turned to face me. Well, we meet again. Thought I'd seen the last of you. According to this report here, from what you told our intelligence officer, I see you made it to your dad's bunker. How is your dad holding up? He was obviously unaware I'd spotted him through my binoculars at the bunker when he'd shot Donna. He's passed away. I'm sorry. Did Donna leave the gated community with you? No. I left her behind. Long story, but she's dead. That there were no commiserations at the news came as no surprise. He was looking anywhere but directly at me. He holstered his pistol. I had to wonder if he had an inkling he'd perhaps been spotted and if I'd kick off and start a fight. Rosa glanced at me, looking confused. Fortunately, she knew the game that unfolded before her and kept her lips zipped. So how come you made General? It's a step up from Special Forces operative. Tom replied in his usual deadpan manner. See, you've not lost your sarcastic nature. Best we don't talk about that here. Do us all a favor and act as if you don't know me while you're in Zion. As for my position, let's say it's all a question of family trust. I guess he had another lie to keep up to hide what we knew of him, especially for his uncle to empower him to be in charge of their army. Your call, said. He looked down at the report. This business about the scavengers. Hardly a plausible reason for you two risking coming here. It sounds like a ruse I'd use to get to speak with the president. Why not just say you need to speak with him on General Blake's behalf? I could see Rosa's complexion redden, and her lips tightened, then she piped up. Yeah, well, it's the truth. But then it takes someone who speaks the truth to see it when it's offered, she said. Anyway, your intelligence officer said you monitor my broadcasts, and I'd sent out a warning, but I'd not had a reply. Just ask him if you don't believe me. It was now Tom's turn to be ticked off. Whoa there, Rosa. Wondered when you'd pipe up. Pull your neck back in. Women are best seen and not heard here in Zion, so I don't need your opinion. Best you button it. If little shits like you call anyone a perv here, you'll end up behind bars. I saw red at his manner of speaking to her. Hey, show some respect, I said. Respect? I see you're still a wuss. This is the one who called you a perv. A rage built up inside. My fists curled into balls at my side and tightened. It was all I could do to hold back from lunging at him, but we needed him to get us to have a meeting with his uncle. Common sense kicked in and I relaxed my stance, but not the anger inside. Yeah, but she took you under her roof. Have you forgotten? That's not who she is now. She had good reason to act like she did back at the community. Her head was messed up. So less of calling her a little shit. Especially since she provided you with half the stuff in your backpack when they threw you out into the park. I could see by Tom's awkward expression he was blushing with embarrassment. Okay, I take it back. Sorry, Rosa. And you're right. It's against the law for anyone to broadcast outside of our territory. That'll be why no one replied. Rosa didn't respond. Good thing we're old friends and you've taken it back, or I'd take your head from your shoulders for badmouthing Rosa, I said in a non-aggressive tone. You and whose army? He said and laughed. Want a beer? The strained atmosphere between us had thankfully been broken. Thought you'd never ask. Wait, the driver on the way here said alcohol was prohibited. Yeah, well, it's not what it says on the can. It's branded as soda. Rosa, are you joining us? No, thanks. Rosa's expression reminded me of the look on Donna's face when I brought Tom back to our house after the quakes. Only this time, I thought he deserved her disdain. So, let's get this right, he said, as he rose from his chair, first locking the door, then using a key to unlock his refrigerator. He tossed me a can. You're saying Rosa here broadcasts as Queen Rosa through a circle of preppers, and that's how you found out these scavengers were on their way here for some sort of attack. I'm not disputing that's what you could have heard. You know how these things go. It doesn't have to be the truth. Someone could have misheard or made conclusions that were off base. Besides, you saw what we did to the unifiers. It doesn't worry me if they're on their way, but we're left with a problem. I pulled the ring on the can and inspected the graphics, confirming it was supposed to be cherry soda, then took a swig. Problem? Elbow on his desk and rubbing at his brow, Tom sighed. Yeah, it's Rosa that wants the audience. He'd talk to you, but not to Rosa. He doesn't believe that women should be anything other than child-bearers. That's pathetic, said Rosa. Tom shook his head. There you go again. You're gonna have to hold that mouth of yours while you're a guest here. That's our prophet you're disrespecting. Long jail term if you're not careful. Putting any negotiations on my shoulders didn't sit well with me. There has to be a way. I'd put my foot in it if I speak. Can't you say she's my secretary or something? That could work to get her in there, then feign a bad throat, but trust me, if she speaks out of turn, he'll have her taken away and locked up. And do you buy all this? I thought you left Utah because you were done with religion? Hey, I'm like a chameleon. I blend into my surroundings if you get my drift. I shook my head, then took a long swig to drain the can, then squeezing it, tossed it into the wastebasket. Tom reached down and retrieved the can, then put it in his pocket. Don't want to leave evidence. Want another? No, I'm good. It's been that long since I had a beer, it's gone to my head. Talking about heads, how's your injury, he said, and then locked the refrigerator. Sore as hell. You can both bunk down at my house tonight and get some rest. I'll arrange for you to see my uncle later tonight. I'm due a home visit to brief him on the skirmish with the unifiers. One of my wives will dig out something for Rosa to wear. Can't have an audience with him in tight jeans. Rosa smacked her lips. Wives, I said, then scrunched my face. Like I said, I'm like a chameleon. I've blended in. It has its perks. Polygamy is legal now. They encourage the women as a duty to marry and bear children for a future army of God. I'll arrange for my driver to take us to my home. He offered me a mint. Better take one of these. Don't want you getting locked up, he said, then chuckling, he turned the key in the door and stepped out of the room. Rosa turned to me and grabbed my arm. Wives? I don't know how I'll face them. I got it wrong back at home in the community. He's the perv and not you, said Rosa. I had to remind her he'd likely saved our lives back there at the bunker when pinned down. Whatever, grin and bear it. The sooner we're done here, the sooner we can get back home. I couldn't believe what I'd said, referring to the bunker as home. Our transport arrived. Saying transport, it was some vehicle, with tinted bulletproof windows. The driver placed our radio in the trunk, and we took our seats in the rear. As we headed toward his home, sandwiched between two armored cars, we slowed at Rosa's request. Tom pointed out the Temple of the Latter-day Saints. It stood majestically behind steel fencing. Its grandiose turrets and granite construction in the Gothic style was a sight to behold. As we drew nearer, we passed closed steel gates to a side road that ran past the temple, a row of white trucks parked up, then we passed on by. Can the public view inside? Asked Rosa. You can now the riots are over. They decommissioned it for a long time for renovation and extensive work in the basement with an elevator installed. It's no longer used for baptisms in the basement though. That area is now sealed for further renovation. They don't allow anyone in any of the basement area. Pity we won't have time to look around just now, said Rosa. If you're here long enough, I'll give you a private tour, said Tom. It was such a relief that Rosa was exchanging pleasant conversation with Tom. I was used to his man-speak, but I could see it wouldn't go down well in company. Driving on and arriving in the suburbs, we pulled up at huge wrought iron gates. Guards manually opened them for us to pass on through along a seemingly never-ending driveway with extensive grounds. Coming to a halt and exiting the vehicle, we entered what I could only describe as a mansion. Is this yours? I said as we entered the hallway. Yeah, it's where I live. They gifted it to the church in a will. Perks of my position. Let me introduce you to my wives. I had a feeling this was going to be embarrassing for Rosa and me. More than anything, I couldn't get it out of my head for him murdering Donna back there at the bunker out of spite. I knew I couldn't leave Zion without the need to get him on my own and to ask him to tell the truth and to hear his explanation. If it were that I'd never see him again, I had to know before we left to go back to the bunker. Chapter 42. Tom's Abode. Rob Bell in Salt Lake City, Zion. Tom's luxuriously furnished mansion with stacks of antiques took me aback as not really his style. Probably the owner had gifted the furnishings along with the house. I guess he wouldn't dare have his stars and stripes pinned over the mantelpiece in the living area, and I was right. In its place where I would have expected it hung, there was a gigantic mirror with a gold ornamental frame. Instead of old oil signs peppered with bullet holes, oil and water paintings of biblical scenes adorned the walls. He was right about him being a chameleon and blending into his new circumstances. The women must be in the kitchen. "Follow me," he said. "Hi, ladies, we have visitors." We stepped into the kitchen and his face reddened. One woman was spraying a scented air canister and sporting a distinct blush on her cheeks. "Hell, Dora, I can smell the smoke. How many times have I told you not to smoke inside? You'll get us all thrown in jail if they catch you buying them from the black marketeers, never mind if they catch you smoking. You shouldn't be smoking anyway when you're pregnant, so cut it out." "Sorry," she said, head bowed, and returned to preparing vegetables. "This is Rosa and Rob. Don't worry, they're not of the faith, so you won't get into trouble for smoking." He walked over to them. "This is Clara," he said and kissed her on the cheek. "This here is Roberta, and Dora you've met." Dora smiled our way as she continued peeling a potato. "Please, ladies, take Rosa upstairs and find her some clothes suitable for her to wear to meet my uncle. Sort her out with one of the spare bedrooms. They're staying overnight." All three looked to be at varying late stages of pregnancy. They dressed as if they were part of a cult, in matching plain blue long dresses below the knees with white aprons, and their hair neatly formed into bobs. At a guess, one was the same age as him, one a few years younger, and Dora seemed to be a good 10 years older. As soon as we were alone, I couldn't hold in what was on my mind. It was festering away like a germ-contaminated wound, an itch that I had to scratch. "Now we're alone, can we cut the crap and you stop pretending that you didn't know we'd arrived at the bunker? I know you were there when we arrived. You owe me an explanation." We both took seats on the stools at either side of the island, facing each other. Tom put his elbow on the surface, and with head bowed, held his brow in the palm of his hand. He knew I had rumbled him, that was obvious. He raised his head, looking directly at me, and sat straight, rubbing his chin. I guess he was searching for the words, hopefully words of truth this time. "Look, I was grateful you and Rosa hid my backpack with the rifle and provisions. I wouldn't have survived without that, so yeah, I guess I owe you an explanation. But then you'll owe me a big thank you." "Go on then, I'm all ears." "I'll not tell you what I know. I'll leave that to you to be up front." The pause was over long. I hoped he wasn't trying to make up a story of events. Then he started. "Okay, what I can tell you is that I knew I couldn't survive in the park once I discovered it was an island, and with little in the way of game, and I'd burned my bridges back at the community. Anyway, the long and short is, I took a boat I found and hoped to find dry land. Damn thing sprung a leak, but a family that came along rescued me. We ended up in northern Arizona and parted ways. I intended to go to your dad's farm, hoping you'd eventually make it there. Almost there, I happened on Brogan when they set up a camp and saw Donna was with them." He stopped and slapped the surface of the island. "Look, there's no point in me telling you I heard, because you had cloth ears when I told you I'd heard Donna and your in-laws say about the divorce. Yeah, well, that was my bad for not listening. I left my naivety back there at the community. Go on, what happened next?" He huffed and puffed a little, then continued. "At the camp, I overheard them talking about different ways they could trick their way into the bunker. Then Brogan said they could kill everyone inside. They weren't sure if you'd made it there before them, but if you had, Brogan said they'd have to take you out, and I didn't hear Donna protesting. In fact, she said maybe she could tell you she was pregnant with your child as a ruse." "So, what happened then? Did you know we were on that road close to the bunker?" "Not then, no. Anyway, I sneaked off and watched as they broke camp. I followed them to the road. One of them dallied and sat on the wall. He seemed to have had something in his shoe. Anyway, I slit his throat. Then I moved on ahead to the farm along the river's edge. I saw a guard with their uniform shooting at someone and took him out with my rifle. There was no one at the bunker when I arrived, so I climbed the mountain to watch for when your dad would be around to be let inside. I waited and watched from above. You stuck your head around that boulder where you were hiding, and I took out a guard who'd flanked you. That's when. Well, I'm guessing you know what happened. Yeah, I saw you through my binoculars. Why shoot her? She was unarmed, for God's sake. You're not listening, are you? I've already said they were planning to kill everyone in the bunker. You don't have a clue, do you? It was the hardest choice I'd ever had to make and the reason I'm here and not with you at the bunker. I couldn't have faced you after having taken that shot. I knew you'd swear blind I'd taken the shot out of spite, considering the bad blood between me and Donna. Then why take it? Why? Because I could see everything from my vantage point. They had you cornered and there was another group making their way to surround them. Behind the rocks where they were hiding, I saw Donna reach into her backpack and take out some cloth and stuff it inside her jacket. It was obvious what she was doing. She took a pistol from Brogan and put it in her waistband at her back. Then she stepped out, holding herself as if she were pregnant and started jawing with you, and I guessed you'd fall for it, like the sucker you usually were as far as she was concerned. I had to grant him that. He looked to have lost his train of thought. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Brogan positioned himself to take a shot as soon as you'd stepped out, but I could only see his barrel as he was to one side of the rock where he was taking cover. All I had was the one bullet, and I didn't know if I'd ever get him in my scope again. Brogan stood, then threw his rifle on the ground. I assumed because he was out of ammo. But then I couldn't get him in my scope as he stepped forward and a hawthorn bush hid him from my line of sight. What then? Before I took the shot, I was hoping you'd run for the bunker. I couldn't believe you ran out to her. You were that beside yourself when you pulled out those rags and turned away, stamping on them. You didn't see Brogan run and collect the pistol from her waistband and run over to Rosa. It's okay, I know the rest. That may be. Anyway, I hid behind a bush when I saw the others converge on you and cursed that I had no more ammo. It was such a relief when I saw the guy walk away and let you live. So, there you have it, and that's the truth. You have no idea of the mixed feelings I had when you turned up here. I shook my head and decided not to tell him that the pistol had an empty mag. I'm so sorry for not believing you when you heard what they said about a divorce. And yeah, you're right. I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving our lives. So, we're good, right? Yeah, we're good, he said, both of us climbing off our stools and stepping over to each other to embrace. I see you two have kissed and made up, said Rosa as she swept into the kitchen and took a bow. Very smart, I said, as I broke away from our embrace at the sight of her wearing a conservative outfit, with the skirt below her knees. She gained a string of pearls and a matching pearl brooch for the jacket to the skirt. Listen, I'll show you to a room and dig out a suit, shirt, and a tie of mine for you for the meeting. The bedroom has a shower, so you can freshen up first. As we stepped out of the kitchen, we left the women behind, chatting and giggling. Rosa had obviously overcome any misgivings at the situation with Tom having more than one wife. Tom brought an outfit for me into the bedroom and lay it on the bed. I took a shower, and we talked while I dressed. He appeared genuinely shocked when I told him about Brogan having Donna's in-laws massacred and the rest of them on the buses, especially when I told him about Maria committing suicide. I sat on the edge of the bed. Listen, it's none of my business, but 3 wives? As I recall, you were always awkward around women, and I had to do all the talking for you to get to know them. It was their idea, not mine, but I'm not complaining. I just obliged. No, seriously, they were due for deporting and came to my office to beg to be allowed to stay in Zion. We were neighbors while I was growing up, but they weren't of the faith. It was either convert and find a husband to have children with or accept exile and probably starve to death. I had an appearance to establish with the faithful to go with my position, so it suited all of us. Hey, I'm not judging. Good, because I haven't just gained 3 wives. They were all single moms. I've gained a 1-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl, both of them likely sleeping. Then Dora, the older one, had a 10-year-old boy. He'll be in his bedroom doing homework. Don't the women get jealous? Like I said, it's an arrangement. It's turned out that we all get along. There's no dumbstruck love involved, if that's what you're getting at. Just mutual respect. I rose from the bed and fastened my tie in the mirror. How do I look? The trousers are on the short side. You'll do. Best we go early and have a late evening meal. The driver's still waiting. Let's get this meeting over with our so-called prophet, he said, having raised his hands and formed finger quotes when he'd said the word prophet. I had to admit, I was nervous about the meeting. As I exited through the doorway, Tom grabbed me by the arm. I'll be crossing my fingers for you, but my uncle is some piece of work. Good luck. Chapter 43. Desperation. General Blake, Mobile Command, border of Illinois and Indiana. Blake's Mobile Command convoy pulled over and stopped, having driven up the winding road of the hillside at the border. He saw the chaos for himself. Stepping out of his vehicle, he drew his binoculars to his eyes and scanned the body of water below, separating the eastern and central states just below Lake Michigan. Over to his right, an endless line of giant rock trucks were delivering their loads and dumping them into the stretch of water, almost completing the temporary dam that would prevent more salt water leaching into Lake Michigan and to preserve the drinking water. But that's not why he was there. He needed to see for himself the bottleneck of caravans migrating between west and east and vice versa over the Bailey bridges. He hadn't been prepared for what he saw, and dropping his binoculars to their strap, he took out a handkerchief and cleaned the lenses. Drawing them back to his eyes, he witnessed for himself the sea of humanity of biblical proportions on both sides of the bridges. It was one thing reading the situation in reports, but it was a whole different ballgame to see it for himself. At that moment, he wished he had the power of Moses to part the body of water and relieve the misery for what must have been 500,000 people stretching out either side of the border, with a bulge of humanity congregating and waiting to cross the 4 Bailey bridges. In the middle of the approach to the 4 bridges, they had erected fences to separate those moving east and those moving west. It was understandable, considering the animosity between the whites traveling in one direction and the blacks crossing in the opposite direction. He drew his vision to the water's edge. A group of 4 people entered the water, pushing large inner tubes before them. They climbed into them, then paddled with planks of wood. He settled his vision on someone halfway across the water, attempting to swim. He zoomed in. The swimmer's arms thrashed about, then they disappeared from sight. He waited, but to no avail, until the swimmer's body surfaced face down and drifted away. Zooming out, a small boat landed on the opposite side, unloading their passengers, only to be swamped by more people wanting to get to the other side. Overloaded, the boat tilted. Shots rang out, the crowd standing back, others pushing and shoving, with some at the front pushed into the water. The boat reversed. They threw bodies over the side into the water, righting the tilt, and the boat went on its way. He'd seen enough and stepped back inside his transport and walked on over to the radio operator. "Get a message relayed to our engineers and logistics. As a matter of urgency, I want at least 6 more bridges, floating or otherwise. I also need the Marines to get at least 20 landing craft here, like yesterday." "Understood? We have to clear the bottleneck." "Yes, sir." There was a knock on the door. His assistant walked over and opened the door. "Thank goodness I caught up with you. They sent me here from your headquarters. I have an urgent dispatch from Kentucky for the general." "Here, let me see," said Blake, stepping past his assistant. "I have to wait for a reply, sir." "How did you get from Kentucky?" "My scout vehicle is amphibious, sir." Blake walked into his office area and took a seat at his desk. Opening the dispatch, he started to read. Not in the best of moods, his mood darkened further as he read on. Finishing reading, he sat back in his chair, closed his eyes and with his hands clasping the back of his head, he jiggled his scalp to relieve the tension. Damn. He couldn't believe the amount of dissent from the governor-generals of the eastern states the report mentioned, nor the defections, with some abandoning their positions to move west. The kickback to his authority after they had received the reconstruction plans defied belief. He opened his eyes, unclasped his hands, then rose from his chair. With the black population now in the majority in all states in the East, according to Williams' dispatch, some of the white governors that were left were doing all in their power to block his orders, despite the breakdown in law and order escalating beyond control. He stepped briskly out of his office and over to the radio operator. "Get a message relayed to the head of HHS at headquarters. Tell her I want her to scan her records for 20 African American senior officers from logistics to accompany me to Kentucky. I want them to meet with me at St. Louis as a matter of urgency. They can contact me by radio when they arrive." He turned to the courier. "How many people can we sandwich into your transport?" "6 at the most." He turned back to the radio operator. "Contact the Marines again. I want amphibious transport or a boat to get 20 people across to Kentucky. They can meet me in St. Louis and radio me when they get there. When you've done that, contact our battalion in Michigan. Have them send 100 combat soldiers to meet with me at Governor Williams's residence in Louisville." "Yes, sir." He turned to the courier. "There won't be a message to take back. We'll go with you now to Kentucky. You can follow us." "Yes, sir," he said and saluted, then turning on his heels, he exited. "Have everyone mounted up and follow me," he ordered his assistant, and stepping into the cab of his mobile command RV, he fastened his seat belt. "Heads are going to roll," he said aloud. Chapter 44. The Patriot. President Latham, at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. Defense Secretary Johnson and General Carter joined President Latham in his office. He had a plan in mind for the future he'd worked on and needed to sound them out before putting it out there to the reps and senators of his party. He knew they could blow it out of the water, but if they thought it could work, it would keep everyone occupied with something for everyone to rally around. "Before we get down to why I asked you here, we've had a courier arrive with an answer from General Blake as to letting those names we put forward leave the bunker." "Is the dispatch good news?" asked Johnson. "Yes and no. Yes, they'll let them leave, but events in Cascadia have thrown up a problem. They're asking for advice on how to respond." "They've got a damn nerve," said Johnson. "Tell them if they can't run the country without our advice, they should restore our command. That goes without saying, and you're right, but we don't want to appear to be antagonizing them. The sooner we can strike up satisfactory communications between us to restore trust, the sooner we can get back in control." In their letter, it seems an envoy has arrived in Cascadia from China wanting to know if their gold is secure, and what we intend to do about their bonds that are due for cashing in. I've passed the question on to Carter at the Treasury to wrap their heads around it. Jesus, that didn't take long for them to poke their noses into our affairs. "Talk about kicking a dog when it's down," said Johnson. "I'll see what Carter comes back with, but I have it in mind to instruct Blake to stall them. You know the saying, you can't get blood out of a stone." "Is that all it said?" "About the Chinese, yes. As for the people exiting the bunker, he says it will take 3 weeks to arrange for an escort, which fits in with what I want to put to you. It will give us time to indoctrinate our agents if my plan is accepted, so they can start setting up a party infrastructure on the outside. The outcome could determine what happens to our entire national bond debt. 30 trillion or so, I'm told. It'd be nice to wipe it out and to start again with no debt." "This is all beyond me," said General Carter. "Bear with me, I value your opinion." Latham reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a buff folder. "Have you both heard what the Democrats are planning?" "Do you mean the rumors about their change of name?" said Johnson. "That's the one." "What is it they are saying?" "Oh, yeah, the Reformist Party. Apparently, they're motivated by wanting to distance themselves from the socialists in their party that resulted in creating Cascadia. They obviously have one eye on the elections when they come around again. It's what lies behind the name that intrigued me. We have a defector wanting to cross the aisle, and what he says about the manifesto they're brainstorming is intriguing," said Latham. "And what would that be?" said Carter, and yet looking disinterested. "Basically, they are saying as the military has suspended the Constitution, when we are finally let out of here for elections, then they consider the Constitution is to all intents void. Their manifesto will revolve around framing a new Constitution not steeped in the past but to apply present-day sensibilities. No right to bear arms, free medical care for all, and all the usual crazy things. Well, good luck to them with that. It's just the same old socialist stuff. The electorate will see right through it, said Johnson. Yes, but they have a point in breaking from the past and any blame game for how we were unprepared for the disaster. Carter glanced at his wristwatch. Am I boring you? Asked Latham. No, it's just that I have security rosters to work out. I need you to pay attention. Here's what I have in mind. To break with the past, we could change the name of our party to say the Reconstitutional Party. Once established with a new constitution, we could take out the re. To take it a stage further, we could change the name of the USA to North America. That way we could deny all responsibility for the national debt or go into default, or at least stall repayments while we negotiate with Cascadia and Zion for their share. Are you still on the brandy? Said Johnson. No, haven't touched a drop. Never felt better. Carter moved his backside to the edge of his seat. Clasped his hands together so tight that Latham could see the blood drain from his knuckles. What do you mean change the Constitution? That's not what I swore an oath to defend, said Carter. Latham was becoming annoyed at their responses, but remained calm. And that's exactly what you'd be doing once the changes are made. But what about taking back California and Utah? You're talking about negotiating with them for their share of the national debt, not restoring them to the Union. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Look at what secession has done. It's bid goodbye to all the loony left and the 34 electoral votes, plus the ones from Oregon. While I'm talking about voting, any new constitution should take away the individual state's right to set voting rules. All the rules need to be set in writing by the new constitution to deny postal ballots other than for absentee ballots with ID. No one without photo ID in person should be allowed to vote. All donations, including super PACs, should be barred, with third-party adverts banned. Each party could be allowed government funds, so no one can buy the election for special interests. That way, the fake media won't be able to feed at our trough for our advertising dollars every 4 years, while spreading fake news about us. That pisses me off more than anything. Carter had his head bowed and had kept shaking his head. He knew he had his work cut out to convince him. Maybe secession is for the best if you think about it to stop the division. We could change the state system and take away their lawmakers and judiciary to strengthen the national government and the power of the presidency. Taking away the states' rights to make their own laws would be a start in favor of national laws. Think of all the litigation it would solve. Same with taxes. They could be made to be uniform. Then we have the freedom of the press like we talked about that needs to be changed. Why mention them in any constitution, other than to make it easier for all media, including big tech, to be made to pay heavily for libel or slander? Look, say nothing now. Take a copy with you and study it and let me know what you think. Maybe sound out some party members. Latham handed them copies of his ideas. I'm warming to it, but it'll be an uphill task to get everyone on board. I'll get back to you as soon as I can, said Johnson, and he exited the office. Latham noticed Carter squirming in his seat, huffing and puffing. He rose from his chair and threw the president's report on the desk. I can't go along with this, said Carter, his face engorged, and he raised his tone an octave. In the name of God. The Constitution is designed as the Constitution of the United States of America, and that includes California, Oregon, and Utah. Hell, you're even using the rebels' name they've given them now. Whoa there, keep your voice down. Latham pressed his intercom button. Janine, go to the library and dig out some history books surrounding the time when they framed the Constitution. Right away, sir. Latham listened for the reception door to open and close, then opened his connecting door to make sure she was gone. For God's sake, man, walls have ears. What the hell's up with you? I can't do this. This was not the plan we had. Why carried the nuclear codes onto Marine One and planted that incendiary bomb to take out Riker? If you continue with this path, I'll have no alternative other than to confess. I'd rather us both go to the electric chair than accept what you're proposing. It's treasonous. Oh, yeah, and assassinating President Riker wasn't treasonous? You're a damned hypocrite. Latham took a seat back at his desk, closed his folder, and opening the drawer, dropped it inside. General Carter stepped over to him. I'm serious. If you continue with this, I'll go right now to the chamber and tell all and sundry exactly what we've done. Lathan showed him his palms. "Okay, you win," he said, and picking up Carter's copy of his report, placed it in the drawer, then felt in the drawer and gripped the handle of his Glock. In one fluid action, he raised the gun and fired off a round, stopping Carter mid-step, the whites of his eyes displaying instant shock as the bullet struck. There was no blood splatter, just a dark spot on Carter's forehead. Latham rushed over to him as he collapsed face down. He retrieved his sidearm and fired 2 shots at his jacket hanging on the chair. One round struck the arm of his jacket, the other missed and left a hole in the wall to one side. He wiped the sidearm and placed Carter's gun in his hand. Calmly, he walked over to the desk and pressed the red button on the intercom to call security. Taking his jacket from the back of the chair, he put it on and inspected the rip the bullet had made in the cloth. Then he took his seat, opened his bottom drawer, and taking out a glass and a bottle of brandy, he poured a drink, holding it in a toast to Carter before downing it in one. The door burst open, and General Roberts entered, accompanied by security guards, their weapons drawn. "You can put those away. The assassin is dead. It looks as though you'll be taking over his position now." "See, the bullet almost struck my arm," he said, and poked his finger through the hole. "General Carter," said Roberts, as he turned his head to one side and then felt for a pulse. "Sorry, but this is a crime scene now. I'll have to ask you to leave. I'll need your jacket as evidence." "Why?" "I'm the president, for God's sake. I know what happened." "Sorry, I must insist. The incident will have to be investigated according to protocol as a crime." Latham decided to play along, believing that as the only witness, he was well and truly in the clear. Chapter 45. Appearances. Rob Bell at President Abrams' residence, Salt Lake City, Zion. Rosa sat next to me in the back of Tom's limousine, with the vanity light on, her head buried in the Bible that she'd brought with her. The president was expecting us, with Tom having radioed ahead, so I was anticipating a formal meeting. With Tom in the front passenger seat, no one talked on the 15-minute journey. I glanced at Rosa as we neared our destination. She looked so elegant and serene sitting there reading the Bible. Maybe she sensed my looking, and she glanced in my direction. I pivoted my head and looked straight ahead to see Tom's eyes looking at me through the vanity mirror. My throat was dry as we approached the president's mansion, with my nerves kicking in and bringing on the sweats. I didn't have a problem striking up conversations with people, but the mystique and apprehension of talking with someone who claimed to be a prophet, I imagined, would have me tongue-tied, never mind declaring a sore throat. Rosa had a calm serenity about her, which I thought unusual considering the task ahead. That was especially true after Tom had said his uncle wasn't best pleased that Rosa used the radio handle of Queen Rosa, and thought that he'd give her short shift to put her in her place. We pulled up outside the entrance porch, with steps leading to marble columns. The driver climbed out of his seat and walked around to the passenger side. Tom turned in his seat. "Listen, don't talk until you're spoken to, and please, Rosa, be careful what you say. Don't let that mouth of yours run away with itself." Rosa scoffed. The driver opened the door for Tom, and he climbed out. We didn't wait to see if he was to do the same for us, and we exited the vehicle. "Is that him?" I said, as we approached the steps, referring to a guy suited and booted, standing to one side at the front door. "No, it's one of his security." The guy opened the door for us and stood back as we passed on through, then he hurried along in front of us. The entrance hall was bigger than my entire house, with grayish marble steps on the 2 spiraling arch stairways on either side, leading to the landing on the first floor. They'd painted all the walls stark white, with niches holding religious icons. Our shoes squeaked on the highly polished floor ceramics as it led us to 2 enormous oak doors under the balcony. On either side were 2 grandiose statues of angels. I looked up to a dome in the ceiling with cut glass depicting the Nativity. The security guard opened the door and waved us through. Inside it was a sort of anteroom, with a further door directly ahead. Either side of the door was matching mahogany desks with inlaid patterns, and either side of those large gold leaf-framed chairs, with velvet cushioned backs and seats. "Wait here," said Tom, and he disappeared through the door carrying the intelligence dossier on us. "You okay?" I asked Rosa. "I'm fine. Don't worry. My dad always told me that whatever a position anyone holds you encounter, always remember they have to eat, drink, and carry out the same bodily functions as everyone else. Though I'm paraphrasing. He wasn't maybe as polite with his choice of words. I had to laugh, but covered my mouth, turning it into a cough as the door opened behind us. A group of smartly dressed men walked through the door. None of them spoke or attempted to make introductions, simply shuffling to one side as if we were not there. The door ahead opened, and Tom walked toward us, leaving the door open. Wait until the assembly has entered, then follow on. He turned to the men. You're to go in now. Under her breath, Rosa whispered. Please let me do her proud. I assumed she referred to her mom. The men entered single file into the room. That was when I first saw him, President Abram. Tall and slim, with white hair, he stood to one side of the door, his hand outstretched, palm down. Each of the assembly kissed the back of his hand as they walked by him, then headed for a long table at the far side of the room with a row of high-backed leather chairs, with the one in the center having arms and a taller back. To the front of the table were ordinary wooden chairs and another to one side of the room. It was Rosa's turn. She clutched the Bible to her chest, and releasing one of her hands, she held it out, palm down. If a sinkhole would have opened up and devoured me, I would have been eternally grateful. Maybe it was instinct of having a hand thrust at you, who knows, but he took a hold of her fingers and kissed the back of her hand. His cheeks reddened, his lips held tight, and turning on his heels, he headed for the table. At least her action had saved me the indignity of having to kiss the back of his hand. Tom ushered us to the two chairs, shaking his head, I assumed in response to Rosa offering her hand to the president. I took a seat. Rosa remained standing. She leaned over to me. Remove my chair, then go outside and bring one of those ornate chairs here. Rising from my chair, Tom followed me out to the anteroom. What the hell are you both doing? Don't ask me. I'm just doing as I'm told. This will not go well at all, he said and re-entered the room. It was heavy going, but I carried it inside and set it down slightly in front of mine to Rosa's instructions. Rosa took her seat. President Abram donned some half-rimmed eyeglasses, then buried his head in the intelligence report. Ask Tom to help you with one of the desks. You sure? Just do it, trust me. Rising from my chair, I stepped over to Tom, who was sitting on a chair at one side of the room. I need to have a word outside. We headed through the door. What is it you want? Help me carry in a desk. You can't do that. Look, just help or I'll have to drag it in myself. Your funeral, buddy, he said, and taking a side each, we carried it inside and set it in front of Rosa. That's better, thank you. Rob, they're on the table. Isn't that the same binder we saw at the Nebraska meeting? Looks like it. It's the same color as the one for biofarming. The president lifted his vision, an expression of scorn on his face, then he continued reading. Looks at the table exchanged among the men. I guess they'd all seen their president kiss her hand, and now seated on our ornate chair with the desk, they all looked as though someone had wiped dog dirt under their noses. She placed her Bible on the desk and rested her arms either side with her palms face down, then set a permanent gentle smile. The president closed the intelligence file abruptly. As much as I'd like to thank you for the warning of an attack by scavengers, I protest. This is not acceptable. We cannot accept the notion of negotiations for a withdrawal from Idaho with someone who proffers to be queen of a kingdom through radio broadcasts. The only leaders of any kingdoms we will acknowledge are those that Jesus Christ will rule, President Abram said. I thought that what Abram had said was a clever way of not negotiating with a woman. Rosa answered. Well, in the way that you protest, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Consider this. What my broadcast name represents is a queendom, not a kingdom. It has no definition, but the one you would place upon it, one I suggest that would not imply rule, but I fully understand your position. President Abram, please bear with me. I would ask you to hear me out and then to seek God's counsel. Here's what you should know about me, of which I am sure God will be aware. All that I have achieved is in the service of God. I reject privilege. I own no palace, nor do I have or consider myself the head of a kingdom with any authority over my fellow men and women, but merely as a symbol of protection of these lands from those that would eradicate the blessings of God and His Son Jesus Christ. There were a few heads nodding as she continued. These lands are God's kingdom. I don't seek to usurp His authority. I believe it is God's purpose to prepare these lands for the day Christ will walk among us once more. I am not the Antichrist. On the contrary, I am and always will be the protector of the faith. Rosa reached out and picked up her King James Bible, holding it with the cover facing them, then laying it back on the table in front of her. She turned to me, cupped her hands at my ear and whispered, "Hand the Bible to President Abram. Look at the binder for any initials on the cover." Feeling my cheeks redden with a hot flush, I did as she asked, then returned to my seat. All eyes on the table turned to look at the Bible. The Bible on your desk is the same one your esteemed Joseph Smith brought with him to America when he founded your religion. Was it not a king who had this Bible transcribed you follow? Did he ask to be born a king? No, but God gave him his purpose to have the masses know the word of God and of his Son's deeds. In that same way, I believe God gave me purpose as a symbol for protecting his lands. I would rejoice in Jesus Christ's coming once more and offer my servitude. Rosa pushed back in her chair. I will leave you now for you to take God's counsel and to assure you I will accept his decision through the words of your good self as his esteemed prophet. We'll wait outside for your decision to continue negotiations or not. She turned to me and mouthed, "My chair." I took the hint, and rising to my feet as she stood, I moved her chair. There wasn't a smug face between them at the table as they exchanged glances. We turned, then exited. Tom was following close behind and joining us. He closed the door. "Where the hell did that verbal garbage come from?" Tom asked in a low tone. "Yeah, where did it come from?" I repeated. "I studied their religion in the library and then practiced what to say for days," she said, and chuckled. "What's to lose? We've delivered our warning. It's up to him if we have to get back to General Blake and tell him they won't negotiate. Especially since I've heard he's ordered the entire tank and artillery battalions to head north from Texas." "What?" said Tom, then he turned in something of a hurry and re-entered the room, closing the door behind him. "You didn't tell me that? You're not interested in politics and what's happening around you, remember? Do you want to bet they'll negotiate with me now? I think I've just put the cream on my little speech in case it didn't work. It was a bet I didn't want to take as we waited for their response." Chapter 46. Negotiations. Rob Bell at President Abrams' residence, Salt Lake City, Zion. Waiting for President Abrams' decision to negotiate or not, we both took seats next to the remaining desk in the anteroom. Rosa had eloquently displayed all the cunning of a fox inside the room with the assembly. I was so proud of the way she had conducted herself, although I'd squirmed on my seat in there. The way she had refused to be cowed by sitting on that sparse wooden chair they had set out for her had been a stroke of genius to put her on a par with them. But then, I'd had a feeling before we had entered that she wouldn't take any misogynistic crap from anyone. The door opened to the hallway and in came two women pushing a cart laden with 2 coffee pots, cups, and saucers, together with plates of biscuits. The aroma of the coffee left me with a craving for a caffeine fix as they continued into the assembly room. "I hope we get to be called back in for coffee," I said. My question was answered when Tom stepped outside. "You're to go back in now for coffee, then they'll restart the talks." I did the gentlemanly thing and attended to her chair, with Rosa taking her seat at the desk facing the assembly. I guess that was what she would have wanted. "I'll take mine black, no sugar, and just the 1 biscuit," she said. It felt like I was her butler, but I was enjoying the game. With Rosa sipping at her coffee, I went over to the cart. The assembly hadn't had to move from their seats and the women took them their coffee and biscuits. I guess they were playing an equal game of appearances. Tom came up close to me at the cart and whispered, "You're lucky." Their butts squeaked when I told them about the troop movement and armaments. Lucky? Luck had nothing to do with it. I'd say she played you, bud. With the break over, the women pushed the cart out of the room. Gone were the condescending expressions on the faces of the assembly. President Abram leaned forward in his seat. "This business of withdrawal from Idaho. What's saying if we were to agree to that, President Latham could still have General Blake mount a military campaign against us?" Even I could have answered that question. Rosa placed her elbows on the desk, clasping her fingers together. That can't happen. President Latham is under house arrest, together with his administration and the entire government machine. General Blake is the ultimate authority as the leader of military command. President Latham did, in fact, order General Blake to take back Zion to the Union, but he disobeyed orders before he took over governance. However, when he defied the president, it was on the assumption that you would withdraw within your own borders. A military coup, you say? Does General Blake understand that all of our population old enough to fire a gun are fully armed? If we were to remain in Idaho, it would be foolish to attack. Rosa was quick to fire back. On the contrary, and with the greatest respect, it would be foolish to defend. He wouldn't need to invade to face your people. He could simply deploy artillery and rockets at a distance to obliterate your cities and infrastructure, probably starting with Salt Lake City first. But that is not what he wants. He simply wants you to withdraw to within your border. At the same time, arrangements need to be made to exchange prisoners. You don't have to decide now. We could close this meeting and plan for further negotiations. President Abram rose from his chair, beckoning the others to huddle around him. After deliberating, they all returned to their seats. Okay, we agree that further talks would be beneficial. Here's what I want you to take back to him. Tell him we would require 6 months to construct new defenses at our border to allow for a withdrawal. In the meantime, we would need to see action against the unifiers to have them cease any conflict. If we can reach a provisional agreement along those terms with a view to a signed permanent treaty, then we can have an exchange of prisoners as a token of goodwill right away. And with that, I think these talks are concluded, he said, then rising from his chair, he exited through a side door, followed by his assembly team. So that's it, I asked. Looks like it, she replied. You didn't say General Blake mentioned anything about prisoners. He didn't, but I thought I would add that in while I was on a roll, she said and snickered. Tom joined us. Well, that was a revelation. Hats off to you, Rosa. Let's not hang around. This place gives me the creeps. Be careful what you say in my car. I wouldn't trust the driver if you say something untoward for him not to relay what's said back to my uncle. The drive back to Tom's house was uneventful. All I had done was go over in my mind how Rosa had handled the meeting with a permanent grin on my face. As we stepped out of the car, Rosa came over and embraced me, then kissed me on the cheek. You were fantastic in there. What a team, she said, while fisting the air. Me? I said nothing. Once inside, Rosa the women greeted us. I need to get out of these clothes, said Rosa. The women joined her, trotting up the stairway in line. I headed into the kitchen with Tom and took a stool at the breakfast bar. We both exchanged stories of our escapades about our journeys to the bunker. She sounds like that cowgirl I always said you should have. What's going on between you two? You both an item? What do you mean when you say an item? We're just friends. Careful, your nose is growing. I wasn't born yesterday. I've seen the way you take sneaky looks at each other like two starstruck lovers. You don't have to pretend with me. That was something of a revelation. I had to admit to finding her attractive, but I'd not seen it as a mutual attraction. I wasn't even sure now if it was just her friendship that I hoped for and that maybe it was something else after listening to Tom. Don't be stupid. Stupid? I'm telling you, man, she has the hots for you. You're so damn naive, like I've always said. Don't let her pass by, she's a keeper that won after her transformation. After seeing that performance back there and what you've told me about her, she's turned out to be some woman. She has, but let's leave it there. We're just friends. Well, that's it then. Have it your way, Mr. No Darn Fucking Everything, he said, and rolling his eyes, he then said his all too familiar what an idiot look in my direction. Anyway, look at you. I thought you were the confirmed bachelor. 3 wives and 3 kids on the way. What's all that about? What? You think they're mine? Tom laughed. They were already pregnant. We don't sleep together. 2 of the guys they were living with ran off and left them to fend for themselves when the disaster struck, knowing they'd be deported. Dora's guy was shot in the riots. We've all agreed we can walk away from the arrangement at any time and not contest a divorce. Anyway, for now, I enjoy their company and they keep house. Let's face it, this place is too big to look after on my own. If it weren't for them, I'd have had to find a Mormon woman and take the religious crap seriously in my own home and cut out the cussing. Rosa and the women walked into the kitchen. I couldn't look at her for fear she'd see me blushing after my talk with Tom. Dora and the others set the dining table and put out the food. "Grub's ready," said Tom. Rosa pulled me to one side. "Did the binder have any initials?" "Yeah, it had an M in the corner." "I doubt General Blake would have sent Zion a copy. That must be from New Mexico. They must have had an agent steal it or copy the original." "Forget it, let's eat. Then we can get some sleep." The conversation over dinner was good fun, and we all had a good laugh. "Sorry, I have to attend a photo shoot with my uncle tomorrow at the temple with a humanitarian aid convoy that's arrived," said Tom. Once in bed, I found it hard to sleep thinking about Rosa and going over how she handled the meeting. Thinking about what Tom said, I found it hard to deny to myself that I was developing feelings, especially after not being able to take my eyes off her at the dining table, but eventually, I drifted to sleep. I awoke to the sound of tires crunching on the gravel outside, then knocking on the door. Footsteps echoed on the stairway. There was a commotion outside. Tom burst through the door. "There's been a serious incident. I want you to come with me. Wake Rosa, I need her to get her radio working." Chapter 47. Guilty as charged. President Latham at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. Latham sat at his desk in his office, reading an unexpected dispatch from Army Command, advising that 3/4 of the eastern states had declared secession under the name of New Africa. New Mexico had also been added to the list of secessionist states, taking in what was left of Arizona and Texas, under the presidency of Ricardo Dominguez, someone he'd never heard of. He found it hard to take in how the disaster had not only ripped the terrain apart, but now his beloved United States had fragmented, probably beyond repair. His intercom buzzed. "I have Mr. Johnson here wanting to see you." "Send him in." Johnson entered, not taking a seat, but faced him at the desk. "You need to see this." "Blake doesn't say a damn thing about what they're going to do about it," said Latham. "I've already seen it, so have Congress and the Senate. There's nothing we can do stuck in the bunker." "How did they get copies?" "General Roberts had them distributed. Many of the African American reps and senators have drafted a letter to ask to be allowed to leave the bunker. They want to be transported to New Africa, and they've handed it to the general. What gives him the authority to distribute the report?" Johnson shrugged his shoulders. Latham felt the heat rising in his cheeks, both at the indifference displayed by Johnson and at the general going over his head by distributing the letter. He's already had the request sent to military command. Besides, everyone who I've spoken to about the revelation in military command's report, and trust me, I've spoken to a lot, they're saying with the changed political demographics, it makes your plan even better to ensure the party lives on with a guaranteed majority, albeit under a new name. "What?" "That's ridiculous." He noticed Johnson chew on his bottom lip. "Come on, spit it out. What else is it you have to say? I'm not here about the secessions. Every one of our people that I've spoken to in our party, from both the House and Senate, they've agreed to your proposition from the change of name of the party, to the constitutional changes, and now with the situation in the report, they agree to changing the name of the territory we have left to govern to North America. It's all down to our agents on the outside getting the governor-generals to agree. At least that's good news." Johnson sighed, as if having difficulty continuing the conversation. "Well, yes, it is, but they asked me to tell you the one exception." "What's that?" "Look, this is difficult for me. Our people don't think it's appropriate for you to lead the new party. They blame you for our being held under house arrest. They want me to be acting president now to pick up the mantle for me to put the new ideas up for debate. The others in line to acting president have agreed with Congress to step aside for me to be sworn in as acting president as soon as they fast-track your impeachment. Your attorney is advised." He looked at his watch. "The vote has gone through Congress and it's been sent over to the Senate as we speak. If this is some sort of joke, it's not funny." "On what grounds this time?" Same charge. Abuse of power for having those exiled without consulting the census committee or anyone else. Both houses have the numbers. As you know, by your own actions, we now have the majority to carry it out. Latham rose from his chair and clenching his fists, he placed them knuckles down on the surface on the desk to take his weight as he leaned forward. His cheeks engorged and spitting out the words, he shouted at Johnson. You can't do that. We've been friends for years. Stunned, he flopped back on his chair, snatched open his bottom drawer, and hauled out his brandy bottle. Not bothering with the glass, he unscrewed the top and took a long swig, then slammed the bottle down on his desk. Get the fuck out of here, traitor. Johnson hurried out of the room when General Roberts swept through the door, together with 2 security guards. What the fuck do you want? He said, lifting the bottle to his lips. The guards snatched the bottle from his hand from behind, roughly handling him to his feet, then to his protests, applied cuffs behind his back. Roberts grabbed him by the arm. You're under arrest for the assassination of President Riker and for the murder of General Carter. I don't have to read you your rights, seeing as how you had martial law declared, so you'll know habeas corpus is suspended, but I'll read them anyway. It'll give me great pleasure. Latham's mouth gaped as he read him his rights. This is all wrong. I'm innocent. A president can't face charges under the Constitution. What the hell happens now? You're no longer president. We're under martial law, remember? To all extents and purposes, your own hand suspended the Constitution, save for ceremony in the bunker. You'll be dispatched to a military prison labor camp to await your trial by military tribunal, under their terms of martial law. I'm innocent. You can't have any proof I had anything to do with having Riker assassinated. I was in Hawaii, remember? As for Carter, I told you exactly what happened. That won't cut it, I'm afraid. We found a video on a computer drive of General Carter confessing and implicating you in the event of anything happening to him, together with an audio of a conversation between the 2 of you planning the assassination. As for the murder of General Carter, closed-circuit TV picked up the audio of the shots. 1 shot, then a gap, followed by the 2 shots in quick succession, which is the opposite of your statement. There were traces of your DNA both on his hands and on his gun when you placed his gun in his hand, and he had no powder burns. It's pretty clear how it went down unless he managed an extra shot after he was dead. Save your excuses for the court-martial. Wait, he set me up. I had nothing to do with any of it. You've got it all wrong, he shouted as they marched him away. Chapter 48. The Heist. Rob Bell, Salt Lake City, Zion. Having woken with all the commotion, still bleary-eyed, just what the incident was that Tom had said had happened, I couldn't imagine as I quickly dressed. I heard Tom scurry down the stairway. Stepping over to Rosa's room, I knocked on her door and entered. Taken by surprise that she was awake, she was sitting on the edge of her bed zipping her jeans. She grabbed her blouse from the side of her and covered her breasts. I turned away, feeling the flush in my cheeks. I heard. I'll be down soon, she said. The limousine was waiting. Tom opened the trunk to retrieve Rosa's radio, then we scampered inside, taking our seats. Tom passed Rosa the radio, and she settled it on her knees. Buckle up and hold tight. Rosa, fire up your radio, Tom said as he took his seat. The limousine sped away, forcing our backs to the seats, gravel pinging off the underneath of the vehicle, then skidding to the squeal of the tires as we turned onto the road at the gates. Tom gave her a frequency. Pass me the mic. The curly cord fully extended as he pulled the mic to his lips. Number 1 to Central. Central reading you, over. Get a hold of the police chief Grimes. I want to meet him at the temple. Contact President Abram and advise him of the robbery there. Then contact Central Barracks. I want everyone at the temple ASAP. Over. Affirmative. The police chief is already there. He passed the mic back to Rosa. What's happened? I asked. We'll find out when we get there. I guessed he didn't want us talking in front of the driver. At the speed we traveled on the empty roads, we were there in no time. Cop cars lined the road. The reds, blues, and the whites flashing on the top of their vehicles gave the scene the impression that something serious had gone down. People in nightclothes were on the sidewalk, held back by police. Arriving at the now open wrought iron gates to the side of the temple, the entrance had police tape preventing access. "Drive on through," ordered Tom. The limousine snagged the tape, leaving it blowing in the breeze as we passed through and came to a jolting halt alongside a box truck. I looked at the clock on the dash. It was just gone 4 a.m. Tom pulled the lever and elbowed his door open, then leaped from his seat. Rosa and I shared glances. It was as though we had read each other's minds as we nodded to each other, and opening our doors, we climbed up to join him. A cop was refastening the tape at the gate. Tom was talking to someone in a police uniform. By the look of his flat cap and the braid, I assumed it was the police chief. We held back from joining them. Looking around, there were 2 white box trucks with tail lifts. The one blocking the other and had the doors to the cab open. I could read the livery now I was close. NM Humanitarian Aid it read on the sides in blue paint. Scattered around alongside of the temple road were stacks of unopened boxes, together with abandoned forklift trucks. Rosa tugged at my sleeve. "Those tags on the trucks are from New Mexico. That's what the NM must stand for, same as on that brochure on President Abrams' desk." "Are those the same trucks you saw pass through in a convoy at the border?" she said. "Yeah, but there was a long line of them." Tom stepped over to one of the cardboard boxes on the road. The police chief set off to the rear of the temple. "Anyone got a knife?" Tom called out. The officer at the gate hurried over and handed a knife to Tom. He sliced at the box to open it. At the top were bags of dried beans. He tipped it out, only to find the bags were hiding tiny polystyrene beads, which were now thrown up and drifting like snow in the breeze. "What have they taken, statues and paintings?" I asked Tom. "No, gold. 110 pallets of the damn stuff from the treasury in the basement. I didn't know they had stashed it there." "Someone on the inside must have tipped them off," he said, and raised the shutters on the box truck. "Get over here and empty the boxes from these trucks," he called out to the officer at the gate. I stood there, mouth gaping at the revelation. There were only 2 rows of the boxes in the back of the truck, then a false plywood barrier with a leather strap attached. The guard pulled on the strap and the board collapsed to reveal a forklift. Tom walked around to the cab and reached inside to the steering column. The engine turned over, but it wouldn't start. "That's why they left these behind. It was blocking the other one in," he said. "What did the police chief say?" "He said the key holder was called out to an alarm at 2:40. But the officer with him said they couldn't find anything, so they turned off the alarm. The key holder stayed. He's inside with his throat cut. The crime scene people say the alarm had been short-circuited at the alarm box, so they'd never have found the fault with just a look around. His wife lives a few blocks from the police station. She was concerned he hadn't returned home. When they came to check on him, this is what they found." Another limousine pulled up outside the gate. There was no mistaking President Abram when he stepped out and ducked under the tape. National Guard trucks arrived in the road, their air brakes letting off pressure as the convoy came to a halt. President Abram marched over to Tom. He looked to be seething by his expression, and from the pain written across his face. "This is your fault," said the president. "You're supposed to be in charge of national security. You should have had the foresight to guard the temple. But you never told me about the gold. That's not the point. The temple is a national treasure in itself." "Yeah, well, I don't exactly have a line of communication with God to know everything that's going to happen." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, I could see the regret by his expression. In Tom's fashion, he'd thrown the guilt right back at his uncle. "How dare you? If you don't get the gold back, I'll have you exiled for blaspheming. He'll only excuse that mouth of yours if you succeed." I don't know why, but even I could feel my cheeks redden. Tom marched over to his limousine, and opening the back door, he grabbed a hold of the mic, when a National Guard captain stepped up to the side of him. "Number 1 to Central. Contact all border crossings to stop a convoy of white trucks bearing the name of NM Humanitarian Aid. They're likely armed and dangerous. Tell them they can't allow them to cross the border. Stop them by any means. Central reading you. Sorry, but at this time of the morning, We don't have the personnel in place to relay messages." He pulled the mic away. "Hell, unbelievable. The convoy crossed the same border crossing where we entered." "They'll likely head back the way they came," I said. The police chief walked over. Tom faced him. "I've had this image copied. We pulled it from the CCTV footage." We huddled around to look at the image. My jaw dropped. Tom stood back behind the police chief, running his fingers across his lips as a sign for us not to say anything. "Listen, have some of your patrol cars split up and charged to all our border crossings. If they come across a convoy of the same trucks as these, tell them not to challenge, but to drive on ahead and have our border guards stop them. With the time it must have taken them to empty the basement, we might catch up with them." The police chief saluted, then scurried away. Tom turned to the captain. "Have the troops follow me to the southernmost crossing at the border. We have to stop a convoy of trucks the same as these." With that said, Tom climbed into the limousine. "Come on, you two, get in." Seated in the limousine, Tom turned to us, once again placing his finger on his lips to signal us not to talk. A cloud of burning rubber rose as the wheels skidded to the driver's handbrake maneuver as we reversed out of the gate, spinning the car toward the southern border. "They could already be long gone," said Tom. "I know a shortcut through some back roads, but you'll need to hang on tight," said the driver. I had to wonder just what the hell we had walked ourselves into. Chapter 49. Ambush. Rob Bell, Southern Border Crossing, Zion. The driver wasn't kidding when he told us to hang on tight. I had to stop looking out of the window as the hedgerows zipped by, feeling dizzy with the fear of a bout of travel sickness taking over. The last thing I wanted was to throw up over Rosa. At the speed we were traveling, every slight bend in the road felt as though we were driving through hairpin bends in a racing car. With the needle at maximum on the speedometer, the inertia threw Rosa and me together. Not that I was complaining. "Damn it, look there in the distance," said Tom. I raised my vision to see multiple explosions and flames spitting rounds from weapons a short distance away. "Really hold tight this time," the driver said. He spun the steering wheel sharply, the vehicle almost driving sideways as we plowed through a gap in the hedgerow. The vehicle slid sideways as we plowed through the gap and into the field. The driver's hands masterfully controlled the steering wheel, letting it slide through his fingers, then getting a grip to settle us on our onward trajectory. It was like driving along with a vibrator function on as we crossed a field with the suspension bouncing us around. We came to an abrupt stop as a hedgerow appeared in front of us. "That's as near as I can get us to the crossing, I'm afraid," said the driver, switching off the vehicle lights. We could now hear the explosions and gunfire. Tom hurried out of his seat, pulling open my door as he passed by, and flipped the trunk open. "I have weapons in here, but only one rifle with spare mags and 2 handguns. Rosa, can you bring your radio?" I opened Rosa's door and collected her radio. She stepped out, and I put the straps over her shoulders. Tom guided us away from the vehicle. "Listen, don't mention to anyone here it was broken in the photocopy. If they think we know him, they could make out we were somehow involved." "Got it," I said. Then it dawned on me that Martinez had his trial in New Mexico. It was that coincidence thing again. It was looking as though Brogan had cheated death and somehow joined up with Martinez. We were only a field away from the border crossing camp where all the action was going down. Tom handed us a pistol each. There was a loud explosion and a flash of oranges and yellows to our left in my periphery, spiraling into the air, then disappearing. All of us had gone to ground as the blast passed over our heads. When I raised my vision, our limousine was ablaze, the driver still inside. For all the vehicle had bulletproof windows, some serious armor-piercing projectile had made short shift of the protection. Clambering to my feet, I rushed over, yanking on the door with the driver still inside. He slumped over the steering wheel, blood pouring from a wound in his head. There was no sign he was alive. I heard Rosa screaming at me to get away. Tom yanked at my arm as the inside became an inferno. I raised an arm to shield myself from the searing heat. "Run before the tank blows," said Tom. I ran the 10 yards to Rosa, when there was a sudden explosion behind me as the tank exploded. "Jesus, that was lucky," I said. "Yeah, but not for my driver." No more heroics if you want to see tomorrow. They must have seen our headlights arriving, said Tom. Listen, Tom, I have a good idea what's happening. Your guards didn't allow the convoy's armed escort to follow the trucks, and they diverted to the camp. We can't go in there. They have 50 calibers and machine guns mounted on armored cars. I turned around to the sound of horses' hooves. Around 20 soldiers on horseback galloped towards us from along the border. Thank goodness they were on our side when I spotted their armbands. They dismounted and rushed to line up alongside the hedgerow. What are your orders, sir? Keep your heads down for now, said Tom. Tom stepped behind Rosa and picked up the mic. Number 1 to cavalry. How close are you to the border? Over. 10 minutes at least, over. Foot to the metal, boys. Man the turrets ready for action, out. I pulled out the armband from my pocket and put it on my arm, then nudged Rosa. She did the same. Last thing I wanted was friendly fire mistaking us for the enemy. Rosa slipped off the straps to her radio and started messing around with the dials. We'll just have to sit it out, I said. Yeah, it's not your fight. Both of you stay here. I have to do something. I have people with mouths to feed back home. If those trucks haven't passed by yet, I might get to keep my job and the mansion. The box trucks haven't passed, said Rosa. Tom and I both looked over at Rosa, sitting at her radio with the headphones on. How do you know that? Said Tom. I found their frequency. They're in contact with their escort in the camp. They're saying 5 minutes to arrival and for them to pull out and set up a defensive position, and the rest to get through the crossing to defend them on the way through. Damn it, my troops are 5 minutes behind them. At least they've almost caught up with them. The gunfire and explosions had quietened down. Tom gathered his men together. We looked on as Tom led them along the hedgerow, then they disappeared through a gap toward the camp. I could see what Rosa was about to do and grabbed her arm. Please, don't go. You're running out of your cat's 9 lives. I couldn't bear it if anything, happened. I have to go. Remember what I said back in Nebraska about not standing by when you could make a difference? Please. I need you with me, she said, and putting her arm around me, gave me a kiss on the cheek. As she broke away, we both hesitated. I reached out with one hand and took her fingers in mine. She didn't resist by pulling her hand away. I looked into her eyes. She returned the compliment as if searching inside of me. We both leaned in, hesitating as our lips brushed, and then we shared a lingering kiss. She stood back and sent me a smile, and reaching out, ran her fingers through my hair. I returned the smile, both of us looking into each other's eyes. Of all the places and times to have shared a first kiss, I felt a warmth inside of me I'd not felt for a long time. Well, are you coming, or what? She said, which kind of broke the hypnotic spell. Sure. But let me go first this time and don't make any impetuous moves. I just had the answer to the questions running through my mind during the night when I'd been tossing and turning. Helping her on with the radio straps, we set off to join Tom and the others. We came to a corral, where I spotted our horses along with some others. There was no gunfire or people running around. Just Tom and the others inside the fencing of the corral. They're announcing they are here, said Rosa, pressing the earpiece to her headphones. She needn't have told us. A long line of headlights was speeding toward the crossing. Bodies were strewn across the camp, some screaming out in pain. We need to take out the tires, said Tom. This is no time to hide. Tom led his men out into the camp, and we followed on, drawing our pistols. We stalked in a crouch, creeping forward toward the crossing, dodging between burning vehicles and huts. A sudden burst of machine gun fire from their armored vehicle this side of the border had us diving for cover behind an armored vehicle. I near jumped out of my skin when I stumbled and fell backwards to someone screaming out as I landed on them. Rolling over, I came face to face with Peterson. He's injured, said Rosa. Oh, over there. My backpack, he choked out. The pain he suffered was clear as he scrunched his eyes closed. Rosa removed her radio, then crawled out on her stomach, dragging back his backpack with her. In my medic kit. Morphine, he cried out, then grimaced, holding his leg, blood soaking his pants. I glanced up at the turret of an armored car to the side of the one where we were taking cover. Rosa was slicing open Peterson's pants with his knife. "You look after him while I try to find us some serious weapons," I called out to Rosa. She nodded. A body of one of Zion's National Guard draped over the side of the turret. I climbed inside at the back, then hauled down the dead guard. I'd never fired a machine gun, but inspecting it, the ammo feed was spent. Frantically, I looked around, but there was only an empty ammo box. Through the front window, I could see that Brogan's thugs in the armored car had Tom and his men pinned down, with constant machine gun fire. An SUV approached at speed ahead of the convoy, winding its way around the containers to safety. It must have belonged to Brogan's men, as the perimeter they had ordered outside over the crossing. No one fired on the SUV. For all I knew, Brogan could have been in there. It was looking as if nothing could stop the convoy. Chapter 50. The Chase. Rob Bell at the border crossing, Zion. The first of the box trucks arrived. The juddering and hissing sound of the air braking system slowed it down for the driver to prepare to navigate the obstacle course set out by the containers. It had given Tom's men an opportunity. The body of the box truck blinded the opposing machine gunners' line of sight that they had left behind to give cover to their trucks on this side of the border. I looked on as one of Tom's men kneeled, shouldering a rocket grenade launcher. The plume from the grenade rocket stretched out all the way to its target as the body of the truck passed by their armored car. The attacker's machine gun turret exploded in a ball of flames, shooting skyward. A second rocket hit the underbelly, men exiting through the rear to be mown down by Tom's men. The first truck had made it to outside the border crossing. The second vehicle approached at speed. I saw the guy throw down his rocket launcher, and all of Tom's position fired at the truck. The truck sped onward as a hail of .50 caliber gunfire from over the crossing had Tom's men diving for cover. Jumping into the driver's seat, I fired up the engine, and foot down hard on the pedal, I drove toward the crossing. The metallic thud and echo of a round piercing the armor in my rear made me realize I might not make it when I clipped the rear of the box truck just as it was about to navigate the first container. I dove out of the driver's seat and ran to Tom's position. Head first, I launched myself into cover, to the sound of an explosion behind me. The armored truck I just exited lit the night sky in a ball of flames. The truck I'd clipped was now tilted, driving on only 2 sets of wheels, trying to navigate the second container. Gravity did the rest, and probably the load shifting, and it crashed over on its side. The box disintegrated, spewing its load. With the exit blocked, the rest of the trucks came to a halt. "Holy crap, Rob. Where did that come from? You took a big chance." Outside the crossing, Brogan's rearguard turned and drove away with the truck that had got through. Some of his men stumbled out of the overturned truck, picking up gold bars from the spillage, stuffing them in their backpacks. One dodged the rounds aimed at them, zigzagging past the containers. Tom's men quickly dispatched the rest. But it wasn't over. There was a large contingency of men jumping out of the backs of the following trucks. Some fell, unable to stand again, but we had fired no shots, which I thought strange. Then Tom's cavalry arrived. Armored cars raced down the side of the column, machine gunning everyone in sight until everything went quiet. "Stay here and keep your head down. Let the professionals do their work," said Tom. There was the occasional gunfire as his men mopped up. After around 5 minutes, one of his men returned. "They're all dead," he said. "We've taken the gold out of their backpacks and put the bars back on the pallets. Some of them had so many bars in their backpacks, they couldn't get up to defend themselves." "Thank God for that," said Tom. "Have some troops load up the gold from the overturned truck. Drive the trucks back to the temple under escort, and someone message my uncle with the current status. The rest stay here to guard the border." "Right away, sir." "We have medics seeing to the wounded. I'll see to our dead getting back to Salt Lake City." "Yeah, and while you're at it, have a communal grave dug for the enemy and dump them in it," said Tom. The soldier turned and scurried away. "Peterson is injured. Rosa is seeing to him." "I have to get over to her," I said. "I'll come with you." When we arrived, a medic stood over them. Peterson had a half smile on his face, the morphine doing its work. The medic kneeled and unfastened the field dressing Rosa had applied. "Not that you haven't done a fine job, but I need to look," said the medic. "That's good. You used the kaolin gauze to stop the bleeding. The bullet looks to have passed right through the muscle, so no artery damage. You'll live and be up and about in no time, brother." He bandaged him up again, then gave his leave to move on to the other wounded. Whatever the kaolin was, to me it had just looked like white clay. "Seems like you found a new vocation," I said. "I'd rather have been in the action," Rosa replied. With the sway of her head, she beckoned Tom and me to one side, away from Peterson. "I've told him about Brogan. Peterson is beside himself with guilt. He feels responsible for all the soldiers' deaths. He was saying he invited Brogan and his guards to supper at their camp before they turned on them and massacred everyone, including his family. Anyway, he thinks Brogan must have overheard him when he was telling his dad about the work that he did in Salt Lake City before he went on a mission for the church." "What was that?" asked Tom. "He worked for a security company delivering 2 pallets a week for over a year to the temple for storage in the basement." "Damn it. So that's how Brogan knew about the gold." We stepped back over to Peterson. "I've seen our horses in the corral." "Where are weapons and backpacks stored?" I asked. "Over there in our storeroom, which is still intact." "It's not locked," said Peterson. "We'll be back to say our goodbyes before we leave." "Are you leaving?" asked Tom. "Yeah, I guess. Our job is done here." I set off with Rosa to collect our backpacks. Tom followed on. "Well, I'm pleased for you that your job is done, but my task is not finished yet. There's still a truck of gold missing. I could do to track them down. Problem is, we're under strict instructions from my uncle not to go outside the border on skirmishes. I had to get permission from him for Peterson to attack the unifiers, and that was damn difficult." "Nothing you can do then?" "I could tell him to go fuck himself and go, anyway." "What, to his face?" "No, I meant in my head. If you recall, I experienced his wrath with what I said back there at the temple. I'm not that stupid to make the same mistake. I'm not sure if he'll make allowances for there being a truck short full of his damned gold. Him buying the gold is the reason so many believe he has a direct line to God as a prophet." "How come?" "Word has it, he'd been divesting the church's investments for over a year to buy gold, claiming God had told him the end times were coming. Come the disaster, and well, it all sounded the more plausible. He'd been preaching for everyone to do the same, so plenty of the faithful were easily acceptable to his claims to be a prophet. Only thing I didn't know was how much there was and where he'd had it stored. Now I do." Rosa chimed in. "Listen, I don't like to say this, but when I looked at the map, the road they're heading on to get back to New Mexico will take them past the bunker. They must have passed the bunker to get here after we left for Zion." Tom scratched at the hair on his head. "Wait a minute. If that's the way they're heading, there's a tunnel collapse on the way. That means a 2 or 3 hour detour. We could get to the bunker before them if we go by horse the way you came as the crow flies," said Tom. I exchanged glances with Rosa. "Crap. I hope we can get there before he drives by the bunker. He might just decide to stop and pay us a visit. I wouldn't put it past him." "Can you try to get a hold of Commander Jackson to meet us there?" I asked Rosa. "Doubted, but I might stand a better chance of getting hold of X-Ray too. He'll be nearer. I could ask him to gather some of the other teams together to meet us there. They could bring their armored vehicles with them. I'd just have to keep trying on the way back and hope for the best." "Is that Sergeant Richardson you're talking about?" I asked. "Yeah," she replied. "I can also radio the bunker when we get nearer to warn them." Tom sent a quizzical look in my direction. "Who are you talking about?" "Rosa's private army," I said, and laughed. "Then what are we waiting for if you can get back up? Get the horses saddled and I'll come with you, and to hell with my uncle. You can explain about this private army on the way." Chapter 51. The Avenger. Rob Bell, the journey home to the bunker. With our backpacks and weapons retrieved, we all headed back to say our goodbyes to Peterson. Looking around at the carnage, I was witness to what most never talk about, never mind shows and war films. News reports and the media avoided the images for fear of affecting sensibilities. They were all about only talking about the action, preferring to depict aftermaths of wars as backgrounds, with tangled vehicles and bombed-out housing as a backdrop to reports. One thing media couldn't show was the smells that surrounded me. Burning flesh, oil, plastic, rubber tires, and wood, all mingling, fighting for attention with your sense of smell. The stench created an acidic taste at the back of your throat that I imagined duplicated brimstone burning in a scene from hell. Then there were the sounds piercing my eardrums. The sounds of the wounded crying out and wailing in pain. Besides the medics treating some horrific injuries, there were soldiers carrying out the unimaginable amongst burning buildings and vehicles. Tom had called them the Reaper Battalion. They were the soldiers designated with collecting bodies of the fallen, some with limbs missing. Some in so many pieces, I watched them retrieving the body parts and put them into plastic bags for later identification. No wonder some soldiers came back from deployments in war zones with PTSD as broken men and women. I knew that these were images, sounds, and smells that would stay with me for a lifetime, together with all the other images of death and destruction we had witnessed so far. I glanced across at Rosa. She'd be coping with it in her own way. She was walking as if blinkered, head slightly bowed. I was just thankful we had maybe kindled the kernel of a relationship to see each other through the trauma in the aftermath of the action. Stretcher bearers arrived beside Peterson. "Good luck," I said. Tom kneeled next to Peterson. "Listen, I'm going to track down that truck that escaped." "I'll see you get a medal when I return," said Tom, then he rose to his feet. "I already have one, but thanks," Peterson said, and pointed to a purple ribbon on his tunic. "What's that?" "I'll explain on the journey," I said. Peterson brushed the stretcher bearers aside as they attempted to lift him onto the stretcher. "I can manage," he said, and attempted to use the armored car as leverage to stand sheer determination, and through gritted teeth, he struggled to get to his feet before Rosa stepped forward to assist. "I'm coming with you. I can't let Brogan escape after what he did here into my family." "You can't walk." "It's out of the question," said Tom. Peterson threw him a look. "You're going on horseback." "Bring me a horse." "I still have my hands and arms to fire a weapon. Just ask the medic for more of that morphine to see me through if needed." We all exchanged glances. I guess none of us could deny him the chance to exact revenge. We all nodded. "Okay, wait here with Rosa. We'll get the horses." Tom and I headed for the corral. "Listen, if we're to get ahead of them, we'll need to gallop as much as we can. We won't have time to camp." "I'll saddle up our pack horse for Peterson," I said. "Sure, you do that. I'll just take one of our border patrol horses." We set about saddling and bridling the horses, then set off walking back to Rosa and Peterson. "One thing's troubling me," I said. "What's that?" "There was supposed to be a shallow water crossing over a river on our way here. We ended up soaked through to the skin. We won't have time to stop to dry out our clothes like we did on our way here." Tom stroked his chin, then replied, "There won't be any shallow crossing this time of year with the runoff from the mountains. We'll go by road and cross the bridge, then pick up our trail." "Won't that be dangerous traveling by road to the bridge?" I asked. "Could be, but I don't have any other options I can think of." Arriving back at Rosa and Peterson's position. Rosa had a stack of spare mags at her side and some grenades. Peterson was sitting on a chair that Rosa must have found for him. "I've collected these just in case we need them," said Rosa. "Good thinking," said Tom. We set about stuffing mags into our jacket pockets and the surplus into our backpacks and saddlebags, together with 2 grenades each. "Peterson, are you sure you're up for this?" asked Tom. "Not a doubt." Tom and I helped him to his feet, then onto his saddle. "How does that feel?" asked Rosa. He trotted around in a circle. "Perfect," he said. "Yeah, well, if it pains you, we won't think any less of you if you have to turn around," said Tom. Rosa fastened her backpack to the horn of the saddle, then I helped her with the radio straps onto her shoulders. "I'll need a leg up with the weight," she said. As soon as I saddled her, I mounted my horse next to her. She reached out, took my hand, and gave it a squeeze, then let go. "We can do this, let's go," said Tom. "Best we all remove our armbands now before we cross the border." Armbands removed, we set off at a trot, stepping around debris in the camp, then steered a course past the smashed box van. With a kick of the stirrups, we pushed on a canter past the obstacle course set up by the containers, then with a shake of the reins, we galloped on along the road. "You okay?" I shouted out to Peterson. "Like the medic says, I'll live." We came to the entrance of the quarry, making good time. I shuddered at the images I'd seen over there. I monitored Peterson as we galloped on, just in case he started to suffer. After a double bend, "We'll arrive at the bridge," Tom called out. Pulling around the second bend, my heart sank as Tom pulled up on his reins and we all stopped behind him. He went around in a circle and came up to the side of us. "This doesn't look good," he said. There was only enough width at the bridge for one vehicle to cross. We found it blocked with a pickup truck slewed sideways. The vehicle must have broken down when I noticed the hood up. Either that, or the pickup was meant to slow pursuers down. "Maybe Brogan and his crew put it there to prevent anyone following," I said. "Maybe," Tom said. "It could just as easily be a trap." Chapter 52. Unwelcome Holdup. Rob Bell, Journey to the Bunker, Colorado. Tom and I dismounted and tied our reins to the hedgerow with the bridge in sight. "Rosa, can you stay with Peterson and stay mounted?" asked Tom. I could see the look of frustration on her face, but someone had to look out for Peterson. "Yeah, okay. Don't go rushing into anything." I thought it ironic. Without Peterson to keep an eye on, I imagined she'd have ignored Tom, and she would have arrived at the bridge by now. Unstrapping our rifles, we headed for the bridge, keeping a low profile and hugging the hedgerow, with Tom up front. "See anyone?" I asked. "No. Can you use those night visions of yours?" Pulling down the night visions, I could see the heat signature in the engine area of the pickup. It's arrived recently. The engine is still hot. Can't see anyone. 5 yards from the pickup and there was no sign of a body heat source. "Maybe it just ran out of gas," I said. "No, that's deliberately left there. Can't see no tire marks to show it skidded in the dust. The tire tracks show they have steered it into position along with footprints. I'm betting Brogan's crew put it there. We're wasting time. Let's get it moved enough to get the horses around it," I said. "You got shit for brains?" It was only a guess Brogan's men put it there. "At least get to behind the engine block for cover from bullets. We're exposed here. Every second that passes is a second nearer to the bunker for Brogan, and the further away your box truck gets from here." "Fuck it, you're right for once," said Tom. "If I get shot, I'll kill you." Hilarious. Now who's the wise boy? Tom stepped behind the pickup's engine block and I followed. Crouching, I dared take a look to the far side of the bridge through my night visions. "Well, it's clear ahead," I said, then ducked. "Shit, no it isn't." "What have you seen?" "Those 2 girder stanchions on either side." I saw 2 partial bodies as if getting ready to step out. "They must know we're here." I lay on my stomach to see under the chassis, but my vision was impaired, and I lifted my night visions. Holy crap. There's a body on the other side of the pickup wearing an army uniform. His eyes were staring right at me, sending a wave of shivers through me. He's Hispanic. It must be one of Brogan's crew. Count of 3. Engage auto. You fire right, I'll fire left and flush them out. Like you say, we can't hang around here forever. I scrambled to my knees. Tom recited the count, 1, 2, 3. Flames spat from our rifles, our rounds pinging off the girders where I'd seen them hiding. There was a scream as one stepped out at my side and he keeled over into the road, his rifle firing into the air as he dropped. Tom had stopped firing, and I turned my aim to the left-hand side. The next thing I knew, I ducked at a green wipeout as it flooded my lenses with the sound of a loud explosion. "What the hell was that?" I said as I ducked. "Grenade. The guy didn't step out and I can't fire around corners." "Did you see him fall?" "Well, I'm not risking raising my head again." "You do it," I said. Tom took a quick look, ducked back, and then snickered. "They're both dead." "Let's get this pickup moved," he said. "We should check the bodies first. They could be wounded." We each inched to either side of the small gap between the pickup and the bridge ironwork. Stalking up to them, rifles at the ready, they were lifeless. "This one has a backpack, but it's empty," I said, and picking up his weapon, I tossed it over the bridge and into the river. "You'll never guess what this one has in his backpack," said Tom, as he launched the guy's rifle over the side of the bridge. "What have you found?" "Gold bars, and his backpack is army issue." But all the attackers had army uniforms. "These are wearing ordinary jeans and jackets." "Whatever, let's move the pickup." We arrived back at the pickup. The picture was clear, and I turned to Tom. "I saw one of Brogan's men escape when you were pinned down. It was after Brogan's transport had driven off, so he'd be on foot. This guy here is wearing a uniform. The backpack must be his, and they must have ambushed him and shot him." "Wonder why they didn't run off with the gold," said Tom. "Because they couldn't eat gold." Both of them looked malnourished. "They were probably waiting for other victims with provisions," I said. We dragged his body out of the way, and with Tom at the steering wheel, I pushed it far enough to get the horses past. "Push it a little more," said Tom, and with him continuing to steer, I pushed. "Won't your wives be worried when you don't come home?" I said as I pushed. I asked the medic to get a message to them that I'd be away on exercises for a few days. "They'll be fine." "What about your uncle?" Tom scoffed. "What about him? He won't give a crap how long I'm away as long as he doesn't find out I'm over the border. My uncle only gave me the position because he only trusts family. He says God keeps telling him to watch out for conspirators. The guy's paranoid. Besides, since he declared independence, he's gathered himself 18 wives to keep him busy rather than worry about what I'm up to." "Jesus, that many? I hope none of them were children like I once saw in a film." "No, that's forbidden. They kept the laws relating to ages and permissions when they made polygamy legal." Rosa must have seen us clear a path after the action, and she arrived with Peterson and our horses. Tom transferred the gold bars to his own backpack and saddlebags. I mounted. Tom did likewise, and we all passed on over the bridge. "I was panicking back there," said Rosa. "Good thing I've learned to trust you." "Yeah, well, it all ended in our favor. We just need to find the trail off the road now and hope we don't come up against any more scavengers," I said. "Let's turn off here and see if you can find the trail you used to get here," said Tom. It was such a relief to be off the road. All the same, I knew it wouldn't be without its dangers, not the least snagging ourselves on the bough of a tree as we galloped on and a thin branch whip went cheek. I looked over at Rosa as she galloped beside me. "Just wait till I get you alone," she said, and then charged ahead in front of me for us to form a line as the trail narrowed, leaving me with a smile a mile wide. The trail took us past Maisie and Jack's camp. That sort of took the smile off my face as we galloped on, and it set my nerves on edge. Constantly looking around, I saw danger behind every bush and tree trunk. Not one for praying. I did plenty, asking if there was someone up there to get us home safely. Right there and then, I had everything to live for and nothing to die for. Chapter 53. Rude Awakening. Raw Bell, Journey to the Bunker, Colorado. We'd been galloping on for some time. I dropped to the back of the line behind Peterson. Steam was rising from his horse's rump. My horse's neck was saturated with sweat, beads flying off and hitting me in the face. Its head was swaying as if laboring, and I noticed it was frothing at the mouth. As much as I didn't want him to run out of steam, I pushed on to drive him to the front of the line. I came up alongside Tom. "We have to rest the horses and give them something to drink. They'll die on us if we don't," I shouted. "Okay." We slowed to a canter, then to a trot, before stopping, the horses snorting for air. I turned in my saddle. "We'll rest the horses for a short while before moving on." "Good idea," said Rosa. "I need to use the radio." I dismounted quickly and ran over to Peterson. He slumped over in his saddle and grimaced. Helping him from his mount, I sat him down on the ground with his back to a tree trunk. Rosa dismounted on her own and hurried over, leaving Tom to secure the horse's reins. I helped her off with her radio and set it down. "Are you in pain?" Rosa asked. "Yeah, I feel faint." I should have said something earlier, but I didn't want to hold us up, said Peterson. Get my backpack, she said. I scurried away. When I returned, Rosa delved into her backpack and retrieved the morphine and syringe. I looked on as she drew in the morphine to the syringe, then dispelled the air. Needles were something I dreaded, and I turned to secure Peterson's horse. Tom, there's a container in a sack fastened to my saddle. Use it to give the horses water. Tom gave me the thumbs-up sign. When I turned my attention back to Peterson, Rosa had her arm around him, speaking words of comfort. You okay now? She said. He didn't answer, his eyes telegraphing he was drifting away somewhere inside that head of his. What? Oh yeah, the pain's gone. Help me lie him down, said Rosa. She took off his backpack, and we used it as a pillow. I didn't like to say anything, but he didn't look to be in a fit state to carry on. I stepped over to Tom. Listen, we're only around 5 miles away. I don't know if Peterson will be fit to travel on. You worry too much. I've seen this in skirmishes up at the Idaho border with walking wounded. Wait for the morphine to do its work, and after a rest, we'll see how he is. Then we can start wondering what to do if he doesn't recover from the rest. I turned around to see him chatting with Rosa, but he was slurring the words as if out of it, with no sign of any grimacing. I wondered if Tom was right and he'd be fine. When I glanced at my watch, it wasn't far off milking time. The team back at the bunker would have breakfast before going out to start their chores. At least we'd made good time. The horses are recovering quickly in the freezing cold, and they're all watered, said Tom. Good. Let's wait 10 minutes and see how Peterson is. Rosa was now on our radio, and I hoped she would get news from the bunker. We were in range not to have to relay any messages. Same with X-Ray's team. The apprehension was killing me. Any news? I asked her. She held up her hand, thrusting the flat of a hand at me, the other she used with her fingers pressed to an earpiece of her headphones, and held the mic. She thrust the mic to her lips. Roger that, out. She had a smile on her face. Jason says they've not had any trouble, and he was out earlier. I've told him to look out for a white box truck with NM humanitarian aid on the side, and to get everyone inside if he sees it on the road. I've told him we'll be back soon. What about Jackson and X-Ray? X-Ray is going to relay messages to him, but it'll take some time for him to get there. He's mounting up his team right now and on his way. Thank goodness for that. I stepped in front of Peterson. How are you feeling? Any pain? None. I'll be fine to move on. Sorry for the alarm. Not at all. You can't help being wounded. His speech appeared normal, so all was looking good. Shall we push on? Said Tom. We all nodded. I just want to get him to the bunker to marry. It scares me not knowing how much morphine to give him. I daren't give him any more. Yeah, the sooner we get there, the better, I replied. We helped Peterson to mount, then with the rest of us mounted, we set off at a trot. Rosa still had on her headphones. She turned to me and lifted one of her earpieces. I won't be able to hear anything. I'm going to listen in on my frequency all the way back. Signal me if you need me to stop. No problem. That last 5 miles seemed like 100. With thick undergrowth to navigate, we couldn't manage more than a canter. Finally, we hit the home stretch, with the hillside opposite the river to the farm in view, and the forest gave way to fields. Rosa snatched off her headphones and turned in her saddle. We're too late. Jason's back inside the bunker, but he's going back out. Tom had been up front, then realizing we had stopped, he turned and rode back to us. What's happening? He asked. Rosa says we're too late. What? Have they attacked? Give me a chance to spit it out. No, they haven't attacked, but he's seen your white truck drive past the entrance slowly with a black SUV up front, followed by 2 armored vehicles and some troop transporters. They slowed to a stop briefly, then they drove on. Damn them to hell and back, bastards, said Peterson. That's my chance gone to avenge my family and the troops. That was the first time I heard him cuss. No rush then, said Tom. We might as well call into the bunker for refreshments, and get Peterson seen to by this Mary of yours, then we'll head back to Zion. That's on the defeatist side, said Rosa. "We still have a chance with my Commander Jackson. When he gets the message, he'll know what to look for. They won't get past him. Then you'll have your gold back." Tom didn't look convinced, and Peterson seemed to have lost all interest. Tom pulled on the reins to one side, turned his horse around and trotted on toward the hillside. I shared glances with Rosa. She lifted and then dropped her shoulders. With a shake of her head, we followed on after Tom. A certain amount of despondency hung over us to the anticlimax that had put a damper on all our spirits, judging by everyone's expressions. Our horses labored up the hillside, which we had to navigate in a zigzag path to get to the top. Waiting for Peterson on the crest, I looked down to see the river, and across from it the farm leading to the mountain and our bunker. "What's that truck doing by the bridge?" said Tom. "It has an armored vehicle guard. It calls every day to collect our surplus eggs and milk." I pulled out my binoculars from my jacket pocket and scanned the bridge area, and zoomed in. Jason was at the bridge and waved at the truck as the bridge lowered. "What the—" "Let's get down there, now," I said, and set off at a gallop while calling out, "It's a trap, for Christ's sake." Chapter 54. Frontal Attack. Rob Bell, Bell's Farm, The Bunker, Colorado. The downward slope to the road next to the river wasn't as steep as the one we climbed. I didn't have the time to tell them what I'd seen down there at the farm, and they might not have heard me call out. Following on a gallop at the side of me, Tom, Rosa, and Peterson didn't need me to spell it out. They could hear the farm was under attack, never mind see it, with the sound of auto gunfire exchanged. My heart was pounding, and my breaths were short as we rode onward. I didn't have a clue who was attacking us or why. Not after Jason had seen Brogan's SUV and truck with his armored vehicles and troop transport drive on by. It had definitely been the same truck that called at our farm every day. With the livery of Nightingale's sign written over the back doors, I'd seen the back doors fly open and armed men jump out of the back and start firing as they rounded the truck, with Jason running for cover. Galloping along the slope, I could see men were swarming over the bridge, but then I saw the bridge rising. Jason must have hit the up switch on his way to cover. Some attackers made the jump, but some missed and fell into the river. One hung on for dear life by his fingertips, to no avail, as a hail of defensive gunfire cut him down. On the plus side, I'd seen their armored vehicle left stranded this side of the river, but not disabled as it raked machine gun fire over the bunker's positions. I pulled up sharply at the stone wall next to the road and quickly dismounted. As much as raising the bridge had cut off some of the attackers, it was only a time saver. I saw some climb the bank opposite and join the rest, having waded across. I raised my rifle, only for Tom to push down the barrel. "None of you shoot," said Tom. "If we fire off rounds from here, that armored car with the machine gunner in the turret will likely realize we have a flank and turn it on us to make short work of us. That armored sheet of metal at his back means we can't take him out." "Stay here," he said, and grabbing Peterson's combat knife, he leaped over the wall. Rosa was under cover, sitting with her back to the wall, talking on the radio in hurried tones. I peered over the wall as Tom put the knife between his teeth as he used climber handles at the side rear of the vehicle to pull himself to the turret. The next I saw, he held the knife high, then brought it down with force, raising his arm again, then repeating the blow with his knife. Rosa had risen to her feet and taken a quick glance out over at the armored vehicle. "Tom, get back here," she shouted, but he didn't seem to hear with all the gunfire and grenades exploding. "Get him out of there," she shouted at me above the noise. "X-rays rounding the bend anytime now." I told him to take out the armored vehicle on the road. "Contact him back." I leaped over the wall. Tom hauled the dead machine gunner over the turret and grabbed the machine gun. Before he let fly with rounds, I was up the climbing handles, screaming for him to get out. He looked surprised that I'd joined him. I saw X-ray's armored vehicle rounding the bend over Tom's shoulder. The vehicle stopped. Soldiers jumped out, one carrying a rocket launcher. "For God's sake, get out now," I said, and pointed to his right. I gave him a hand. Hauled him out of the turret. We both leaped, hitting the road to a deafening explosion, the blast washing over us as we rolled over, then scrambled to the wall and vaulted back into cover. Good thing we did, as the explosion of the armor-piercing rocket grenade set off the ammunition in the turret, bullets flying in all directions like a 4th of July firework display. Projectiles smashed against the brick wall, keeping all our heads down until they finally stopped. Rosa threw her arms around me, hugging me tight, then broke away. "Thought I'd lost you there for a second," she said. I got through to X-ray, but his reply was, "Damn it, too late." Then I heard the explosion. "We were lucky this time," said Tom. "Does this X-ray have a name?" "Richardson," I replied. Rosa pressed her headphone to her ear, then put the mic to her lips. "Roger that." "Yes, they made it back safe." She looked over at me. "We're to keep our heads down. They're on their way to here." I heard the roar of vehicles arriving. A soldier put his hand on the wall and vaulted over. "Anyone hurt?" said Richardson. "No, apart from Peterson here. He got his wounds earlier." "Long story," I said. "You okay, son?" asked Richardson. "I'm fine." "What should we do?" I asked now that the professionals were there. "My men are assessing the situation. Your people over at the farm know what to do. If they have any sense, they won't hang around defending. They'll get back to the bunker, triggering the explosives on the way. Anyway, who are these attackers? Any clues?" "Just that, attackers. They're hostiles, as you call them, whoever they are," I said. "What about Commander Jackson?" Rosa asked. I relayed a message. "He'll be here, but likely not in time to help. He'll know to be on the lookout for the white truck. The skies are clear of ash." I got hold of the team 20 miles away to pass on a message. I'd not noticed, but looking into the sky, it was definitely a paler shade of gray. One of his soldiers climbed over the wall and joined us. "They're in a stalemate over there in the farm. Stuck in the trenches. Damn it, why aren't they working their way back to the bunker to set off the explosives?" said Richardson. "They're not exactly trained soldiers." "They'll be scared shitless and numb-brained," said Tom. Richardson stepped away and talked with his soldier. Discussion finished, the soldier disappeared over the wall and Richardson rejoined us. "It looks like there are around 50 of them from the muzzle flashes. We're only 8. There's your 3.5 with Sonny Boy there wounded. My man says that he can only guess at 20 outside the bunker. The hostiles don't seem to have heavy weapons, or they'd have used them by now. That's about right for the farm detail." "I heard grenades earlier and we don't carry them on the outside," I said. "They must have used them all up. Not heard any since we arrived. If they had them, they'd use them to clear their way forward in the trenches." He set the stance of the thinker, kneeling, and rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Listen, our armored vehicles are not much use here with the hostiles having the trenches for cover, and they can't cross the bridge. I'll leave one of our men to mount the machine gun turret to keep their heads down if they try to go over the trenches. If your group could make ground on them at their rear flank by wading the river, we can split into 2 teams of 3 and come at them from the left and right flanks. We'll have them locked in a Zulu horn, then sweep in to tighten the vise. The only way we'll flush them out is with grenades. That leaves one of my men spare to work his way to your people to put sticks of dynamite in their asses to get them back to the bunker." The soldier returned and handed us a grenade each to add to what we had. "Zulu horn," said Tom. "It's a tactic the Zulus used in war." "Don't worry about it," said Richardson and snickered. "Listen, we're wasting time. There's only sporadic gunfire just now. Those hostiles won't sit on their asses picking their noses in their position forever. They'll be planning a final push. Then the shit will really hit the fan. Let's go." Rising to his feet, he leaped over the wall. We all exchanged glances. It was one thing saying what the plan entailed. The concern of carrying it out that I could see written all over the others' faces matched my apprehension. Chapter 55. The Final Battle. Raw Bell at the bunker, Colorado. When I broke cover and glanced over the wall, Richardson had split his men into groups, as he'd said. 3 of them were trotting at a forced march along the road toward the strait crossing, his other team heading right, I assumed, to wade across the river further along the road. The guy manning the machine gun was in the turret of the armored car, and looking out from the rear armored plate, he gave me the thumbs-up sign. At least we had him covering us for crossing the river. Rosa, you'll have to stay here with Peterson. He won't make it across, and we don't have comms. You could signal us when we cross the road with a wave when Richardson says he's in place, then get back in cover. Then Tom could cross with me, I said. Rosa nodded. 15 minutes of waiting, listening to sporadic gunfire, and with no word on the radio, Tom had taken my binoculars. Resting them on the wall, he scanned the trenches. Holy shit, it's him. Who? Brogan. I'd know him anywhere. Let me see. Too late, he's ducked back down in the trench. Peterson, don't go, Rosa called out. When I turned, there was no chance to stop him. His good leg in the stirrup, Peterson mounted, and with a kick of his heels, he galloped off back the way we came. What the hell is he doing? Said Tom as Peterson pulled on the reins, turning, then he galloped back toward us. A kick in his stirrups and his upper body hugging his horse's neck, they jumped over the wall. He came to a stop at the river's edge. The horse stepped on with its hooves gingerly negotiating the slope of the banking. As he crossed the river, the water rose to his knees. Mount up. There's a gap in the wall further down, I said. Rosa wasn't for staying behind and put on the straps to her radio. We all mounted and galloped to the gap. By the time we arrived at the river, Peterson and his horse had climbed the bank. He galloped on toward Brogan's positions in the trenches. Tom negotiated the bank first, then Rosa. Just about to join them and I saw Peterson lob a grenade into a trench. Screams echoed at the sound of the explosion. Drawing his rifle to his front, Peterson let go of the reins, charging along the trench, spitting automatic gunfire into the trenches from above. He suddenly reared back on his mount at the sound of return gunfire, then slumped forward, gripping his horse's neck as it headed for the field with the polytunnels. His body gradually slipped out of the saddle, and he landed on the ground, motionless. Tom and Rosa were at the other side and dismounted, taking cover behind the pile of rocks we'd put there for our guards at the bridge, when I arrived and joined them. Damn it, I must have triggered a reaction when I said Brogan was over there, said Tom. They're in position, said Rosa. Look, I know he said to attack them from the rear, but I'd rather be with our people from the bunker. The machine gunner can lay down fire if they try to retreat when Richardson's men attack, I said. How do we get to your people with Brogan's men out there in front of us, said Tom. I'd already thought of that and came up with a different idea. We'd be out in the open if we charged forward, like he said. It would be like the charge of the Light Brigade when the British cavalry charged the French cannons. We'd likely get mown down the same way. We could mount up and charge to the polytunnels, using the brush and trees for cover along the riverbank. Then work our way behind our line to join the rest. Just don't have your horses touch the wire fencing along the riverbank. It's electrified. Your plan makes sense, said Rosa, then we all flinched at the sound of grenades exploding. Richardson and his men have started their attack. They'll be distracted. It's now or never, I said, and we all mounted, then charged along the riverbank. For all the mayhem going on, we hadn't fired a single shot yet, as we rounded the field with the polytunnels giving us cover. I pulled up on the reins and dismounted. Rob and Rosa joined me as we ran out of cover. Peterson's body was not too far away, but he was clearly dead. Better radio Richardson and give him our position. Don't want them shooting at us. While Rosa worked the radio, I scanned over the farm. What now? Said Tom, reminding me of the same question he'd asked back there outside the gated community, when we'd been deciding what to do in our action against the escaped convicts. You're the general, you tell me? I said, giving the same reply I'd given him before, but with a different rank. Very funny. Seriously, it's your farm. You know the layout. Sorry, guess now's not the time for quips. If we crawl on our stomachs to the barn, it's only another 20 yards, and we'd be able to get into the trench behind our people that leads to the tunnel. Any news? Tom asked Rosa. Yeah, there's a problem. The reason they can't get back to the bunker without exposing themselves by climbing out of the trench is because it's collapsed behind them with grenades landing inside from the initial attack. Rosa stepped over to me and put her arms around me, hugging me tight and snuggling her head on my shoulder. You okay? I asked. She drew her head back. I just want us both to get through this, she said. I'm tired of all the bloodshed. Tom looked over and winked, giving me a thumbs-up sign. We'll get through this, I promise, I said, and we shared a brief kiss on the lips. When you two lovebirds have finished. We have to get moving if we're to make it to the bunker, or your promise will count for nothing. He was right. It was a promise I might not have been able to keep, but I prayed I could. Chapter 56. Explosive Outcome. Rob Bell, The Bunker, Colorado. On our stomachs, and pushing our rifles out front, we crawled on over to the barn. It was such a relief to have made it that far without incident. Richardson's flanking move had petered out, with no more grenades exploding and with only a return to sporadic gunfire. Whatever he had in mind with this Zulu horn tactic of his that he'd mentioned, it was looking as though he was well and truly stuck in World War I trench warfare, with the rest of our people for company. Richardson says they've thinned them out, and we're probably evenly matched now, but we've had casualties. Damn, I said. They've reached our people, but they're stuck with the tunnel collapsing. Some of our people are trying to dig through with their hands, said Rosa. Send a message back and tell them we're at the barn, and we still have all ammo intact, including our grenades. Tell him unless he has a better idea, we'll make our way over to him. Will do. While Rosa was busy on her radio, I had the spark of an idea. Tom, we have spades in the barn. If we can get them over there, they could dig their way through a lot easier than with their hands. I turned to Rosa. We're going into the barn. Back in a minute. She nodded and continued relaying her message. We returned with armfuls of spades and threw them down on the ground. It was a good idea of yours, said Tom. Saying that, how in hell's name are we going to haul them over there? He crouched there, looking over at our destination with a vacant expression. I knew what he was thinking because it was on my mind. Those last 20 yards were out in the open. I'll get some rope. Rope? I didn't answer him, but rushed back into the barn, returning with a coil of rope over my shoulder. This is over 20 yards, I said and dumped it on the ground. Any more news? Sorry, nothing, said Rosa. Tom was already threading the rope through the handles of the spades, then tied it off in a knot. Should we dash for it, or crawl over? You can dash, but I'm crawling, said Tom, and set off with the rope tied to his waist. We followed on, but I was careful to make sure I was between Rosa and Brogan's crew. 5 yards to go and there was a crescendo of gunfire, bullets digging into the ground just short of us. Tom rose to his feet, not running in a straight line, but veering off to our left. I turned to face the gunfire, laying down cover for Tom, and the attackers ducked back under cover of their trench. Go toward Tom, now. I'll keep them busy, then give me cover when you get there, I said, and dropping my magazine, I snatched another from my jacket pocket, clipping it in place. Rosa scrambled to her feet and ran to the sound of me spraying rounds toward Brogan's position out front. I heard the covering fire from behind and ran for all I was worth to where the rope disappeared in the trench, then launched myself down there as bullets zinged by me. My spirits sank while I sat upright. There in front of me was a wall of soil where the trench had collapsed. We only misjudged it and ended up on the wrong side of the collapse. Tom was frantically hauling in the rope and I jumped up to help him. I've told Richardson we've landed in the trench on the opposite side of the collapse, said Rosa. The spades landed over the edge of the trench. Tom and I exchanged glances. Better get digging. I'll take the left, you take the right, said Tom. Radio Richardson back and tell him we have spades, and we'll dig our way through to them. We dug away frantically at the loose soil, hoisting it over the sides. 15 minutes and with no strength left in my arms, the soil fell away to reveal Jason and Joseph facing me, continually scratching away at the soil with their hands bloodied. Thank God you broke through, said Joseph. The switch for the explosives failed. I handed him my spade and staggered back to collect 2 more, passing one over, then continued to dig. Give it up, someone called out. All we want is supplies, and we'll be on our way. That's Brogan's voice, said Tom. Don't think I'll fall for your tricks twice, slimeball, I hollered as our people scrambled over the mound of soil left in the trench, wounded first. Rob, is that you? Well, it's not your mother, you fucking scumbag. So, it is you. Please yourself and say your prayers. I won't run out of ammo this time. Pity your wife died. She was a good fuck. I wasn't about to lose my head this time and climb over the trenches to fight it out. Richardson and his men were the last through as they scuttled past me. Go, over the top now, I heard Brogan call out. Sounds like they're coming. Come on, man. Let's get to the bunker, said Richardson. I took out a grenade from my pocket, launching it with the little strength I had left in my arms as far as I could in Brogan's direction, then turned and followed Richardson. We rounded a corner. Jason was waiting. Grab one of these, he said. I grabbed a hold of a roll of razor wire and we ran together along the trench together, the razor wire uncoiling until it ran out. That should stall them until we get inside the bunker, said Jason, and we ran onward. Rosa and Rob were waiting for me at the end of the trench. Where are the others? I asked. Heading for the bunker. Richardson and his men have set up a defensive perimeter to cover us, said Tom. Richardson peered over the edge of the trench and held out his hand. Ladies first, he said and hauled Rosa up top, then Tom and I followed last. We were behind the hawthorn trees surrounding the entrance to the bunker. Bullets flew in both directions, and we zigzagged for cover in the rockfall's direction. Looking over my shoulder, Brogan and his men had reached the razor wire in the trench and were now climbing over the top, all charging in our direction, laying down volleys of rapid gunfire. I pushed Rosa, then dove behind the rock after her. Rosa kept her footing, then calmly stepped over to the water pump and fired up the engine connected to the sprinkler system. Here, you have the pleasure, she said, and swayed her hand in the valve's direction. No, we'll all do it. Tom, come here, hand Richardson your grenades, I said. I placed my hand on the valve lever, Rosa placed her hand over mine, and Tom covered her hand. A questioning look spread across his face. We turned the handle. Let fly with the grenades, I called out. Richardson and his men tossed the grenades. To the sound of them exploding, plumes of flames rose in the sky. Gunfire stopped, replaced by men screaming out in acute pain. Run for the bunker, I shouted, looking toward a huge fireball as I ran, the gas from the sprinkler machine fueling the flames. Jason was waiting with the door open. He closed it as we passed through, all of us bending over and holding our knees to catch our breath. What the fuck was that? Said Tom. Sorry, Rosa. Part of our defense system, like the razor wire, courtesy of Jackson and Richardson here. We hooked the sprinkler system up to a gas tank instead of water, I said. Rosa turned to Tom. Commander Jackson will be here in 20 minutes. He's found your truck. Damn it, that's fantastic, said Tom. I dashed to the camera room with Tom, Rosa, and Richardson following on. The carnage on the monitor was sickening. We had already done the damage as the odd attacker, still standing, fell to their knees, their bodies incinerating in the flames. The inferno finally set off the explosives that we had planted in the trenches and whited out the monitor screen. When the dust settled, the sprinkler defenses must have run out of gas. Flames had settled into patches of fires. There wasn't any more movement. No one could have survived. It's over, I said. Brogan won't be troubling anyone ever again, I said, to fist bumps all round. Chapter 57. The Secret Revealed. Rob and Rosa, the bunker, Colorado. With all of us showered and a change of clothes, Jason called for us to the camera room. A soldier stood at the bridge, watching it lower. The semi-truck reversed out of the entrance and onto the road, with an armored truck driving over the bridge in our direction. That must be Jackson, said Rosa. Richardson's armored vehicle is still on the road. I hope so. We'll see, I said. When the armored vehicle arrived, it stopped just outside the trees surrounding the entrance. Jackson climbed out and walked over to the bunker entrance. I'll let him in, I said. When I opened the door, Jackson stood outside. Is General Abram here? Only I need to get into his truck before someone else finds it, so I'll not come inside. It's parked up behind the gas station at the intersection. I'll come with you if you don't mind. Tom and Rosa came up behind me. I'll stay here, said Rosa. I'll give Mary a hand with the wounded. She took me to one side. "Don't be long. There's something I want to tell you. If I'm not still with Mary, I'll be waiting inside my room when you're back." She stood on her tiptoes, and we shared a brief kiss. I took a hold of her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "I'll be quick." Tom stepped over to us. "Come here and give me a hug." "I won't be back." I thought he meant me at first, but with outstretched arms, he wrapped them around Rosa. "Look after my best friend." "I will. Don't worry about that." He released her and took a hold of both hands. "Listen, sorry if I badmouthed you. If we ever meet again, and I hope we will, I'll never do that again. You're more than worthy of your radio handle. You have my respect. Never been as proud as anyone as when you stood up to my uncle." He reached out, then gave her a peck on the cheek, then let go of her hands and turned to me. "Come on, let's get to the truck. I have responsibilities to get to back at home." Rosa climbed onto a golf cart and waved, then she sped down the tunnel. Outside in Jackson's vehicle, we passed the area where the sprinkler defense had done its work. It still smoldered. There would be no recognizing any of the blackened, charred bodies. It was a fitting end for Brogan. A foretaste of what he'd endure when he arrived in hell. "Don't envy you clearing up that lot," said Tom. "Me neither. We'll just have to bulldoze them into the trenches and fill them in and dig fresh ones." "What about Peterson?" "Yeah, I was thinking about that. We could do to get him over to where Jackson here saw the National Guard burying his family and the rest of his Mormon convoy in a communal grave. I'm sure he'd want burying alongside of them." "I can organize that when I get back," said Jackson as we pulled into the gas station. "Appreciated," I said. "I should warn you, there are a few bodies lying around," said Jackson. We pulled around back of the gas station and there was the white box van, with the SUV we'd seen backed up to it, and the other vehicles Brogan had in his convoy. "That SUV is probably Brogan's," I said. Climbing out of the vehicle, we stepped over to the box van. There was a stack of bodies piled up at the far side. I recognized the mechanic right away, and the driver of the truck that collected our eggs and milk. I turned away. Tom smashed the window of the SUV with a rock, then opened the door and released the handbrake. We both pushed it out of the way. He collected the tire iron from the SUV, and smashed the lock, then opened the shutter of the box truck, quickly closing it again. "I still have a job," he said, and snickered. "Listen, I really have to get back. The kids will miss me." I guessed it would be the other way around. He sure seemed to have changed in that regard. Tom climbed into the cab. "Bingo, they put the keys behind the sun guard." "Stupid idiots," said Tom. "I'll escort you to the border with Richardson, then get back here and see to Peterson," said Jackson. "Thanks." Tom looked over at me. "No soppy goodbyes," he said and fired up the engine. "Don't be a stranger and don't leave it too long. I'll collect the rest of the gold bars from my saddlebag, then I'll be off." I climbed back into my seat and we followed him as he drove on. Tom parked up at the bridge, while Jackson took me to the bunker. Once inside, I felt as though I never wanted to venture out again. Anxious about what Rosa wanted to tell me, I climbed into one of the golf carts and headed down the tunnel. I hesitated at her door. If I'd have been wearing a tie, I'd have straightened it. Instead, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "It's Rob." "It's open." "Lock it behind you." That sort of stopped me in my tracks for a moment before I turned the handle. Inside, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, that same perfume fragrance drifting around the room she'd worn in Nebraska. The book with the brown paper jacket was on her lap. She patted the space beside her on the bed and I took a seat at her side. "Say nothing," she said, and carefully removed the book jacket. She took a folded sheet of paper, worn at the edges, and placed it beside her, leaving her holding a purple ribbon, fashioned the same as the one she always had pinned to her clothing. "Remember, I told you the book was about an African queen?" "Yeah." "Well, after ruling for 4 years, fighting the Portuguese slavers and colonialists, she died naturally, not having any living children. She had a sister who should have been queen, but the Portuguese spirited her away on a slave ship to America, along with many others from Angola. She used to make these tiny rosettes on the plantation and give them to the other slaves that she came across from Angola, so they'd recognize their own if ever they needed help. But she had to keep it secret that she should have been a queen, or the slave owners might have thought she could rally the others and start a rebellion, and they'd likely have put her to death. Her offspring and those that followed have kept it as a secret ever since. But why are rosettes important to you? Because this one was hers. She picked up the paper, unfolded it, and handed it to me. The names on the list used their Christian given names, all Portuguese. What I was looking at was a genealogy tree. I traced it down from the queen mentioned in the book and stopped at the last entry. My jaw gaped. I turned to her. That's you. Yeah, that's me. Now you know the secret I was hiding. There's more, but we have plenty of time for me to tell you everything. She carefully put everything back together, reached over me, and placed the book on the nightstand. We leaned into each other, our lips brushing, then both of us wrapped our arms around each other, sharing a passionate kiss, and rolled over onto the bed. I should turn out the light, I said. Why? There are no secrets anymore between us. Epilogue. Freedom. General Blake, Governor's Residence, Kentucky. After a treacherous river crossing, Blake and his entourage passed Space Command's new launch site as he headed to his destination in Louisville. With 2 backup GPS satellites available, together with communication satellites in the event the skies cleared and with the existing ones destroyed by EMPs, he smiled that the contingency was in place. Arriving at his destination, Blake climbed out of his transport at Governor Williams' residence, only to be greeted by his golden Labrador's overzealous welcome. "Get him off of me, will you?" he asked Williams as his old friend stepped through the front door. Williams' wife stepped past him and called off the dog, and he looked on as it scuttled inside. "You look tired," said Williams. "Rough journey?" "You could say that." "Never had sea legs," he said, and laughed. Williams patted him on the shoulder as he climbed the stairs to the front door. "Come on in and put your feet up in the lounge." Settled on the sofa, he tossed a letter over to Williams he'd had delivered by courier from the Doomsday Bunker. "You need to read this. It's from General Roberts, the one who warned me that military command was to be arrested for treason. Without him, we might not be doing what we are about to do. He's staying at the bunker for now to make sure we know what they are up to, but eventually, I want him here at our military command. It says in his dispatch that they've accepted secession to give them a political advantage for when they may leave the bunker, so the time is right now to implement what we have been planning." "My God. Latham did this?" Williams lowered the letter to his lap. "Yeah, he's on his way to a military prison labor camp. They've sworn in Defense Secretary Johnson as the acting president." Williams lifted the letter and read on. "This is hard to believe. Change of party name? It says they're looking at serious changes to the Constitution listed here. Hell, I never expected this." "Me neither. If you look at the second page, the change of name from the USA to North America is to do with posturing to reduce the national debt it owes, and to throw some of it to Zion, New Mexico, and Cascadia, and now our new regime." Williams huffed and then read on. Finishing, he removed his glasses and set the letter aside. "They won't get a penny from us, and the gold at Fort Knox, we'll keep that as restitution for slavery." "I'll drink to that." Williams leaned forward and shuffled his backside to the edge of his seat. "Well, our plan works so far. We now have a majority of African Americans in all the eastern states, and as I said in my dispatch, many have declared independence under our banner, but the civil unrest is immense in the states where the white governors and their administrations have abandoned their positions to move to the central states. The result is that those states have not fully implemented your plan or joined us in declaring independence, so we need to move fast if we're to get them to join us under our banner as New Africa. That's why I'm here. I'll have them all on board by the end of the week. So, I'll be rectifying that, not to worry. I've had some troops deployed here with me and I've brought some senior logistics people to take over the air and governor positions. They've set up camp near to here. Those left that are dallying with the plan, I'll have the troops arrest them and put our people in command of their states. I'll be staying here to make sure it happens rapidly. As soon as they are in position, and we put posters everywhere with a proclamation of independence. That'll soon turn them from rioting to celebration and give people hope. We'll ramp up recruitment in those states and deploy National Guards from other states to get order back. It's a figurehead we need that they can all look to rally behind. Not someone political, but someone who represents freedom. Maybe from the clergy. As head of the armed forces, wouldn't that be you? No. That's not something I aspire to. Besides, I'm going to return to the headquarters to ensure we cover our back until we have complete compliance with our plan here and we set defenses. For now, you'll continue as acting president. Well, yeah, but I'm not that well known outside of my state. For now, it could be a new flag to rally behind that I've had designed. It incorporates our symbols on the currency of the dove and an outline of the territory. Can I see? He reached out to the table and passed him a $5 bill. Here, this is a sample of the currency, but we can't do a print run yet until all the states have joined us. We'll gradually remove the others we have in circulation, including the eastern states' dollars we had printed. We can use the US dollars we exchange these for if we need to buy goods from the US. Blake took hold of the banknote. At the top of the front it said, "The Republic of New Africa," with the denomination spelled out at the bottom. In place of the face of a president was the map of the territory that made up the new nation. On the reverse, to the right, was the image of Governor Williams, with his title as president. In the center was a symbol of a dove with a stalk of corn in its beak perched on the handle of a basket of fruit. Under that was a caption that read, "Peace and strength through freedom." To the left was the image of Rosa on the radio, with a caption of Queen Rosa of the airwaves and her frequency. "Keeping it in the family, I see," he said, and raised an eyebrow. He looked at the images, deep in thought. "We could have found our figurehead. How about you exchange the images of the map and Rosa? Have her front and center. We haven't had the $20 bills engraved yet." "I'll do that." Thinking about that, if we were to start rumors about her family's historical background, we could cement her legend that she's gained with her broadcasts. I'd have to run that by her, though. It's supposed to be kept a secret. Blake said a wry smile. "Yeah, I know, you said before, but it didn't stop you from telling me. If she succeeds with the task that I've set her to get Zion to withdraw from Idaho, it could strengthen that perception. Still, early days. I've not had word back from her yet. Fingers crossed. Anyway, I've ordered the top brass of the National Guard in those states with no governor to take over governance to get the plan moving. HHS completed their task, so most National Guard and Army personnel are now our ethnicity. We have Army Command at the bunker under our control in PA, now that I've had our headquarters moved. There's a vast array of communications equipment our signals battalion can use once the sky's clear. I've arranged for the convoy of heavy armor on its way to Washington from Fort Hood to split into two and to cross the bridges and set up defensive positions. HHS are working to make sure the personnel are African American. I'll have them positioned on this side of the bridge crossing. Got to say, it dumbstruck me when I heard as soon as we pulled out from Fort Hood, this new president of the Republic of New Mexico that I've never heard of, he moved in his troops and from there he's taken over the territory. Ricardo Dominguez, I think his name is. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't affect what we're achieving here. They both reached out, slapping a high five. God, can you believe this? Remember when we talked about it as youngsters when the cops used to harass us both? Said Williams. Yeah, fingers crossed. Let's hope dreams can come true. We could have them realized in full by the end of the week. I only wish my brother were alive to see this happen. Amen to that. So, can we drop calling ourselves Black or African American now? What will that make us all? I'd suggest, New Africans, said Williams. They both grinned, and Blake nodded in approval. Dear listener, if you've enjoyed this story, don't forget to like it, and to subscribe for more stories to come. The third book in the trilogy, Invasion, Alliance of Nations, if it is not already uploaded to YouTube, it will be shortly. Declan Connor is the author of a catalog of full-length psychological, mystery crime, speculative thriller, and post-apocalyptic dystopian thriller fiction books available on Amazon in all territories. You'll find the link in the description. Once again, thank you for listening, and if you like the story, Don't forget to like and subscribe, and to leave a comment if you so wish to let me know how I'm doing.